Chapter 3086. Since Qin Shao had already spoken, Mang Juqi did not say anything. The two youths waved their hands, indicating for him to leave. Only then did the youth feel relieved. He looked gratefully at Qin Shao and quickly retreated to the side. To him, this was simply escaping a calamity. Otherwise, if he went to receive the punishment, he would probably lose half his life. After settling Qin Shao and the others, Mang Juqi did not stay any longer and left first. After sending Mang Juqi off, Qin Shao called the youth over. The youth was just an ordinary first-step heavenly venerable. In a small universe, he would be a supreme existence. But here, he was just a lowly ant. At most, he was just an ant that had broken free from the mundane world. The young man also looked at Qin Shao in fear. Although he was extremely grateful to Qin Shao for saving him just now, he still felt that Qin Shao had saved his life. However, in the face of such a powerful ancient saint, he could not help but feel terrified. His entire body was trembling uncontrollably. This was a kind of pressure from the level of life. Qin Shao and the others had deliberately restrained their aura. Otherwise, the youth would not be able to stand there. He would have knelt down long ago. "Don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. What is your name?" Qin Shao asked. The youth looked up at Qin Shao in a daze, then said submissively, "Lord Saint, this slave has no name, only a code name. Slave is a lowly name. I don't deserve a name." "No name?" Qin Shao frowned. It seemed that this Mang Juqi was really abominable to the extreme. The people who enslaved the Liu clan, these juniors, were not even allowed to have a name. Even the most basic of human rights were taken away. "Are you from the Liu clan?" Qin Shao asked again. Hearing Qin Shao's question, the young man was shocked at first. He shook his head repeatedly, but then he looked at Qin Shao with a very strange and puzzled look, as if he was afraid, but also curious about what Qin Shao wanted to do. Qin Shao naturally understood the young man's thoughts. She comforted him and said, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Don't be so nervous. I said we won't hurt you. Speaking of which, I have some relationship with your Liu clan's patriarch, Liu Boizhou. I came to the Void Sky Realm Lord's estate this time to see if there's anything I can help you with. But I don't know much about the Liu family's current situation, so I was wondering if you could tell me about it." "Indeed. Only then will I be able to think of a better way to help you." "What? Was it related to the ancestor?" The young man stared at Qin Shao in a daze. His heart was greatly alarmed, but he didn't dare to believe it easily. However, he felt that the Lord in front of him was not lying to him. Moreover, he was an incomparably lowly servant. The Lord in front of him had no reason to lie to him, right? After hesitating for a while, the young man looked around to make sure there was no one else around. Only then did he kneel in front of Qin Shao with a plop and say, "Lord Sacred Master, I am indeed a descendant of the Liu family. The ancestor of our Liu family has been chained to the stone platform by the Realm Lord and has been humiliated for countless years. In order to protect the bloodline of our Liu family, the ancestor has been enduring humiliation and living a life worse than death. Everyone in our Liu family has been reduced to the most lowly of slaves. We have been lowly for generations and have pledged our loyalty to the Realm Lord. The men have been slaves and the women have been prostitutes. It has been like this for generations. We can't escape this tragic fate. It has been nearly 100 universe epochs. Who knows how many people of our Liu family have been tortured to death? Now, there are less than 10,000 people left. They are all the most lowly of slaves." The young man's voice became choked with sobs as he reached the end of his sentence. Hearing this, Qin Shao couldn't help but clench his fists tightly. Flames of anger spewed out of his eyes. Damn it, this is really abominable. How twisted was Yung Gaosua's heart to do such a heartless thing? How powerful and prosperous was the Liu family in the past? In the past, the Liu clan's population was probably in the tens of billions, wasn't it? But now, there are only a pitiful 10,000 people left. That was 1 in a million. How terrible was that? The countless people of the Liu family had been tortured to death by that bastard Jigao Shua. How infuriating was that? Hearing the young man's words, Qin Shao felt his blood boiling. He really wanted to kill Jigao Shua right now. Damn it! Why didn't this kind of person die earlier? Brother Pure was also indignant. This kind of thing will make anyone feel endless anger just by listening to it. Yuan pursed her lips, looking very unhappy. How can there be such a bad person in this world? He's really bad to the extreme. It would be better if he was killed directly. Being tortured for so many years is too much. It took a while for Qin Shao to suppress the churning in his heart. Brother Pure clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "Brother, we can't tolerate this. The situation is so bad now. Why don't we just kill them directly? Anyway, we know that Jigeo Shua's real body is in the carefree little realm. We're also preparing to enter the carefree little realm. Let's get rid of his doppelganger first. Then we'll enter the carefree small world to find his true body to take revenge. I believe that even if his clone is dead, his real body won't dare to take half a step out of the carefree little realm. That's where he will be buried." Qin Shao also thought of this, but was rejected by Qin Shao in the end. Qin Shao shook his head. "No, we can't do it right away. This matter needs to be discussed at length. Killing Jigeo Shua shouldn't be difficult. We should be able to do it. But the biggest problem right now isn't killing him, but ensuring the safety of the Liu clan. If we kill Jigeo Shua, the Liu clan will all die as well. How can we face our late master, Elder Liu He? The Liu clan only has so many people left, and my grandmaster is still in Jigeo Shua's hands. My guess is that my grandmaster's soul was controlled by Jigeo Shua. If Jigeo Shua doesn't take the initiative to release my grandmaster, he won't be able to break free. No matter what, I must save my grandmaster's life. Otherwise, even if we kill Jigeo Shua, it'll be a failure." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Brother Pure also nodded. It was very reasonable. However, this matter was very difficult to deal with. Brother Pure shook his head and said, "Jigeo Shua hates the Liu clan to the extreme. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to make him let go of the Liu clan. How are we going to handle this matter? Should we directly ask Jigeo Shua for the people? I'm afraid with Jigeo Shua's mind, he won't easily give them to us. Once he has any doubts, it'll be more troublesome. I'm afraid it'll affect our big plan." Qin Shao nodded solemnly. This was indeed a big problem. He had been thinking about this problem. It's obviously impossible to directly ask Jigeo Shua for the people. Our strange actions will definitely arouse Jigeo Shua's suspicions. Once he's suspicious, I'm afraid he'll suspect our motives. Jigeo Shua is definitely a very meticulous person. He's definitely a very cunning person. He won't be easily deceived. His hatred for the Liu clan is monstrous. If we want to take the people of the Liu clan from him, how can he agree? So, we must have a reason to convince Jigeo Shua. At least, we have to give him a reason to keep his face and not let him doubt our reasons. In this way, there may be some hope. Brother Pure thought for a while, but he couldn't think of a reason. Therefore, he asked, "Qin Shao, from the looks of it, you should have a good idea, right? Tell me quickly." Qin Shao looked at the young man. Qin Shao didn't let the young man hear what they said just now. After all, they had to be careful. So, Qin Shao naturally wouldn't let the young man hear some confidential things. When the young man saw Qin Shao looking at him again, he quickly lowered his head in horror. "Are you willing to acknowledge me as your master?" Qin Shao suddenly asked the young man. Speaking of which, Qin Shao hadn't accepted a disciple for a very long time. It should be said that he hadn't accepted a disciple since he left the primordial universe. Of course, Qin Shao didn't really want to accept the young man as his disciple. What? When the young man heard Qin Zhao's words, he was shocked to the extreme. He looked at Qin Shao in disbelief. He couldn't believe his ears. An Empyrean saint that even the Eighth Highness respected wanted to accept him as his disciple. How is this possible? He was a lowly servant. He didn't have any talent or potential at all. Moreover, he was just an ant at the first step Heavenly Venerate stage. He couldn't think of anything about him that was worthy of being chosen by an Empyrean saint. How could the Lord Sacred Venerate accept him as his disciple? How is this possible? Impossible. Impossible. He must have heard wrongly. It was impossible for something like this to happen, even in his dreams. You didn't hear wrongly. I'm asking if you're willing to be my disciple. I'm not joking with you. I'm serious. Qin Shao smiled faintly and said again, "Buzz, buzz." The young man only felt a buzzing sound in his head. The world was spinning. He felt like he was about to ascend to heaven. Did he hear wrongly? Did he really hear wrongly? The Empyrean saint in front of him really wanted to accept him as his disciple. Wouldn't that mean he could get rid of his servant status? How could such a good thing happen to him? Did he accumulate good fortune in his previous life? He was ecstatic, excited, and shocked. At the same time, he was also a little panicked. He felt that this wasn't real. This wasn't real. At this moment, the young man's emotions were extremely complicated. He couldn't describe his feelings. After a while, the young man calmed down a little. However, he was still so excited that he couldn't control himself. He looked at Qin Shao boldly and said weakly, "Lord Sacred Venerate, I don't understand. Why do you want to accept me as your disciple? What have I done to deserve such appreciation from the Lord Holy Sage?" This servant is truly in fear and trepidation. To put it bluntly, he still couldn't believe that it was true. Qin Shao smiled faintly. He took a step forward and patted the young man's shoulder gently. He said, "Why do you ask so many questions? For us cultivators, there's no need for so many questions. Everything is done according to what we like. I think you're very likable, so I'll accept you as my disciple. Everything is done according to your heart. There's no need for a reason. From now on, I will be called Lun Yin. Be brave and fearless. Be persistent and move forward. Restore the glory of the Lu family." All of this is just a thought. I will engrave these words in my heart. I will never dare to forget them. Although my talent is low, my comprehension is poor, and I don't have a courageous heart. However, this disciple is indebted to Master's love. I will definitely muster up my courage and work hard to do my best. I will work hard to not disappoint Master. As he spoke, Lun Yin didn't seem as frightened or timid as before. However, Qin Shao also knew that Lun Yin's talent and potential were very ordinary. But there was no other way. This was the only way. He didn't really hope that Lun Yin would become powerful enough to restore the glory of the Lu family and strengthen it. As long as he could pass down this philosophy and influence the entire Lu family, that would be enough. The current Lu family was already on the verge of death. They were already extremely weak. Reviving the Lu clan was something that would take a long time to accomplish. It was something that would require the efforts of generations to accomplish. But in order to do so, they had to make changes from the current generation. Only they could decide the direction of development of the next generation. Qin Shao wanted to save the Lu family, but he also wanted to restore the glory of the Lu family. He wanted the Lu family to flourish once more. If his master, Old Man Luha, knew about this in the underworld, he would definitely be gratified. This was something Qin Shao had decided to do. In order to repay his master's kindness, he had to do this. "Lun Yin, for the sake of the Lu family, do you dare to give your all? Are you willing to pay any price, including your life?" Qin Shao once again asked Lun Yin seriously. Lun Yin was incomparably astonished. Was his master really going to help the Lu family see the light again? If that was really the case, then that would truly be wonderful. Lun Yin didn't hesitate. He immediately nodded heavily. "Of course I am willing. Even if I die right now, I won't have the slightest complaint. Although I am incomparably lowly, I am willing to risk my life for the sake of the Lu family." Qin Shao nodded and said, "That's good. Then Master can be at ease. You are my fourth disciple. There are still 3 senior brothers before you. If there's a chance in the future, you'll get to know each other. For now, this matter is still too far away. It's enough for you to know. All right, since you become my disciple, the most important thing is to cultivate. Right now, the most important thing for you to do is to raise your cultivation level as quickly as possible." Lun Yin was terrified. With his talent and potential, how could he possibly raise his cultivation level in such a short time? That was absolutely impossible. He didn't even need to think about it. "Don't worry. With me here, there won't be any problems." Qin Shao saw through Lun Yin's thoughts. With that, Qin Shao began to spoil Lun Yin's growth through excessive enthusiasm. However, there was nothing he could do about it. Lun Yin's talent and potential were very ordinary to begin with. Even if he was given good cultivation resources, it would be difficult for him to reach the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm in his lifetime. Even reaching the third step of the heavenly venerate realm would be very difficult, let alone the fourth step of the heavenly venerate realm. At most, Lun Yin's lifelong goal would be to reach the second step of the heavenly venerate realm. However, this wasn't a big deal in Qin Zhao's eyes. After all, he was now a third-step ancient saint. Even if he had to rely on force, he could still raise Lun Yin's cultivation level. Qin Zhao also had some treasures that could raise one's cultivation level. All he had to do was pour a large amount of them into Lun Yin's body. Under such circumstances, Lun Yin's cultivation level naturally rose rapidly. It grew at an unbelievable speed. Lun Yin was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. Lun Yin had broken through to the third step of the heavenly venerate realm. In 10,000 years, he had gone from the first step of the heavenly venerate realm to the third step of the heavenly venerate realm. Such an unbelievable speed was the work of a peerless genius, no matter where he was. Of course, Lun Yin wasn't such a genius. It was because Qin Zhao had been pulling up seedlings to help them grow. Although this action basically cut off Lun Yin's cultivation path, Lun Yin had no regrets. In fact, he was very grateful to his master. Even if he cultivated on his own, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the third step of the heavenly venerate realm in this lifetime. Now that he had reached such a level, he was very, very satisfied. Naturally, he was very grateful. On this day, Mang Juqi came again. Mang Juqi was supposed to come earlier, but Qin Zhao said that he wanted to go into seclusion for a period of time. As soon as Songju arrived, he naturally saw Lun Yin, who had been reborn. This made him frown fiercely. He stared at Lun Yin with a deep gaze, then looked at Qin Zhao with a puzzled expression. He was very surprised by this matter. Lord Qin Zhao, this? Mang Juqi couldn't help but ask. Qin Zhao smiled faintly. Oh, Mang Juqi, I apologize in advance. I should have come to you first, but I told you that I was in seclusion. I thought that you might not be around for a while, so I decided to wait for you to come before telling you. It's like this. I might have some affinity with him. Plus, his talent and potential are very good, and his temperament is very good. So, I wanted to go into seclusion and try to give him a few pointers. I didn't expect that he would be able to understand my pointers so well. So, on a whim, I took him in as a disciple. I'm really sorry, Mang Juqi. Without your permission, I took in someone from your realm lord's manor. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, Song Juqi's heart was indeed quite shocked. That slave had talent? How? Why didn't he notice it? But right now, he seemed to be a third-step celestial venerable. To be able to break through to the third-step celestial venerable in a short 10,000 years, did he really cultivate on his own? If that was really the case, then he really was a very talented kid. But even if he had some talent, how could he catch the eye of the Lord Qin Zhao and be taken in as a disciple? Where did this dog-shit luck come from? Although he was very surprised, Mang Juqi naturally didn't care about a slave. He waved his hand and said, "Haha, Lord Qin Zhao, what are you saying? You're too polite. It's his fortune to be able to catch the eye of the Lord Qin Zhao. Maybe it's also fate. Of course I'll support such a good thing. It's just a small matter." Qin Zhao smiled and cupped his fists at young Juqi. Many thanks then. After that, Qin Zhao said to Lun Yin, "Quickly come and bow to young Master Mang Juqi." Lun Yin didn't hesitate and immediately bowed to Mang Juqi and said a few words of gratitude. If it was before, Mang Juqi naturally wouldn't give him a second glance. But now that Lun Yin had become the son of Qin Zhao, Mang Juqi naturally didn't dare to be careless. He was very polite to Lun Yin and said a few words of courtesy. This was a treatment that Lun Yin had never enjoyed before. Qin Zhao said, "Mang Juqi, it's like this. Fulua Realm Lord Manor is still under your father's control. There are some things that you've agreed to, but as a sign of respect, I feel that I should personally bring him to see Realm Lord Mang. Only then will I feel at ease. Otherwise, my disciple won't feel at ease. I wonder if Brother Mang Juqi can accompany me to see Realm Lord Mang?" Mang Juqi didn't think too much about it and nodded. All right, Lord Qin Shao. It's just a small matter, I'll agree. Since Lord Qin Shao is so polite, there's no harm in going to see my father. My father will definitely agree. That's all I can guarantee. If my father doesn't agree, I'll make him agree even if I have to use force. Ha ha. Mang Juchi agreed. Qin Zhao's lips curled up, and he sneered in his heart. Now it was time for the second step of the plan. Hopefully, it'll go smoothly this time. Song Juchi didn't hesitate and immediately brought Qin Shao and the rest to find his father, Realm Lord Gao Sun. Chapter 3088. Very quickly, Qin Shao and the others met with Realm Lord Jigao Shao. Jigao Juchi also explained the situation with Lun Yin to his father in detail. Naturally, he also said no. Li Mu doesn't have a father. His intention was obvious. After hearing that, Jia Gaoshua's eyes lit up. How dare you poke at me and lie to me? Did he scare Lun Yin? What do you mean? Realm Lord Jagged Tall Shuttle's gaze fell on Qin Shao again. Luo Shi Nua's decayed bones plucked cherry blossoms, steadfast steps, longing stewed tall stewed, towering majestic emperor, pretty towering chow, acripoid, say Nuon miscellaneous? Of? The whispering dust? There seemed to be a hint of something in his words. Juju? Qin Shao knew that Realm Lord Jigao Shua was suspecting something. As expected of an experienced strategist, Kushiro was stunned, and Shrimzong was startled, who was extremely meticulous. As long as he felt that something was not quite right, he would think a lot and would not let go easily. However, Qin Shao was already prepared for this. He had already expected that it would not be an easy thing to ask him for help. But no matter how difficult it was, this matter had to be done, and it had to be done successfully. Qin Shao also had no other choice. If he didn't handle this matter well, then his next move would be hindered, and the burden would be too great. Therefore, he had to make sure that Qin Shao wouldn't act rashly. Qin Shao didn't deny it and nodded. As expected, I can't hide anything from you, Sector Lord Peng. Today, I came to find Sector Lord Peng because I have a request. Ever since I, Qin Shao, entered the immortal region, I have never accepted another disciple. This time, I was tempted to take in a disciple like Lun Yin. I originally thought that he was just an ordinary servant. It shouldn't be difficult for me to shamelessly ask Jia for a servant. But later on, my disciple Lun Yin told me that many of his clansmen were also enslaved in the Realm Lord's manor. There were roughly 10,000 of them. My disciple had a request to ask of me as his master. Naturally, I couldn't just sit by and do nothing. So, at the time, I was thinking that even if I, Qin Shao, didn't have much face, I could spend some money to buy these slaves from Realm Lord Peng. I thought that Realm Lord Peng would give some face to Qin. That's why I asked Pang Juchi to bring me here to meet Realm Lord Pang. It's mainly because of this matter. I just don't know if Realm Lord Ming is willing to give me, Qin Shao, this meager face. Of course, I also know that this is definitely not a small loss. I, Qin Shao, am willing to pay a certain price. Realm Lord Peng, just say the word. Hearing this, Peng felt. He didn't think too much about it. He thought Qin Shao was only going to save Lun Yin. Lun Yin was just an insignificant part of the Lu family. In that case, it was fine to let him go. It was no big deal. However, the other members of the Lu clan were different. They couldn't release all of them at once. This made Song Juchi feel a little awkward. His father would never agree to such a thing so easily. But he had just boasted and promised Qin Shao, which gave him a headache. Realm Lord Gao Shua frowned. His eyes were blank. Do you lie? Then? Is it difficult for a badger to dig a hole in the grave? Is it difficult for a badger to dig a hole in the ground? Lord Qin Shao, I don't know what relationship you have with the Lu family. Jia Gao Shua didn't move. What do you mean by persimmon? But he had also investigated Qin Zhao's situation. There should be no such possibility at all. Qin Shao was a person from the immortal region, and he was Sage Li's personal disciple. He had nothing to do with the Lu clan, so there should be no such possibility. However, Jigao So was also very confused. Why did he want to save the Lu clan? Qin Shao smiled faintly. Are you holding the reins and grasping the reins? Didn't I say it already? Originally, I had nothing to do with this Lu clan. It was only by chance that my heart was moved, and I accepted Lu Nian as my disciple. Now, Sai Neon Sai, then his family and clansmen can be considered to have some relationship with me. I just accepted him as my disciple. You can't refuse a disciple who can save you, right? That's why I agreed earlier. Naturally, I can't go back on my word now. Otherwise, where would I put my face as your master? After pausing for a moment, Qin Xiao continued. Sector Lord Peng, I wonder if there is any trouble. Perhaps I don't know too much about the situation. If I offend you in any way, I hope you can forgive me. If there's a situation, then there's no harm in telling me directly. If there are any difficulties, I will definitely be able to understand. Naturally, I will not force you to do things that are beyond your ability. Realm Lord Gao Shua's gaze remained the same. Ling Twilight Porch Recovery Waves Flattering Clang Qing Judge Tailoring after a moment of silence. Realm Lord Gao Shua said, there are indeed some difficulties. Perhaps you don't know, Lord Qin Xiao, but the Lu clan is related to me? Zhu Yao, Xin Ascaris, Ba Huang Yi. That's why I made the Lu clan slaves and maids for generations to come as punishment. If it was any other matter, not to mention 10,000 slaves, even if it was 100,000 slaves, as long as you, Lord Qin Xiao, asked, I wouldn't hesitate in the slightest. However, the Lu clan is making things difficult for me. How about this? I'll give you face, Lord Qin Xiao. I can release Lu Nian's direct relatives within 3 generations. In total, there should be 100 people. What do you think, Lord Qin Xiao? Hearing this, Lu Nian immediately became anxious. Horse, Delai was holding the reins of the Lu clan. Although he didn't say much, his meaning couldn't be any more obvious. It seemed that Jie Gao Shua's hatred for the Lu clan had reached an extreme level. Even after so many eras, he still couldn't let go of the Lu clan. It seemed that this matter was still difficult to solve. It wouldn't go as smoothly as expected, but no matter what, he had to give it a try. He couldn't give up so easily. Qin Xiao said, since Realm Lord Gao Shua is willing to give me some face, then why not be generous for once? I, Qin Xiao, owe Realm Lord Gao Shua a big favor. In the future, if Realm Lord Gao Shua needs anything from me, I, Qin Xiao, will do my best. I won't refuse. If Realm Lord Gao Shua still cares about face, do you think he's dissatisfied with the acripoids? Then you can name a price. If you need anything from me, Qin Xiao, I, Qin Xiao, will do my best. Realm Lord Gao Shua, as you can see, my disciple wants to save his entire clan. Previously, I didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation. That's why I agreed to it as a gift for my disciple. I didn't think much about it. I didn't think that there would be such a complicated situation. But I, Qin Xiao, am a proud person. Since I've already made a promise, then no matter what, I'll naturally try my best to fulfill it. So maybe I, Qin Xiao, was a little too harsh today. If I've offended you in any way, I hope that Realm Lord Gao Shua will be magnanimous and not lower yourself to my level. We young people still have a lot of things that we can't handle well. Jie Gao Shua? Was he trying to hide the acripoids? He stood up. Naturally, he couldn't let go of such a thing. He didn't want to let any one of the Lu clan go. He wanted to slowly torture the remaining members of the Lu clan to death. In the end, the Lu clan would completely disappear from this world. Only then could he vent his hatred. But he really wanted to owe Qin Xiao a big favor. Moreover, he could use this opportunity to establish a good relationship with Qin Xiao. It was a very good thing. After all, he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. He had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he didn't care that much, but if his son Zhu Qi could be on good terms with Qin Xiao and the others, that would be a fortunate thing. Therefore, Jie Gao Shua hesitated. Father, you've already tortured the Lu clan for nearly 100 universe eras. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with acripoids? Since the Lord Qin Xiao has made such a request, Father, if you still don't agree, then you'll be too unreasonable. If so, how can I have the face to interact with the Lord Qin Xiao in the future? Therefore, I would like to ask Father to agree to the request of the Lord Qin Xiao. Song Juchi could only help Qin Shao to the end. Otherwise, he didn't think he could really make friends with Qin Shao. Now that he had seen hope, he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot. He couldn't let go of this great opportunity. If he didn't grasp this opportunity well, he was afraid that he would get what he deserved. Mang Gaosuo looked at Mang Juchi, but he was still a little hesitant. Of course, his hesitation wasn't just because he didn't want to. Between them, is there really any relationship? Could it be that the Lord Qin Shao had come to avenge Madame Lu? But it didn't make sense. It didn't make sense at all. Hee, Realm Lord Peng. You are also the master of a realm, the supreme ruler of a region. Why do you have to be so wishy-washy? Can't you be more straightforward? If you can, you can. If you can't, you can't. It's not a big deal. My brother Qin Shao has never begged anyone like this before. If he didn't agree to his disciple's request without knowing the situation, he wouldn't be begging like this. If Realm Lord Peng thinks that my brother Qin Zhao's favor isn't enough, then add on my brother Pierre's favor. I wonder if that's enough? If it's really not enough, then it seems that we can't reach your Peng Jie. That's fine. If we can't, then we won't disturb you. Brother Pierre suddenly said with a smile. What he said at this time was just right, and it was very powerful. At the same time, he also added in some threatening words. On one hand, it was a benefit. On the other hand, it was a disadvantage. He threw it to Realm Lord Peng to choose. Song Juchi was a little anxious. If he was really rejected by his father, then his wish to be on good terms with Qin Shao and Brother Pierre would fail. This was something that took a lot of effort. He couldn't fail like this. So Song Juchi anxiously called out to his father again, Father. All right, Song Gao Jun said. Song Ming Kuxing, Hui Mei difficult to seal? Shun? Song Kuoming, Hui Meiying? I naturally want to accept your big favor. I, Song Gao Suo, am not someone who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I naturally want to give you face. But some things can't be decided by a favor or face. I respect the two of you very much, and I also hope that my son Juchi can reach out to you. A narrow palanquin and a cherry blossom. A palanquin and a slow selection? How about this? I'll make a final concession. Other than Lu clan's ancestor Lu Buizhong, I'll let everyone else go. If Lord Qin Shao still doesn't agree, then there's nothing I can do. Author, can Dai say, 3rd. Chapter 3089. This man Gao Suo was truly a vicious and careful person. For this matter, Qin Shao and Chuanjia's big favor, as well as Zhuanqi's pleading, were unable to persuade Mang Gaosuo. In the end, there was still a place for them. Moreover, the most important position was reserved for him. This was the most important thing. They had already been forced to this point. If they continued to force him, it would only make Mang Gaosuo more suspicious. At this time, even though Jigao Shuo didn't suspect anything, he was still somewhat on guard. Moreover, it could be seen that his hatred for the Lu clan and Lu Buizhong had reached an extremely deep level. No one could resolve it. The face of the two Firmament Academy disciples and the pleading of Song Juchi had no way to make him release Gao Suo's mouth, which was enough to show that. Since it had already come to this point, Qin Shao also knew that he could not say anything more. So be it for now. At the very least, they had to rescue the Lu clan members first. As for the rest, he would think about it later. All right, Realm Lord Mang. I know that my request is a bit excessive. Since you have your own difficulties, I won't force you. Let's leave it at that. I, Qin Shao, am here to thank Realm Lord Mang. Qin Shao said to Mang Gaosuo, then looked at Lun Yan. Lun Yan also bowed respectfully to Realm Lord Mang. With Mang Gaosuo's nod, the rest of the matter was much easier. Mang Juchi would definitely help Qin Shao. He could not wait to use this opportunity to befriend Qin Shao. Therefore, he was incomparably attentive. Soon, with Mang Juchi's help, the Lu clan's 10,000 people were quickly transferred out of the Realm Lord Manor and gathered together. Most of these people were only first or second step Heavenly Venerables. There were very few third and fourth step Heavenly Venerables. There were only 3 fourth step Heavenly Venerables. It was a pitiful number. Back then, the Lu clan was still considered relatively powerful. The number of fourth step Heavenly Venerables was in the tens of thousands. But now, they were reduced to such a miserable state. It was truly a pity. When the members of the Lu clan learned that Lu Nian was fortunate enough to be taken in as a disciple by a third-step ancient saint, they were shocked beyond words and found it hard to believe. Soon, they all felt happy and proud for Lu Nian. There were also many people who looked up to the sky and sighed. Some were even crying out of joy. They were all sighing that the heavens had eyes. The heavens had not given up on Madame Lu and had given her a way out. How many years had it been? It had been close to 100 universe epochs. Out of the billions of Lu clan members, there were only tens of thousands of them left. How miserable was that? Originally, the people of the Lu clan were in complete despair. However, she did not expect that such a noble person would suddenly appear and save Madame Lu. This was something that no one had even dreamt of. Everyone was a slave or a servant, dragging out an ignoble existence, enduring humiliation, but there was still no daylight. There was still no way. They could only despair. They could only sit on the ground and wait for death. Now, the light had finally descended upon Madame Lu. Everyone of the Lu clan had regained their freedom. They were no longer slaves. All the shackles and restrictions on their bodies were also removed. They were truly free. After a long time, the people of the Lu clan gradually believed that this was the truth. One by one, they knelt down, shedding tears of gratitude towards Qin Shao. This was a huge favor. Now that every one of the Lu clan had regained their freedom, the second step of the plan was basically completed. It was just that it had not been completed to their satisfaction. Now, it was time to settle the people of the Lu clan. Lord Qin Shao, do you have any thoughts on the matter of settling the people of the Lu clan? Do you need me to make the arrangements? Zhu Qi asked. Qin Shao smiled and shook his head. No need. Brother Zhu Qi, you have already helped me a lot. I will not trouble you with such a small matter. I think that they have their own thoughts. Let's respect their wishes. This will be better. I've already asked Lu Nian. He has discussed with his clan members. They still hope to return to their original clan land and settle down there. It can be considered a kind of return. If we settle them down near the Realm Lord Manor, I am afraid they will not feel at ease. After all, they have been through so much here. We can understand how they feel. So, they all want to stay away from here. The Lu clan's original clan land is quite far from here. That is their first choice. Mang Juchi nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Since that is what the Lu clan wants, we will respect them. However, according to what I know, the Lu clan's clan land has long been occupied by other factions. So, if they want to return to their original land, it will be troublesome. It will not be so easy. But that is not a big deal. How about this, Lord Qin Shao? I will accompany you. I will make the arrangements for the other factions to give up the Lu clan's land. Qin Shao thought for a moment. There is no need to go through so much trouble. The Lu clan is only left with 10,000 people. It is useless for them to have a large territory. Even if we can get it, it's also difficult to defend it. So, there's no point in doing so. On the contrary, it'll only attract more trouble. So, there is no need for Brother Zhu Qi to do this. I will make the arrangements. Since the clan land has been occupied by others, so be it. The Lu clan only needs a small piece of land now. It is enough for them to settle down. Right now, they just want to live a normal life. There is no need for too much. Brother Zhu Qi, I will go and settle them down first. I will come back to the Realm Lord Manor when I am done. Hearing that Qin Shao was coming back, Zhu Qi was relieved. He was afraid that Qin Shao would leave just like that. That was why he was so eager to tag along. But since Qin Shao was coming back, it did not matter. He did not want to join in the fun. After discussing everything, Qin Shao and the other two led the Lu clan's people on the road back to the clan land. Soon, Qin Shao led the Lu clan's people to the Lu clan's ancestral land. Here, the sea has changed into mulberry fields. The factions have changed over and over again. Now, there was not much of the previous outline left. However, even though things had changed with the passage of time, even though all the outlines were no longer there, in the hearts of the people of the Lu clan, that feeling still existed, and that heart still existed. Even so, most of them had not stayed in the clan land. But what was passed down from their ancestors was the blood of the clan land and the aura of the clan land. So, when they came back to the clan land, everyone was very excited. Many people cried tears of joy. They knelt down and sighed to the sky. Since this territory had changed and was occupied by other factions, Qin Shao did not want to make things difficult for other factions. After 100 universe eras, it would be too overbearing to say that this territory belonged to the Liu clan. So, Qin Shao did not think of doing that. He found an empty space. After getting the consent of the Liu clan's people, he stopped here and prepared to rebuild the Liu clan's ancestral land here. After confirming, he immediately started the work of rebuilding the Liu clan's residence. Everyone was a heavenly venerable cultivator. Building a residence was not a difficult task. All the clansmen went to work. Moreover, everyone was rebuilding their new home. Naturally, all of them worked extremely hard, risking their lives to do the work. With everyone's enthusiasm, the speed of the construction of the residence was very fast. Lun Yin was Qin Zhao's disciple and a great contributor to the Liu clan. In addition, he was a 3-step ancient saint. So, Lun Yin's status in the Liu clan was very high. Although his seniority was very low, everyone was very respectful to him. In just 10 years, a rather impressive residence was completed. This residence was enough for tens of millions of clansmen to cultivate in. It would be enough for the Liu clan to use in a short period of time. After 10 years of hard work, the Liu clan's people were very happy to see the Liu clan's residence finally completed. Their faces were filled with joy. This was a joy they had never felt before. Everyone was gathered at the entrance of the Liu clan's residence. No matter what, there had to be a sense of ceremony. Master, if I may be so bold as to ask on behalf of the Liu clan, would you be able to raise a plaque for our Liu clan? Lun Yin said to Qin Shao. Everyone from the Liu clan bowed respectfully to Qin Shao and made their request. Even without Lun Yin's request, Qin Shao was willing to do so. Speaking of which, he could be considered a member of the Liu clan. Although he wasn't a disciple of the Liu clan, he was still Old Man Liu He's disciple. So, he could be considered half a member of the Liu clan. Qin Shao waved the sword in his hand a few times in the air. Immediately, 2 large, flamboyant words appeared on the plaque of the Liu clan's residence. Liu clan. These 2 words exuded a powerful sword aura. The Liu clan's clansmen were shocked beyond words. Many of them were even stunned by the sight. These 2 words weren't simple at all. They exuded an extremely powerful deterrent force. With just a glance, one could not help but feel a sense of fear in one's heart. At this point, the Liu clan's residence could be considered complete. The Liu clan's clansmen cheered in unison, celebrating this sacred moment. This moment would be remembered by the Liu clan forever. After being oppressed and humiliated for so long, the Liu clan could finally see the light of day again. Finally, they were completely free. Finally, the Liu clan was restored. The Liu clan could see the light of day again. The Liu clan had a new beginning. The Liu clan would no longer be destroyed. To the Liu clan, this was too important. It was practically the grace of a new lease on life. Qin Zhao's great kindness to the Liu clan was engraved in everyone's hearts. Lun Yin said to Qin Shao and the other 2, Master and Uncle Masters, please lead the way. Let's enter the Liu clan's residence and bring the Liu clan back to life. Qin Shao nodded. This sort of ritual was still very necessary. Just as Qin Shao was about to step into the Liu clan's residence, an angry and thunderous shout came from afar. Umph! You unruly commoners! How dare you privately build a residence in the territory of the martial god sect? How audacious! How dare you disregard the supreme dignity of the martial god sect? Who gave you the courage to do so? You saw a group of people dressed in the same uniform rushing over here. They were aggressive and murderous. Just looking at them would make people feel scared. There weren't many people in this group. There were only about 1,000 of them. However, their aura was too strong. It was as if they had the power to suppress everything. The Liu clan's clansmen were already used to being oppressed. At this moment, they were all frightened and worried. They were all a loss. Author Cruel Death 4th Update. begging for fresh flowers. Chapter 3090. Soon, this group of people dressed in uniform arrived. Each of them had a ferocious look on their faces. It was frightening to look at them. These people called themselves the martial god sect. They were very unfriendly. The person who spoke just now was a fourth-step heavenly venerate with a powerful aura. Behind him were a dozen fourth-step heavenly venerates, while the rest were second-step and third-step heavenly venerates. Although there were only 1,000 of them, they were all very imposing. Moreover, it was obvious that they were well-trained. Their strength was definitely not ordinary. In terms of aura, these people had an overwhelming advantage over the Liu clan's people. Although the Liu clan's people outnumbered the martial god sect's people by 10 times, they gave off the feeling that they were dispirited. They didn't have any imposing manner at all. They didn't even have confidence. With a glance, one could tell that such a group was weak. Under the pressure of the martial god sect's people, many of the Liu clan's people lowered their heads in fear. They didn't dare to act formally. Even the third-step heavenly venerates and fourth-step heavenly venerates looked helpless. They didn't dare to resist at all. When a person was used to being oppressed, they would indeed become timid and lose their imposing manner. A person without imposing manner was not confident. Without confidence, he would naturally be very weak. Seeing the Liu clan like this, Qin Shao felt a little distressed. How could the Liu family survive in the future? How could they develop well in the future? How could they revive the glory of the past? How could they restore the glory of the past? The Liu clan like this was a sickly and weak Liu clan. It was a Liu clan that made people worry. It was a Liu clan that could be destroyed at any time. He had to change the current situation. Qin Shao calculated in his heart and came up with some ideas. Qin Shao gestured to Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan. The three of them quietly retreated to the side. The man who led the martial god sect's people swept his gaze over the crowd. When he saw that the Liu clan's people had been intimidated, the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful and playful sneer. He also seemed a little smug. Humph, humph, you lowly commoners, where did you refugees come from? You dare to privately enclose such a large piece of land within my martial god sect's territory and construct such a large mansion? Who allowed you to be so daring? Who is the instigator here? Hurry up and stand out. Immediately, everyone from the Liu clan was very timid. At this moment, no one dared to stand out. Lun Yin clenched his teeth and walked forward. He looked at the man from the martial god sect and spoke in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Sir, please quell your anger. We didn't know that this was the martial god sect's territory, so we didn't seek the martial god sect's permission in advance and build a mansion on our own. This is our Liu clan's fault. However, there's a situation that I would like to explain to you. This place was actually the territory of our Liu family 100 universe years ago, and our Liu family had flourished here for many universe eras. It's just that something big happened to our Liu clan later on, and we lost this territory. Now, our Liu clan is only left with a small fraction of us. We have returned to this territory. That's why he built a mansion here. If we have offended your martial god sect, I will represent our Liu clan and solemnly apologize to you. My lord, I would like to trouble you to help us go back and report the situation of our Liu clan. Our Liu clan is truly in need of a home. I hope that the martial god sect can fulfill our wish. If that's the case, our Liu clan will be eternally grateful. Although Lun Yin spoke very politely, it was clear that his display of weakness didn't receive any understanding or sympathy from the other party. The man from the martial god sect waved his hand and pointed at Lun Yin angrily. What nonsense are you spouting? You don't know what you're talking about. This place belonged to the Liu clan 100 universe years ago. Then I can say that the Fluor realm belonged to the martial god sect 1,000 universe years ago. This is simply the biggest joke in the world. Things have changed with the passage of time. You can even talk about things that happened 100 years ago, and it's even nonsense. Brat, it seems that you're truly an audacious and unruly commoner. You're courting death. Since you insist on courting death, I'll grant you your wish first. You can deal with your group of lowly commoners who don't know the difference between life and death. How dare you behave so atrociously in the territory of the martial god sect? You're simply courting death. After saying that, the leader of the martial god sect did not hesitate and directly attacked Lun Yin. Lun Yin was only a third step heavenly venerate. Furthermore, Lun Yin was only a third step heavenly venerate. His abilities were far too lacking. He basically didn't have any abilities to speak of. Thus, how could Lun Yin possibly be a match for the man from the martial god sect? That was an extremely powerful fourth step heavenly venerate cultivator. His attack was ruthless. It was completely aimed at taking Lun Yin's life. He didn't show any mercy at all. Such ruthlessness was sufficient to show how vicious and merciless that man was. Faced with such a powerful and ruthless expert, Lun Yin's expression immediately stiffened. His expression turned ugly. He knew that he was definitely no match for the man. However, there was nothing he could do. At a time like this, he had to bravely step forward. He still clearly remembered his master's teachings. He had to be brave and fearless. He had to swear to protect the Lu clan with his life. Even if he were to die, he would not back down. Behind him was the Lu clan that he had to protect. Thus, even though he was facing such a powerful opponent, Lun Yin still had a fearless expression. He courageously stepped forward. However, the result was clear. Lun Yin was simply no match for the man from the martial god sect. Thus, he was naturally sent flying the moment they clashed. Fortunately, Lun Yin was wearing the life-saving treasure that Qin Shao had bestowed upon him. Thus, even though he was struck by the man from the martial god sect, he was still fine. He only suffered some light injuries. Soon, Lun Yin stabilized himself. He was incomparably shocked to see that he wasn't seriously injured. Originally, he had come with the resolve to fight to the death. He naturally knew that he was definitely no match for the man from the martial god sect. When they clashed earlier, the people from the Lu clan all broke out in cold sweat for him. However, in the end, he had actually managed to block the attack. Moreover, he wasn't injured at all. Lun Yin naturally knew that this was the effect of the life-saving treasure his master had bestowed upon him. Otherwise, the attack from earlier would have been enough to seriously injure him. It was simply impossible for him to be in such a state. Lun Yin glanced at Qin Shao. Qin Shao gave him a slight nod of encouragement. Having received his master's encouragement, Lun Yin's conviction grew even stronger, and his anger grew even stronger. He walked over once more and used his body to block the man from the martial god sect. His gaze was incomparably firm. He was neither servile nor overbearing. He fearlessly looked at the man from the martial god sect. Lun Yin spoke again. Heavenly sovereign of the martial god sect, my Lu clan has always been one to reason before using force. Earlier, I've also repeatedly shown weakness to curry favor with you. If you insist on being overbearing, if you insist on killing our Lu clan, then we can only fight you to the death. This place was originally our Lu clan's territory. It's just that it was later occupied by your martial god sect. Furthermore, this is only a piece of barren land. Even if this is your martial god sect's territory, why must you be so overbearing? We've merely built a residence in your martial god sect's uninhabited territory. We're not trying to fight over territory with your martial god sect. At the very most, our Lu clan will pay tribute to your martial god sect in the future. Why must your martial god sect be so overbearing? Why must you kill our Lu clan? The people from the martial god sect all snorted disdainfully and laughed loudly. They looked at the people from the Lu clan as if they were looking at a bunch of clowns, a bunch of lowly refugees. Those gazes were filled with arrogance, domineeringness, and an insufferably arrogant style. Thinking about it, those people were most likely used to abusing others. That was why they were so arrogant. They didn't care about human lives at all. It seems you're just a bunch of incomparably lowly barbarians. You don't even know the rules of gifts. You even dare to haggle with me and challenge my martial god sect. Truly a bunch of idiots tired of living. It seems you all want to die. Good. Then I'll help you. If you don't want to die, then kneel before me and obediently listen to my orders. Perhaps you'll be able to keep your lives." The leader of the martial god sect sneered. His aura surged and suppressed everything. Under such pressure, the people of the Liu clan were all shocked and aghast. What should they do? What should they do now? Were they really going to die at the hands of the martial god sect? What was the meaning of Qin Shao and the others? Even now, they still didn't have any intention of attacking. Could it be that they were also afraid of the martial god sect? Quite a few people from the Liu clan looked at Qin Shao and the others. But Qin Shao and the others clearly didn't have any intention of attacking. So the people from the Liu clan were even more puzzled. What was going on? Members of the Liu clan, please listen to me, Lun Yin. Our Liu clan has been enslaved and oppressed by the Realm Master for 100 epochs. We've lived in darkness, a life worse than death. We're simply worse than pigs and dogs. Now, our Liu clan has seen the light again. We return to our clan. This is the land of our ancestors. This is where our roots lie. This is where our faith lies. Since we've come, since we've built the Liu estate here, since it's a new beginning for our Liu clan, a new epoch, then the people of our Liu clan should break and then rebuild. We should walk out of the darkness and witness this new light. How can our hard-earned dignity be destroyed by the people of the martial god sect? If we don't even have the courage and determination to protect our clan's land, to protect the final dignity of our Liu clan, then how can we be worthy of being members of the Liu clan? My Liu clan's ancestor has been humiliated for 100 epochs, but he's still proud and arrogant. He's never yielded, never resigned himself to fate. Are we, the people of the Liu clan, going to obediently resign ourselves to fate today? Are we going to give up the freedom, the dignity, and the light we've obtained with great difficulty? If that's the case, how will we have the face to face the countless dead clansmen of our Liu clan? So, today, even if we die, we must protect all of this. Since we've already decided, there shouldn't be any reason for us to leave. Besides, where else can we go? If we can't even protect our roots, where else can we go? In this vast world, there's likely no place for our Liu clan. Today, we must fight to protect the final trace of dignity of our Liu clan. It's a battle to regain our confidence. It's a battle that we must all summon our courage for. We've been bullied and humiliated for so long. Now that we've regained our freedom, it's time for us to raise our heads. It's time for us to stand up. It's time for us to bring out our courage, our confidence, and our determination to fight against the darkness. People of the Liu clan, do you dare to fight alongside me? Do you dare to fight against the martial god sect? Chapter 30-91. Everyone from the Liu clan, do you dare to fight alongside me? Lun Yin's words were like a sudden clap of thunder, exploding in the hearts of the Liu clan's people. Like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, it caused the originally deathly, still hearts of the Liu clan's people to once again ripple with great waves. They were no longer as silent as a pool of stagnant water. They were no longer terrifyingly calm. Courage and determination quietly rose, transforming into a surge of power that surged into the depths of the Liu clan's people's hearts, allowing them to regain their confidence and dignity. That's right, their Liu clan had been bullied, humiliated, enslaved, and oppressed for all these years. Using the word inhumane to describe, it was not an exaggeration at all. However, could they really only admit defeat like this? Did they really not dare to resist? No. They must resist. They must resist. They had obtained their freedom with great difficulty. They had seen the light with great difficulty. They had returned to their homeland with great difficulty. They had rebuilt the Liu estate with great difficulty. They had started anew with great difficulty. All of this was not easy to come by. It was a gift from the heavens. How could they not use their lives to defend and protect such things that were not easy to come by? Right. What Lun Yin said is correct. This place was originally our Liu clan's homeland. We merely built a residence in a desolate and uninhabited place. At worst, we'll just pay taxes according to the rules. If the people from the martial god sect are overbearing and insist on killing us, then we'll fight them to the death. That's right. We've already lost so much. What else can we not lose? At worst, we'll fight them to the death. If we continue to live like cowards, then we might as well die with a bang. I also don't want to be bullied anymore. Let's fight. After being so lowly for so many years, we must be brave for once. It can be said that we have no regrets coming to this world. Children of the Lu clan, what joy is there in life? What harm is there in death? Are we really cowards? Do we really not dare to resist? Have we really been enslaved for so long that we can't stand up anymore? No, we are the people of the Lu clan. Our ancestors were so unyielding that they would rather die than submit. Why should we fear death? Since the people from a martial god sect want to kill us and force us into a dead end, then we'll fight them to the death. Fight! As soon as their blood boiled, it surged violently, causing everyone to follow suit. Once one's confidence was restored, one would become courageous and fearless, filled with strength. They would no longer be cowardly, lowly, and humble. Of the Lu clan's hearts. As long as everyone worked together and united their minds, their strength would be twisted into a rope, and it would be very powerful. No matter what, the Lu clan had tens of thousands of people, and some of them were third or fourth step celestial venerables. Although they lacked some training, as long as everyone worked together, they were still a force to be reckoned with. Seeing this scene, Qin Shao, who was at the side, also felt a little relieved. There was still some hope for the Lu clan right now. It was like a fire seed. As long as this fire seed existed, it was possible for it to ignite a raging fire in the future. The seed of hope was extremely important. At this moment, it had been planted. The people from the martial god sect were even more disdainful when they heard the words of the Lu clan's people. Crash! The leader of the martial god sect unsheathed his sword. Everyone from the martial god sect unsheathed their swords, revealing their sinister fangs. Everyone, listen to my command. Lun Yin's gaze was incomparably cold as he stared at the leader of the martial god sect. Everyone from the Lu clan also took out their weapons. They were going to fight the people from the martial god sect. Although their weapons were relatively low-end and crude, it did not stop them from vowing to fight to the death. A great battle was about to break out. The atmosphere was already extremely tense. This was a battle of defense. They had to fight. The leader of the martial god sect coldly snorted and said disdainfully, "Humph, a bunch of ignorant, lowly commoners. You're courting death." After he finished saying those words, he waved the sword in his hand, indicating for the people from the martial god sect to attack. However, right after he waved his sword, a strange and frightening thing happened. The sword in his hand suddenly turned into a brittle wax and broke apart piece by piece. Seeing such a scene, the leader of the martial god sect instantly turned deathly pale from fright. He stood there in incomparable astonishment. It was not only him. The people behind him that were planning to charge forward were also in a similar situation. Thus, it truly frightened everyone. Their faces turned pale from shock, and they stood there stupefied. Such a strange and frightening thing had an enormous impact on them. How could such a thing be possible? The swords in their hands were all excellent weapons. How could they possibly break so easily? Yet, earlier, all of their swords had soundlessly shattered into pieces. What sort of frightening power had attacked them? Furthermore, they were actually unable to sense that frightening power. These people were no fools. They immediately knew that there was an expert here, an expert among the Lu clan's people. The leader of the martial god sect also immediately reacted. His gaze landed on Qin Shao and the others. Only those three people were different from the rest. Earlier, he did not pay much attention to them. However, now that he looked at them, he discovered that they were strange. He was actually unable to see through those three people at all. It was as if they were godlike existences. Qin Zhao's indifferent gaze swept over them. Although it was only a glance, it was sufficient to cause the hearts of the people from the martial god sect to sink. It was as if they had been struck by a frightening power. That feeling was extremely frightening. That gaze caused them to recall their sect master, a supreme existence at the ancient saint realm. Thus, The people from the martial god sect could not help but feel fear in their hearts. Could it be that this person was an ancient saint realm existence? Or perhaps all three of them were ancient saints? If that was the case, it would be too frightening. Their martial god sect only had a single ancient saint realm expert. Go back and tell your sect head that this territory is mine. In the future, it will belong to the Liu clan. Your martial god sect should not make things difficult for the Liu clan in the future. Otherwise, I will personally go to your martial god sect and exterminate it so that it no longer exists in this world. If your sect master is unconvinced, he can come and see me personally, Qin Shao said indifferently. His tone contained a supreme aura that caused no one to dare to question or refute him. When the people from the martial god sect heard that, their hearts trembled. Those words were too domineering. With a single sentence, he wanted to seize the martial god sect's territory. Furthermore, he even said that he would destroy the martial god sect. What kind of arrogant words were those? However, at that moment, the people from the martial god sect were in fear and trepidation. They did not dare to say anything. After taking a few deep glances at Qin Shao, the leader of the martial god sect decided to leave. With a wave of his hand, he led the people from the martial god sect away. This disaster could be considered to have been resolved. The people from the Liu clan were once again grateful to Qin Shao. Originally, there were many people who did not understand why Holy Venerate Qin Shao was unwilling to help them. He stood there without saying a word, as if he did not want to care about this matter. They thought that he was afraid of the martial god sect. Now, everyone finally understood Holy Venerate Qin Zhao's intention. He wanted to stir up their fighting spirit and courage so that they could break the shackles in their hearts. He wanted them to walk out of the lowly slavery and become stronger. If they did not throw away this slavery heart, it would be a very scary thing. Fortunately, they understood now. Naturally, they were even more grateful to Qin Shao in their hearts. After the people from the martial god sect left, the people from the Liu clan also entered the Liu residence and settled down. They had a new home, a new light, and a new life. It was as if everything had been reborn. The people from the Liu clan had settled down, but there was still an important problem in front of Qin Shao. That was, the Liu clan had no cultivation resources. It could be said that they were now in a state of poverty. They had no foundation at all. They did not have any cultivation resources. Even the most basic weapons and cultivation methods were extremely lacking. In such a situation, it would be a great hindrance to the cultivation, reproduction, and development of the Liu clan. Qin Shao also wanted to change this situation. Cultivation methods are easy to get. We should have some on us. We can just take them out. Then, we can think of a way to collect some. As for other cultivation resources, it will be very difficult for us to help. After all, we don't have much savings. Moreover, we have to use them to enter the carefree small realm. So, we definitely can't take out too much. Otherwise, we will all be in trouble. If we want the Liu clan to have a good cultivation environment and to be able to develop for a long time, a little bit of resources is not enough. Brother Pure shook his head and said. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed a little embarrassing. After thinking about it, Qin Shao shook his head and said, forget it. Then let's work for a while and think of a way to get some cultivation resources for the Liu clan. Anyway, there is still a long time before we enter the carefree small realm. During this time, let's try our best to accumulate some resources for the Liu clan. Let's take out some of our resources and give them to the Liu clan first. Brother Pure nodded. This was the only way now. Although the cultivation resources were scarce, the Liu clan still cherished them very much. They began to operate well. Everyone was very motivated. They all wanted to improve their strength as soon as possible so that they could better protect the Liu clan and their new home. This time, they couldn't afford to lose their home again. They would rather live and die with their home and live and die with it. With the help of Qin Shao and the other two, the situation was naturally very good. Qin Shao taught Lun Yin some cultivation methods, and Lun Yin could also teach others. This formed a very good cycle. Not long after, a powerful aura descended. It was obviously the aura of an ancient saint. An ancient saint had come. The people of the Liu clan were as if they were facing a great enemy. They were all very nervous. Qin Shao and the other two flew into the void. They saw a figure coming from the sky. In an instant, he was not far in front of Qin Shao and the other two. His mighty aura surged as if he wanted to show off his strength. However, this strength was not worth mentioning in front of Qin Shao and the other two. It was very unbearable. The person in front of them was only a one-step ancient saint. In Qin Zhao's eyes, he was so weak that he was pitiful. He was not worth a second look. The person's gaze fell on Qin Shao and the other two. After a few deep glances, the more he looked, the more shocked he became. His aura quickly weakened. How could he not see that the three people in front of him were very extraordinary? They were not simple characters. Even he could not see the depth of their strength. This meant that their cultivation level was very likely higher than his. How terrifying! Chapter 3092. The Martial God Sect Master, who was originally a little overbearing and aggressive, instantly withdrew his aura when he saw them. His heart paled. They were so young, yet so unfathomable. Moreover, their temperaments were also extraordinary. No matter what, the Martial God Sect Master could be considered an experienced person. Therefore, he could tell at a glance that the three people in front of him were all extraordinary existences with considerable backgrounds. Putting aside the fact that he could not afford to offend such existences in terms of strength, he could not afford to offend them in terms of status. How could he dare to offend such important figures? Naturally, he had to do his best to curry favor with them. Otherwise, the Martial God Sect would be destroyed in an instant. He was only a first-step ancient saint. In the great Tao Saint realm, there were many existences he could not afford to offend. In a small place like the Martial God Sect's territory, he could still be the ruler. However, in the entire great Tao Saint realm, he was nothing at all. If he made a single mistake, it was very likely that his Martial God Sect would be destroyed. I am a Martial God Sect Master. May I ask who the three of you are? Just now, I heard that my ignorant subordinates had offended the three experts. Therefore, this sect master specially rushed over to apologize to the three experts. The Martial God Sect master immediately bowed to Qin Shao and the other two. He was a shrewd person. He immediately changed his attitude. Seeing that the Martial God Sect master's attitude was good, Qin Shao smiled faintly and said, "Martial God Sect master, there is no need to be so polite. I am Qin Shao. My disciple is a member of the Liu clan. Therefore, I brought the Liu clan's people here to settle down. We unintentionally took over some of the Martial God Sect's territory. I hope the Martial God Sect master will not blame us. Speaking of which, this territory belonged to the Liu clan 100 years ago. Now that they have returned, they're not trying to take back their old land. They just want to settle down here. It can be considered as returning to their old land. Therefore, I hope the Martial God Sect master will make things easy for us and not make things difficult for the Liu clan's people. They only need this land with a radius of 100 miles. To the territory of the Martial God Sect, this shouldn't be worth mentioning. It's no more than plucking a cow's hair." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Martial God Sect master was shocked. 100 universe years ago? Madame Liu? That Madame Liu? But wasn't the Liu clan annihilated by Jie? The remaining members of the Liu clan should have all been enslaved by the Realm Lord. This was something that everyone in the Fulua realm knew. The young expert in front of him was actually able to rescue the Liu clan's people from the hands of Jie. Then who exactly was this young expert? Even World Lord Jie had to give him some face. This was something that was hard to imagine. The more he thought about it, the more shocked the Martial God Sect master was. He increasingly felt that he had bumped into a big shot this time around. This was definitely a big shot with a huge background. How could a small Martial God Sect like him afford to offend such a person? Therefore, the Martial God Sect master naturally didn't hesitate and immediately said, "You're too polite. Since you've asked, how could our Martial God Sect be so stingy? In the future, This area with a radius of 1,000,000 miles will belong to the Lu clan. Treat it as a small gift from our martial god sect to welcome the Lu clan back. I hope you don't mind. Also, is there anything else that you need our martial god sect to help you with? If there is, please feel free to ask. If there's anything that we can help with, our martial god sect will definitely not decline. It seemed that the martial god sect master was really smart and knew how to adapt to the situation. He was very generous, giving 1,000,000 miles of territory to the Lu clan with a wave of his hand. This was naturally a great thing for the Lu clan. 1,000,000 miles of territory was completely enough for the Lu clan to reproduce and develop for a long time. Moreover, they wouldn't have to worry about anything anymore. Qin Shao didn't decline. Instead, he cupped his fists and said to the martial god sect master, "Martial god sect master, then I'll thank you on behalf of the Lu clan. There's nothing else that we need to trouble you with. If there is, I'll let the Lu clan's people come to the martial god sect to look for you. I just hope that the martial god sect master can take care of the Lu clan when the time comes. I'll be eternally grateful." The martial god sect master immediately laughed and said, "Haha, you're too kind. It's only right for me to take care of them. Lord Qin Shao, you can rest assured about this. Just leave everything to me. When I return, I'll pass down the order to handle this matter. In the future, the Lu clan can rest assured and settle down here and start a family. Haha, if the 3 seniors are free, you can also come to my martial god sect." Qin Shao curled his lips and casually said, "All right, we'll see. If I'm free, I'll definitely go and have a few drinks with the martial god sect master." The martial god sect master was even more delighted. He hurriedly said, Good. Then I'll be waiting for the 3 of you to come. I won't disturb you any further. I'll take my leave first." After saying that, the Nongshun sect master left. The hearts of the Lu clan's people, which had been hanging in the air, finally settled down completely. The martial god sect master was so polite and respectful. He even took care of the Lu clan. This was really a good thing. In this way, the Lu clan really didn't have to worry about anything. The Lu clan was jubilant. They could finally be completely at ease. Moreover, they actually obtained a territory with a radius of 1,000,000 miles. For the Lu clan, which only had 10,000 people, it could be said to be extremely large. The martial god sect wouldn't cause trouble for the Lu clan anymore. Moreover, they obtained a large territory. The Lu clan was overjoyed and looked forward to the future. The martial god sect master is quite tactful. Brother Pure curled his lips and said. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. It's good that he's tactful. In this way, the Lu clan's days will be much better. We can only act as a deterrent. The Lu clan's days in the future will have to depend on themselves. If the martial god sect is willing to take care of them, that would naturally be the best thing. Let's not talk about this anymore. We should think of a way to help the Lu clan settle down. With some cultivation resources provided by Qin Shao and Brother Pure, it was temporarily enough for the Lu clan to cultivate in the early stages. Everything in the Lu clan was proceeding in an orderly manner. Gradually, they were on the right track. Qin Shao had also let Jingyang out. Jingyang was very excited and immersed himself in the Lu clan, cultivating together with the people of the Lu clan. In truth, the people of the Lu clan didn't know about Jingyang. However, when they found out that Jingyang was actually the servant of Patriarch Lu He, they naturally treated Jingyang as one of their own. Patriarch Lu He was the supreme existence in the hearts of the Lu clan. Naturally, the people of the Lu clan all respected Patriarch Lu He. Although Patriarch Lu He's vengeance had yet to be avenged, the people of the Lu clan were basically free. They had regained a new life, rebuilt the Lu residence, and gained a territory that belonged to the Lu clan. They had escaped the darkness and gained the light. This could be considered a kind of relief. This allowed Jingyang to feel like he was at home. The martial god sect master was indeed an extremely shrewd person. He might have found out about Qin Shao and the other two's identities from the Realm Lord's manor. Therefore, he immediately joined forces with the other major forces in the area and sent a total of generous gifts to the Lu clan. Originally, Qin Shao was naturally unwilling to accept them. After all, he had received gifts from others. However, thinking that Lady Lu was indeed in urgent need of this generous gift to replenish her cultivation resources, she thought for a moment and decided to accept it. The major forces all vowed in front of Qin Shao and the other two that they would definitely take care of the Lu clan. Some of them even asked the Lu clan if they needed more territory. For the Lu clan, this was naturally a great thing. Therefore, Qin Shao was happy to see this. This way, they would not have to worry about the Lu clan's future development. With the major forces taking care of them, at least the Lu clan would not be bullied by others. Moreover, for the Lu clan, a lot of cultivation resources were also given to the Lu clan. With the major forces' continuous help, there was hope for the Lu clan to rise again. They could see a new light. At this point, the matters of the Lu clan were more or less settled. Qin Shao could also leave with peace of mind. Naturally, Qin Shao would not take Lun Yin with him. Lun Yin's talent and potential were limited. He would probably remain like this for the rest of his life. Qin Shao gave Lun Yin some treasures and told him to stay in the Lu clan. He wanted him to lead the Lu clan to prosperity, and glory. This was a heavy responsibility. It was also the direction in which the Lu clan would work hard for generations to come. Young master, Jing Yang's strength is low. If he follows you, he will be of no use at all. He will only be in the inner world. It is very boring. Therefore, Jing Yang is willing to ask young master to allow Jing Yang to stay in the Lu clan. Let me become a member of the Lu clan. Let me contribute my humble strength to the revival of the Lu clan. Jing Yang did not want to leave with Qin Shao again. Therefore, he took the initiative to ask for permission. Qin Shao nodded. Since Jing Yang wanted to stay in the Lu clan, he would do as he wished. Yes, it is indeed better for you to stay in the Lu clan than to follow me. Here, you can live a normal life. It is quite good. As for Jing Yang and Lun Yin, Qin Shao naturally took special care of them. Before leaving, he also gave them some life-saving treasures. Soon, Qin Shao and the other two left the Lu clan. It was time to make a trip back to the Realm Lord Manor. There was also the matter of Lu Buozhong's unsaved Grand Teacher. This matter had always been a headache for Qin Shao. If it was simply to save someone, it would not be so difficult. The difficult part was that Grand Teacher's soul was under the control of the Realm Lord. If Jigeo Suo refused to release Grand Teacher's soul, then Grand Teacher would never be free. Only death would await him. Therefore, there was no solution to this matter. Last time, Jigeo Suo had not been able to make him relent. This time, it would be even more difficult. All this time, Qin Shao had been thinking about this matter. However, he still could not come up with a solution. There was no good solution. This matter was somewhat unsolvable. Qin Shao, Senior Lu Buozhong, has endured humiliation for 100 universe eras. After enduring endless humiliation, I am afraid he has long since given up on living. Now that everyone in the Lu clan has been saved, Senior Lu Buozhong has no more worries. If there is really no other way, then I am afraid we can only choose to give up on Senior Lu Buozhong. I believe Senior Lu Buozhong is definitely willing to sacrifice himself for the Lu clan. He must have already accepted death. Brother Pure shook his head and said, although Qin Shao did not agree with this, he knew that Brother Pure was right. The current situation was indeed more or less the same. It was indeed very difficult to change anything. It was easier said than done for him to let go of his Grand Master than for him to do so. Grand Teacher was definitely not afraid of death. He was definitely willing to sacrifice himself for the Lu clan. However, in his heart, Qin Shao did not want to see this happen. This was the father of his master, Elder Lu Ha. If he could save him, then naturally he would do everything in his power to save him. He definitely could not give up so easily. Chapter 3093. Brother Pure suddenly had an idea. Qin Shao, isn't that a possibility? We can think of a way to convince Song Juqi and use his life as a hostage to force Song Gao Suo to submit. Do you think it's possible? This possibility, Qin Shao thought for a moment. If that's the case, then it's equivalent to completely falling out with Song Gao. Since we've completely fallen out with him, why would he compromise with us for the sake of his son's life? Since we can't be friends, then we can only be enemies. Once we're enemies, do you think Song Gao Suo will compromise? And perhaps Song Juchi's main body has already entered the carefree little realm. Even if we kill his clone, it'll be difficult to succeed. Moreover, no matter what the grudge between Song Gao Suo and I is, Song Juchi is innocent. We've already used Song Juchi. If we still kill him, then it'll be too immoral. That's not something I'd do. This was obviously not going to work. Brother Purity nodded and discarded this thought. That was indeed the case. It seemed that this was not going to work either. Thinking about it, how could someone like Song Gao Suo compromise for the life of his son's clone? If it really came to this point, it would definitely be a situation where one side would not rest until one side was dead. If this was not going to work, then there was really no solution. Brother Pure shook his head helplessly. Is there really no other way? Qin Shao shook his head. There's no solution, at least for the time being. Qin Shao also felt helpless in the face of certain things. After all, Song Gao Suo controlled Lu Buozhong's soul. Lu Buozhong's life was completely in the hands of Song Gao Suo. He would never be free unless Song Gao Suo took the initiative to release him. Otherwise, even if Qin Shao could kill Song Gao Suo's main body and clone at the same time, it wouldn't be of any use. After all, Gung Gaojun only needed a thought to kill Lu Buozhong. It was impossible to kill Gao Suo at the same time. Therefore, this matter seemed to be an unsolvable problem. Forget it. Let's return to the realm Lord Manor first. Very quickly, Qin Shao and the other two returned to the realm Lord Manor. Song Juchi seemed to have already known that Qin Shao and the others were coming back, so he was already waiting at the gate to welcome them. As soon as he entered the realm Lord Manor, Qin Shao saw Lu Buozhong kneeling there again. He felt very uncomfortable in his heart. I'm sorry, Lord Qin Shao. I really couldn't help you last time. After that, I pleaded with my father many times, but my father refused to budge, so I had no choice. Song Juchi said apologetically. Qin Shao nodded and said, Qin Shao understands and appreciates brother Juchi's good intentions. I know you've done your best. Actually, I know this matter is very difficult. It's just that brother Juchi should be able to understand my difficulties. As a teacher, I naturally want to fulfill my promise to my disciple. Otherwise, wouldn't it make me look like a teacher who doesn't keep his promise and is useless? I, Qin Shao, have never broken my promise to anyone before, let alone my own disciple. This time, it's a miscalculation. Song Juchi seemed to be able to understand. He said, Lord Qin Shao didn't know the situation inside, so you can't blame Lord Qin Shao. This matter can only be said to be a coincidence. My father has a temper. Once he's stubborn, no one can say anything to him. I'm also very afraid of him. I've thought about this matter carefully, and there's really no other way. It's not that I don't want to help you, Lord Qin Shao, but there's really no other way. I've tried all the methods I can, but I almost didn't use death to force him. But with my father's personality, even if I used death to force him, it wouldn't have helped. Instead, he would have gotten what he wanted. My father's hatred for the Liu clan's patriarch has already reached an extremely deep level. There's no other way. Song Juchi said there was no other way. Qin Shao had wanted to ask Song Juchi if he had any other ideas. But now, it seemed like there was really no other way. But to Qin Shao, it was more of a helplessness. He clearly had the strength, but he couldn't save his teacher. Why was that? It was because he wasn't strong enough. He was far from being strong enough. If he was a world immortal, he might have been able to force Song Gao Suo to let his teacher go. Unfortunately, he was only a third-step ancient saint. He was far from being as strong as Song Juchi. It was because of this that Qin Shao could only feel helpless. However, could this enmity continue to be dragged on? At most, he would have to wait until all 8 missions were completed. This was a matter that had been buried deep in his heart for many years. Qin Shao wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. Brother Juchi, I'll have to trouble you. I can understand. I've already explained to Lun Yen. I've already tried my best. That's all I can do. Lun Yen is also a reasonable person. He didn't say anything else. However, I broke my promise. So, I'd like to speak to the Lu clan's patriarch personally. Is that possible? Qin Shao said. Song Juqi was a smart person. He naturally understood what Qin Shao meant. He immediately said, "Of course, Lord Qin Shao. I'll make the arrangements here without my father's knowledge. My father won't know about this." Seeing that Song Juqi understood his meaning, Qin Shao was relieved. He nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Song Juqi immediately got to work. This place looked empty, but there were many hidden sentries all around. They were guarding this place at all times. As long as there was any movement, Song Juqi would immediately know. Song Juqi immediately made the arrangements. Then, he returned and said to Qin Shao, "Lord Qin Shao, you only have half a cup of tea's time. Is that enough?" Qin Shao nodded. "It's enough. I'm just saying a few words. I'm not familiar with the Lu clan's patriarch." "Ha, that's good. Then, Lord Qin Shao, hurry up." Song Juqi sneered. Qin Shao walked in front of the Lu clan's patriarch. On one hand, he called out to the Lu clan's patriarch. On the other hand, he transmitted his voice to the Lu clan's patriarch. "Grandmaster, I'm Elder Lu He's disciple, Qin Shao. I've come to the Realm Lord's Manor to save the Lu clan." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Lu clan's patriarch, who had been expressionless all this time, was suddenly greatly moved. He raised his head and looked at Qin Shao with a somewhat excited expression in his eyes. However, the Lu clan's patriarch clearly still had some doubts. He didn't completely believe Qin Shao. Qin Shao naturally also knew that with just this sentence, it was naturally a bit difficult to make the Lu clan's patriarch believe him. So, he continued, "Grandmaster, I wonder if you know Jing Yang? He's a servant of Master. Perhaps Master has told you about him. Master did indeed die back then. However, before Master died, he exhausted all of his power to send Jing Yang into the endless universe ocean. He had him carry his inheritance, and in the end, by chance, he arrived at the primordial universe. Fortunately, it was obtained by disciple Qin Shao. In the end, I relied on Master's inheritance to start from scratch. Step by step, I walked to where I am today. This time, I came to the Realm Lord's Manor to save the Lu clan. I wanted to save you, Grandmaster, and then avenge Master and the Lu clan. I've already rescued and taken away the 10,000 or so clansmen of the Lu clan. I've returned to the old haunt and rebuilt the Lu residence. Now, in the Realm Lord's Manor, only Grandmaster remains. No matter what, the Realm Lord is unwilling to let you go. Disciple is also very helpless. At the moment, I really don't have a good way to save Grandmaster. Grandmaster, please punish me." Jing Yang. A strange expression flashed through the depths of the Lu clan's patriarch's eyes. He knew Jing Yang. He was a servant that his son, Lu He, had taken in. He had occasionally heard Lu He mention him once. However, he was a very unremarkable servant. He couldn't be put on the table at all. It was also something that very few people knew. Hearing that Jing Yang was mentioned, the Lu clan's patriarch naturally immediately believed Qin Shao. If it wasn't someone who had truly obtained the inheritance of his son, Lu He, it would be impossible for him to know about this matter. Even if it was him, it would be impossible for him to know. Moreover, he was a prisoner, a person who was about to die. What was there to deceive? Qin Shao, good job, good job. Ha ha ha. My son, Lu He, you're even better. Good job. Before dying, you were actually able to let a servant take your inheritance and leave the great Tao sacred realm. However, in the end, you also left a hope for the Lu clan. You planted a seed of karma in exchange for today's repayment. The 10,000 or so clansmen of my Lu clan are already free. We've already rebuilt the Lu clan. Our Lu clan has also seen the light again and has regained a new life. Good, good, good. This is really good. This is really too good. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, thank you. I thank you on behalf of the entire Lu clan. As long as my clansmen are fine, then I have no more worries. There's nothing to be reluctant to leave. The Liu clan's patriarch was incomparably overjoyed. He laughed continuously, his mood extremely excited. He had endured the oppression, humiliation, and bullying of these 100-universe eras. How much had he endured? At this moment, he had finally gotten a release. Even if he were to die now, he would be happy enough. Qin Shao immediately said, "Grand teacher, I've let you suffer. I'm truly ashamed. Bear with it for a while longer. Your disciple will think of a way to save you, Grandmaster. Killing Jigeo Suo is not difficult at all. However, saving you, Grandmaster, is extremely difficult. However, no matter how difficult it is, I won't easily give up. I'll definitely think of a way to do it." Ha ha ha. The Liu clan's patriarch laughed loudly again. However, he had an indifferent look on his face. "Good, Qin Shao. You've already done a lot for the Liu clan. Don't worry about this old man who's about to die. I know very well what kind of person Man Gaosuo is. If I fell into his hands, I would have died long ago. All these years, for the sake of the Liu clan, I could only endure the humiliation to survive. I was willing to endure endless humiliation. But now, the people of the Liu clan are all free, so I have nothing to worry about and nothing to restrain me. In all these years, I've never been as relaxed as I am now." Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, thank you. Our Liu clan has no successor. We're too weak, too weak. It's impossible for us to avenge this blood feud. Our Liu clan's vengeance is in your hands, Qin Shao. We're all in your hands. The old man is here. On behalf of the Liu clan, I thank you, Qin Shao. If my son in the underworld knows about this, he'll definitely be smiling in the underworld. Ha ha. The heavens have finally opened their eyes. They've finally protected our Liu clan for once. That's enough. That's enough. Old man, even if I die, what harm is there? Hearing Liu Boizhong's words, Qin Shao actually felt very, very sad. He didn't feel good at all. However, he also felt very helpless and powerless. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best to do it. However, this was an unsolvable problem. How could he solve it? Chapter 3094. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said solemnly, "Grandmaster, believe in me. You must believe in me. I've endured for so many years. Grandmaster, just endure for a bit longer. I'll quickly think of a way. There's still time. There's still a chance I can think of a way. Grandmaster, don't worry about the Liu clan's revenge. Just leave it to me. I'll definitely complete it. I've received great kindness from my master, Elder Liu He. I've received his inheritance, so I must repay this kindness. I've long since secretly vowed that I'll definitely avenge my master, Elder Liu He, in this sea of blood. Imitate. If I don't take revenge, I, Qin Shao, am not human." With Qin Zhao's words, the Liu clan's ancestor was gratified. He was completely gratified. His heart could also calmly relax. "Go. I'll be fine. Don't worry and go do your thing," said the Liu clan's ancestor. Qin Shao nodded. It was about time, so he retreated. In front of Pang Juqi, Qin Shao didn't show much. But to be honest, after speaking with Pang Juqi, Qin Zhao's mood was very heavy. He really was very unhappy. Did he really want to go immediately? Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? However, Qin Shao still endured. This time, he didn't return to the realm Lord's Manor for the sake of rushing. Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? The time wasn't right yet. Now, stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom? That was a bit too early. The best thing to do was to first complete all 8 missions, then make a move. Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom. Then, without waiting for Pang Gaoshua to have a chance to react, then directly enter the carefree little realm. Stretch, soar, thump, lotus blossom. If that was the case, then it could be reduced. After all, to complete all 8 missions, it would take tens of millions of years. In such a long time, it was indeed possible that anything could happen. Imitate. After all, even if Pang Gaoshua didn't know, Pang Juqi knew that Qin Shao knew that his true body was hiding in the carefree little realm. To avoid accidents, even the Emperor and the inscribed board of the Dark Dragon Army, Judge Xian Shu. Now, Jaggle is unaware of the danger. If that was the case, then they could make proper arrangements. There was no need to rush. By the way, Lord Qin Shao, my true body has already entered the carefree little realm. Haha, the experts of the carefree small realm were as common as clouds. Was it really more powerful than what he had imagined? Xianji, Xianji, P, Xianji, 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 Xianji? I didn't expect you to let me stay in the unfettered little realm. In the Xiao Yao minor world, you can really make a lot of friends. Song Juqi suddenly laughed. Qin Shao had guessed that Song Juqi's main body had already entered the carefree minor realm. Sure enough, Song Juqi's main body had entered the carefree minor realm. This is normal, isn't it? Washing the bed and washing the bed, the plate, the mechanical Mei Yao, the ping pong, and the ostrich. This was Pang Juqi's last mission. Now that the mission was completed, he could enter the unfettered small realm after paying a certain price. Such a price would not be difficult for Wan Shi. After all, he was the son of the Realm Lord. This little bit of savings was easy to take out. Aha, congratulations, congratulations. We've only heard of the carefree small realm, but we don't know the specific situation inside, Qin Shao said with a smile. Mang Ju sneered, haha, I've only just entered, so I don't know much about the situation inside. After I slowly understand it, I'll tell the Lord Qin Shao and the others about it next time. Qin Shao smiled and didn't say anything. This time, Qin Shao didn't plan to stay in the Realm Lord Manor for long. He bid farewell to Juqi and left. On the surface, chivalrous pure words, carbonal, snatching hammers, clumsy restraining, through beautiful cormorant model, clumsy, restraining Qin Xian, which crowned clumsy restraining stealing burst Yachuan playing tricks. This made Song Ju very happy. But the truth? Qin Shao wasn't here to bid farewell to Pang Juqi. He was here to see if Pang Juqi had a way to save his grandmaster. Their goal of saving people still ended in failure. However, there was no other way. This was the only way. After leaving, Qin Shao and the other two continued to do their missions. However, not long after, Qin Shao received a piece of bad news from Juqi. Grandmaster Liu Clan's old ancestor, True Body? How can I defeat Xian Shua's narrow-minded customs? What was he worried about the most? Forgive? In the end, the Grandmaster still chose this path. Qin Shao didn't want such a thing to happen. Twilight, 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 twilight. He had no way to stop this from happening. What? Although he had told his Grandmaster, he didn't expect that his Grandmaster still didn't listen to him and still chose to die. To be honest, Qin Shao hated himself for being so useless. He couldn't even save his Grandmaster's life. He couldn't even save the life of his Grandmaster's most important person. He had let his Grandmaster down. Alas! Brother Chuanjia shook his head and comforted Qin Shao. Brother, don't blame yourself too much. It's not your fault. You can't do anything about it. There's nothing you can do. Perhaps this is the path that the Liu clan's patriarch chose. For the Liu clan, he was willing to give up everything. The Liu clan's patriarch is great and worthy of respect. He used death to end his day. It's a form of release. He didn't want to be so petty and have his life controlled by Juqi Gaoshua. He used his death to cut off your worries so that you could deal with his jagged shuttle without any worries, without any threats. He used death to protect the Liu clan's dignity. Although the Liu clan's patriarch is dead, he used this method to stand with the Liu clan forever. Together, they will fight against the enemy. Together, they will avenge the Liu clan's blood sea. Ziyuan, is it a frog with a crocodile tattoo? Qin Shao nodded and heaved a long sigh. In front of the fence, Grandmaster was indeed very noble and fearless. For the Liu family, he is willing to give up everything. He's going to take all of it? Squeezing neodymium excrescence, wantonly, Shihua, 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 Shihua. She is indeed a heroic feat to cut down everything in the way. It's also my fault for being incompetent. How can this matter be objective? Chivalrous, 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 chivalrous? I will hate myself too. Firstly, I hate myself for being useless. Secondly, I hate myself for not being able to save my grandmaster. This is a great sin of being unfilial. I'm ashamed. I'm really ashamed. Brother Pure came over and patted Qin Shao on the shoulder to comfort her. Should all the blame be placed on Jagged High Shuttle? First of all, I'm walking on the ground. I'm burying superfluous dong. I'm tugging on my hair. I'm thinking of you. After blaming himself for a while, Qin Shao could only pick up his mood and continue forward. The Liu clan's patriarch was already dead, and there was no way to reverse the situation. Unless he reached an extremely powerful realm in the future, perhaps there would be a chance to revive him. But if he wanted to revive a second-step ancient sage, perhaps only Lord Reincarnation could do it. World? Chong Chong, Omega Lemon, Love, Haze Bad, Shenmushu? He could only think about these things in the future. This goal was still too far away. Should he put in his heart first? Study it? If there was such a possibility in the future, then Qin Shao, would naturally give it a try. Flux Emperor Yushu? The death of the Liu clan's patriarch could be considered as cutting off the apprehension in Qin Zhao's heart. It also made Qin Shao feel much more relaxed. Then what he needed to do now was to quickly complete the mission and go to the Realm Lord's mansion. Tug Wei Fu Dongyan, for his master, for his grandmaster, and for the entire Liu clan, he had to take revenge. Qin Shao had more or less investigated the situation in the Realm Lord's mansion. He had a rough idea of the situation and what kind of power it was. If he wanted to take revenge, there should be no problem. There were still 7 missions left. All of them were more complicated and troublesome. Most of them required time to accumulate and complete. Although they were complicated, the difficulty was indeed not very high for Qin Shao and the other two. So, to put it bluntly, they just needed to spend a certain amount of time. In the end, it took Qin Shao and the others more than 20 million years before they finally completed all the missions. Speaking of which, it was still considered quite good. Xian Xian Wu Mushui? More than 20 million years. Basically, Timid Beauty Mushu E. Those 8 missions had indeed delayed the cultivation of Qin Shao and the others. However, in these 20 million years, Qin Shao and the others had been cultivating. Compared to ordinary people, this was an incomparably monstrous and heaven-defying act. It was just that Qin Shao and the others were a little dissatisfied. Now, Qin Shao had also raised all the laws. Huang Gui Wu Mushui, the realm of perfection. This caused his cultivation to become even more stable. Qin Shao had mastered as many as 9 kinds of laws. All of them had been cultivated to the extreme of the realm of great accomplishment. One more step, and he would reach the peak level of the laws. But this step was a big breakthrough. Naturally, it was not something that could be achieved so easily. Except for the aspect of the laws, Qin Shao did not mention much about other aspects. Of course, the aspect of the laws. Ostrich. It was a great harvest. As for Brother Pure, he had also mastered 7 kinds of laws. He had also cultivated all 7 kinds of laws to the extreme of the realm of great accomplishment. Moreover, he had achieved a perfect integration of these 7 kinds of laws. With the help of Qin Shao, he had created his own unique skill. Although it was powerful, now, However, Brother Pure did not have the power of the inner world. So overall, chivalrous? His strength was still weaker than Qin Zhao's? Although he was weaker than Qin Zhao's? His Brother Pure should be able to face this realm calmly. As for Yuan, she had mastered as many as 8 kinds of laws. What about her harvest? She had broken through to the 3rd step of the ancient saint realm. Moreover, she had cultivated several kinds of laws to the realm of great accomplishment. Yuan? She was the most powerful one among the 3. Of course, it might also be because Yuan did not need to worry about anything. She was only responsible for following Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Perhaps she was also influenced by Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Therefore, during this period of time, Yuan was more serious and hardworking in cultivation. In the end, she had such a huge harvest. It could be considered the result of her hard work. Brother Qin Xiao, we have completed all the tasks. After this experience, our strength has also improved. Hum, 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 hum. Now it's time for us to return to the Fluor realm. Hum, hum, go straight for rugged Gao Sua's strength? Send him off first. Hum, hum, hum. Qin Xiao nodded heavily. In his eyes? Hum, 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 hum. It's time to set off for the Fluor realm. I have been waiting for this day for a long, long time. Master, Grandmaster, don't worry. I will soon avenge you and the Lu clan. This sea of blood? Hum. I will definitely make rugged Gao Sua pay with his life. I believe you have been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon, everything will be over. It will all be over. After saying that, Qin Xiao and the other two were horses. Hum, hum, hum. Chapter 3095. After more than 20 million years, he had returned to the floating Luo realm and the Boundary Master Mansion. He had come with different emotions and different objectives. This time, Qin Xiao's heart was heavy. This time, he really came for revenge. He was going to kill Mang Gao Sua. After waiting for so many years, it was finally time to put into action. Mang Juqi came early to welcome Qin Xiao and the other two. Qin Xiao also took the initiative to ask to see Realm Lord Mang. Mang Juqi naturally didn't think too much and directly brought Qin Xiao and the other two to see his father. Soon, they finally met Mang Gao Sua. Although he was smart and cunning, he didn't take any precautions. After all, Lu Buizhong was already dead. Qin Xiao and the other two had left for more than 20 million years before returning. He had checked, and there seemed to be nothing wrong. But the moment they met, the atmosphere was a little strange. Mang Gaosua seemed to have noticed it immediately, so he frowned slightly and looked at Qin Xiao with a slightly heavy gaze. This atmosphere made Mang Juqi a little confused. What's going on? There shouldn't be any conflict between Lord Qin Xiao and his father. Why was it like this when they met? Could it be that there was something he didn't know? Lord Qin Xiao, seems like you have something to ask of me today. Mang Gaosua said coldly. There is already a trace of unfriendliness in his eyes. For such an experienced person, a look, a trace of aura, they could sense something wrong. Qin Xiao said in a low voice. Realm Lord Mang, Qin Xiao has something to ask. Please answer. Realm Lord Mang, may I ask if you are the disciple of the Lu clan's ancestor, Lu Buizhong? What? Hearing Qin Xiao's question, Song Juqi was even more dumbfounded. His face was full of confusion. How is this possible? Didn't his father have an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu clan? Wasn't the Lu clan's patriarch chained to the stone platform in front of the Realm Lord Manor for hundreds of years? How could his father be the Lu clan's patriarch's disciple? How is this possible? Jagged Tall Shuttle's expression suddenly became gloomy, and his eyes flashed out a cold light. Who the hell are you? Gao Sua asked coldly. Qin Xiao didn't answer Gao Sua's question. Instead, he continued, Elder Lu Ha, and you are as close as brothers. The Lu clan's patriarch is your master. Although you weren't born in the Lu clan, it is where you grew up, isn't that right? Humph. Jigao Shua's mind was struck by a thunderclap. Monstrous anger suddenly surged up. He glared at Qin Xiao fiercely. When he mentioned the Lu clan's ancestor, Old Man Lu Ha, and this unknown past, who exactly was Qin Xiao? He was not a member of the Lu family. He was definitely not a member of the Lu family. Who was it then? Mang Gaosua coldly asked again. Who the hell are you? What's your relationship with Lu Ha? Seeing his father fly into a rage out of humiliation, Song Juqi basically believed it. It seemed that his father was indeed a disciple of the Lu clan's old ancestor, and had a very deep relationship with the Lu clan. But why did his father fall out with the Lu clan like this? Why did he have such an irreconcilable enmity with the Lu clan? And why did Lord Qin Xiao come looking for him? It seemed that he was here to cause trouble for his father. How could this be? He had always tried his best to befriend Qin Shao. He had always thought of ways to show his goodwill and help him. Today, he had even specially brought him to see his father and told him some of his father's secrets. But why was it like this now? Had he been used all this time? Had he been deceived all this time? This was a huge blow to Song Juchi. He had trusted Qin Shao so much, but this was what he got in return? Humph. At this point, Qin Shao had nothing to hide. He no longer suppressed his monstrous anger and murderous intent, completely erupting. Brother Pure and Yuan were also ready for battle. This also let Jigeo Shuan know that they had come for him with ill intentions. Jigeo Sha, the Liu clan's old ancestor, saved you when you were in danger. He even took you in as his disciple and treated you as his own. Old man Liu He even sees you as a brother. Everyone in the Liu clan is extremely respectful towards you. But what about you? Just because Elder Liu He wanted to pass the position of clan head to him, you developed hatred in your heart and wanted to destroy the entire Liu clan. Just how vicious is your heart? How can you repay kindness with enmity? How can you be so heartless? You're even worse than animals like pigs and dogs. Even animals know how to feel, but you're so vicious and merciless. You have a heart as vicious as a snake and scorpion. You killed Elder Liu He and enslaved your master, the Liu clan's old ancestor. You destroyed the Liu clan and made the people of the Liu clan slaves for generations. Only you, Jigeo Shua, would dare to do such a thing. Do you even have the slightest bit of conscience as a person? I think your conscience has long been eaten by dogs. Speaking of these things, Qin Shao was filled with righteous indignation. Qin Shao paused and raised his voice. I, Qin Shao, am a disciple of Elder Liu He. I have obtained his inheritance, and to repay the kindness of my master, I've come to your realm Lord Manor today to take your head and offer it to my master's spirit in heaven. Elder Liu, he's disciple? Jigeo Shua frowned deeply. How is that possible? Hadn't Elder Liu He been killed by him? How could he have escaped alive? That was impossible. He had already checked the corpse. There were no problems at all. Qin Shao, who exactly are you? You can't be Elder Liu, he's disciple. He died 100 universe years ago. Looking at the traces of your life, you've only lived for 100 million years at most. Jigeo Shua pointed at Qin Shao and shouted. Of course, he didn't believe that Qin Shao was Elder Liu He's disciple. Speaking of this matter, Qin Shao was very pained and hateful. Qin Shao stared at Jigeo Shao and said, Yes, my master, Elder Liu He, indeed died at the hands of you, Jigeo Shao. Before my master died, he didn't forget to leave a glimmer of hope for the Liu family. Therefore, he made arrangements early on. He let an unknown servant carry some of his inheritance and enter the endless universe ocean. This way, even you, Jigeo Shua, wouldn't have thought of this. In the end, that servant drifted in the endless universe ocean for nearly 100 universe eras before arriving at my hometown. I was fortunate enough to obtain this inheritance, which helped me all the way to where I am today. After hearing this, Jigeo Shua finally understood what was going on. So that was how it was. He really hadn't expected that Elder Liu He would make such arrangements before his death. However, the success rate of such a thing was extremely low. Allowing a servant to leave with a little bit of inheritance and enter the endless universe ocean was an extremely dangerous thing to do. However, he hadn't expected that he would actually cultivate an extremely dangerous disciple. It seemed that today was going to be a little troublesome. However, Jigeo Shua wasn't afraid of anything. His face was still dark and cold as he looked at Qin Shao coldly and said, Qin Shao, with your current strength and achievements, it's far from what Elder Liu He's inheritance can decide. His little bit of inheritance is at most icing on the cake for you, isn't it? I've already released everyone from the Liu family. The Liu clan's patriarch committed suicide himself, so you can't blame it on me. This realm lord has already given you a lot of face. Do you really want to fight to the death with this realm lord? Young man, it's better not to be too impulsive. Liu He's small favor isn't worth risking your life for him, is it? It's already been 100 universe epochs. Everything has already been settled. Why bother? Qin Shao looked at Jigeo Shuo coldly and snorted. Perhaps it's nothing in the eyes of a heartless person like you. But to me, Qin Shao, a drop of water should be repaid with a spring. Moreover, it's the grace of an inheritance. Whether it's a timely help or icing on the cake, it's extremely important to me. You won't understand this kind of thing. After all, you don't have a conscience. I just want you to understand why I want to kill you. That's enough. I don't think there's anything else to say between us. Ha ha ha. Jigeo Shuo wasn't angry. Instead, he laughed. Kill me? What right do you have? The hatred between the Liu family and me doesn't need you to decide. I have my own reasons to destroy the Liu family. Biting the hand that feeds you? Bah, heartless? Humph. A great man must be ruthless. You're blaming me for being ruthless. That's because you don't know how I felt at that time. Regardless of this, Qin Shao, do you really think you can kill me with just the three of you? You're just three brats in the three-step ancient saint realm. You haven't even grown your wings yet. Do you think you're eagles? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're disciples of the Firmament Academy. You asked for it. How dare you behave so atrociously in my territory? Even if I kill you, the Firmament Academy won't say anything. As the Lord of a realm, I won't allow you to behave atrociously in my territory. Qin Shao sneered and said, Is that so? Then I should be able to issue a public challenge to you, the realm lord of the Foluo realm, right? Every injustice has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. I'll issue a public challenge to you. Let's fight one-on-one. If I, Qin Shao, am not strong enough and die in your hands, then I deserve it. What do you think? Ha ha ha. Jigeo Shuo laughed even more wantonly and disdainfully. Not to mention Qin Shao. Even if the three of them came together, he wouldn't be afraid. How could his realm lord palace allow three-step ancient saints to behave atrociously? Now, Qin Shao wanted to have a public one-on-one battle with him. Wasn't that asking for humiliation and death? Qin Shao, since you insist on courting death, how can I not fulfill your wish? If you want to issue a public challenge, then I have no room to refuse. That's good. It'll save me some trouble if I kill you. Since you've issued a public challenge to me, then you deserve to die. No one will talk about this matter. Meng Gaosuan naturally liked Qin Zhao's actions and was very happy to see it. This was him, Qin Shao, courting death. How could he, Gao Shuo, not fulfill his wish? All right, then I'll personally issue the challenge. 100 years later, we'll meet on the stage and fight to the death. Qin Shao said coldly and turned to leave. Brother Chunjie and Yuan followed him immediately. Jigeo Shuo chased after them and looked at Qin Shao with bloodshot eyes. He was naturally furious at this moment. Qin Shao understood Jigeo Shuo's feelings very well. Shaking his head, Qin Shao said helplessly, I'm sorry, Jigeo Shuo. I've been using you and deceiving you. I used you to get close to your father so I could take my revenge. You can scold me or hate me. Our relationship ends here. Chapter 3096. Song Juchi sneered at himself. Ha, I'm so stupid, so stupid. I, Song Juchi, have always thought that I've been smart all my life. I didn't think that I would be so stupid this time. I actually trusted you, Qin Shao. I did my best to befriend you. I even begged my father several times. I was so passionate and respectful to you. That was my sincerity, right? I showed my sincerity to befriend you, Qin Shao. But this is what I got in return. In return, Qin Shao lied to me and used me. I was too stupid, too naive. I didn't even have the most basic defense against people. I was so ridiculous. No wonder Song Juchi was so agitated. He did put in a lot of effort to befriend Qin Shao. He showed his sincerity. But even if he was beaten to death, he would never have thought that Qin Shao would actually seek revenge from his father in the end. Logically speaking, Qin Shao was indeed not related to his father at all. It was impossible for them to be entangled together. How could this be? However, the heavens seemed to be deliberately teasing him, and such a strange thing happened. Qin Shao couldn't do anything about this from the start, but it wasn't a big deal. Qin Shao smiled and said, "We're just taking what we need. You, Song Juchi, aren't a righteous person. You're just a little sanctimonious. You have your reasons to befriend me. I also have my reasons to befriend you. There's nothing much to say. I don't have any prejudice against you, but I can't be friends with you either. This matter is over. The next time we meet, it's up to you whether we fight or not." With that, Qin Shao left. He didn't pay any more attention to Song Juchi. Watching Qin Shao leave, Song Juchi clenched his fists. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Hatred filled the sky. Humiliation, it hurt him even more. Being deceived and used like this, no one would be able to feel at ease. The Great Path Sacred Realm had its own rules. 3,000 realms, 3,000 realm masters, and those who were capable could occupy them. As long as you meet the requirements, you can challenge any sector lord. Once you succeed in the challenge, you would become the new realm lord and have the qualifications to rule over an entire realm, becoming the supreme ruler of an entire realm. You would be able to command an entire realm, achieving unparalleled accomplishments. The Realm Lord was a symbol of status in the Great Path Sacred Realm. As for the position of the World Lord, it was likely that everyone wanted to obtain it. It was normal for Realm Masters to be replaced, but it wasn't that easy to become the Realm Master. If one wanted to issue a public challenge to a Realm Lord, there were many conditions. If one did not meet the conditions, one would not be able to issue the challenge. First and foremost, one had to be at least a third-step ancient sage. There was no rule stating that one had to be a fourth-step ancient sage, at the very least. After all, there were indeed some third-step Empyrean saints who were far stronger than most fourth-step Empyrean saints. Therefore, setting the threshold at third-step Empyrean saint could be considered as giving some peerless geniuses a chance. Second, one had to pay an extremely high deposit. This was also to prevent some people from using the name of challenging the Realm Lord to establish their own reputation. Perhaps some Realm Lords would be kind-hearted and wouldn't kill the challenger. Therefore, the deposit could set a very high threshold. Once one lost, the deposit would naturally be gone. It wouldn't be refunded. Third, one had to announce to the world that there would be 100 years. Within this 100 years, there would be others who could issue a challenge to fight for the opportunity to challenge the Realm Lord. For example, now that Qin Shao wanted to issue a challenge to Peng Gao Shuo, within this 100 years, there might be other unconvinced people who would stand in front of Peng Gao Shuo and issue a challenge to Qin Shao. They would first test Qin Zhao's strength and see if this was the case. Did this guy have the qualifications to challenge the Realm Lord? However, these conditions were nothing to Qin Shao. The first two were quickly completed. After completing it, he only needed to wait for 100 years. The news of someone issuing an open challenge to the Realm Lord of Floating Luo World was quickly made known to the entire Floating Luo World. Such a matter naturally caused a huge uproar in Floating Luo World. This was an extremely fresh matter. How many years has it been? If I remember correctly, the last time someone publicly challenged Realm Lord Peng was 3 epochs ago, right? Yes, I remember too. It was 3 epochs ago. He failed and was killed by Realm Lord Peng on the spot. How tragic. I remember too. I watched that open challenge. The fight was very exciting. This time, I wonder who's the one who isn't afraid of death. In these 100 epochs, the number of challengers who died in the hands of Realm Lord Peng should be at least 80, if not 100. It has been 3 epochs since someone dared to cause trouble. Today, there's someone who isn't afraid of death. Do you know who it is? What's his background? I think it's a third-step ancient saint. What's his name again? I think he's called Lord Qin Shao. As for the rest, I don't know if anyone knows who young Master Qin Shao is. Lord Qin Shao, I've never heard of this person. He shouldn't be from our Floating Luo world. He might be from another world. What third-step ancient saint? Are you sure you're not mistaken? A puny third-step ancient saint dares to challenge our Floating Luo world's Realm Lord? Did he eat a bear's heart or a leopard's guts? Are you sure? Since when did a third-step ancient saint become so arrogant? He still dares to challenge Realm Lord Peng? Is he crazy or stupid? Maybe there's something wrong with his brain. Interesting. Let's go and watch this battle. It's going to be fun. All right, let's go. Let's prepare. The news of Qin Shao publicly challenging Peng Gao Shuo spread rapidly in floating Luo world. Soon, it caused a huge uproar and even affected the surrounding worlds. After all, Qin Shao was only a third-step ancient saint. A third-step ancient saint issuing a public challenge to the floating Luo world's realm lord was something that had never happened before. This was the first time. Therefore, it naturally caused a commotion in the city. It was very lively. Floating Luo City, where the realm lord mansion was located, was especially noisy. Everyone in the streets and alleys were talking about it. 100 years passed very quickly. The day of the public challenge had arrived. During these 100 years, the entire Realm Lord Mansion had been preparing for this matter. The entire floating Luo city was also under martial law. A large number of soldiers were deployed to guard the city to prevent any chaos from happening. During these 100 years, there were also people from floating Luo world and other worlds who rushed over. As soon as they entered the city instantly became overcrowded. Fortunately, floating Luo City was big enough to accommodate so many people. The place of the public challenge was set in a huge open space in front of the Realm Lord Mansion. At this moment, the open space was already surrounded by a large number of soldiers from the Realm Lord Mansion. There were 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, preventing outsiders from entering the martial field. As for Realm Lord Peng Gao Shuo, he was surrounded by his trusted subordinates. He was sitting on a high throne, exuding an extremely powerful aura as he waited for his challengers. The crowd of onlookers couldn't be seen at a glance. It was as if dark clouds had filled the entire void. The number of people was probably in the tens of billions. It was an extremely terrifying number. One could see that this public challenge was extremely attractive. It was difficult to distinguish who was who in the crowd. Qin Shao and the other 2 kept a low profile as they blended in with the crowd. It was quite interesting to listen to the discussions of those people. An abnormally tall and sturdy bare-shouldered man walked out with heavy steps. After his triangular eyes swept across the surroundings, a voice like muffled thunder suddenly exploded, as if there were bursts of heavenly thunder. "Where are the challengers? Why aren't you showing yourself?" In the crowd, Qin Shao curled his lips. After glancing at Brother Pure and Yuan, he leaped out and landed on the open space. As soon as Qin Shao appeared, he immediately attracted countless gazes. All of them fell on Qin Shao. Suddenly, a sea of saliva was spat towards Qin Shao. It's this kid who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He looks like he hasn't even grown his hair yet. Who gave him the courage to challenge Realm Lord Peng Gao? What a tender little fellow. As expected, newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. He's still too young. Haha, it's said that young people are hot-blooded and fearless. It's true. Isn't that so? He really doesn't want his life anymore. Sigh, what a pity. He has cultivated to the ancient saint stage at such a young age. He can be considered as a peerless genius. However, his brain isn't very good. It's really a pity that he's courting death. Humph, he's overestimating himself. I think there's no need for Realm Lord Peng Gao to make a move. Someone will naturally step forward to deal with this kid. Yes, there will definitely be someone. After all, no ancient saint stage 3 has dared to challenge Realm Lord Peng Gao before. Listening to the saliva, Qin Shao just smiled indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them. It didn't matter. The facts would prove everything. He would shut those people up. The abnormally tall and sturdy man glanced at Qin Shao with incomparable contempt. The corners of his mouth curved into a contemptuous smile. He's really tired of living. After he was done with his disdain, the abnormally tall and sturdy man swept his gaze over the surroundings. His thunderous voice rang out once again. "Everyone, is there anyone who wants to challenge this challenger? Please come out quickly. There will be no delay." As soon as the tall and sturdy man finished speaking, a total of 3 figures flew out and landed on the martial stage. Among the 3 figures, 2 were ancient saints at the 3rd step, while the other was an ancient saint at the 4th step. He didn't expect there to be three ancient saints at the same time. Qin Shao couldn't help but shake his head when he saw this. It seemed like it was really a disadvantage to have a weak cultivation base. It would make others think that he was weak and wanted to step on him. It was quite a sad thing. However, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, he was only an ancient saint at the third step. These three people probably didn't really want to use this opportunity to challenge Realm Lord Pengao. If they wanted to challenge him, they would have done so long ago. There was no need to wait until today. Therefore, these people clearly wanted to challenge Realm Lord Pengao Shua. They were just trying to curry favor by blocking the trouble for Realm Lord Pengao Shua. Qin Shao naturally understood the reason behind this. Since these three people wanted to embarrass themselves, Qin Shao had no choice but to fulfill their wishes. The onlookers also had the mentality of watching a good show. Some of them even had the mentality of taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. Many people even felt that Qin Shao was about to be unlucky. He wasn't qualified to challenge Realm Lord Pengao Shua. Chapter 3097. Now that there were three challengers, the public challenge would start with these challengers. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on the three challengers. However, Qin Shao didn't recognize them and didn't know who they were. On the other side, Mangao Shua was still sitting comfortably on his throne, looking at them mockingly. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold smile. He was naturally disdainful of Qin Zhao's challenge. Over the past 100 eras, there had been dozens of fourth-step ancient saints who had challenged him, but they were all defeated by him. More than half of them had died in his hands. His position as the Sector Lord was obtained from the edge of a blade. It wasn't for nothing. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to challenge him. The onlookers quickly recognized the three provocateurs who jumped out to provoke them. Oh my God, am I seeing things? Isn't that red-clothed holy venerate the infamous red-clothed devil? I've long heard of his ferocious name. I didn't expect to see him here today. Yes, it's really the red-clothed devil. It said that his strength isn't inferior to a fourth-step ancient saint. In our floating Luo world, there aren't many who can match him. He's been famous for a long time and followed the previous Sector Lord for a period of time. Later on, he established his own sect. It's not just the red-clothed devil. There's also that blue-clothed holy venerate. Do you know who he is? Could it be the Radiant Religion Leader? Haha, that's right. It's the Radiant Religion Leader. He's also an extraordinary existence. He's extremely powerful. His reputation isn't inferior to the red-clothed devil. Yes, the Radiant Religion Leader is indeed an extremely ancient and powerful existence. He rarely shows himself. I didn't expect him to show up today. The red-clothed devil and the Radiant Religion Leader are nothing. Didn't you see the old Tuo's back? That fourth-step ancient saint in the middle is the old Tuo's back. Yes, that's the old Tuo's back. Who else looks like him? It really is Old Man Tuo's back. It is said that Old Man Tuo's back was once the realm lord of our floating Luo world. He was once the ruler of our floating Luo world. That's right. Old Man Tuo's back was once the realm lord of our floating sky world. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to protect it and it was taken away by someone else. But no matter what, it can be said that it had a glorious time. Listening to the discussion of the crowd, Qin Shao knew who the three challengers were. From the looks of it, the three of them aren't small at all. There's actually one of them who was once the realm lord of Fuluo world. This is a very interesting matter. The former realm lord of the floating Luo world had no way to compete with Jigeo Shua for the position of realm lord. Therefore, he only wanted to suppress him. What could he obtain from this? What kind of mentality was this? Red-robed devil, Radiant Religion Leader, and Old Man Tuo's back. Seniors, I, Qin Shao, am not acquainted with you. Today, I am publicly challenging the floating Luo world's realm lord. Seniors, why are you interfering in this matter at this time? If you want to challenge realm lord Jigeo Shua, you can issue a public challenge. Why are you trying to seize my territory? Qin Shao looked at the three of them and said indifferently. Qin Shao disdained the three of them, but he couldn't be bothered to defeat them. It felt like a waste of time and energy. The three of them were probably instigated by Jigeo, Shaw. Otherwise, there was no need for them to forcefully stand out at this time. They wouldn't be able to obtain any benefits. The red-robed devil laughed sinisterly. Brat, are you afraid? Oomph, you're just a brat at the third step of the ancient saint realm. You're still wet behind the ears. You want to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw? If we allow you to challenge him, where we put our faces? We don't even dare to issue a public challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw. You're really arrogant. So, brat, if you want to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw, you have to ask if we agree or not. You have to get past me first. Brat, let me give you a piece of advice. You should give up as soon as possible and dispel this unrealistic idea. Otherwise, you'll be the unlucky one. You're still young. You still have a long way to go. Don't lose your life here. The gains won't make up for the losses. Qin Shao didn't care about the disdainful words of the red-robed devil. He just smiled indifferently and said, Junior appreciates Senior's kindness, but since Junior has issued a public challenge, there's no reason for me to stop. Since Senior insists on being Realm Lord Jigeo Shua's lackey, Junior has no choice but to offend you. Junior would also like to give Senior a piece of advice. Being a lackey isn't a good thing. It's not a glorious thing. It's also possible that you'll bring disaster to yourself. What did he mean? Wasn't Qin Shao calling the red-robed devil a lackey? How could the red-robed devil not be angry if that was the case? Oomph. The red-robed demon snorted angrily. What a sharp-tongued brat. You actually dare to speak such arrogant words. Oomph. Then I'll definitely teach you a lesson today. As soon as he finished speaking, the red-clothed demon took the lead and attacked Qin Shao. The Radiant Sect's leader and Tua Shou also quickly retreated to the side, leaving the battlefield to Qin Shao and the red-robed devil. All the onlookers suddenly quieted down. Their eyes were firmly fixed on the martial stage. They wanted to see who would win and who would lose. On one side was the infamous red-robed devil. On the other side was a brat who dared to issue a public challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shaw. The outcome of this battle was very difficult to guess. Of course, many people stood on the red-robed devil's side. After all, he was a famous and powerful existence. As soon as the red-clothed devil attacked, a monstrous blood-red light soared into the sky. Numerous blood-red devils rushed out from the monstrous blood-red light and turned into ferocious ghosts as they pounced on Qin Shao. The red-clothed devil was worthy of being a famous devil. His devil technique was practiced to the acme of perfection. It was also very terrifying. The monstrous blood-red light contained a terrifying, devouring power. The endless and terrifying devouring power transformed into numerous demons. They pounced on Qin Shao like malicious ghosts. Naturally, they were also very terrifying. One had to admit that the red-robed devil's strength was not weak. At least, he was not weak among the three-step ancient saint realm experts. However, his strength was only relative to other people. Perhaps the red-robed devil stood at a higher level among the three-step ancient saint realm experts. However, in Qin Zhao's eyes, the red-robed devil's technique was just a small trick. It was not worth mentioning at all. Qin Zhao's lips curled into a faint smile. The sword in his hand slashed out. No matter how powerful the three-step ancient saint realm experts were, in fact, ordinary in Qin Zhao's eyes, they could not withstand a single blow. There was not much difference to him. Therefore, no matter how strong the red-robed devil was, Qin Shao was still unperturbed. As the sword slashed down, the monstrous blood-red light was immediately purified by the supreme light. It collapsed and dissipated in an instant. The devils were also smashed into pieces by Qin Zhao's sword. They did not have any strength to resist at all. After breaking the red-robed devil's move, Qin Zhao's sword did not slow down. Instead, it was pointed at the red-robed devil. This situation really frightened the red-robed devil. His face turned pale in an instant, and he retreated repeatedly. In the end, Qin Zhao's sword slashed across the red-robed devil's body, leaving a shocking bloody wound. The red-robed devil was horrified. He was a little dumbfounded and stood there in a daze. The whole place was silent. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. Countless people's eyes were wide open. They looked at Qin Shao dumbfoundedly. Looking at this young man, they really felt that it was inconceivable. That was the Red Cloak Devil, the famous Red Cloak Devil whose name shook the heavens. However, he had been so easily defeated and injured by Qin Zhao's sword. In fact, he had almost lost his life. What kind of terrifying strength was this? This made everyone have a whole new level of respect for Qin Shao. The contempt and disdain from before were also gone. Now everyone knew that it was no wonder that Qin Shao dared to issue a public challenge to Jie Jie. It turned out that he really had some strength. Now the situation had suddenly changed. Many people thought that Qin Shao would definitely be defeated by the Red-Robed Devil. They thought that he would not even be able to pass this round. However, they did not expect that the Red-Robed Devil would suffer a big loss in the hands of Qin Shao. He did not even have the chance to attack again. He was defeated in one move. This showed that the Red-Robed Devil's strength was far from Qin Zhao's. The Red-Robed Devil's face was extremely ugly. He had never lost so much face. He was defeated in one move. Moreover, he was defeated in the hands of a young man at the third step ancient saint realm. Moreover, he was defeated by a brat who was still wet behind the ears. Such a thing was simply a great humiliation to the Red-Robed Devil. It was a great humiliation to him. Moreover, what made him feel the most uncomfortable was that he clearly felt that Qin Shao had shown mercy just now. Otherwise, that sword strike just now might have taken his life. Thinking of the sword just now, he still had a trace of lingering fear. It was too terrifying a sword. If that sword really slashed down, the consequences would be unimaginable. This made the Red-Robed Devil very puzzled. The young man in front of him was obviously only at the third step ancient saint realm. How could his strength be so strong? How could his sword be so sharp and fierce? How could it be so invulnerable? All of this was very inconceivable. Moreover, he could not see the depth of Qin Zhao's sword and could not understand it. Just like that, he felt like he had lost without knowing why. He didn't even know how he had lost. This was the worst thing that could happen to him. Therefore, the Red-Robed Devil was very shocked, very shocked. It was not that he had never been defeated before, but he had never been defeated like today. The Radiant Religion Master and the tutored old man also looked deeply at Qin Shao, their eyes deep. Mang Gaosuo and the others looked at Qin Shao with a slightly different expression. However, Jigeo Shuo had already expected this and was not too surprised. After all, Qin Shao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. It was normal for him to have such strength. If he did not have such strength, he was not qualified to enter the Firmament Academy and become a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Therefore, it was not a big deal. He still did not take it to heart. He still did not think that Qin Shao had the ability to threaten him and shake his position. Chapter 3098. The Radiant Religion leader and Tuo's back frowned when they saw the red-clothed devil defeated. The three of them had come because they had been ordered to do so. They also felt that it would be a great humiliation for them if a brat at the third step of the Ancient Saint stage dared to openly challenge Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle. How could a brat do something that they didn't dare to do? Moreover, defeating a challenger in an open challenge was also an opportunity to make a name for oneself. Some people who had been silent for a long time were unwilling to be left alone. They wanted to find an opportunity to show off their might and make a name for themselves. Qin Shao looked at the Radiant Religion leader and Tuo's back indifferently. He chuckled and said, "Radiant Religion leader, Tuo's back. Do you want to come at me one by one, or come at me together? Why don't I invite the two of you to come at me together?" Although Qin Zhao's words sounded calm, there was a hint of contempt in his tone. He was extremely disdainful of the Radiant Hierarch and Tall-back Old Man. The Radiant Religion leader and Tuo's back were both extremely arrogant people. Such a provocation was simply an insult to them. But in the battle just now, Qin Shao had indeed given everyone a great shock. The red-clothed devil was a powerful third-step ancient saint, but he had been defeated in just one round. If Qin Shao hadn't shown mercy, he would have died under Qin Zhao's sword. The radiant religion leader was confident in his strength, but he didn't dare to say that he could easily suppress the red-clothed devil. Therefore, the radiant religion leader naturally felt guilty and didn't dare to continue the battle. He could only look at Tuo's back. Tuo's back's hoarse and gloomy voice rang out. "Young man, don't be so arrogant. You should know that there's always someone stronger. Originally, I didn't want to bully a brat at the third step of the ancient saint stage, but you're too arrogant. I have no choice but to teach you a lesson. You're the one who provoked me. Don't blame me for bullying you." Qin Shao didn't care. He smiled faintly and said, "It's all the same. Since I dare to challenge Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle, Senior Tuo's back doesn't make a difference." Hump Tuo's back's words were jarring to the ears of the old man. Therefore, Tuo's back was instantly enraged. Old man Tuo's back attacked in anger, and a powerful force burst forth from his hand. This was a four-step Empyrean saint who had cultivated several types of laws to the pinnacle. He was truly a powerful existence who could enforce the law with his words. The moment he made his move, the heavens and earth shook, and the four seas surged. The boundless might of the heavens and earth turned into rays of sharp light. Waves of powerful energy surged out and howled madly in the heavens. The entire martial platform was instantly enveloped by the old man's formidable power. This space felt like it was collapsing and sinking into oblivion. Everything inside was about to be completely destroyed by this terrifying power. Tuo Back Old Man was a living fossil who had lived for a very long time. His strength could be considered to be somewhat decent. His methods were also quite vicious. His first move was extremely ruthless, and he wanted to kill his opponent. In any case, he was someone who had once been the realm lord of the Fulua realm. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeve. However, this was still nothing in Qin Zhao's eyes. Even before he had entered the Firmament Academy, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to defeat Tuo Back Old Man, let alone now that his strength had increased greatly. For now, Qin Shao naturally had a lot of confidence and could easily deal with him. Qin Shao continued to attack unhurriedly. It was still only a single strike, and the situation was still the same as before. Qin Zhao's sword bloomed with a peerless sharpness that was unstoppable and could cut through everything. The result was as expected. Tuo Back Old Man was also directly pushed back by Qin Zhao's sword and suffered a crushing defeat on the spot. This result wasn't much different from the previous one, except that it wasn't as miserable as the red-clothed devil. This time, it shocked the four seats and shook the 8 directions. The shock from before hadn't completely subsided yet, and a new shock came. Moreover, it was obviously more shocking than before, making people even more speechless. This was Old Man Tuo's back, a 4-step Empyrean saint, someone who had once been the realm lord of Wuluo realm. Such an ancient and powerful existence was actually defeated by Qin Shao with a single strike. Such a scene was simply too inconceivable. It was simply unbelievable. How was this possible? How strong was Qin Shao? It was really thought-provoking. There was a deathly silence. I actually lost. Tuo Back Old Man, who had been pushed out of the martial stage, stood there in a daze, as if he had been petrified. I, the great Tuo Back Old Man, the former realm lord of Fulua world, actually lost to a third-step ancient saint boy. One strike, just one strike, and this young boy actually broke my attack and pushed me back with a peerless sharpness. Although this old man hasn't used all of his means, I've already lost. Even if I go all out, I'll still lose miserably in the end. It's impossible. It's true that there are geniuses in every generation. Our Fulua world actually has such an unprecedented genius. It's really hard to imagine that a third-step ancient saint boy would be so unbelievably strong. How'd he do it? He didn't use any innate ability just now. So he shouldn't be a son of heaven with a special constitution. Just his sword alone is already peerless and unparalleled to such an extent. It's too hard to imagine. This old man has never heard of such a heaven-defying brat in my entire life. It's no wonder he dares to challenge Realm Lord Jigeo Shua in public. There are cases of third-step ancient saints challenging realm lords, but there are almost no successful cases. In a long river of history, some of the successful examples were basically things that happened in extremely ancient times. At the very least, there hasn't been such a case in the last tens of millions of epochs. Tuol Bay shook his head. It wasn't unjust for him to be defeated by such a heaven-defying genius. This time, he could only say that he'd asked for it and couldn't blame anyone else. He'd insisted on getting involved in this mess. Now, not only had he failed to shine, but he'd also been severely humiliated. He'd better not come out as often as possible in the future. Otherwise, there would be a lot of ridicule. The red-clothed devil felt a lot better when he saw Tuol Bay lose to Qin Shao in one move. If even Tuol Bay had been defeated in one move, what more him? He felt much better when he thought about it this way. The Radiant Light Religion Master was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he hadn't made a move. Otherwise, he would have suffered the same fate. Jigeo Shua's brows were deeply furrowed, and his expression was somewhat grave. He'd always been very disdainful of Qin Shao. He didn't think that Qin Shao had the ability to challenge or threaten him. But now he realized that he'd underestimated Qin Shao. Sure enough, no one who could enter the Firmament Academy was simple. He knew that many of the Firmament Academy's disciples were extremely difficult to deal with. However, Qin Shao had just entered the Firmament Academy. Secondly, he'd entered the Firmament Academy through the 100-World Selection Battle. Generally speaking, the people who entered the Firmament Academy through the 100-World Selection Battle were relatively weak. This was also a well-known fact in the Great Way Sanctuary. Therefore, Jigeo Shua didn't think that Qin Shao had much ability. But now he realized that he'd underestimated this kid. It wasn't difficult to defeat Tuol Bay, and he was confident that he could do it easily. However, Jagatal Shuttle was not as confident as Qin Shao in defeating the Tuo's back old man with a single strike. Such a move was simply too amazing. Such strength was definitely unfathomable. It was so powerful that it was terrifying. The loyal followers behind Jigeo all had grim looks on their faces. Naturally, they could sense that things weren't going well. It seemed that this time, they'd really encountered a terrifying opponent. It was a little dangerous. Eighth brother, this is all your fault. You lured a wolf into our realm, Lord Manor. How should you be punished? A man who looked 70 to 80% similar to Song Juchi pointed at Song Juchi's nose and scolded. That's right. Eighth brother, you actually brought the enemy to Father and let him meet him on the battlefield. I think you should have told him a lot of Father's secrets. You've really put in a lot of effort to please Father's enemy. Another man also scolded. These two men were obviously Jigeo Shua's brothers. Jigeo Shua felt as if a knife was twisting in his heart. He was incomparably furious. He wanted nothing more than to kill Qin Shao and be happy. He had also been deceived and used. How could he know that Qin Shao had purposely let him approach and befriend him just to get close to Father and ask about the situation? Qin Shao. Jigeo Shua clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. Qin Zhao's gaze fell on Tuo's back. He cupped his fists and said, Senior Tuo's back, thank you for letting me win. Then, his gaze fell on the Radiant Religion leader. Only the Radiant Religion leader was left on the list of 3 challengers. Being looked at by Qin Shao, the Radiant Religion leader immediately cupped his fists and said, Lord Qin Shao is truly a peerless talent. I admire you. They've already lost. I won't challenge them. With Lord Qin Zhao's strength, he's definitely qualified to challenge the Realm Lord. The 3 of us won't join in the fun. Goodbye. After saying that, the Radiant Religion leader and the other 2 quickly left. The red-cloaked devil and Tuo's back were defeated by Qin Shao. Naturally, they didn't have the face to stay and watch the fun. After the 3 challengers left, Qin Shao had swept away all obstacles. Now, he could directly issue an open challenge to Realm Lord Jigeo Shao. All the conditions had been met. This was a battle that couldn't be avoided. Everyone's heart couldn't help but be in suspense. Originally, this was a battle without any suspense. They thought that Qin Shao wouldn't be able to meet the conditions and would definitely be defeated by the Red Cloak Devil and the other two. But he did not expect that Qin Shao would meet the conditions so easily with her unparalleled talent. Next, the real battle would begin. Moreover, this battle had changed from the initial disdain of everyone to a rather suspenseful matter. It was hard to say who would win or lose in the end. Qin Shao looked at Jigeo Shua. He looked at the culprit who had killed his master, old Lu He, and enslaved the Lu clan for 100 universe eras. He looked at this extremely sinister villain, a despicable and shameless traitor. Jigeo Shua also stared at Qin Shao. The two stared at each other, cold light colliding. Chapter 30-99. When their eyes met, it was as if two planets had collided. Sparks flew everywhere. Just one look was enough to freeze the air and make the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Everyone's hearts were in their throats in an instant. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. The two looked at each other, but it felt as long as 1,000 years. Everything could be read from their eyes. This was a battle of revenge. This was the battle of revenge that old man Lu He had been looking forward to for hundreds of universe eras. Qin Shao had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Finally, this day had come. Jigeo Shua, come out and fight. Qin Shao pointed the sky splitter sword in front of Jigeo Shua and shouted the loudest battle cry. Qin Shao was determined to win this battle. Qin Shao was full of confidence in this battle. Jigeo Shua couldn't avoid this battle. He had to fight unless he was willing to give up his position as the Realm Lord and admit defeat. However, such an action would probably make him a laughingstock. How would he be able to go out and meet people in the future? As the Realm Lord, Jigeo Shua could be considered a big shot who stood at the peak of the Great Path Sacred Realm. Being suppressed by Qin Zhao's powerful aura, Jagged High Shuttle was also very uncomfortable. He heavily snorted and took a step forward. With one step, he was already on the martial stage. The frozen space seemed to be shattered in an instant. Although Jigeo Shua was trying his best to maintain his aura, he still had a bad feeling in his heart. The strength that Qin Shao had displayed just now was too strong. It was beyond his understanding of the third step ancient saint realm. Based on what he knew, it would be difficult to find another third step ancient saint realm expert in the Great Path Sacred Realm who could give him such a feeling. Even the most outstanding third-step ancient saints in the Celestial Hall, Jiuqiandao Palace, and Yuan clan couldn't achieve such a result. They hadn't fought yet, but Qin Shao had already given him a lot of pressure. He knew that he had met his match. However, he could only fight this battle. Voila! Without any hesitation, Qin Shao took the initiative to attack. His sword directly slashed towards Jigeo Shua. The sudden appearance of the terrifying sword Qi shook the firmament of the universe in an instant. It also made many people's hearts skip a beat. The great battle had begun. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they were afraid to miss any detail. As soon as Qin Shao unsheathed his sword, a peerless sharpness gushed out like a silver bottle breaking through water, shocking the heavens. If it wasn't for the powerful restrictive power protecting the martial stage, the area within a radius of 1,000,000 miles would have been razed to the ground in an instant. It could be seen how terrifyingly powerful this power was. Jagged tall shuttle's frown deepened as he was surprised. What a tyrannical and sharp sword. The perfect fusion of 7 different law energies. A heavenly mandate cultivator with a perfect fusion of 7 types of laws. His swordsmanship is extremely profound and ingenious. No wonder he's so powerful. Heavenly mandate cultivators are as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. Moreover, he has perfectly fused 7 types of law energies into one. His sword principle has reached great success. No wonder he could easily defeat the red-clothed devil and Tuo Bei old man with just one strike. Jigeo Shua didn't dare to hesitate and quickly attacked with all his strength. He didn't dare to be careless in the face of Qin Shao. Jigeo Shuo waved his hands, and 36 swords flew out of his hands. All 36 swords were supreme grade saint weapons. This kind of extravagance was really shocking to look at. Generally speaking, an ordinary ancient saint at the fourth step could only possess 1 or 2 supreme grade saint weapons. But this jagged tall shuttle actually had a total of 36 of them. This was truly a shocking and inconceivable matter. Moreover, these 36 swords were exactly the same and had the same attributes. In this way, when they were combined into a formation, their power would be much stronger. The 36 swords quickly formed a powerful sword formation. Sword chi of supreme sharpness gushed out from the sword formation, howling in the sky. It was as if the sword god of the world had awakened, vast and mighty. Jigeo Shuo urged the swords with all his strength. Countless sword chi surged up and met Qin Zhao's swords. The swords of the two men clashed in the air, emitting an unparalleled radiance. Strength, law energies, sword chi, and heaven and earth were clashing. This was a battle between experts. It was enough to make the sky tremble, the 4 seas sink, and the heaven and earth fall apart. If it wasn't for the powerful formation protecting this place, most of the onlookers would have been killed or injured. Even the Realm Lord Manor might have been destroyed. Although Jagged Tall Shuttle had only grasped 4 types of laws, he had basically cultivated them to the point of perfection. Moreover, the 4 types of law could basically achieve a perfect fusion. Therefore, in terms of foundation, Jigeo Shuo was very strong. The fact that he could sit firmly on the Realm Lord's throne for 100 universe eras was enough to explain everything. His sword blocked Qin Zhao's attack. After blocking Qin Zhao's sword, Jigeo Shuo breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that he couldn't block it. Now, it seemed that his worries were unnecessary. Qin Zhao was not that strong. He was not strong to the point that he could not compete with him. Not only did he block it, but he also faintly had the upper hand. Qin Zhao, it turns out that you're just SOSO. Jigeo Shuo chuckled, and a smile reappeared on his face. One had to know that he still had some tricks up his sleeve that he had yet to use, and he was already showing signs of suppressing Qin Zhao. Therefore, Jigeo Shuo was full of confidence in this battle. Just SOSO? Qin Zhao curled his lips, and a faint smile slipped across his face. It was a smile with a hint of mockery. In that case, he would let Jigeo Shuo have a taste of his real strength. At this time, Qin Zhao hadn't even used the power of his inner world, his unique skill to break the stalemate, and even the power of 2 types of law. Although the effect of adding the power of the other 2 types of law wouldn't be very good, the power of the army destroyer and the inner world were extremely strong. If Jigeo Shuo only had this power, then it wouldn't be difficult to kill him. Of course, Qin Zhao came to kill Jigeo Shuo, so he naturally didn't want to be too difficult. All of a sudden, the power of his inner world surged out and struck out violently. As soon as the power of his inner world came out, it immediately smashed fiercely on Jigeo Shuo's sword formation. The mighty power of the sword aura was especially powerful and terrifying. The sword power also became more ferocious, heavier, and more torrential. When the power of his inner world burst out, how powerful and terrifying was that? As soon as the power surged, Jigeo Shuo's face suddenly changed again. He was deeply shocked and shocked. How could this be? How could this power be so strong? This is pure power. Just pure strength alone is already so powerful to such a terrifying extent. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense at all. How could this be? He doesn't have a special physique. So how could he have such terrifying pure power? This isn't the power of the truth of strength path, but pure physical power. That's impossible. The strength of a 3rd-step ancient saint should be very limited. It's impossible for him to be so unbelievably strong. It's impossible for him to be a threat to me. Jigeo Shuo's face turned pale with fright. This was something that he absolutely didn't expect. Jigeo Shuo's expression changed greatly. He desperately clenched his teeth and attacked with all his might, using various means. The 36 Supreme Quality Saint artifact swords circled around in the air as they radiated with light. They radiated with sword chi endlessly. Their sharpness was boundless. Even so, they still couldn't block Qin Zhao's sword. The power of Qin Zhao's sword was too strong. Rugged Gao Shua's sword trembled violently, as if it was on the verge of collapsing. Under the absolute power and the peerless sharpness of Qin Zhao's sword, it was naturally terrifying. Therefore, Jigao Shua couldn't block it at all. However, all of this was within Qin Zhao's expectations. It was normal that he couldn't block it. If he could block it, it would be more dangerous. However, Jigao Shua didn't have that kind of experience. Can't block it anymore. Jigao Shua's face was very ugly. In a hurry, he even threw out a few treasures, but there was still no way to turn the situation around. Soon, Qin Xiao gained the upper hand again. Thump! Thump! Jigao Shua was beaten back a few steps, and his declining momentum was completely exposed. This scene shocked all the onlookers to the extreme. Many people opened their mouths wide and couldn't say a word. No way, right? Is Sector Lord Jigao really going to lose? Our Fulua world is going to change hands again. Looking at the situation, Sector Lord Jigao's situation is very bad. He might really lose. Heaven-defying, this is really heaven-defying. Is our Fulua world going to welcome a third-step ancient Saint Realm Sector Lord? Such a legendary thing is going to happen in our Fulua world. We're lucky to witness it. It's really interesting. Yeah, it's something unimaginable. Let's continue watching. Our Fulua world is going to become famous. The voices of discussion were basically one-sided. No one looked at Jigao Shua. After all, he was going to lose. The faces of Mang Gao Shua's trusted aides were also ugly to the extreme. However, this kind of public challenge wasn't something they could participate in. Jigao Juchi's brothers scolded Jigao Juchi again. Jigao Juchi could only clench his fists and clench his teeth as he stood there, letting his brothers scold him. Although this matter couldn't be entirely blamed on him, he was still partly responsible. Jigao Shua was still clenching his teeth and holding on. He knew very well that he wasn't a match for Qin Xiao. Although it was hard for him to accept such a thing, he was a fourth-step ancient saint realm existence, a sector lord. He was definitely a very powerful existence among the fourth-step ancient saints. In the Great Dao Saint realm, he was considered a big shot who could dominate a region. However, he didn't expect to be defeated by a third-step ancient saint realm expert today. How big of a blow was this to him? However, there was nothing he could do about it. The current him could only fight to the death. He was thinking if he should admit defeat. If he admitted defeat, then even if Qin Xiao wanted to continue to pester him, his many subordinates would at least be able to step in and help him. Now that it was an open challenge, others couldn't interfere. Therefore, if he continued to fight like this, he was afraid that he would really die. However, if he didn't continue, would he have to admit defeat? Chapter 3100. Admit defeat. He was a dignified sector lord. Wouldn't it be a huge joke if he admitted defeat in a public challenge? Wouldn't he become a laughingstock? The battle for the position of Realm Lord had always been incomparably intense. Very few people would take the initiative to admit defeat unless they were really knocked to the ground or knocked out of the martial stage. This was something that couldn't be helped. It would be considered as a loss. However, he was still standing steadily on the martial stage. If he admitted defeat now, wouldn't it be a joke? If he didn't admit defeat, he would probably be injured if he continued to fight. Once he was injured, it would be difficult for him to admit defeat even if he had a helper. Therefore, Jigao Shua was struggling in his heart. Should he admit defeat or not? This was indeed a very difficult choice. Should he admit defeat or not? If he didn't admit defeat, he believed that Qin Xiao would definitely kill him. There was no need to think about it. Even if he admitted defeat, Qin Xiao would definitely not let him go easily. He would definitely kill him. Therefore, the final result would be the same. However, it was a very difficult thing to cross this hurdle. This hurdle wasn't easy to cross, especially the hurdle of dignity. Admitting defeat was tantamount to completely putting down one's dignity and losing all face. If he admitted defeat, it would mean that the supreme prestige that he had accumulated over hundreds of universe epochs would be destroyed in an instant. It would be completely swept away, and he would be trampled on by someone else. Such a thing was a matter of life and death. A fourth-step ancient saint, a dominating sector lord. Which one of them didn't cherish their dignity as much as their life? Losing face was even more painful than killing them. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he was afraid that he would really die. If he admitted defeat now, there was still a possibility that his subordinates could join forces to stop Qin Shao. Perhaps they could even command the countless soldiers of the sector Lord Manor to attack. That would be even more powerful. After struggling in his heart for a while, he made up his mind to admit defeat. There was no other way. No matter what, he had to save his life first. Qin Shao noticed the change in Gao Sua's expression and sneered. "What's wrong, Sector Lord Gao Sua? Are you admitting defeat?" "You are a Sector Lord, a powerful existence that has dominated the Void Sky world for 100 epochs. The battle has just started and you haven't even suffered any injuries. Are you going to admit defeat?" Admitting defeat now doesn't suit your status. Why don't we fight again? At least let me injure you, Realm Lord Jagged Tall Shuttle. Then, it won't be too late for you to admit defeat. Being ridiculed by Qin Shao, Jigao Shua's face became even uglier. Originally, it would have been better if this matter was not mentioned in public. If he directly admitted defeat, everyone would at most discuss it in private afterwards. However, the abominable Qin Shao actually mocked him before he could even open his mouth. Qin Shao was the first to give him a hard stab. After being ridiculed by Qin Shao, if he continued to admit defeat, then the loss of face would be many times greater. The most important thing was that he couldn't bring himself to do it. He couldn't bring himself to do it. Sure enough, Qin Zhao's series of mockery also caused an uproar of discussion. Everyone looked at Pang Gao Shua strangely. They were all thinking that Pang Gao Shua was really going to admit defeat. That was too cowardly. A sector lord was going to admit defeat after falling into a disadvantageous position. He wasn't even injured. This wasn't something a hero would do. If Jigao Shua really did that, then he should be despised. Qin Shao brat. Jigao Shua was trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and glared at Qin Shao. He looked like he wanted to eat Qin Shao. He had already decided to admit defeat, but Qin Shao still wanted to take advantage of this time to humiliate him ruthlessly, not leaving him a shred of face. Was he trying to make him lose face completely? Ruthless. He was truly ruthless. Qin Shao smiled tyrannically and continued. "What? Did I say that? Wrong. Oh, that's right. After all, you're the Lord of a Sector, a big shot in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. You are a god who dominates a region. You shouldn't admit defeat. I believe you won't do something that will cause you to lose face. Yes, you will definitely fight me to the death. Fight to the death, don't you think so? If that's the case, then you still have some backbone, some pride, and some manners of a sector lord. If that's the case, then I, Qin Shao, will respect you as a man. But to be honest, if you, Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle, admit defeat, I will really despise you." Qin Zhao's pretentious sarcasm was actually to provoke Jigao Shua and set a trap for him. How could Jigao Shua not know this little trick? But how could he know? What could he do? If he still insisted on admitting defeat now, then wouldn't Qin Shao be right? If he still insisted on admitting defeat after Qin Shao said that, then if the news spread out, how could he face people? This was especially true in the carefree small realm, where the news was very fast and accurate. Such a big event would definitely spread quickly in the Great Path Sacred Realm, and it would definitely spread to the carefree small realm very quickly. Once it spread to the carefree little realm, then he probably wouldn't even dare to take a step out of the door. Once he went out, he would be laughed at to death. Just thinking about it, he felt that this was a very scary thing. Jigeo Shuo was really speechless. He knew that Qin Shao did it deliberately to shut him up. He naturally knew Qin Zhao's plan in his heart. He didn't want him to admit defeat so that he could kill him. How could he, Jigeo Shuo, be willing to admit defeat? It was just that there was no other way. He had to admit defeat. If he didn't admit defeat, it would definitely be a dead end. But after Qin Shao said this, he definitely wouldn't admit defeat immediately. He could only desperately clench his teeth and continue to fight. However, his jagged shuttle was clearly unable to withstand Qin Zhao's ferocious attacks. Under Qin Zhao's fierce attack, Jigeo Shuo couldn't resist at all. Although he resisted with all his strength, the first impact caused a big shock to him. The more the shock, the more it would naturally accumulate into injuries. Puff soon, Jigeo Shuo finally couldn't bear it anymore and spat out a mouthful of blood. The decline was even more obvious. Seeing that Jigeo Shuo was beaten to the point of spitting blood by Qin Shao, the spectators once again exclaimed out loud. It was too shocking. There shouldn't be any suspense. Jigeo Shuo wasn't Qin Zhao's opponent at all. But Qin Shao didn't want to win by forcing Jigeo Shuo out of the stage. Instead, he wanted to take Jigeo Shuo's life. In a public challenge on the stage, life and death were up to fate. If Realm Lord Jagged Shuttle didn't admit defeat, then he might die on the martial stage. There were a few examples of sector lords dying on the martial stage. No. If this continues, I'll be seriously injured very soon. Once I'm injured, then my strength will be greatly reduced. I can't even beat Qin Shao now. If my strength is greatly reduced, then I'm afraid it'll be even more dangerous. Even if I join hands with everyone, I'm afraid there'll still be a certain amount of danger. So, I can't drag this any longer. I have to admit defeat. Even if I lose all my face, it's something I won't hesitate to do. In order to save my life, I'll humble myself once and... This time, before Jigeo Shuo could speak, Qin Zhao's sword aura suddenly changed. Qin Shao was like a worm in Jigeo Shuo's stomach. He could accurately capture Jigeo Shuo's thoughts. The two times Jigeo Shuo intended to admit defeat, he was interrupted by him. And this time, Qin Shao interrupted Jigeo Shuo's sword, an unparalleled sharp sword, a peerless sword of the universe. This time, Qin Shao used his ultimate move to break the stalemate. Because Qin Shao had already sensed that Jigeo Shuo wanted to admit defeat, but he didn't want to give him the chance to do so. Therefore, Qin Shao directly used his ultimate move to break the stalemate. At this time, Qin Shao was considered to be at his peak strength. Qin Shao was considered to be at his peak strength. Qin Shao was considered to be at full health. This was his true strength. Once the stalemate was broken, countless sword chi light spots completely enveloped the entire battlefield. Every sword chi light spot was peerless and terrifying. It could destroy everything. Once the stalemate was broken, the entire battlefield was silent again. The atmosphere instantly became extremely oppressive. Meng Gaoshua's trusted subordinates were also startled. Their hearts clenched, and they were very worried. The situation didn't look good at all. They all felt the terrifying supreme sword chi coming from the martial platform. It was too terrifying. Just the feeling alone was enough to frighten them. What? Jigeo Shuo was really shocked. How could this be? Qin Shao hasn't used his full strength yet. Is this his true strength? This move has actually completely applied the power of the 7 laws into a single sword move. It has perfectly combined the strengths of the 7 laws into a single sword move. Then, it's fused into a single sword move and unleashed. It's actually made this sword move so terrifyingly powerful. That's just too terrifying. How can this sword move be so strong? How can it be so terrifying? He's obviously just a third-step ancient saint. The level of his cosmic laws is obviously not high. It's only at the great perfection realm. But in Qin Zhao's hands, it actually became so strong, unbelievably strong. Not good, not good. It's dangerous. Jigeo Shu also hurriedly retreated, but it was simply too late. Qin Zhao's stalemate was surging violently. There was no way for him to retreat. While being enveloped by the stalemate's power, Jigeo Shuo felt that his strength was somewhat weak, somewhat pale, and powerless. His sword array was unexpectedly destroyed in an instant. It was simply too weak to withstand a single blow. Such a situation was a great blow to Jigeo Shuo. He had always been proud of his unique move, but in front of Qin Zhao's sword, it was so useless. There was no way for him to retreat, and he couldn't block it, so he could only use his sacred body to resist. However, it was obvious that he would be at a great disadvantage if he continued to resist. Rays of sword chi directly penetrated Jigeo Shuo's body, destroying his sacred body. Uft, uft. Jigeo Shuo spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Although he had a supreme sacred artifact as a defensive treasure, he still couldn't block the power of Qin Zhao's stalemate. This unique move was indeed a little too powerful. In fact, Qin Zhao was somewhat confident that he could fight with anyone below the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. Under such a powerful attack, how could Jigeo Shuo block it? If there were a few more rounds of attacks, Jigeo Shuo would probably die under Qin Zhao's sword. There was no suspense at all. Chapter 3101. Such a situation was indeed a ghastly sight for the onlookers. Father, Realm Lord, Big Brother. Meng Gao Shuo's cronies were all anxious, and they were all shouting loudly. Song Juqi's face became even more ferocious, like a wild beast that had gone berserk. He glared at Qin Zhao with a ferocious expression. If looks could kill, Qin Zhao wouldn't be able to kill him even if he died 1,000 times over. Meng Gao Shuo was in a precarious situation. It was very likely that he would die at Qin Zhao's hands. Boss, let's go save Father together. Who cares about the rules? This is Wulu or Realm. We should be the ones to decide the rules. Let's join hands and kill this brat together. If we don't act now, Father might be in danger. A highness gritted his teeth and said fiercely. A third-step ancient saint stage old man immediately shouted, "No, you can't do that." This rule was set by the 5 supreme forces together. It has been passed down through the generations. It is an unshakable heavenly might. No one has dared to break this rule since ancient times. Anyone who breaks it will be met with the wrath of the heavens and be killed. If we dare to break this rule, we will all die. Both the original body and the clone will die. In fact, even the Realm Lord's original body won't be able to survive. We can't touch such a thing. This is definitely not a joke. If the 5 supreme forces are angered, the entire great Tao Saint realm will be darkened. Another second-step ancient saint immediately advised, "That's right, Third Highness. You can't do such a thing. Otherwise, we will all die." The wrath of the heavens is definitely not something to be trifled with. Third Highness was stunned. What could he do if he couldn't do this and that? Could it be that he could only watch his father die helplessly? I admit defeat. Meng Gao Shuo, whose life was at stake, didn't hesitate and immediately admitted defeat. He was very clear about his current situation. If he didn't admit defeat now, only death would await him. He hated himself for hesitating just now. He should have admitted defeat earlier. It would have been better if he had done so the first time. But now, he had to admit defeat after being seriously injured. Damn it. How could Gao Shuo not know that all of this was done deliberately by Qin Zhao? She was deliberately leading him to do this. Hearing that Meng Gao Shuo had admitted defeat, Qin Zhao pursed his lips. He was reluctant. It was a pity that he couldn't kill Meng Gao Shuo, leaving him a chance. However, Meng Gao Shuo had already admitted defeat. According to the rules, he had to stop the fight. If Qin Zhao continued to fight, it would be against the rules. Who in the great Tao Sanctuary would dare to disobey the rules set by the 5 supreme forces? Who would dare to violate them? That was simply courting death. Even if he was a realm lord, even if he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy, he wouldn't be able to do anything. No one was allowed to violate the rules. Otherwise, death would be the only way out. Once the five supreme forces of the great Tao sanctuary took action, no matter who it was, they would definitely die. Even if they were on the Heavens Declaration, they wouldn't be able to escape death. Therefore, Qin Shao naturally didn't dare to go against the rules. After thinking about it, it made sense. Mang Gao Shuo had been able to dominate the Fuluo world for 100 eras, which meant that his strength was extraordinary. While it might not be too difficult to defeat these powerful fourth-step ancient saints, it would be far too difficult to kill them. It was especially difficult for a rich fourth-step ancient saint like Mang Gao Shuo to kill. It was basically impossible to kill him in one move. However, this move had severely injured Mang Gao Shuo. He probably only had 30% to 40% of his strength left. This injury wasn't light at all. If Qin Shao continued to attack, he would probably be able to kill Mang Gao Shuo in 2 more moves. Therefore, Qin Shao was very upset when Mang Gao Shuo admitted defeat. Qin Shao withdrew his strength and pointed his sword at Mang Gao Shuo. He said coldly, "You are a realm lord. Don't you feel ashamed to admit defeat so quickly? A coward like you doesn't have a right to be a realm lord. You don't have the right to dominate the Fuluo world. What's lamentable is that you, Jigeo Shaw, have dominated Void Sky World for 100 universe eras. This is truly a lamentable matter. Don't you, Jigeo Shaw, feel ashamed? What qualifications do you have? Do you have the unparalleled talent to be the master of a realm?" Puffed. After being insulted by Qin Shao, Mang Gao Shuo was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. Every word was vicious. However, he couldn't refute anything. After all, the winner takes all. He lost to Qin Shao. That was how sad it was. The spectators were all as silent as cicadas in winter. They watched as the Realm Lord, no, it should be the former Realm Lord, was ruthlessly trampled on and humiliated by Qin Shao, the soon-to-be new Realm Lord. Some people felt that this was a very satisfying thing. Qin Shao. Mang Juchi rushed over and helped Mang Gao Shuo up. He stared at Qin Shao with fire shooting out his eyes. He scolded, "You've gone too far. I won't allow you to humiliate my father like this. Your father has already admitted defeat. You've already won. What more do you want? When it's possible to let people off, one should spare them. Why are you still so aggressive? Don't you dare stop? Don't you think that you've gone too far?" Looking at Mang Juchi, Qin Shao chuckled. "Am I going too far? Am I aggressive? Compared to what your father Mang Gao Shuo did in the past, I'm afraid that it pales in comparison. Isn't your father going too far?" He repaid kindness with enmity. He deceived his master, exterminated his family, killed his fellow disciples, betrayed his brothers, committed treason, and killed his master. Tell me, which crime hasn't your father committed? Your father's heinous crimes are too numerous to be recorded. Today, I only humiliated your father a little, and you said that I went overboard. How am I going overboard? Tell me. Qin Zhao's words immediately ignited the atmosphere of the scene, causing an uproar. Immediately, the crowd began to discuss intensely again. They had never heard of such a thing before. There was no record of such a thing in history. Occasionally, there were some voices, but they didn't dare to believe it. They also didn't dare to discuss it. Now that they heard Qin Shao say it in public, all these crimes were indeed very heinous. Just listening to it made them feel that it was a very terrible thing. Every crime was shameful and disdainful. Was Realm Lord Mang Gao Shuo really such a person? Such a thing was indeed very hard to believe. But now, the ironclad facts were in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. Qin Shao, that's that. Don't talk so much. Your father has admitted defeat. Let's go. Mang Juchi knew that all this was true, so he naturally didn't dare to argue with Qin Shao. He supported his father and was about to leave the martial stage. But how could Qin Shao let Mang Gao Shuo leave? Qin Zhao's figure moved and blocked in front of Jagged Tall Shuttle. He said, "Where are you going? Did I say you could leave?" Mang Gao Shuo glared at Qin Shao, and his eyes were blazing with anger. That was a monstrous rage. He knew that Qin Shao was determined to kill him. Naturally, he wouldn't let him leave so easily. Chapter 3102. Mang Ju stood in front of his father and glared at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, what is the meaning of this? My father has already admitted defeat. You have already won. My father will hand over the Fulawar Realm Lord token. What else do you want? The public challenge has already ended. Do you still want to break the rules and continue? Qin Shao sneered. Yes, the public challenge has already ended. Now that the official matters are over, it's time for private matters. I'm not here as a challenger. I'm here as a private individual. Is there a problem? The enmity between me and your father, Jigeo Saw, must be settled today. Even if he admits defeat, he must die. Even if he admits defeat, he must die? What kind of domineering words were these? What kind of shocking words were these? They were too domineering. But it could also be seen how deep Qin Zhao's hatred for Meng Gaoshua was. It was a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. This was absolutely irreconcilable. Such a deep enmity was truly terrifying. Qin Shao, do you still want to continue? Now that there are no restrictions, do you know the consequences? Mang Ju sneered. Meng Gaoshua's trusted subordinates also walked over and stood firmly beside Meng Gaoshua. There were more than 50 of them. Moreover, they were all second or third step ancient saints. Although they weren't very strong individually, they had a lot of people. 52nd or third step ancient saints gathered together. It was a terrifying force that couldn't be underestimated. Eighth brother, why are you wasting your breath on him? If he wants to fight, let him fight. Just as well, we also want to fight. It's just what we want. Father has suffered such a great loss. How can we let it go so easily? That's right. You still want to fight? Try it, Qin Shao. I'll let you know how the word death is written. Realm Lord, say the word. We'll go and take this kid down together to vent your anger. Meng Gaosu also looked at Qin Shao with a gloomy face. He also wanted to get back at him, but he was clear that Qin Zhao's strength was too strong. At this time, he was seriously injured. If he rashly made a move at this time, the situation would not be good. Moreover, he had lost to Qin Shao, and the position of Realm Lord had changed hands. Theoretically speaking, Qin Shao was already the Realm Lord of Fulawar Realm. Being of high status, dominating a realm, and wielding great power, this was a supreme existence recognized by the Great Path Sacred Region. This was an existence protected by the 5 supreme forces. Rashly attacking a Realm Lord was a huge taboo. It was very likely that the Tian Fa army would be drawn out. Once the Tian Fa army appeared, they would probably be sitting on the ground waiting for death. Therefore, such a matter naturally had to be handled with extreme caution. How could Zhu Juqi and the others not understand this? However, their words were rude and wanted to infuriate Qin Shao. Qin Shao glanced at them indifferently. He was not worried at all, and his face was still calm. Qin Shao, will only say this once. Don't worry, I'm speaking to you in my personal capacity, not as the new Realm Lord. I'm only here for Meng Gaosa. I only need to kill him. As for the others, I don't want to hurt them. If there are any stubborn people who insist on standing up for Meng Gaosa and obstructing me from killing him, then don't blame my sword for being merciless. Hearing Qin Shao say that he was speaking in his personal capacity, Zhu Juqi and the others relaxed. If he was speaking in his Realm Lord identity, then it was indeed not good for them to take the initiative to provoke him. Otherwise, they might commit a huge taboo. But if he was speaking in his personal capacity, then there was nothing to worry about at all. They could directly make a move. How could a group of 50 people not be able to suppress a single Qin Shao? Even if Meng Gaosuo was seriously injured, it shouldn't affect them. Who are you trying to scare? Since you're speaking in your personal capacity, then we don't have to be afraid of you. Father, give the order. We'll attack together and destroy this guy. Let's see if he still dares to be so arrogant. You want to kill us? Let's see how strong Qin Shao is first. Zhu Juqi and the others were full of fighting spirit. Zhu Juqi was already filled with guilt, so he naturally wanted to fight. He wanted to make up for his mistakes. He wanted to use this chance to regain some face. In his life, this was the first time he had been deceived and used like this. How could he, Zhu Juqi, tolerate something like this? How could he tolerate this? Numerous weapons were pointed at Qin Shao, emitting sharp and cold glints. Their eyes were as vicious as tigers, and as venomous as a 1,000-year-old viper. They were cold and sinister, incomparably terrifying. Their eyes were as sharp as knives, as sharp as steel. These people were indeed very loyal to Meng Gaosuo. They were all clamoring to fight to the death with Qin Shao. They wanted to defeat Qin Shao. You speak as if you're the only ones with helpers. Don't tell me my brother Qin Shao doesn't have helpers? At this moment, a light voice rang out. Two figures landed lightly on Qin Zhao's left and right. It was Brother Pure and Yuan. Meng Gaosuo had helpers, but so did Qin Shao. Seeing Brother Pure and Yuan, Zhu Juqi and Meng Gaosuo's eyes darkened. They naturally knew that these two were also disciples of the Firmament Academy. Qin Zhao's strength had reached an unimaginable level. Even if these two weren't as strong as Qin Shao, they wouldn't be weak. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who could be with a peerless genius like Qin Shao certainly wouldn't be weak. Qin Shao didn't only have Brother Pure and Yuan as his helpers. He also had Baby Mo and Little Gu who hadn't been released yet. Of course, Little Gu wouldn't be of much use. After all, he was indeed a little weak. However, Baby Mo was still very strong. If he really went all out, his strength could reach the level of an ordinary fourth-step ancient saint. I thought Qin Shao had a lot of helpers. There's only 2 of you. There's only 3 of you. There's no way you can do anything. That's right. Stop talking nonsense. Let's do it. This time, Zhu Juqi's eldest brother didn't ask for his father's opinion. Instead, he directly gave the order to attack. He took the lead and attacked Qin Shao and the other 2. However, his strength was obviously very ordinary. He was only a second-step ancient saint. As soon as he attacked, the others naturally couldn't just watch him attack alone. Therefore, they didn't hesitate and attacked together. Zhu Juqi stared at Qin Shao with a complicated gaze. He also charged at Qin Shao. Qin Shao, although I'm not as strong as you, I have to fight with you in this battle. The powerful lineup of over 50 people attacked in unison, forming an aura that covered the sky and covered the earth. The might of a raging sea surged violently towards Qin Zhao's group of 3 with a mighty force that whistled through the heavens. These people were very tacit. All the third-step ancient saints charged at Qin Shao, while the rest were divided into 2 groups. One group charged at Brother Pure and Yuan respectively. With such a lineup, they wanted to take down Qin Shao and the other 2 at the same time. There were a total of 9 third-step ancient saints charging at Qin Shao. This was the most elite force in Zhu Juqi's hands. 9 third-step ancient saints joined forces to launch a fierce attack on Qin Shao. It was very powerful and terrifying. One had to know that among the 9 third-step ancient saints, there were a few who were very strong. For example, Zhu Juqi's strength was very strong. Although he hadn't reached the 4th-step ancient saint stage, he was close. After all, he had also led people to participate in the 100 Worlds chosen battle. Moreover, he wasn't considered weak among the more than 100 holy maidens. With 9 3-step ancient saints joining forces, they could easily crush an ordinary 4-step ancient saint. The battle broke out completely. The entire martial stage began to shake and feel like it was about to collapse. More than 50 powerful ancient saints fighting at the same time. How terrifying, how glorious, and how shocking this scene was. If it wasn't for the fact that the martial stage was protected by a powerful array formation, the heaven and earth would have collapsed easily. The onlookers were instantly aroused, and their blood was boiling. It was enough to be able to watch such an earth-shattering battle in one's lifetime. Zhu Juqi and the others had the advantage in numbers. They were ambitious and wanted to take down Qin Shao and the other 2 to reclaim their father's dignity. Zhu Juqi had been seriously injured by Qin Shao, so he naturally couldn't fight at this time. He was watching the battle from the back. That pair of incomparably deep and serene eyes flickered with an uncertain light. Although he had more people on his side, he had a bad feeling about this. I can't stay here for long. The person Qin Shao wants to kill is me. As long as I run away, Qin Shao won't go on a killing spree. After pondering for a while, Meng Gaosuo finally came to a decision. Once he made his decision, Meng Gaosuo didn't hesitate. His figure moved and immediately disappeared into the void. He used a special technique to escape from this place. Stop the three of them, Zhu Juqi shouted. He naturally knew his father's plan, so he ordered everyone to stop Qin Shao and the other two to buy some time for his father. He believed that his father would be able to escape in 1 or 2 breaths. Qin Shao wouldn't be able to catch up to him even if he chased after him. Everyone's blood was boiling, and they all went all out to stop Qin Shao. They wanted to buy time for the jagged tall shuttle. If it's wishful thinking. Unfortunately, I'm not unprepared. Qin Shao sneered in his heart. He wasn't worried at all. Baby Mo hadn't made a move yet, but now Baby Mo came in handy. Qin Shao had expected Zhu Juqi to have such a move, so he'd had Baby Mo wait in the dark. Zhu Juqi was seriously injured, and his strength was estimated to be at the 3rd or 4th level at most. Baby Mo shouldn't have any problem stopping him. Jagged tall shuttle moved, and Mo Bao Bao immediately chased after him. On the other side, Zhu Juqi and the others attacked with all their might. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't hold back either. He broke the stalemate and destroyed everything. All the power and techniques of the 9 third-step ancient saints were broken by Qin Zhao's sword. Qin Zhao's sword aura was sharp, but it wasn't careless at all. While pushing back the 9, he also killed 3 of the weaker third-step ancient saints. In other words, he'd pushed back 9 third-step ancient saints, injured 6 of them, and killed 3 of them on the spot. That sword was magnificent. This sword was too domineering, too sharp and sharp. That sword broke the stalemate and shocked the heavens. That was Qin Shao. He'd shocked the universe and the firmament palace with his unparalleled brilliance. On the other side, Brother Chuanjia and Yuan Yuan had also beaten the attackers to a pulp, each of them retreating in defeat. These people were no match for Qin Shao and the other 2. No matter how many of them there were, it wouldn't change anything. Chapter 3103. In just a single clash, they had already lost 3 third-step ancient saints. It was a terrible loss. Most of the others were injured as well. This shocked them, and a strong sense of fear welled up in their hearts. It seemed like Qin Shao wasn't the only one with heaven-defying strength. The other 2 were also terrifyingly strong. The 3 of them were only third-step ancient saints, but why were they so unbelievably strong? You overestimate yourselves. I'll give you another chance to choose. If you continue to be stubborn, you'll end up like those 3. I, Qin Shao, do not wish to kill all of you. However, if you insist on sending yourselves to your deaths, then you're asking for it. Qin Shao coldly said as he swept his gaze over Meng Juqi and the others below. One had to admit that Qin Zhao's words were full of deterrence. In just a single clash, 3 third-step ancient saints had died under his sword. How terrifying was that? In their hearts, all of them were terrified. They were all thinking that if they continued to attack, would they be the next to die? It wasn't worth it to risk their lives for Jigao Sha. Jigao Sha had already lost. He was no longer the realm lord of the Falua realm. The new realm lord was Lord Qin Shao. If they continued to fight, not only would they offend the new realm lord, but they might also lose their lives. Such a matter naturally made those people weigh the pros and cons in their hearts. What are you afraid of? Don't be intimidated by Qin Shao with just a few words. Don't forget that all of you swore to be loyal to my father. All of you have been greatly helped by him. If you cower and don't fight today, my father will remember each and every one of you. He won't let any of you go. I'm afraid the consequences aren't something you can bear. Now that things have come to this, we have no other way out. We can only fight Qin Shao to the death. We have the advantage in numbers. Let's attack together later. Don't scatter our forces anymore. Let's stick together. I don't believe that we can't deal with them. The big brother snorted coldly and swept his gaze over the crowd. He could sense that many people's morale was low, and they were showing signs of surrendering. He had to suppress this trend. Brother Pure chuckled disdainfully. He waved his hand at Jigeo Shua's elder brother and said, "TCH, I think you're thinking too much. Jigeo Shua's life can't be saved. If you want to die, don't drag others down with you. They don't owe you anything, so why should they die with you? Don't be too selfish." After saying that, Brother Pure looked at those people and said, "Is it worth it to risk your life for a dying man? Don't think we're easy to talk to. If you anger us, it won't be as simple as losing one of your doppelgangers. Let me give you a piece of advice. You can't afford to participate in today's matter. It's better if you don't get involved. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. That's all I have to say." Many people's hearts were already shaken. Now that they heard Brother Pure's words, they were even more shaken. As the saying goes, a wise man submits to circumstances. Sometimes you have to lower your head. Rebel, are you all rebelling? Are you all going to be traitors? Are you all going to be ungrateful? I'll make it clear today. Whoever doesn't fight today is a traitor. My main clan will not let go of the traitor. We will annihilate his entire clan, not leaving a single one alive. Today, all of you must fight alongside me. We will fight to the death with this brat Qin Shao. We will fight to the death. Men, are you all such cowards? Don't you even have the guts to do this? Then I must be blind. Did I misjudge you? The great prince shouted angrily again. He was filled with grief and indignation. However, he couldn't threaten them with just a few words. Instead, it aroused the anger in some people's hearts. It was true that they were loyal to Realm Lord Jigeo Shua before, but they were only subordinates, not servants. Did they have to die for that to happen? Everyone's life was precious. Moreover, today's matter was originally a private matter. It had nothing to do with them. They had already done their best, but the other party's strength was simply too strong. "You're so stubborn. Die first," Brother Chunjia said impatiently. Then, he quickly attacked the first prince. The great prince had just fought with Brother Pure, so he naturally knew how strong Brother Pure was. How could he be a match for the great prince? At this moment, when he saw the First Highness making a move, he immediately panicked and repeatedly shouted, "Everyone, quickly make a move, quickly make a move. Help me block him, block him." However, not many people were willing to help. Only 6 people were willing to help. Including the First Highness, there were only 7 of them. However, these 7 people obviously couldn't stop Brother Pure. On the other side, Jigeo Shua looked at the 3-step ancient saints. Most of the 2nd-step ancient saints chose to remain silent. Their lives were more important. The remaining 5 3-step ancient saints were all Jigeo Shua's trusted subordinates. Some of them were even sworn brothers who had fought together to conquer the world. The 5 3-step ancient saints remained silent. They didn't say anything, but they clearly didn't want to help. Perhaps they were still hesitating. Facing Qin Shao, they were really short of breath. They didn't have the slightest bit of confidence to fight. Jigeo Shua saw the situation and knew that he couldn't count on anyone else. It was true that when disaster struck, everyone would fly away. The fickleness of human nature. However, it was also true that it was very difficult to make someone work for you, even at the cost of their own life. Song Juchi walked out and stared at Qin Shao coldly. "You'll have to step over my dead body first. I, Song Juchi, have spent my entire life trying to befriend someone. I didn't think I'd end up being tricked and used. I don't blame anyone. I only blame myself for being blind. In today's battle, I, Jigeo Shua, will fight to the death with you, Qin Shao. If you want to kill my father, you'll have to kill me first. Others may be cowardly and afraid of death, but I, Jigeo Shua, am not. This is all because of me. I should have a good explanation." Qin Shao shook his head. "Jigeo Shua, I, Qin Shao, owe you a favor. There's no enmity between us. That's why I don't want to kill you. No one can save your father's life, let alone you. I have to kill him. If you insist on stopping me, you can't blame me. I've already apologized for deceiving and using you." Ha ha ha. Jigeo Shua laughed maniacally. Do you think an apology can erase all of this? What a joke, what a joke. Don't say anything else. You and I can't exist together. Today, either you, Qin Xiao, or I, Jigeo Shaw, will die. Come on, Qin Xiao. Do you really think I'm someone who's afraid of death? As long as I'm still alive, I'll fight you to the end. That's why you'd better kill me, or you won't have a good day ahead. Qin Xiao shook his head. He could only laugh bitterly in his heart. It seemed like his deceiving and using Jigeo Shua had dealt a huge blow to him. That was why Lung Ju was so crazy. His obsession had reached the point of madness. Such a person was very scary. Other than killing him, there was no other choice. Since that's the case, I'll just fulfill his wish. Qin Xiao didn't like to be in constant trouble. This was something that Song Juqi brought upon himself. He couldn't blame Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao made a move. Just him, Wan Qi, alone, naturally couldn't block Qin Xiao's attack. Qin Xiao didn't even need to use his full strength. He didn't even need to use the power of his internal world. He could easily crush Jigeo Shua. After one exchange, Jigeo Shua spat out blood again. His saint body was broken by 20 to 30%. After another attack, Jigeo Shua was seriously injured. With his life hanging by a thread, Qin Xiao only needed to attack once more to kill him on the spot. Jigeo Shua, are you sure you want to die? You've stalled me long enough. I can spare your life. Qin Xiao asked again. The meaning behind his words was very obvious. Jigeo Shua risked his life to stall Qin Xiao. He wanted to buy time for Jigeo Shua to escape. But now there was enough time. Song Juqi's eyes were still filled with determination as he stared at Qin Xiao. Don't pretend to be merciful. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Don't even think about making me lower my head. For such a matter, even if I die 10,000 times, I can't absolve myself of the blame. Why don't we fight to the death with you, Qin Xiao, today? It could be considered a grand occasion. It's just death. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Xiao, do it. Kill me. Why bother? It's better to live than to die. Why must you insist on dying? But speaking of which, Jigeo Shua was a man. He was also a very arrogant person. That's why he acted so crazily now. Speaking of which, Qin Xiao was actually quite impressed with such a person. However, it was a pity that the other party was standing on the opposite side of him. He had no choice but to take action. Since Jigeo Shua insisted on dying, Qin Xiao could only fulfill his wish. The last attack finished Jigeo Shua. On the other side, Brother Pure easily finished off the other 6 people. Only the First Highness was left. But the First Highness was seriously injured and didn't have much strength to fight back. At this moment, the First Highness's face was filled with fear. It was as if he was a completely different person compared to the arrogant and unyielding attitude he had a moment ago. Young Master, young hero, Master, please have mercy. Please have mercy. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Don't kill me. The First Highness looked at Brother Chuanjia with a terrified expression and admitted defeat. Just now, he was clamoring to kill Qin Xiao and the others. But now he was acting so cowardly. Compared to Jigeo Shua, the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. Brother Pure curled his lips and looked at the First Highness with disdain. That's not right. You threw away your arrogance so quickly. As a person, you can't change so quickly. I haven't even gotten used to it yet. Look at your 8th brother. He's such an unyielding man. And your 3rd brother, he didn't say a word until he died. They're all born of the same father. Why is it that when it comes to you, the First Highness, they're all cowards? Chapter 3104. Although Gao Shuo had many children, only 3 of them were successful. The first prince, the 3rd prince, and the 8th prince. Among them, the 8th Majesty's performance was the most outstanding. He stood above all the heroes and had an unparalleled bearing. He was a genius with great talent and potential. Gao Shuo had high hopes for the 8th prince, so he was highly regarded by Gao Shuo. Now, the 3rd Highness and 8th Highness Chu Juqi were dead. Only the First Highness was left. After being humiliated by Brother Pure, the first prince's face turned ugly. However, he still did not dare to resist. It was obvious that this person was extremely afraid of death. His toughness was just an act. Perhaps he wanted to use others to deal with Qin Shao. He wanted to incite others' emotions. However, when it came to the first prince, he instantly became terrified. "Beg me." Brother Pure grinned and looked at the first prince playfully. The First Highness didn't hesitate. He immediately put on a submissive expression and tried his best to fawn over Brother Pure. "Young master, please let me go. Spare my life. I beg you. Are you used to being the first prince? Do you still think you're the first prince? Who begs like you?" Brother Pure glanced at the first prince and said unhappily. The first prince was stunned and his expression froze. He naturally understood the meaning of Brother Pure's words. In order to survive, the First Hall Master violently clenched his teeth and quickly made up his mind. Plop, the first prince directly knelt in front of Brother Pure and said with a black face, "Please, spare my life." His First Highness actually dared to do such a lowly and humiliating thing. Such a scene also shocked many people who saw it. Isn't this too spineless? No matter how cowardly he was, he should not be like this. Many people in the crowd felt embarrassed for the first prince. It was too embarrassing. Brother Pure naturally scoffed at this kind of person. He glanced at the first prince with disdain and waved his hand at him. "Scram, scram. Hurry up and disappear. Just looking at you makes me feel disgusted." Although the First Highness had suffered a great humiliation, it was still a joyous matter for the First Highness that he managed to survive. He didn't dare to stay here any longer. He got up and left quickly. He ran faster than a ghost. As a result, 10 of the jagged tall shuttle's Empyrean saints had already died. Now that the First Highness had fled, the other Empyrean saints were at a loss as to what to do. The crowd of onlookers also began to whisper among themselves. The death of so many ancient saint state beings was truly an extremely horrifying thing. It felt as though the entire world was about to change. Who would have thought that the initial struggle for the position of Realm Lord would actually develop to such an extent? Numerous gazes fell on Qin Shao. They couldn't help but feel deep respect for the new Realm Lord of Fulua World. Is it over? But why does it feel like it's not over yet? The atmosphere was still very stifling. At this moment, a figure was dashing towards them. Baby Mo had returned. She was still holding the dying, jagged tall shuttle in her hand. Baby Mo arrived in front of Qin Shao and casually tossed the jagged tall shuttle to the ground. Then she clapped her hands and giggled at Qin Shao, asking for praise. Master, this Baby Mo has done a great job. Hee, you should have told me earlier. You could have just left this to me. Baby Mo has done a great job. You've done well this time. You deserve a reward." Qin Shao nodded with a smile. He had been a little worried about Baby Mo. After all, the jagged tall shuttle still had about 30 to 40% of its power left. If they really went all out, the jagged tall shuttle's destructive power was still very terrifying. Fortunately, Baby Mo had fulfilled his mission and successfully brought the jagged tall shuttle back. It seemed that Baby Mo's strength had improved a little over the years. Receiving Qin Zhao's praise, Baby Mo was even happier. He was as excited as a child. In his happiness, Baby Mo said to Qin Shao, Master, I want to play outside for a while. Master, don't be in such a hurry to put me back into your inner world. It's really too boring in there. Xiaogu, that fellow is not fun at all." Speaking of this, Baby Mo was a little resentful. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. Indeed, it was very boring to keep the two of them in the inner world. Xiaogu was a little better. After all, he was not very playful. However, Baby Mo was still very playful. Okay. Qin Shao agreed. Yay, that's great. Long live Master. Thank you, Master. Baby Mo was even happier now. He danced to Yuan's side and immediately linked arms with her, becoming one with her. The two of them were both innocent and cute. They could play together very well. This scene once again left everyone dumbfounded. It was true. Everyone thought that the jagged tall shuttle had really escaped, including the ancient saints. After all, it had been delayed for so long. Qin Shao and the others did not chase after it. In fact, they had some doubts in their hearts. Qin Shao and the others did not seem to be in a hurry at all. They could have chased after it quickly, but they did not. Instead, they took their time to catch it. It turned out that everything had been arranged long ago. Someone had secretly chased after the jagged tall shuttle. Moreover, they had caught the jagged tall shuttle so quickly. This was definitely another extremely powerful being. However, this extremely powerful being was Qin Zhao's spiritual beast. This was terrifying. Qin Zhao's strength had reached a terrifying level. His two friends were also monstrously strong. They did not expect that even his spiritual beast was so strong. What kind of terrifying combination was this? With such a combination, they could probably do whatever they wanted in the entire Great Thousand World. As long as they did not encounter a world god, they could probably fight against anyone. In the face of such a terrifying combination, he, the jagged tall shuttle, did not lose unjustly. At this time, the jagged tall shuttle's face was ashen. He knew that there was no way out. There was only a dead end. The jagged tall shuttle's face was ashen. He stared at Qin Shao with extreme resentment. All of this was caused by him, Qin Shao. Qin Shao had almost destroyed everything he had. He had destroyed his life's work. This kind of hatred, how huge was it? Jagged tall shuttle, I said that you will definitely die today. It doesn't matter if you die. Why do you have to implicate others? 10 people died for you, including your 2 sons. How can you bear to do this? If you had realized it earlier, things would not have developed to this point. Qin Shao looked at the jagged tall shuttle and said coldly. His words were undoubtedly equivalent to giving the jagged tall shuttle a death sentence. The jagged tall shuttle had long been disheartened and completely despaired. He knew that he would definitely die today. Oomph, oomph, oomph. The jagged tall shuttle was not angry. Instead, he laughed. Qin Shao, Luha. There is reincarnation in the heavenly Tao, and there is karma in the world. Wow, what nonsense is this? I just don't accept it. I just don't believe it. Qin Shao, I will die in your hands today. I admit defeat. If you want to continue humiliating me, don't even think about it. You want to kill me? How can I do as you wish? It's just death anyway. Why don't I die more happily? With that, the jagged tall shuttle burned his own life and ended his own life in such a way. To do so, it was truly ruthless. Burning one's life to death was an extremely painful thing. It would go deep into the soul and cause endless pain and torment. It was a fate worse than death. Although such a way of dying was heroic, it was an extremely crazy and cruel thing for the deceased. The jagged tall shuttle was truly a ruthless person. He was a madman. Seeing the jagged tall shuttle choose to burn his life to death, many people were deeply shocked. Even if some people did not like the jagged tall shuttle, they had no choice but to respect him as a man. Qin Shao, let's wait and see. These were the last words the jagged tall shuttle left behind. After saying that, Ruggigusa died. The former realm lord of the floating Luo world, the overlord of the floating Luo world for 100 epochs, died just like that. Moreover, he died in such a heroic way. At the same time that it caused people to sigh, they also felt an indescribable pity. The sky of the floating Luo world was about to change completely. After the jagged tall shuttle died, a golden token flew out from his body and bloomed with boundless holy light. Immediately, the entire floating Luo city was illuminated by the holy light. Within the holy light, a vast and supreme pressure of heaven and earth poured down. Everyone involuntarily prostrated themselves in worship, welcoming the arrival of the new city, Lord of Floating Luo City. In the city lord's mansion, all the mansion's soldiers knelt on the ground. Many of the onlookers also knelt down one after another. On the other hand, the ancient saints who followed the jagged tall shuttle earlier all had strange expressions on their faces. To them, it was very painful. No matter what they did, it would not be enough. Qin Shao was also enjoying the baptism of the holy light. His body and mind were incomparably happy. It was as if he was floating in an ocean of Saint God, enjoying the sacred feeling. This feeling was too wonderful. It was an indescribable feeling. The Golden Sector Lord's token quickly descended and fused into Qin Zhao's forehead. As soon as it fused into his forehead, a huge amount of information poured into Qin Zhao's mind. There were also countless invisible threads that connected the entire Realm Lord's mansion. This feeling was very wonderful. Just with this Realm Lord token, he could actually control many things. Once the token entered his body, it was an official mission of Heaven's might. Only then could he be considered as the true Lord of a realm. Only then would he be qualified to rule over the floating Luo world and have the right to speak. After receiving this information, Qin Zhao couldn't help but smile. It seems like there are many benefits to being the Lord of a realm. No wonder so many people want to become the Lord of a realm. Ruling over a realm, dominating over a region. You can totally be a local emperor. You can set your own laws, have supreme authority, and recruit mansion soldiers. Once you become the Lord of a realm, you can sit on a powerful force, a huge army, and the faith of a realm. Also, the wealth of the Realm Lord's mansion will all belong to me now. Mangao Shual was killed by me. He didn't come in time to take it away. These things, I'll slowly digest them later. Qin Zhao retracted his thoughts. The holy light also dissipated. However, the current scene was incomparably solemn. Greetings, Lord of the Realm. Welcome, Lord of the Realm. Suddenly, a wave of orderly and loud voices rang out. Instantly, it resounded through the 9 heavens, shattering the dome of heaven. As soon as the voices rang out, the entire floating Luo city also rose and fell. Loud and clear voices soared into the sky, echoing in spirals. It was as if the heavenly palace was singing. Author Cruel Death say, 4th. Chapter 3105. Haha, Yuan, it seemed that we should also pay our respects to the Realm Lord. Congratulations. Brother Pure suddenly joked with a smile. This time, Yuan followed Brother Chuanjie and pretended to salute Qin Zhao with a fist in the other hand. Qin Zhao glared at Brother Pure and said, "If you are envious, then I will let you be the Realm Lord." Brother Pure suddenly grinned and waved his hand. Humph, is my Brother Pure that kind of person? But brother, you are right. I am envious to death. But you can't look down on me. I want to be the Realm Lord. Do I need you to let me be? Then I could just grab one myself. It's not a big deal, right? This kind of hard work, you should take it on yourself. I won't share it with you. Ha. I prefer to be free and unrestrained. Yuan also nodded. Well, I am not interested. Hee. Brother Qin Zhao, just be the Realm Lord. Qin Zhao smiled bitterly and could only be helpless. In fact, he really didn't want to be the Realm Lord. Even if there were many benefits to being the Realm Lord, Qin Zhao was very clear that he didn't have the time and energy to take care of Fuluo world. His mind was only on cultivation, and he didn't have the heart to deal with the affairs of a world. But this time, there was no other way. After all, Mangao Shual was the Realm Lord. If he wanted to kill him, he couldn't directly attack him. If he acted rashly in the City Lord Mansion, he was afraid that he would be killed by the 5 Supreme Forces. If he violated the taboo, the Heavenly Punishment Group might be dispatched. Once the Heavenly Punishment Group was dispatched, no matter if Qin Zhao was a disciple of the Firmament Academy or a disciple of Sage Li, he would be punished according to the heaven. Therefore, Qin Zhao had no choice. The best way was to issue a public challenge to Mangao Shual and kill him. Not only that, he also picked up the position of Realm Lord. But in fact, Qin Zhao had refused from the beginning. Qin Zhao had a headache just thinking about it. But for the time being, this was the only thing he could do. He would see how to arrange it later. It was clearly impossible for Qin Zhao to stay in Fuluo world and be the Realm Lord. At this time, the sound of orderly footsteps came out from the Realm Lord's mansion. An army of 10,000 people walked out. They were all wearing bright armor and were dressed in the same color. They were in an orderly formation. As they walked out, the clear sound of their footsteps echoed through the sky. His aura was incomparably majestic with a sharp sharpness. It was like a peerless sword that contained an extremely terrifying power. The leader of the group was a man who exuded the aura of a second-step ancient saint. He was a second-step ancient saint. The First Legion commander has led the First Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The leader of the group, a second-step ancient saint, came to Qin Zhao's side respectfully and said in a loud voice. After saying that, he waved his hand, and the entire army of the First Legion knelt down on one knee. Their left hand held a weapon, and their right hand clenched into a fist in front of their chest as they saluted. The First Legion commander also knelt down, expressing his allegiance to Qin Zhao and pledging his loyalty to Qin Zhao, the new Realm Lord. Soon, another army of 10,000 people walked out from the Realm Lord's mansion. The entire Realm Lord's mansion began to shake. Orderly voices came from all directions. As the legions walked out from the Realm Lord's mansion, the entire place fell silent again. Everyone shut their mouths and looked over. The Second Legion commander has led the Second Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The Third Legion commander has led the Second Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The Fourth Legion commander has led the Second Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The 99th Legion commander has led the Second Legion to report to the Realm Lord. The entire Realm Lord's mansion had a total of 99 legions. Each legion had 10,000 people as the base, which was almost equivalent to 1 million elite soldiers. These were just the strength of the legions. Those who could be called legions were all elite troops. They were the absolute main force. As for the other mansion soldiers and mansion guards, they were not included in the list. Moreover, to be able to join a legion, the minimum requirement was to have the strength of a fourth-step heavenly venerate. In other words, just the elite soldiers of the Realm Lord's mansion alone were equivalent to 1 million fourth-step heavenly venerate cultivators for the Realm Lord's mansion. This number, at first glance, was indeed a very large number. Not only were there 1 million fourth-step heavenly venerate elite soldiers, but there was also at least one ancient sage in each legion. Some legions even had 2 ancient sages. Although they were basically first-step ancient sages, they were still ancient sages after all. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. Moreover, this was not all the ancient sages that the Realm Lord's mansion possessed. There were also quite a number of them that were distributed to various places. All in all, the Realm Lord's mansion controlled an extremely huge legion force that was definitely very powerful. And these forces were only loyal to the Realm Lord and not to an individual. No matter who became the Realm Lord, it was the same. Their loyalty, or more accurately, their loyalty was to the Realm Lord's token. Therefore, those who became soldiers of the Realm Lord's mansion had to be baptized by the Realm Lord's token and be loyal to the Realm Lord's mansion. Only then would they be considered legal and compliant. If they did not do so, they would be violating the rules set by the 5 supreme forces. Once the rules were violated too much, it might attract the attention of the Heaven's Punishers. Therefore, no one dared to take the risk and violate the Heaven's rule. All 99 legions appeared, and all of them knelt in front of Qin Zhao. All of them shouted, "Realm Lord," showing their determination to pledge their loyalty. This shocking force was extremely powerful and terrifying. There were still many things that Qin Zhao didn't know about. He was slowly learning about them now. Everyone, please get up. In the future, the governance of Fulall world will depend on all of you. Qin Zhao cupped his fists and said to the legions. The legions were neatly dressed, and their momentum was monstrous. Qin Zhao did not expect that he would control such a powerful force so quickly. Although this control could only be within the territory of Fulall world, it was still an extremely wonderful thing. These things should be slowly digested later. Qin Zhao collected his thoughts, and his gaze fell on those ancient sages who had followed Man Gao Shua. At this time, they were actually a little flustered. When they saw Qin Zhao looking at them, they also looked over. They did not know how Qin Zhao would deal with them, but they did not have the strength to resist. They could only wait for Qin Zhao to decide their fate. At this time, they felt like fish on the chopping board. Their fates were completely in the hands of others. Qin Zhao looked at those people and said, "Sacred Venerables, in terms of cultivation time, I reckon that all of you are my seniors. No matter what the reason was, you were loyal to Meng Gao Shua and worked for him. I will not pursue this matter. The enmity between me and Meng Gao Shua is only between the two of us. It has nothing to do with others. Therefore, it will not affect any of you. I do not have the slightest prejudice against any of you. However, I have killed Meng Gao Shua's clone and seized the position of Realm Lord. Now, I, Qin Xiao, am in charge of Fulua World. All of you should be ambitious people. Most of you have been living and reproducing in Fulua World. Perhaps you have long regarded Fulua World as your home. Thus, everyone, I will give you a suggestion, or rather, a choice. If any of you are willing to stay and work for Fulua World, I, Qin Xiao, will welcome you with open arms and disregard former enmity. Everything that you have before will continue to be yours, and even more. Of course, Ichi must be loyal to him when he changes his banner. If any of you still have Meng Gao Shua in your heart and will be restrained by him in the future, you could take everything you have and leave. I will not stop you. Whether you stay or leave is up to you. I am willing to ask you to carefully consider this matter before making a decision. Qin Zhao's benevolence touched the hearts of the ancient sacred venerables. At the very least, they felt that Realm Lord Qin Xiao was a wise ruler and should be much stronger than Meng Gao Shua. It was a rather fortunate thing to be able to follow such a wise ruler. The ancient sacred venerables also began to discuss in private. The onlookers stood there and watched silently, waiting for something to happen. After a while, an old man walked out and respectfully saluted Qin Xiao, saying, "Realm Lord Qin Xiao, this humble one is old Sure. I have lived for 300 universe eras. My cultivation path has been cut off long ago, and there is no way for me to take another step forward. Therefore, I have long lost my ambition. I only want to stay in Fulua World peacefully, reproducing my descendants. In my Sure clan, there are also many juniors holding positions in Fulua World. There are even some in the Fulua army. My roots have been deeply rooted in Fulua World for a long time. Old Sure, I can leave alone, but I can't bring my roots along with me. Fortunately, Realm Lord Qin Xiao is willing to let bygones be bygones and accept us. This is our great fortune. Therefore, I, Old Sure, will follow Realm Lord Qin Xiao in the future. In fact, Old Sure has followed several Realm Lords. I only hope that Realm Lord Qin Xiao doesn't mind." Ha! Qin Xiao smiled happily and immediately went forward to help Old Sure up. "You're more than welcome. How could you say you don't like it? In the future, we are all on the same side. I, Qin Xiao, will first thank Senior Sure for your support." Being called Senior by Qin Xiao and even thanked him, Old Sure was filled with fear and trepidation. This Realm Lord really didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance. The way he handled matters was admirable. He treated his subordinates so well. He, Old Sure, had followed several Realm Lords, but he had never met someone as kind and benevolent as Qin Xiao. With Old Sure's example here, the trace of worry in everyone's heart was instantly dispelled. Immediately, another second step ancient saint stepped forward. "Realm Lord Qin Xiao, I am also willing to follow you in the future. I have offended you before. I hope Realm Lord Qin Xiao can forgive me." Originally, everyone was actually moved. Now that there was someone taking the lead and seeing Qin Zhao's magnanimity and benevolence, they naturally respected and admired him even more. They felt that he was a virtuous and wise ruler, and they were willing to follow him. Moreover, this was a matter that could affect the whole situation. As the saying goes, who would be willing to wander from place to place if they could have a stable and peaceful life? Therefore, most of them were very willing to stay, but it also depended on whether they could stay or not. From the looks of it, they could stay. Therefore, those ancient saints also expressed their willingness to stay and follow Qin Xiao. They were willing to continue working for Fulua World. Seeing that everyone was willing to stay, Qin Xiao was happy and relieved. Chapter 3106. It was naturally for the best if these old ministers were willing to stay behind and assist Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao would definitely not spend his energy on this. He would definitely be a hands-off boss. Therefore, Qin Shao was naturally in need of some experienced and capable subordinates to share his burdens. Realm Lord Manor, Conference Hall. Qin Shao had gathered all the core forces of the Realm Lord Manor. All of them were ancient saints who were loyal to the Realm Lord Manor and had always been working for the Realm Lord Manor. The enormous Void Sky world naturally required an enormous group of ruling forces. Only in this way would it be able to maintain the stability and peace of the entire Void Sky world, especially now that Qin Shao had defeated Mangao Suo and become the new Realm Lord of the Realm Lord Manor. The change of the throne was equivalent to a change of dynasty. Generally speaking, when there was a change of dynasty, there would be some turmoil. There would always be some reckless people who would jump out at this time and stir up trouble. Therefore, the more it was like this, the more it was necessary to have a powerful force to suppress and protect everything. Qin Shao was a little surprised when he saw more than 1,000 ancient saints standing in the conference hall. He did not expect that the number of ancient saints who were directly loyal to the Realm Lord Manor would be so many. It was indeed an extremely powerful force that could not be underestimated. If anyone dared to behave atrociously in the Fulual world, just the presence of over 1,000 ancient saints would be more than enough to suppress everything. That was way too frightening. However, these thousands of ancient saints were basically first-step ancient saints. For third-step ancient saints, there were 5 of them. For second-step ancient saints, there were only 86 of them. As for the others, they were all ancient saints of the first step. As such, they formed the core of the Realm Lord Manor and the most powerful force. Among these thousands of ancient saints, 70% of them were the deputy commanders of the legions. There were nearly 7 million elite legions in the entire Realm Lord Manor. 99 of them guarded the Realm Lord's Manor, while the others were scattered all over the Fulua realm. They guarded one area and maintained the peace of the other. Other than the ancient saint stage powerhouses who stayed in the Realm Lord's Manor and obeyed the Realm Lord's orders at all times, the rest were the city lords of the various cities in the floating Luo realm. Although the majority of the cities in Wulal world weren't directly governed by the Realm Lord Manor, there were still some that were directly governed by the Realm Lord Manor. In this way, it was for the sake of making it easier for him to rule and manage the entire Void Sky world. Now that Qin Shao had taken office, he naturally had to gather all the core members. Firstly, he had to assimilate their thoughts. Secondly, he had to arrange some work so that the entire full world could operate normally. Thirdly, he had to give them some appropriate deterrence so that they wouldn't have any disloyal thoughts. After all, the territory of the full world was a little too vast, and some places did indeed feel like the mountains were high and the Yellow Emperor was far away. If something really happened, it might not be able to reach the Realm Lord Manor. Although Qin Shao also had the experience of ruling a region, it was only in the primordial universe. The floating Luo world was too big and too complicated. To Qin Shao, this was indeed a very difficult task. It really gave Qin Shao a headache. The meeting in the meeting hall lasted for a year. Qin Shao listened until his head was about to explode before it finally ended. Many orders were given, and the ancient saint stage powerhouses also left one after another. After everyone left, Qin Shao asked the 5 ancient saint stage powerhouses to stay behind. These 5 ancient saint stage powerhouses were considered the leaders of the ancient saint stage powerhouses. They were also the most prestigious, influential, and experienced people in the Realm Lord Manor. If Qin Shao wanted to be a good absentee shopkeeper, then he could only rely on these 5 people. Therefore, Qin Shao already had a plan in his heart. The 5 of you, I, Qin Shao, am new to the floating Luo world. In fact, there are many things that I don't know about the floating Luo world. In this regard, you will definitely know more than me. Therefore, I, Qin Shao, will have to rely on you for the management of the floating Luo world in the future. Qin Shao is also willing to invite the five of you to assist me well and help me solve my problems. Qin Shao thanks you in advance. Qin Shao looked at the five of them with a serious face and said, This caused the five of them to be filled with fear and trepidation. Each of them immediately returned the greeting and solemnly vowed that this was something they should do. Qin Shao continued, It's like this. I still have many things to do in the future, so I won't stay in the Realm Lord Manor for long. I will leave soon. Therefore, I urgently need to make arrangements for everything in the floating Luo world. And you guys are now my most reliable right-hand men. I won't monopolize the power like Mang Gaosa. I will use your talents to the best of my ability. I will give you more opportunities to show your strength and let you all display your talents to the fullest. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the five of them looked at each other in dismay. They were quite shocked in their hearts. What did he mean? He was going to give them the power? What did the Realm Lord mean? Previously, Mang Gao Suo monopolized the power. He had the final say in everything. No one could disobey him. Moreover, he had many descendants. He would come out to take care of many things. Therefore, even if they were absolute trusted generals, they actually didn't have much power in their hands. Sometimes, they would always encounter a lot of obstacles when doing things. This was an indescribable pain in their hearts. Who didn't want to get the power? The power of a world, that was something that people yearned for very much. The burning desire in everyone's hearts was instantly aroused by Qin Shao. Qin Shao continued, It's like this. My initial plan is this. In the future, all the power of management in the floating Luo world will be divided equally among the five of you. I've divided it into 5 big parts. The 5 of you will be in charge of a big part. Each of you will do your own thing and fulfill your responsibilities. If you encounter something more complicated or troublesome, the 5 of you can discuss and make a decision. The minority obeys the majority. If there's nothing particularly important, you don't need to report to me. You can decide on your own. As for the others, I've also divided them into 5 parts. They will also be under your direct leadership. All the power will be given to you. Of course, it's also to prevent someone from abusing their power and acting recklessly. You will cooperate to manage the floating Luo world. You will also have to monitor and restrain others. You will hold the power and supervise each other. Everyone will work together and manage the entire floating Luo world well. Although power is good, it's also an incomparably sharp sword. If you don't grasp it well, you will hurt yourself. Therefore, I, Qin Shao, would like to ask you all something. At the same time, I would also like to remind you all, as long as you don't step on the line in my heart, I can muddle along and won't say anything about you. However, as long as anyone steps on the line in my heart, I will definitely not show mercy. In the future, when I'm not in the Realm Lord's manor, the 5 of you will have the final say in the entire floating Luo world. Everyone will listen to your orders. I believe that you're all great talents. You all have rich experience. You should also have many ideas. It's just that you might not have the chance to display them in the past. But now I, Qin Shao, am giving you the opportunity to display your talents. This is a stage that belongs to you. I hope that you can grasp it well. After hearing Qin Zhao's words, the 5 of them looked at each other again. However, they were all incomparably excited. He had really given them all the power. They had naturally dreamed of such a thing. They had also fantasized about it, but they felt that it was unrealistic. But now, it had actually become a reality. Plop! The 5 of them suddenly knelt down on one knee in front of Qin Shao and said in unison, From now on, we swear to follow Realm Lord Qin Shao to the death. We will do our best for floating Luo world. We will do our best until we die. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao smiled and said to the 5 of them, Get up. It's better not to say these words. I don't like to hear such words. In fact, it's a little empty. Perhaps you have said these words to Mang Gao Suo many times. Now, it's actually not that meaningful to me. After being said by Qin Shao, the 5 of them suddenly felt a little awkward. It was indeed so. They had indeed said these words to Mang Gao Suo many times. Now, it was a little strange for Realm Lord Qin Shao. No matter how well you say it, it's not as good as doing it. I don't really need anyone to swear loyalty to me. After all, I won't stay in floating Luo world for long, and I don't plan to settle down in floating Luo world in the future. So, to be honest, I won't be the realm lord for long. But I'll do my job. For the endless lives of floating Luo world, I have to take up this responsibility for floating Luo world. So, the one you have to swear loyalty to is not me, Qin Shao, but the realm lord manor, the floating Luo world, and this land of ours. In the future, I, Qin Shao, will not be the realm lord anymore. You should continue to be like this. Qin Shao continued. These words caused the hearts of the 5 people to be greatly moved. Indeed, they had never met a person who could be so indifferent to fame and power. Moreover, he was so considerate of them. Qin Shao waved his hand at the 5 of them and said, "All right, you can go and do your work. I'll leave the rest to you." A third step ancient saint suddenly said, "By the way, Your Excellency, according to tradition, when a new realm lord takes office, he will hold a banquet and invite the other realm lords. I wonder if Your Excellency can let me arrange this matter now." Since it was a tradition, Qin Shao had to follow it. It was also a good opportunity for him to get to know the other realm lords and greet them in advance. He hoped that when he was not around, they would not make things difficult for floating Luo world. Therefore, Qin Shao nodded and said, "All right, you can go and take care of this matter then. However, don't make it too grand. Let's keep it simple. Also, don't invite too many people." "Yes, Your Excellency." The third step ancient saint immediately accepted the order and left. The 5 third step ancient saints left the area and left the area. Soon, only Brother Pure, Yuan, and Baby Mo were left in the huge meeting hall. After being busy for a while, it really made Qin Shao feel somewhat physically and mentally exhausted. Being a realm lord is really not a chore for humans. It's much more tiring than cultivation. Phew, I'd rather go through a tribulation than be a realm lord. Qin Shao shook his head and sighed. Brother Pure said with a gloating face, "Brother, you're too delicate. Others can't even be a realm lord even if they want to. There are only 3,000 realm lords in the entire Great Tao Sacred Realm." Chapter 3107. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure speechlessly. It was easy for him to talk. Qin Shao was too lazy to care about these complicated and troublesome matters. "Brother Pure, I asked you to check and collect all the assets of the Realm Lord Manor. How did it go?" Qin Shao asked. Mang Gaosuo was directly killed. The 3rd prince and the 8th prince were also dead, and the other princes fled in panic. The people of the Mang clan had already scattered like birds and beasts. Therefore, the Mang clan still left behind a large amount of wealth. In addition to the wealth left behind by Mang Gaosuo, this was also a very considerable amount. For Qin Shao, this was naturally something that he needed very much. They could take this wealth to find the carefree messenger and smoothly enter the carefree little realm. Moreover, the Realm Lord Manor also had a considerable amount of wealth. Qin Shao could also take some from the Realm Lord Manor. Brother Chuanjia said, "You don't trust me? I've done everything according to your instructions. I've sent a batch to Madame Lu, and I've kept the rest. I haven't taken anything from the Realm Lord Manor yet. I feel that we have enough and don't need it." Qin Shao and Brother Pure were very interested in the assets. But this time, they took a lot of the cultivation resources of the Mang clan and gave them to the Lu clan. The huge territory of the Mang clan was temporarily empty. Qin Shao also planned to leave it empty. If the Lu clan grew stronger in the future, the Lu clan could take over. This was also a cycle. It was just a small compensation from Mang Gaosuo to the Lu clan. As long as Qin Shao was the realm lord, the Lu clan would definitely be well taken care of. This was also an important reason why Qin Shao was the realm lord. In this way, even if he left the Fuluo world, he could be very relieved. Qin Shao had already ordered that all parties must treat the Lu clan well. Well, after the banquet, let's go to the carefree little realm. Yuan, take baby Mo back to the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao nodded and said, "We will probably stay in the carefree small world for a long time. We won't be able to come out in a short time." Although Yuan and baby Mo were unwilling, they knew that they could not follow them into the carefree little realm, so they could only nod in agreement. The banquet had already unfolded in an orderly manner. The news of Qin Shao defeating Jie Gaosuo and becoming the new realm lord of Fulua Domain had already spread throughout the Great Dao Sacred Realm. This was considered a very big matter in the Great Dao Sacred Realm. Before the banquet even started, there were already people who came to congratulate them. "Ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, congratulations. To think that in the blink of an eye, you have already become the lord of a realm. You have fulfilled my lifelong dream." His Highness Badger Huai took the initiative to congratulate. It was indeed so. His lifelong dream was to become the lord of a realm like his father and dominate a region. As for the World God realm, it had always been too far away for him. The World God realm was something that his father had been pursuing all his life. How could it be so easy to achieve? The World God realm, in fact, Badger Huai had never dared to think about it. To be able to become the lord of a realm was already an ultimate goal. It could also be considered as fulfilling his father's expectations. It was just that this goal was still very far away from him. It was too difficult to become the lord of a realm. However, such a difficult problem seemed to be as easy as flipping a hand for Qin Shao. How long had it been since they last met? Out of the blue, the news that Qin Shao had defeated the Realm Lord of Fulua Domain and become the new Realm Lord of Fulua Domain had spread. The Realm Lord of Fulua Domain had also ruled Fulua Domain for hundreds of universe eras. He could be considered a very powerful existence. When the news first spread to Zilin Domain, he still didn't dare to believe it. After confirming it several times, he finally believed that it was true. "Haha, Your Highness Badger Huai, you can still think about it. We don't even dare to think about it." Saint Sage Kai Yuan also said. Big Beard, Cripple Saint Sage, Pan Dong Lu, Lady Lianxin, and the others had all arrived. Everyone was present. Obviously, they had all come together to congratulate Qin Shao. Seeing everyone, Qin Shao was very happy. The last time everyone gathered together was at the Sacred Water Palace. He didn't expect that everyone would gather here again so soon. This time, everyone came to congratulate Qin Shao. When they heard that Qin Shao had become the Realm Lord of Fulua Domain, they were sincerely happy for Qin Shao. Of course, they were also incomparably proud. Qin Shao was naturally very happy that everyone came to congratulate him. The banquet started very quickly. Qin Shao really didn't want such liveliness. Hence, he handed over the matter of receiving guests. Unless other sector lords came personally, he wouldn't easily go and receive them. However, it seemed that Qin Shao's face was rather big. In the end, more than 30 realm lords came personally. Badger Huai's father, Zilin Realm Lord, also came to congratulate him. Receiving these big shots was a rather strenuous task. After being busy for a while, they were finally done and sent off all the guests. Badger Huai and the others also left. Only then did the Realm Lord Manor gradually regain some peace. However, the entire Fulua Domain was still immersed in the celebration of the new Realm Lord's appointment. Especially Qin Shao, this new Realm Lord, his reputation was very good. He was praised by countless people and established a very good reputation. Everything in Fulua Domain was more or less arranged properly. Qin Shao could finally relax. Fortunately, the 5 supreme powers had a rule. During the first era of the new Realm Lord's appointment, no one could issue an open challenge to the new Realm Lord. In other words, during this era, Qin Shao was absolutely safe. No one could issue an open challenge to him to shake his Realm Lord position. This also meant that during this era, Qin Shao didn't need to appear. He could go out without any worries. After settling everything, Qin Shao and the other 3 left quietly. Haha, I say, brother, being the master of a realm is actually quite carefree and unfettered. I'm thinking, after I take my revenge and settle my worries, I'll make a trip to the primordial universe and bring my wife and the others over. After that, being the master of a realm and living a carefree life isn't too bad. Ruling a region, being a local emperor, gathering more wives and concubines, giving birth to more children and nurturing them into talents. TSK, TSK, TSK. Just thinking about it is a wonderful thing. It's really beautiful, Brother Pure said on the way. Looking at him, he was half joking but also half serious. Qin Shao didn't doubt that Brother Pure could do such a thing. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was indeed so. It was indeed quite a good thing. Brother Pure was originally from the Great Tao Sacred Realm. As long as he killed Qiong Wang's original body, Brother Pure would be able to resolve the matter in his heart. Indeed, he could be the lord of a realm, which was quite good. Qin Shao smiled and said, "Sure, next time, I'll just give this position of realm lord to you, and that will do. Anyway, I don't want to be the realm lord. I don't have a clone. If I don't get rid of this realm lord position, I'll be bound here forever. That's not a good thing. Come on." Brother Pure waved his hand and said, "Do I need you to give me that? Don't make me sound so bad, okay? I don't want to take over this stall of yours. I'd better go back to my realm and be the realm lord. Although I can't challenge the realm lord for the time being, it's fine. After I break through to the ancient saint realm, I can challenge them and become the realm lord. When the time comes, we brothers will both be realm lords in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. How cool and extravagant will that be? Thinking about it, it's a very good thing. This way, we can always take care of each other in the future." Haha, Qin Shao, why don't you bring everyone from the primordial universe to the Great Tao Sacred Realm? Meng Huang, Jiang Zhu, and the others can all be brought over. The Great Tao Sacred Realm is much more exciting than the immortal domain. This is the real center of the vast 1,000 domains. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Forget it, let's talk about this later. It's all up to one's own wishes. In fact, it's not much different. It's still a little too early to say this. Let's not talk about this anymore. Let's find the unfettered envoy first." The Heavenly River Temple Master has already sent the information. Let's hurry over. With the information from the Heavenly River Temple Master, it was naturally not difficult to find the unfettered envoy. This time, the unfettered envoy had changed his appearance, so it was really difficult for ordinary people to find him. However, this matter was not difficult for Qin Shao and the others. "Realm Lord Qin, we haven't seen each other for a short time. You've already become the Realm Lord." The unfettered envoy looked at Qin Shao, pursed his lips, and said with a chuckle. It seemed like the Carefree Envoys Information Network was very well informed. However, it had been almost 20 million years, which was not a short time for Qin Shao. Qin Shao said directly, "Senior Envoy, we're here to hand in the tasks. We've completed all 8 tasks." The unfettered envoy also guessed the purpose of Qin Shao and the others' visit. He was not surprised that the two had completed all the tasks so quickly. After all, these two were disciples of the Firmament Academy, and one had just become the Realm Lord. There was probably nothing that could be difficult for these two peerless geniuses. What's more, entering the unfettered little realm was not too difficult, so it was normal that they had completed it. However, the unfettered envoy was even more puzzled. "I really don't know why you desperately want to enter the unfettered little realm. You haven't forgotten what I told you before, right? It's easy to enter the unfettered little realm, but it's very difficult to leave. I don't think the two of you will stay in the unfettered little realm forever. It's just a small realm, not a place for cultivation. It's not suitable for cultivation. Once you enter the unfettered little realm, you'll basically be free and happy. You'll enjoy yourself freely and indulge in wine and women. To say something inappropriate, entering the unfettered little realm is basically equivalent to abandoning cultivation. As the unfettered envoy, I shouldn't say these words. However, I really don't want you to enter the unfettered little realm. I made things difficult for you before because I wanted to set a hurdle for you and make you give up. But now it seems that you don't intend to give up." Hearing the unfettered envoy's words, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were slightly stunned. It turned out that this was the reason why the unfettered envoy had made things difficult for them. They had thought that he was deliberately abusing his power. From the looks of it, this senior carefree envoy was a pretty good senior. Chapter 3108. The unfettered little realm was indeed not a place for cultivation. The attribute of the unfettered little realm was freedom. It was a place without any worries. Most of the people who entered the carefree little realm did so in order to have an absolute guarantee of safety, so they went in with this thought. Many of them had great enemies in the outside world, so they entered the carefree small realm to take refuge. Those who entered the unfettered little realm knew that it would be difficult for them to continue their cultivation inside. But it didn't matter. Many people had already reached the end of their cultivation path. Even if there were some who felt that they had not really reached the end, they could just leave an avatar to cultivate outside. Therefore, this was the shortcoming of the unfettered little realm. If not, the unfettered little realm would have been overcrowded. Generally speaking, people with ambition would not enter the unfettered little realm. It was precisely because of this that the unfettered messenger did not understand why Qin Shao and Brother Pure, these two peerless geniuses, wanted to enter the unfettered little realm. Therefore, he tried his best to dissuade them. Qin Shao said, "We appreciate Senior Messenger's kindness, but we have our own difficulties. There are things we must do. Therefore, we must enter the unfettered little realm. We also know that it is easy to go in, but difficult to come out. But there is no other way. No matter how difficult it is, we can only work hard to overcome it. There are some things that we must do. We can't say that we don't do it because it is difficult. Even if we have to risk our lives, we must do it. Senior Messenger, we hope you can understand our difficulties. Let's enter the unfettered little realm." Qin Shao and Brother Pure insisted on entering, so the unfettered messenger naturally could not stop them. The unfettered messenger shook his head slightly and could only say, "Well, if that's the case, then take out the mission and hand over the things on this list. Then I can take you to the unfettered little realm." Qin Shao and Brother Pure had already completed the 8 missions, and the items on the list had already been prepared. With the wealth from Jagged Tall Shuttle, it was more than enough to pay the price. After collecting everything, the carefree envoy became serious. He said to Qin Shao and Brother Pure, "If you have anything to do, quickly arrange it. I'll take you to the carefree lesser realm." Qin Shao looked at Yuan and Baby Mo and said, "Go back to the Firmament College." Yuan pouted and looked unhappy, but she still obediently said, "Okay." Yuan still looked back 3 times with every step she took. She walked shyly, and only after a while did she finally leave. It was really not easy to send these 2 people away. Qin Shao could only helplessly shake his head. The carefree envoy took Qin Shao and Brother Pure to the carefree lesser realm. On the way, they really went through many twists and turns. After passing through 36 transmission arrays, they finally entered a place of nothingness. In the nothingness, they opened a boundary gate and finally entered the carefree lesser realm. But as soon as they entered the carefree lesser realm, they were brought into a sealed independent space. In this sealed independent space, there was obviously a powerful existence guarding it. This was the first entrance to the carefree lesser realm, and it was also the most important one. Don't resist. Only by planting a soul seal can you enter the carefree lesser realm to live. The carefree envoy's voice sounded. At this time, 2 rays of light could be seen. Enveloping Qin Shao, a series of moving golden runes poured into the minds of Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Weaving into a seal, it entered the souls of the 2 and was about to be branded in their souls. Qin Shao and Brother Pure both knew that this was a necessary process to enter the carefree lesser realm. This sort of soul seal could control everyone who entered the carefree lesser realm. Through this, it could also control the people who entered the carefree lesser realm to cause trouble in the carefree lesser realm. Although this sort of soul seal could not injure Qin Shao and Brother Pure's lives, Even if it were to explode, it would still be an enormous suppressive power, enough to seriously injure the two of them. But there was no other way. If they wanted to enter the carefree lesser realm, they must follow the rules of this place. The feeling of being planted with a soul seal was indeed very unpleasant. It was as if their lives were in the hands of others. Soon, the soul seal was planted. A door opened, and a soft light shone in from behind the door. Qin Shao and Brother Pure glanced at each other. Then, without any hesitation, they walked into the gate and entered the carefree lesser realm. The moment he stepped out of the door, he entered a brand new world. This was a vast world, a huge continent, an incomparably magnificent continent. There were beautiful sceneries, rugged and grotesque rocks, scattered mountain peaks, connected mountain ranges, colorful fairyland lands, floating giant islands, and endless abyss. This was a real land beyond the heavens, the Peach Garden world. The beautiful sceneries were pleasing. Buildings were scattered all over the place. This was the carefree lesser realm, the legendary carefree lesser realm, an extremely mysterious land beyond the heavens. The carefree lesser realm was a completely man-made world. Therefore, the void here was incomparably solid and could not be easily broken. In the carefree lesser realm, there were many restrictions and suppressions. Therefore, it was difficult to fully exert one's strength here. But everyone was treated equally, so it was not a big deal. This upper realm was still very stable. The carefree lesser realm was not big, much smaller than Langya Heaven. However, there were not many people in the carefree lesser realm. According to Qin Zhao's understanding, the total number of people in the carefree lesser realm was about 1 million. Of course, this number was not much, but one had to know that these people were all existences of the ancient saint realm, and there were even some existences of the world god realm. If you put it this way, it would be extremely terrifying. 1 million existences of the ancient saint realm. What a terrifying force. Such a powerful force was indeed terrifying. It was unimaginably terrifying. It was no wonder that the carefree lesser realm's prestige in the great Tao saint realm had reached such a high level. It indeed had its foundation. No one dared to look down on such a carefree lesser realm, and no one dared to act rashly. No wonder it was said that only supreme existences like the reincarnation sovereign dared to act rashly in the carefree lesser realm. Even existences on the heavens declaration and divine list would find it difficult to do so. There were many eccentric people in the carefree small realm who didn't want to interact with others. Therefore, these people would usually find a quiet place to build their own palaces. They would stay in their palaces by themselves and lead their own territory. Although the carefree lesser realm was not very big, it was still very vast for a base of about 1 million people. People who liked to be lively gathered on a huge floating island in the center of the carefree lesser realm, which was also called Carefree City. Soon, Qin Shao and Brother Pure arrived in front of Carefree City. However, they had not yet entered the city. Carefree City was not guarded by a city wall, so people could enter and leave freely. The entire Liberty City was built luxuriously and magnificently. All kinds of magnificent buildings stood in great numbers. Moreover, they were very well planned. Therefore, at first glance, one would feel very comfortable and orderly. Before entering Carefree City, they could feel the singing and dancing in the city and the cheerful atmosphere. Brother Pure took a deep breath and seemed to be intoxicated. A smirk appeared on his face, and he said, "This is the smell. It's so comfortable to smell it." Ha! The Carefree Lesser Realm is indeed a place of freedom and freedom. Carefree City has developed this joyful thing to the peak, hasn't it? There is only one smell in the entire Carefree City, the smell of debauchery. Ha ha, but I like it. Qin Shao was speechless and rolled her eyes at Brother Pure. She naturally understood what he meant. Carefree City was indeed filled with the smell of debauchery. It was the kind of debauchery between men and women. Moreover, at a glance, the entire Carefree City was filled with brothels such as Spring Wind House, Full Moon House, and No Drunken House. There were even many prostitutes with very little clothing standing there. Their movements were coquettish gorgeously dressed, attracting people's attention. This scene, this style, truly left Qin Shao in an awkward position. If outsiders knew what Carefree City looked like, what would they think? Almost half of the entire Carefree City had been occupied by brothels. It was truly an unimaginable development of a business to the peak level. Walking on the street of Carefree City, there were not many people on the street, but cheerful voices were echoing from the brothels on both sides. It was truly a free and unfettered place, a place where one could let oneself fly. Qin Shao had never been interested in such things. Brother Pure, on the other hand, seemed very interested. He almost couldn't wait to go in and take a look, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Otherwise, he would have forgotten the purpose of his visit. What great place! What great place! TSK, TSK, TSK. The prostitutes here are different from those in the outside world. They are all high-end goods. Some of the women in the ancient sage realm only want to have fun with men. If they are interested in you, you are in for a treat. TSK, TSK. I feel like I'm having too much fun to think about home. I should have come to such a great place earlier, Brother Pure said again. Qin Shao was really speechless. He rolled his eyes at him and said, "Can't you just take your revenge on Qion Wang? It's fine. It's not a big deal. Isn't it easy to kill Qion Wang?" Brother Pure waved his hands and said unconcernedly. However, he was always joking. In fact, he did not really care. After fooling around for a while, Brother Pure finally became serious and said, "But to be honest, Qin Shao, this is actually quite normal. Think about it. How boring is it in the carefree small realm? It's such a small place, and there are more than 1,000,000 ancient sages here. It's obviously impossible to cultivate here. This is not a place for cultivation. What's the point of staying here if you don't cultivate? It's not like you can leave the carefree small realm easily. So, it's natural to find a way to have some fun. It's a man's pleasure. Isn't it mostly like this?" Exactly. So, the places of entertainment can be seen everywhere in Carefree City. They are developing very well, enriching the life of the people in the carefree small realm. It also makes the carefree small realm more suitable for the word carefree. We have just entered the carefree small realm. We are not familiar with the place. We don't know anyone. So, if we want to find Qion Wang and Meng Gao Suo, we must first integrate into the carefree small realm and then find a way to find their whereabouts. After that, we can find a way to kill them. This is the key point. Qin Shao nodded. This was indeed the case. First of all, it was indeed necessary to learn about the carefree small realm. They were really unfamiliar with the place and the people. So, let's go in and have some fun first and get to know it better. Brother Pure suddenly smiled and pulled Qin Shao to a place of entertainment. Author Cruel Death Say. 4th update, Beg for Flowers. Chapter 3109. No matter how reasonable Brother Pure's words were, Qin Shao was still resistant to this kind of place. Although Qin Shao knew that even if he went in, he didn't necessarily have to do anything. But when he saw those gorgeously dressed, enchanting, and coquettish prostitutes, he felt a little strange. Some of the bolder ones even directly pounced on him. Qin Shao was most afraid of this kind of thing. Before Qin Shao could refuse, Brother Pure had already pulled Qin Shao into a place. As soon as they came in, 2 enchanting women wearing very little clothing came up to them. Brother Pure seemed to know that Qin Shao didn't like this kind of thing, so he was very generous. He directly stretched out his hands and hugged the 2 enchanting women, looking very natural and unrestrained. With a smirk on his face, he grinned and said, "Don't say anything. I'm very clear about this place. You can continue to shout here. I'll go in by myself." After he finished speaking, he ignored the astonished gazes of the 2 enchanting women and directly pushed them aside. After which, he wrapped his arm around Qin Zhao's neck and walked in with large strides. "Look, it's easy to deal with you. Why are you so nervous? The more you act like this, the more people will think that you're a virgin. Then, they will be more willing to flirt with you. So, learn from me. Just be generous. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's not a big deal, right? Now, you've lived for 100 million years. What kind of scene haven't you seen? How can you be frightened by such a small scene? Won't you be laughed at by others? Brother Pure said to Qin Shao again. Qin Shao nodded in agreement. What Brother Pure said was indeed reasonable. Yes, in fact, he had lived for 100 million years and had seen all kinds of big scenes. This small scene made him feel a little awkward and uncomfortable. It really shouldn't be. He entered this place just to inquire about some information. He didn't really need to do anything. Having figured this out, Qin Zhao's tense heart suddenly relaxed a lot. Although he still couldn't control it as freely as Brother Pure, it was much better than before. It was very big inside. There were mountains, rivers, pavilions, and everything one could think of. In each of the small pavilions, there would be beautiful women standing inside. They were of all shapes and sizes, and there were all kinds of styles. One by one, they stood in the pavilion, hooking their hands and winking at the passers-by to attract customers. According to Brother Pure's guess, he should be able to go and take away whatever he fancied. Furthermore, those standing in this small pavilion were basically all fourth-step heavenly venerables. A fourth-step heavenly venerable was actually not weak. It was enough to dominate a region and become a local tyrant. No matter which force he went to, there should be a place for him to use his skills. Especially for such an exquisite and beautiful woman, it was even more precious. However, in this place, these women seemed to be worthless. It was very surprising that they were so lowly to be prostitutes. But thinking about it, brother, you're right. You said that this small, carefree realm is full of ancient sage existences. If such existences want women, there are a lot of them. But for these people, if they want to play something new and interesting, they will need something very special. These fourth-step heavenly venerables are quite special. That's why they can arouse the desires of those ancient sages, right? Moreover, these women have been through strict training. They are far from being comparable to ordinary women. These ancient sages really know how to enjoy life. Brother Pure said with a look of understanding. Qin Shao had never studied these things, and she was too lazy to understand these things. However, although Brother Pure was a somewhat romantic and elegant man, he shouldn't really go to a brothel to have fun. Of course, Brother Pure had always been very interested in beautiful women. According to his romantic character, it was very normal for him to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. However, this was also a very normal thing. Suddenly, 2 beautiful figures walked over. They exuded the aura of ancient sage realm. Their clothes weren't very revealing, and there were quite a lot of cloth. However, they were still dressed a little flirtatiously and had a seductive aura. It could be seen that these 2 ancient saint realm ladies were rather bold and unrestrained. As for their looks, they were a feast for the eyes. As soon as the 2 ladies came over, they stared at Qin Shao and Brother Pure as if they had discovered their prey. Brother Chunjia, on the other hand, wasn't shy at all. He stared at the 2 beautiful women and even whistled at them, looking like a playboy. Hey, beautiful ladies, do you have this kind of hobby as well? That's a pity. The 2 beautiful ladies were first-step ancient sages. Although their cultivation level wasn't high, they were still ancient sages. It was a little thought-provoking for 2 such beautiful ladies to appear in such a place. The lady in red on the left smiled and said, "This handsome guy looks very young, but his cultivation level is very high. Even we can't see through him. He must be at least second-step ancient sage, right? Both of you look very unfamiliar. Did you just come to the unfettered little realm? Or have you been too low-key and haven't come out before?" Brother Pure grinned and said, "Beautiful lady, what do you think we belong to? Cultivation level isn't important. What's important is that we come out to have fun. We don't compete with strength. We just want to have fun, right? Beautiful ladies, you seem to be in a good mood. We brothers have just come to the unfettered little realm, so we came because of its reputation. It's our first time here, so we're not familiar with the place. That's why we want to ask you for advice. I don't know if you 2 beauties are willing to help us. Let me invite you to find a place to have a drink. While we're at it, we can also talk about romance. Sure, compared to romance, we sisters are more interested in you too." The lady in red was very bold, and her words were also very direct. The meaning behind his words was that he was taking the initiative to tease her. Brother Pure smiled and said, "That's good. We can have a deep discussion and get to know each other. Maybe there will be more interesting things." The joy of life is to keep stirring up new things. The two ladies were amused by Brother Pure and giggled. The lady in red even directly stuck to Brother Pure's side. She was very bold. The other lady in green was a little better. She was a little more low-key. Qin Shao was a little impressed by Brother Pure. Did he have to use this method to get information? Couldn't he be a little more normal? Anyway, Qin Shao was very speechless. However, at this time, he naturally couldn't ruin Brother Chunji's plan. Therefore, Qin Shao could only follow Brother Pure. Soon, the four of them found a quiet place to sit down. Brother Pure took out the wine. He was a master. After chatting for a while, he had already chatted with the lady in red passionately. From time to time, they would touch each other's body. It was not ambiguous at all. After chatting for a while, the two of them seemed to have communicated with each other. They were going to have a deeper discussion about life alone. "Brother, you talk first. We'll go over there to talk about life." Brother Pure left with the lady in red in his arms. Before leaving, he gave Qin Shao a naughty look. His meaning was very obvious. Qin Shao was speechless. He didn't want to experience such a look. Now, there were only him and the lady in green left. Although the lady in green was not as bold and direct as the lady in red, her eyes were fixed on Qin Shao all the time. It seemed that she wanted to eat Qin Shao. If Brother Pure was here, Qin Shao wouldn't feel too embarrassed. But as soon as Brother Chunji left, Qin Shao felt so embarrassed that even cancer was acting up. Qin Shao didn't know how to talk to girls. In such a scene and such an atmosphere, he was even more speechless. In order to avoid being too embarrassed, Qin Shao could only keep drinking there to hide his feelings. "Little handsome brother, are you very nervous?" the green-clothed woman suddenly asked. Qin Shao pretended to be calm and said, "I'm okay." "Haha, what do you mean by okay?" The lady in green suddenly laughed. "Look at you. It seems that it's the first time for you to come to such a brothel." "Ha ha ha, but I'm not a prostitute." "What are you thinking?" Qin Shao smiled awkwardly. He knew that the lady in green in front of him was not a prostitute, but it had nothing to do with his embarrassment. He was not good at dealing with women. They all went to have an in-depth discussion about life. Shall we also have an in-depth discussion about life? The lady in green looked at Qin Shao and suddenly said. Qin Shao certainly knew what she meant. In such a thing, Qin Shao certainly wouldn't be as free and easy as Brother Pure. Therefore, Qin Shao pretended not to understand and said, "We can discuss life here. There is no one else here. We can drink and talk. It's good. We don't need to go to other places." Hearing Qin Shao's words, the lady in green took a deep look at Qin Shao and said, "Are you sure you're not joking with me?" Qin Shao replied with a serious face, "No. In fact, I don't like to joke." The lady in green's face darkened slightly. She looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, "Are you really stupid or deliberately pretending to be stupid? Or perhaps, are you toying with me? I've said it so clearly. Why do you still pretend to be stupid?" "Pretend to be stupid?" Qin Shao curled his lips and shook his head. "Maybe I'm really stupid. I don't think I need to pretend to be stupid, right? There's no point in pretending. You and I just met by chance. Isn't it a good thing to sit together and talk and drink?" The lady in green looked at Qin Shao strangely. She wanted to be angry, but she seemed to suppress it. After a while, the lady in green said again, "There's no need to think so much about some things. In life, the most important thing is to have fun in time. Since we came to the Xiaoyao small world, we need to be carefree. Here, we should enjoy all the joys of life. The joy between men and women is a great joy in life. I think you're quite interesting. You're quite likable. But why do I feel that your brain is not very good?" Qin Zhao's face suddenly darkened. He glanced at the lady in green coldly. Being swept by Qin Zhao's cold gaze, the green-clothed woman was immediately shocked. What a cold gaze! It was so piercing that she felt a lingering fear. "Everyone has his own ambition. Why do you insist?" Qin Shao said coldly. The lady in green was also frightened and froze on the spot. How could there be such an unromantic man? Chapter 31:10. 100 years passed in an awkward atmosphere. Brother Pure came back with the woman in red in his arms. Seeing them flirting with each other, it seemed that the in-depth communication in the past 100 years was very successful. The woman in red took the woman in green and left. Before leaving, Brother Pure said to the woman in red with a smile, "Don't forget about me." "Don't worry, Brother Pure. Leave it to me. I'll give you the exact news soon," the woman in red said confidently. Then, she threw a coquettish glance at Brother Chuinjia and left. Watching the back of the woman in red leaving, Brother Chuinjia's lips curled into a naughty smile. From the looks of it, it seemed that he still had some unsatisfied feelings. Qin Shao was speechless about Brother Pure. Tut, tut, this woman is really good. She's so good having fun. It's totally subverting my imagination, Brother Pure said with a naughty smile. After that, he glanced at Qin Shao with a strange look. How about it? Do you want to seize the opportunity to do whatever you want? Damn it. Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. I'm not in the mood for leisure like you. Brother Pure shook his head and said, What a pity. You don't know how to cherish such a good opportunity. If I didn't know that you like women, I would think that you have a bad fetish in that aspect. Qin Shao was speechless. Brother Pure continued, But then again, I'm doing this for the sake of the overall situation. Alas, I sacrificed my body in exchange for valuable information. Do you think it's easy for me? Qin Shao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure again and continued to pretend. Alas, brother, you don't know how hard I've been. I've risked my life for 100 years. My waist almost broke. You don't know. That woman is too thirsty and hard to please. Qin Shao wanted to shut his Brother Pure's mouth, so he said immediately, Stop, stop, let's talk business. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said seriously, Right, let's get down to business. We just need to wait here. The woman in red has already asked around for us. She has stayed in the carefree little realm for dozens of universe eras and is very familiar with this place. She has a wide network and knows everyone. She said that she had seen Xiong Wang and Gung Gao Suo and knew where they often went. Now, we just have to wait here for the results. In that case, it sounded like a very simple matter. However, the words of the woman in red could be trusted. But thinking about it, Qin Shao also felt that it should be credible. After all, the unfettered little realm was not that big. There were only about 1,000,000 of them, which wasn't a lot. A person who had stayed in the carefree little realm for dozens of universe epochs should have been someone that everyone had seen before and recognized. Moreover, the unfettered little realm was not that big, so it shouldn't be difficult to find someone. Of course, there were many places here that couldn't be entered easily, so it would be troublesome and inconvenient to search by themselves. It wasn't difficult to inquire about information. Soon, the woman in red sent the exact news. Found him, Brother Pure said. Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Brother Pure had given him a lot of effort this time. He found him so quickly. In that case, his sacrifice this time was worth it. Gung Gao Suo is easy to find. He is in his cultivation place. He has been staying in his cultivation place all this time and didn't come to Carefree City. Maybe he is in a bad mood because of the big shock. Brother Pure continued. Hearing this news was indeed good news for Qin Shao. However, this was the unfettered little realm. Even if he knew where Gung Gao Suo was, he couldn't directly go there and kill him. That would be courting death. Such a thing was very unbearable. He knew that his enemy was right in front of him, but he couldn't immediately go there and kill him. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but there were rules restricting him. He couldn't go there and kill him now. King Xiong is really carefree. He's hiding in the free and unfettered pavilion right now. He's enjoying himself there. It won't be easy to kill Xiong Wang. Brother Pure frowned again. Unfettered pavilion. Qin Shao frowned. Qin Shao obviously didn't know much about the situation in Carefree City. Brother Pure nodded and said, Yes, the unfettered pavilion. It is the largest complex in Carefree City. It is one of the top forces in Carefree City. No one dares to provoke it. It's said that the unfettered pavilion is backed by a world god, as well as a few extremely powerful fourth-step Empyrean saints. It is said that one of them is even on the Heavens Declaration. Therefore, no one dares to act wildly in the unfettered pavilion. Even if we enter the unfettered pavilion, we can't kill Qiong Wang. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to get out. It was easy to enter the unfettered little realm, but it was difficult to kill someone in the unfettered little realm. In fact, Qin Xiao didn't know what to do about it, but there was nothing he could do. He could only think of a way to overcome the difficulties. Even if the unfettered pavilion isn't strong, we can't directly attack them now. Even if we don't care about them, we still need the terrifying power of the unfettered little realm. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, "In the unfettered little realm, we can only kill someone if we meet certain conditions. Otherwise, it is impossible." Brother Pure nodded and said, "You're right. Let's start from the rules. We can kill them and take revenge. That is the way to go. There is no need to take unnecessary risks. Anyway, we are already mentally prepared. We are here to solve all the problems and break through all the obstacles." If we want to be qualified to kill the two of them, we have to fulfill a few conditions. First, we have to prove that there is indeed a blood feud between us. There shouldn't be any problem with this. It is easy to investigate. Therefore, we have fulfilled the basic conditions. Second, we have to go to the arena and win more than 10 battles in a row. Third, we have to pay a great price. Fourth, even if we want to challenge them, they can ask for help. It doesn't have to be a one-on-one battle. However, the challenger can only fight alone and can't ask for help. Of these 4 conditions, we have fulfilled the first one. As for the other 3, there shouldn't be any problem with the second and third. The biggest problem is the fourth one. The fourth condition is very disadvantageous for us. It is also the most difficult place to kill someone in the unfettered little realm. If it is a one-on-one battle, it is not difficult for us to kill Qiong Wang and Meng Gaoshua. It is very easy. We are very confident. But the problem now is that it is not a one-on-one battle. There's a possibility that we'll be paired up, and there's a lot of uncertainty in this. Qiong Wang may be weaker. After all, he is only a 3-step ancient saint. Even if he has stayed in the unfettered little realm for a long time, he may not be able to ask for help. But Jigeo's shuttle situation is very uncertain. After all, Jigeo's shuttle is the lord of a realm. His cultivation base is also very high. Since he has stayed in the unfettered little realm for so long, he should have met a lot of people. Even if he didn't meet a lot of people, when it is a matter of life and death, I think Meng Gaoshua will ask for help at all costs. There are all kinds of people in the unfettered little realm. There will definitely be some people who will be tempted by money and treasures. Qin Xiao nodded. The first 3 conditions were indeed easy to fulfill. At most, they would have to pay a price. But the fourth condition was indeed full of uncertainty and danger. But it was normal. The unfettered little realm had always been controlling such things. Naturally, they would set the conditions to be very difficult. It was impossible for ordinary people to kill people in the unfettered little realm. If there was no absolute guarantee in this aspect, the unfettered little realm would not be so famous. Besides these, is there any other way? Qin Xiao asked. Brother Pure nodded and said, "There is. For example, you can directly challenge Meng Gaoshua. If he is willing to accept your challenge, then your life and death will be up to fate. The unfettered little realm naturally won't care. Another example is if someone in the unfettered little realm doesn't want to live anymore. If you ask him to kill someone, then he will go crazy. Of course, the chance of winning is not big. After all, there is only one chance at most." Apart from this, I'm afraid only the founders of the unfettered little realm will give you special care. Qin Xiao shook his head. It was indeed not an easy task for both of them to fulfill these conditions. Qin Xiao's heart skipped a beat. A thought came to his mind, and he said, "Brother Pure, Qiong Wang should not know about my relationship with you. Even if what happened outside spread in the unfettered little realm, the person who killed Mang Gao Shuo is me, Qin Xiao. You didn't show up much, so it shouldn't spread. Therefore, for the time being, Qion Wang should not know about our relationship. Moreover, there shouldn't be anyone who can recognize me. At most, it would be Mang Gao Shuo and his son. So, do you think I have a chance to meet Qion Wang now? Then, I'll see if there's a way to anger Qion Wang and make Qion Wang fight with me. I'm only a third-step ancient saint. Qion Wang is also a third-step ancient saint. However, Qion Wang should be at the peak of the third-step ancient saint stage. Therefore, I'm sure he has his own pride and doesn't think much of a young third-step Empyrean saint like me. According to what you said earlier, Qion Wang should be someone who is easily angered. Do you think that's possible? Brother Pure fell silent when he heard Qin Zhao's words. He thought seriously for a while and said, "Yes, Qion Wang is indeed a very arrogant person. Among those in the ancient saint realm, I'm afraid he won't take them seriously. In the unfettered little realm, the only person who knows about Qin Zhao's identity is probably Meng Gao Shua's father. They have been hiding in their cultivation place and haven't come out. Therefore, the news shouldn't have spread in unfettered city. As long as you disguise yourself, no one should know it's you. Qion Wang is indeed a person who is easily angered and impulsive. However, he is only left with his original body now. He might not be willing to risk his life to fight with others." Qin Xiao said, "Since it's possible, why don't we give it a try? If it doesn't work, let's complete the 4 conditions. Once we start the mission, I'm afraid Qion Wang and Mang Gao Shuo will know immediately. At that time, they will begin to prepare for it." Chapter 3111. Carefree Pavilion, Water Terrace. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. There were many pavilions here, and each pavilion had its own private room for guests to drink and entertain. One could even indulge in music in the private room. Each private room was absolutely independent. Only by opening the window could one see the scenery outside. If the window was closed, it would be an independent pavilion. No one would disturb this place. Among the picturesque pavilions, there was a huge crescent moon. It was suspended there, emitting a bright light, illuminating this place. The light was soft, clean, and elegant. It matched with the pavilions, making it seem particularly sentimental and unique. Being here, people could not help but enter a very wonderful atmosphere. In one of the pavilions, a man in golden clothes with his hair tied up sat there drinking wine. There seemed to be some displeasure on his face. Some things, even if some time had passed, were still difficult to quell the endless anger in his heart. "Oh, I was wondering who it was. Isn't this Qion Wang? He looks familiar from afar, but I didn't dare to recognize him. What's wrong? You're drinking alone here? This doesn't seem like the style of King Qion. You, Qion Wang, have always been very carefree, indulging in wine and women, drinking wine and having sex. This is the life you, Qion Wang, should live, haha." Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from the opposite pavilion. In front of the pavilion, a man in black stood. At this time, he was looking at Qion Wang with a smile on his face. There was a hint of mockery in his expression. Qion Wang glanced at him coldly. His matter had already spread in the carefree small realm. He had been ridiculed by many people over the years. The man in front of him was his sworn enemy. He did not expect to meet him here today. He really could not find a quiet place to drink in peace. However, at this time, Qion Wang was too lazy to quarrel with him. He continued to drink his wine without saying anything. Seeing that Qion Wang was silent, the black-clothed ancient saint became more excited. He chuckled and said, "Qion Wang, I heard that your doppelganger was killed by your enemy. Furthermore, even your King Qiong's palace was destroyed. All of the resources that you've accumulated throughout your life have been completely destroyed. TSK, TSK, TSK. I don't mean to criticize you, Qion Wang. You are an old man who has lived for so long. How can you be so careless? Why did you provoke the disciples of the Firmament Academy? Do you think you can afford to provoke them? Don't you know what you are capable of? Now only me, I am hiding in the carefree small realm. Hearing the black-clothed ancient saint's words, Xiong Wang's face completely darkened. This was his unbearable past. It was a scar that could not be erased. This time, the goods are definitely of the highest quality. If any of you Saint Venerables are interested, please don't miss out on it. Hee hee, I missed this great opportunity. I don't know how many years it will be the next time. It may be 100 million years, 10 billion years, or even a trillion years. So, Lord Sacred Masters, you must make good use of this opportunity. You must not miss it. All right, this old man will not say any more nonsense. Now, let us invite the first beauty out. The moment the foreign race old man's words came out, the atmosphere of the water stage immediately exploded as it burned fiercely. There were three good things for a man: cultivation, wine, and beauties. Those who came to the water terrace were here for this. As the saying goes, the pavilion closest to the water enjoys the moonlight first. Once the best beauties appeared in the carefree pavilion, they would definitely be sent to the water terrace first. Only the best beauties were produced here. So, many people who came to the carefree pavilion liked to come to the water terrace. Of course, the water terrace was very expensive, and it was not easy to come here. If one did not have any family background, they would not dare to come. Even if they had some family background, they would not come here too often. Xiong Wang had a special liking for the water terrace. King Xiong's mood was already extremely gloomy and unhappy. Just now, he had been ruthlessly mocked by someone. This caused his mood to become even worse. Even when drinking fine wine, it was tasteless. His interest was piqued when he heard that there was a top-grade beauty coming out. When a man's mood was extremely gloomy and unhappy, if even wine was tasteless, then a beautiful woman would definitely be useful. The windows of the pavilions were opened, and many people stood in front of the pavilions. Their eyes fell on the silver moon, waiting for the beauty to appear. Brother Pure was also very interested, and his eyes shone with excitement. The Carefree Pavilion really knows how to play. Although there are not many people here, only 30 to 40 pavilions are occupied, but those who can come here are probably very strong. When the competition starts, it will be very intense. Some things are better to fight for. Only then will it be more fragrant. The first Peerless beauty finally made her grand entrance under dozens of sparkling gazes. As soon as she appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. Many pairs of eyes were moved, and the light in their eyes shone brighter. Even Qin Xiao was a little shocked. He had to admit that at first glance, it was indeed a kind of breathtaking feeling. This kind of beauty was indeed something that could not be described with words. The visual and sensory impact was not small. She exuded the aura of an ancient saint. She was a first-step ancient saint. However, she looked very obedient as she stood there, allowing the dozens of greedy eyes to look at her. Not only her figure, but also her skin, her looks, her temperament, and the feeling she gave people was impeccable. She was definitely a beauty of the highest quality. Qin Xiao could not help but sigh in his heart. As expected of the Carefree Pavilion, they were really generous. To think that he was able to train such a peerless beauty. Just one look was enough to make people's hearts beat. If it was for those who were lustful, it would be poison. I can't. Brother Qin Xiao, I feel like I want to take this beauty. What should I do? Brother Pure suddenly said to Qin Xiao. Hearing this, Qin Xiao almost kicked him. When did he not want to do it? Why did he want to do it now? At this moment, the voice of the happy old man rang out again. Lord Saint Venerables, this woman is from the charming Fox clan, which is extremely rare in the great Thousand World. She has 100 charms, and she's a fairy fox. The charming Fox clan is the most docile clan, and they're very good at the affairs between men and women. After the careful training of our free and unfettered pavilion, he has reached the peak of perfection in this aspect. Lord Saint Venerables, if you can have a charming Fox clan as a pet slave, it's something worth thinking about. You'll be proud of it. To a man, Having a woman from the charming Fox clan to serve him is also a great joy in life. Only then can he truly enjoy the bliss brought about by the affairs between men and women. Lord Saint Venerables who come to the carefree pavilion are after such trivial matters. Therefore, Lord Saint Venerables, don't be shy. Bid as much as you want. Same old rules. There's no base price, and the highest bidder wins. Lord Saint Venerables, please. As soon as the happy old man finished speaking, Brother Pure jumped up and made the first bid. I'll bid 1,000,000 chaos source stones. As soon as he opened his mouth, he attracted strange gazes. Those gazes were obviously filled with disdain. Xianwang also looked at him with disdain and sneered. Is he a fool? 1,000,000 chaos source stones? Isn't he afraid of being ridiculed for bidding such a price? Indeed, 1,000,000 chaos source stones were nothing in this place. It was an extremely low price. Therefore, Brother Chunjia naturally became the target of everyone's ridicule. Chapter 31:12. The others snorted in disdain and ridicule. However, Qin Shao naturally understood Brother Pure's intention. He was doing this on purpose to stir up the situation. Buying this charmed fox race woman was equivalent to buying a first-step ancient saint slave. Moreover, this was not an ordinary slave. This was a man's plaything. Therefore, it was even more precious. At this moment, there were many powerful ancient saints. Most of them were third-step ancient saints. There were even some fourth-step ancient saints. Under such circumstances, it was easy to imagine how intense the competition would be. However, everyone seemed to be more cautious and did not make a rash bid. For a moment, everyone remained silent. Some were looking around, while others were weighing in their hearts how much they should offer to fight for it. If everyone is so quiet, there will be no atmosphere. The atmosphere can't be so oppressive. Ha ha! Since none of the sacred sovereigns are bidding, I will throw a brick to attract the jade. I will bid 100,000,000 chaos source stones. After a while, one of the three-step ancient saint stage cultivators asked, "Don't worry. The atmosphere would naturally be a little oppressive if everyone was suppressing it. Once it was ignited and released, it would naturally become complete. 110 million, 120 million, 130 million. The atmosphere was livelier as everyone began to bid. The atmosphere was a little like an auction. Look at all of you. What kind of price are you all bidding? Aren't you just humiliating her? You want to win her heart, but you are so stingy. I bid 300,000,000 chaos source stones. If I don't bid 10 million more, I can't afford to lose face." Seeing how intense the competition was, Qin Shao and Brother Pure did not participate. Brother Pure said, "Qin Shao, how much do you think this charmed fox race will be auctioned for?" This question was really difficult to answer. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Putting other factors aside, I think 100,000,000 chaos source stones is not considered expensive to buy a first-step ancient saint slave. Of course, although the charming Fox clan is a first-step ancient saint, she is actually very weak. I reckon that even a fourth-step heavenly venerate would be able to take her down. That's why her value isn't that high. Let's give her 500,000,000 chaos source stones. Including other factors, it should be within 1 billion. However, with so many people competing for it, the price will obviously be raised by quite a bit. Based on my current estimation, the final price should exceed 1 billion chaos source stones." Brother Pure clicked his tongue and nodded in agreement. TSK 1 billion chaos source stones. Most likely, that's the total wealth of a second-step ancient saint realm cultivator. 1 billion chaos source stones. It's really hard for an ordinary person to take out that much. It's a good thing that we plundered the jagged tall shuttle, so we're quite rich. Taking 1 or 2 billion chaos source stones is nothing to us. Qin Shao gave Brother Pure a strange look and said, "Why? Are you up to something again?" Of course not. I'm not the kind of person who would delay things." Brother Pure immediately laughed and said. Qin Shao couldn't be bothered to reprimand Brother Pure. The last time they played, it had been 100 years. This time, he hoped that it wouldn't happen again. I'll bid 400 million Chaos Source Stones. I'll bid 500 million Chaos Source Stones. Old friends, why don't you give me some face and go easy on me this time? That's about it. Let's not fight anymore. Puffed. You want to get it with just 500 million Chaos Source Stones? Why should we go easy on you? If my face is so valuable, I'll be more generous than you. I'll bid 600 million Chaos Source Stones. Why don't you give me some face? Cut the crap. There's no such thing as going easy on me. I'll bid 700 million Chaos Source Stones. Haha, 700 million Chaos Source Stones. Are you that rich? So what? I'll bid 800 million Chaos Source Stones. The price soared all of a sudden, reaching 800 million in an instant. Logically speaking, 1 billion should be the limit, and they should stop at that point. Moreover, this was only the first round. There were still 2 more rounds to go. There was no need to be so anxious. I'll bid 1 billion Chaos Source Stones. Suddenly, a loud voice was heard. The person who spoke was none other than Xiong Wang. He hadn't bid all this time and only stood out now. After making his bid, Xiong Wang cupped his fists and said, "Everyone, this king hasn't been doing well recently. He's been very unlucky. That's why this time, I like to get some good luck and get rid of my bad luck. There are 2 more beauties coming up. I, Xiong Wang, won't fight with you, old friends. 1 billion Chaos Source Stones is the limit. There's no point in continuing the bidding. I, Xiong Wang, am determined to win this first prize. Therefore, I'd like to ask all of you to do me a favor." Xiong Wang thanks all of you. Xiong Wang's words carried some weight. After all, he had lived in the carefree little realm for a long time. In fact, he knew most of the people there and was quite familiar with many of them. Although some of them would be enemies with Xiong Wang, they didn't see each other often. They might not be as hostile as fire and water. Generally, there would be some leeway. Moreover, the price of 1 billion Chaos Source Stones was indeed very high. Moreover, Xiong Wang had shown a strong determination. He was determined to win. Therefore, his meaning was very obvious. If anyone continued to bid against him, it would undoubtedly be equivalent to declaring war on Xiong Wang and making him an enemy of Xiong Wang. This was an act of falling out with him. Therefore, naturally, no one would easily bid at this time. If the price was low, it would be better. The problem was that the price had reached the limit. If the price continued to be high, it would be disrespectful. Even the black-clothed Saint Venerable didn't have the intention to compete with Xiong Wang at this time. Everyone had heard about Xiong Wang's incident. He was indeed very unlucky. At this time, it was not a wise move to make an enemy of him. Therefore, everyone took a step back, indicating that they would not compete with him. Since no one wanted to compete, no one wanted to be the first to stand out. After all, Xiong Wang's strength was very strong. It was difficult to say that there was no one in the 3-step ancient saint realm who could match him. Seeing that no one had the intention to compete with him, Xiong Wang showed a slight smile on his face. Once again, he cupped his fist to the crowd and said, "Thank you, old friends, for giving me face. Then, Xiong Wang will thank you in advance. There are 2 more beauties behind. I hope you had a good time, old friends." After saying that, Xiong Wang looked at the funny old man, indicating that he could announce the end of the competition. The funny old man was very tactful and was about to announce the end of the competition. However, at this moment, a very inappropriate voice sounded. "Oh, you, King Xiong, really have a lot of face. Others can't do it, but Xiong Wang's face is really awesome." As soon as you opened your mouth, everyone stopped competing and gave face to Xiong Wang. Not bad, not bad. As expected of Xiong Wang. I admire you. This inappropriate voice was obviously not someone else's, but Brother Peerless. Brother Pure relied on a treasure to completely conceal his aura. In addition, he also tried his best to conceal his aura. Therefore, even Xiong Wang could not detect him at this time. Swoosh! Swoosh! This voice naturally attracted the attention of the crowd. While these words were mocking King Xiong, weren't they also mocking the crowd? Xiong Wang's cold eyes landed on Brother Pure. He vaguely felt that the person in front of him seemed familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. However, his aura felt a little familiar. However, at this moment, Qion Wang was so angry that he did not have the time to think so much. Instead, he stared at Brother Pure. This was the person who had bid 1 million at the beginning. Now, he had come out to cause trouble again. Who are you? You look unfamiliar. You must have just entered the unfettered small realm not long ago. You've just arrived, but you're already so arrogant. How dare you speak so rudely? One of the three-step ancient saints snorted coldly as he glared at Qin Shao with a sharp gaze. Immediately, a burly three-step ancient saint pointed at Brother Pure's nose and said angrily, "What do you mean by that? You'll have to explain yourself clearly today." Brother Pure was not afraid at all. He shrugged and said casually, "What can I mean? That's what I mean. Since that King Xiong's reputation is so great that even the holy venerables are willing to give him face, then I, a junior, am not acquainted with him. Thus, it seems that there is no need for me to give him face. Therefore, since you're not going to bid, I'll do it. 1 billion chaos source stones." Everyone was slightly taken aback when they heard this. The way they looked at Brother Pure became a little strange. This was especially so for the two saint venerables who had just spoken. Their eyes widened in anger. Even though Brother Chuanjia's actions were directed at King Qiong, his words were still somewhat disrespectful to them. It was their business if they were willing to give face to Qiong Wang. Buzz! Qiong Wang's mind exploded. He had already dealt with all the saint venerables. Even those who had a grudge with him had given him face this time and did not declare war on him. He didn't expect that there would be a newcomer who dared to jump out and compete with him. He dared to publicly slap his face and challenge him. What kind of behavior was this? Wasn't this a great provocation? Wasn't this a complete disregard for Qiong Wang? How could Qiong Wang not be enraged by such a thing? Qiong Wang was already in a bad mood. After being provoked by Brother Pure, he naturally flew into a rage out of humiliation and reached an extreme point. Qiong Wang's eyes were cold and gloomy. It was extremely terrifying. He stared at Brother Pure as if he wanted to kill Brother Pure with his gaze. "May I ask your distinguished self's name? May I know who you are?" King Xiong asked in an incomparably cold voice. Every word he said was filled with boundless anger. There was also a hint of threat in his anger. However, Brother Pure did not care at all. He pursed his lips and replied casually, "What's your name? Why should I tell you? Am I close to you? Don't act like we're close. I don't want to be close to you at all. So, who I am has nothing to do with you. All right, don't look at me like that. It's as if you're scaring me. You can't scare me with your gaze. This is the little unfettered realm. Could it be that you, King Xiong, dare to attack me? I truly do not believe that there would be someone so arrogant in the little unfettered realm who dares to disregard the rules. If we were outside, perhaps I would be afraid of you, Qiong Wang. But here, why should I be afraid of you? Why should I give in to you? Why should I give you face? We are all human beings. I also like this charming fox. You can get it if you want 1 billion yuan. Then I'm telling you clearly now. No way. Author Cruel Death 4th update. I'm begging for fresh flowers. There are only a few days left. If you still have fresh flowers, please send them to me. Chapter 31:13. Brother Pure was full of vigor. Whether it was in his tone or in his eyes, he completely despised Qiong Wang. He had the supreme vigor to trample Qiong Wang under his feet. He was tit for tat and did not give it an inch. His words were also very provocative. For Qiong Wang, this was a great provocation. It was like slapping his face again and again, trampling on his dignity again and again. Qiong Wang glared at Brother Pure angrily, full of threat. He gritted his teeth and said in a very cold voice, "Are you sure you want to compete with me? I've already said that this king is determined to win today. Do you really think you have the strength to compete with this king? Young man, it's better not to be too arrogant. Otherwise, you'll only hurt yourself. Faced with Qion Wang's threat, Brother Pure was even more delighted. This was the effect he wanted. He was not afraid of Qion Wang's anger, but he was afraid that Qion Wang would not be angry. The angrier Qion Wang was, the happier he would be. As long as he continued to be angry, he would only be able to provoke him in the end. Therefore, he needed to be more aggressive, and the fire needed to burn more fiercely. Haha, so what if you said it? It's none of my business. Brother Pure laughed happily, as if he had heard a funny thing. He smacked his lips and continued. Is Qion Wang a big deal because you're determined to win? Sorry, I'm also determined to win today. Do I have the strength to compete with you, Qion Wang? Let me ask you first. Is Qion Wang referring to your strength or your wealth? If it's your strength, then who cares? What do you do, Qion Wang? Don't tell me you're going to hit me? Do you think you can attack me in the carefree little realm? Then I don't believe that there are no rules in the little carefree realm. You, Qion Wang, can do whatever you want. Qion Wang, if you have the ability, why don't you try? I like to see if you have the guts to hit me. Hee, if we're talking about wealth, then let's compete, right? Since everyone is determined to win, then let's cut the crap and decide with our financial resources. I've already bid. Now it's your turn, Qion Wang. Also, don't scare me. I'm not scared. In a carefree little realm, why would I be afraid of you? Qion Wang is only a 3-step ancient saint. Even if you're a 4-step ancient saint, I have nothing to be afraid of. Young people are so hot-blooded. You want to bite me? Brother Chuanjia's words really made him feel like he deserved a beating. A lot of people wanted to attack Brother Chuanjia after hearing that. He was too arrogant. He was too arrogant. It was rare to see such an arrogant young man. Even in the carefree little realm, he shouldn't be so arrogant. There were rules in the carefree little realm that restricted people from attacking others. However, if they only attacked to teach others a lesson, they wouldn't be sentenced to death. They would just be punished. Actually, many people could accept being punished. Therefore, sometimes when they were really angry to the point of no return, they would attack. At most, they would be punished. As long as they didn't kill others, they wouldn't be sentenced to death. Qin Shao couldn't help but laugh. He secretly gave Brother Pure a thumbs up. This guy was really good at stirring up trouble. That mouth of hers was truly capable of blooming lotuses. With Brother Pure's annoying mouth, he should be able to hook Qion Wang. If Qion Wang could be hooked, things would be much easier. Wu Yang, you're a heavenly master. I can't stand it anymore. I really want to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Bear with it. He's just a kid. He's just showing off. He'll be at a disadvantage one day. Heaven will punish those who are despicable. Don't worry. Someone will teach him a lesson. I guess Qion Wang won't let him off easily. Many people were really angered by Brother Pure. They all wanted to attack Brother Pure. At this moment, Qion Wang was really having a hard time holding it in. His whole body was trembling violently. He was so angry that his heart was about to explode. He felt that his lungs would explode if he continued to hold it in. Qion Wang was still trying his best to hold it in. If he didn't teach this kid a lesson this time, he would lose face. He was already being laughed at. If he lost to a newcomer this time, he was afraid that he would really become a laughingstock. Therefore, Qion Wang couldn't back down this time. There was no way he could back down. He could only win. Moreover, he had already bragged. He couldn't back down even half a step. You're very rich, aren't you? Qion Wang asked coldly. Brother Pure shrugged and said, It's okay. Anyway, I should have enough money to buy a beauty. Why? Qion Wang, are you trying to test my strength? Don't worry, I know the rules. Those who bid recklessly will have to pay a painful price. No matter how crazy I am, I will never joke about my own life. So, you don't have to worry that I'm deliberately raising your price. I'll definitely be able to afford the price I've quoted. Don't think too much about it. Just quote your price. Qion Wang, if you don't quote a price, I'll take it that you've given up. Then, this beauty will belong to me. Provoked by Brother Pure's words, Qion Wang thought quickly in his heart. Then, he uttered a few words in a deep voice. 3 billion. Hearing this price, Brother Pure was suddenly happy. He joked, Wow, Qion Wang, you're not bad. It seems that you're really willing to go all out for this beauty. You're really willing to spend money. That's fine, that's fine. If it wasn't for the fact that I have never liked the feeling of losing, I really wouldn't have fought with you, King Xion. However, since we've already made such a big promise, how can we admit defeat so easily? If we admit defeat now, it's tantamount to slapping ourselves in the face. My face has always been very precious. I won't allow anyone to slap it. In this aspect, you're not like Xion Wang. This is also why I admire you, Xion Wang. Xion Wang didn't even dare to fart when you were ridiculed just now. You're really generous. As he spoke, Brother Pure gave Xion Wang a thumbs up to show his sincere admiration. Qin Shao almost laughed out loud. This round of sarcasm was extremely lethal. Xion Wang was even more furious. He was so angry that he almost jumped up. But it was true that he didn't refute anything just now. At this moment, Brother Pure had something on him to humiliate him, which made him speechless. This was the most depressing thing. Except for Brother Pure, no one had ever made him so angry. In any case, Brother Chuanjia wanted to provoke King Qiong to the extreme. So, he had come here with this goal in mind. So, he naturally wanted to drive King Qiong to a dead end. Brother Pure continued to tease him and said, "What about me? Did I say something wrong? Isn't this the truth? This matter is obvious to everyone. I didn't make it up. Xiong Wang, you have to admit it, right? Why don't you?" asked the black-clothed senior over there. Xiong Wang's face was completely dark. Was this a slap to his face? Didn't he know that there was a saying that one should leave a way out for others so that they could meet each other in the future? At this moment, Brother Pure naturally wouldn't leave a way out for him. He was stepping on Xiong Wang's life ruthlessly. This was what drove Xiong Wang crazy. He clearly felt that he didn't offend the man in front of him, but why did the man in front of him not dare to let him off? "Cut the crap. Make the bid," Xiong Wang said coldly. Brother Pure curled his lips and chuckled. He said, "Xiong Wang, you've increased the bid by 200 million. My Brother Pure naturally can't be weak. I'll also increase the bid by 200 million. 5 billion. Hiss. Crazy. This was really crazy. Suddenly, the bid went up to 5 billion. It was terrifying. 5 billion, that was a sky-high price. Originally, 1 billion was already the limit. Who would have thought that it would be raised to 5 billion now? Now, they weren't just fighting for a beauty from the Fox clan. They were fighting for their dignity and face. Originally, this kind of thing rarely happened in the Xiaoyao little realm. Today, it was particularly exciting. After making the bid, Brother Pure looked at Xiong Wang with a very provocative expression. It was an invisible provocation to him. It was as if he was on a fight to the death with Xiong Wang because he was rich. Such an arrogant look was really annoying. It made people want to beat him up. If it was outside, how could Xiong Wang be so patient? He would have made a move long ago. How could he endure it? However, Brother Pure didn't seem to know how to restrain himself, and the more he shouted, the more arrogant he became. After making the bid, Xiong Wang had to treat it seriously. His doppelganger died too quickly, so his original body didn't have much wealth. Moreover, his original body was going to stay in the Xiaoyao little realm for a long time. Now that he didn't have the support of his doppelganger, his original body's wealth was going to decrease. If he really lost too much today, then he would definitely be very poor in the future. Then his life in the Xiaoyao little realm would be difficult. How could he be as carefree as he was now? The most important thing was that Xiong Wang now understood that this newcomer in front of him was obviously going against him. He was obviously taking the opportunity to stir up trouble and find a sense of existence. In fact, he might not be here for the beauty. It was precisely because of this that Xiong Wang felt that it wasn't a good idea to blindly fight like this. In the end, he might only be hurt. 200 million, 200 million. If he increased it again, it would break through 2 billion. This was a very terrifying number. He couldn't blindly increase it like this. He had to take targeted actions. Xiong Wang's heart moved, and a plan came up. "Young man, since we are determined to win today, neither of us is willing to take half a step back. We have to fight to the death. If we continue to fight like this, I don't think there is much meaning. In the end, it will only result in a lose-lose situation. In the end, even if we win, we will have to pay a great price. Even if we exhaust all our wealth, it will be a win-win situation. In a Xiaoyao little realm, if we don't have money, we can't find much fun. So, why should we let our future days in the carefree small realm become short of money and dull just because of a momentary dispute? This is not good news for us. Losing is losing face. Winning is just winning a lose-lose situation. If we continue to fight like this, both of us will lose. It is meaningless. Chapter 31:14. Brother Pure said nonchalantly, "A tree needs a piece of bark to live, a man needs a breath of air, and a Buddha needs a stick of incense." Young people have their frivolity and vigor. It's fine if you don't want to fight, but if you want to fight, you have to win. Otherwise, it's meaningless, right? I think that you, Qion Wang, should give in to a junior like me. Since you, Qion Wang, are afraid that both sides will suffer, why don't I give you a suggestion? Don't fight with me anymore. Isn't that better? Anyway, if you want to fight, Qion Wang will lose. You, Qion Wang, are afraid that you can't afford to lose, but I'm not afraid. He was still extremely frivolous and provocative. It was a kind of fearless disdain, and from the meaning of his words, it could be heard that this fearlessness came from the rules of the Xiaoyao small realm. Relying on the protection of the rules, he could be so unscrupulous and arrogant. This was also the reason why King Xiong was so frustrated. A mere junior actually dared to act so arrogantly in front of him. He was simply courting death. If they were outside, he would definitely kill him directly. Why would he talk so much nonsense? But in the Xiaoyao small realm, he had to endure. However, he could not calm the situation down even if he blindly endured. Instead, it made the other party more and more arrogant, trampling on his dignity. How could he endure it? "Young man, are you sure you want to fight to the death with this king?" Qion Wang looked at Brother Pure with deep eyes and asked again. The threat in his tone was very heavy. Brother Pure retorted sarcastically, "Aren't you, Qion Wang, the one who wants to fight to the death with me? You're already so old. Can you still do it? This kind of thing should be done by us young people. I'm afraid that you won't have the fortune to enjoy such a beautiful woman. Wouldn't that be a waste? So, Qion Wang, you have to admit that you're old. Don't fight with me. Go find some ordinary goods. In that case, the price will be cheap. It's a good deal for you." Brother Pure's counterattack and sarcasm were simply cutting to the bone. Not to mention Qion Wang, even the others who heard it, felt that it was too much. This was simply courting death. This was not the way to provoke hatred, right? If it were them, they would have already lost. Why would they wait until now? "Young man, it seems that you only know how to talk. You're just relying on the rules of the unfettered little realm. That's why you dare to be so arrogant. The more timid as a mouse, the more." Brother Pure of Qion Wang, Brother Qion of the Qion Wang, and Qion Wang, who of Qion Wang of the Xiaoyao small. "You only know how to talk. You're just a despicable person," Qion Wang said coldly. He did not continue to argue with Brother Pure. Instead, he issued a challenge. Brother Pure waved his hand and said, "Tisk, do you think that this is the outside world? Fighting and killing for no reason? This is the Xiaoyao small realm. It's a civilized place. Fighting and killing is not allowed here. This is what I like about the Xiaoyao small realm. It's free and unfettered. There are no disputes, no fighting, and no fear of provoking people. This is what it means to live a carefree and happy life. You're Qion Wang, a three-step ancient saint who has lived for a very long time. Are you going to bully a junior like me? Do you really think that I'm stupid? Why would I fight with you? Isn't that just asking for trouble? It's boring to compete with fists. Competing with words is more enjoyable than competing with money. In the eyes of others, Brother Pure's actions were naturally a sign of fear and cowardice. However, this was normal. It was within everyone's expectations. A junior like him was at most a three-step ancient saint. In terms of strength, he was definitely far inferior to Qianwang. Although Brother Pure had tried his best to conceal his aura, everyone could still sense that this young man was a three-step ancient saint. To be able to reach the third-step ancient saint realm at such a young age, he had to be a genius as well. That was probably why he was so arrogant and haughty, as well as arrogant and haughty. Young man, if you don't dare, then you don't dare. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Junior, you can be considered a young genius, but you're so cowardly and cowardly. No wonder you hid in the Xiaoyao small realm at such a young age. If we were outside, I would have killed you long ago. Why would I allow you to spout nonsense here? Cut the crap. Either fight with King Qiong or get the hell out of here. Otherwise, I'll beat you up every time I see you. What's with the act? Do you think you're so great? Strength is king. If you don't dare, then you don't dare. If you don't dare, then just shut your mouth. Everyone was furious as well, and they began to mock and ridicule Brother Chunjia. When Qianwang saw that everyone was on his side, his mood improved a lot. He said again, "Young man, what do you think? Fight with me. The winner takes all. Let's talk with our fists. Isn't it better? It's better if you don't fight here. You won't be able to get anything good out of it. It won't benefit anyone if both sides suffer. You're a three-step ancient saint at such a young age. You must be a genius. Young and frivolous. You should have some hot-bloodedness. Don't you even have the courage to do that?" Brother Pure pretended to be silent, as if he was struggling with this matter in his heart. Everyone mocked and taunted him. "Brother, what should we do? It seems like we've gone too far." Brother Pure pretended to speak softly to Qin Shao. Qin Shao also frowned slightly and shook his head. "I think it's better not to fight. There's no need to suffer this loss. Forget it. Forget it." Brother Pure was stunned. He immediately shook his head and said, No, it's embarrassing. How can I do such a thing? I said I won't back down. I said I'll take this beauty, so I'll take this beauty. A gentleman's words cannot be taken back. How can you take back what you've said? It doesn't make sense. No, absolutely not. I'm a person who cares a lot about my reputation. How can I let such a thing happen? At the very most, we'll just have to fight around. It's not a big deal. Besides, it doesn't mean that we'll lose. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "It's up to you." The two's echoes were somewhat confusing, which gave Qianwang a lot of useful signals. Qianwang provoked him again. Brother Pure gritted his teeth as if he had made a great decision. Then he said, "Well, Qianwang, you just want to fight. Then let's fight. I'm not afraid of you." "You really don't want to fight. Do you really think I'm afraid of you, Qianwang?" At this point, it seems that the only way to solve this problem is to fight. Then let's fight. But I've always been very ruthless. So, once I fight, it may be a situation of death or disability. How should we fight? You have to make it clear in advance. If we really fight, we won't be able to hold back once we're angry. Qianwang, are you sure you want to fight with me? Qianwang's face turned cold. What? Threatening me? Death or disability? Humph! Let's see if you have the ability to do so. Qianwang sneered his heart and said, "You mean to say that you want to have a life-and-death fight with me, right?" Brother Chunjia smacked his lips and said, "That's not what I meant. I'm just saying that I think there might be some unexpected situations or some uncontrollable situations when the fight starts. So, it's better to talk about some things in advance and be prepared. Otherwise, if we're restrained, we won't have a good fight. If we don't stop when it's appropriate, we'll definitely have a bad fight. When the time comes, we'll be more angry, and we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. So, I think that if we fight, we should fight freely. That's more satisfying. If we don't have a good fight, then it'll be difficult to solve this problem, right? If we don't have a good fight, I won't fight. It's better to compete with our financial resources. I'm not afraid of anything." Qianwang's face darkened slightly. He understood what Brother Pure meant. In fact, what he said was very reasonable. It was indeed very right. He was extremely angry. To be honest, he naturally wanted to kill Brother Pure and be happy. However, he was left with only his original body, and he had some concerns in his heart. Although he was very confident in this fight, he could not let his guard down against some unexpected situations. However, at this moment, Although he had some concerns, it seemed that he was in a difficult position. If he retreated, how could he end this fight? Now that everyone in the family was watching and looking forward to this fight, how could he still retreat? Wang, why are you still hesitating? Since this boy is courting death, let's fulfill his wish. That's right. Wang, are you really getting worse and worse? Could it be that he was frightened by a junior? If he wants a life-and-death fight, then let's have a life-and-death fight. Let's fulfill his wish. What's the big deal? Wang, if you don't agree, I'm going to despise you. When did you, Wang, become so cowardly? After being provoked by the crowd, Wang knew that he could not retreat anymore. Otherwise, he would not be able to hold his head up high in the Xiaoyao realm in the future. Therefore, Wang could only grit his teeth. He stared at Brother Pure and said, "Fine, you asked for it. I didn't want to kill you, but since you insist on courting death, this king can only fulfill your wish. It's good for young people to be frivolous, but if you don't know how to control yourself, you'll definitely pay a painful price. And this time, this king will teach you how to be a good person. There are some things that you can't do as you wish. No matter how arrogant a person is, he should learn when to lower his head." Brother Pure looked very unhappy and said, "Wang, I think you're really old and muddle-headed. Stop talking nonsense. It's not up to you to teach me how to be a good person. You'd better mind your own business. The fight hasn't even started yet. How do you know I'm going to die? What a joke. Don't fail miserably at such an easy task. Come on, let's fight." Brother Pure flew out and hovered in the void. Wang also walked out with a cold face. The comical old man wasn't surprised by such a thing. Instead, he had an extremely calm expression on his face. He waved his hand, and a Rubik's Cube suddenly flew out and enveloped Brother Pure and Wang. The Rubik's Cube was an independent space and a battlefield. It was very sturdy and could withstand a battle between a fourth-step ancient saint. It was not uncommon for people to fight without saying a word in the Xiaoyao realm. Therefore, the Xiaoyao pavilion had long been prepared. If they wanted to fight, they would fight inside the Rubik's Cube. This way, they would not destroy the Xiaoyao pavilion. The funny old man said, "Two Saint Masters, this old man will preside over the situation for you. Since you're willing to fight, let's fight to the death. Everyone will bear witness and report to the three Xiaoyao gods." Chapter 31:15. In the Rubik's Cube, Brother Pure and Wang stood facing each other. Both of them had entered the battlefield and made a promise to fight to the death. Now that everyone was here to witness it, it was valid. Then they could fight, and their lives were up to fate. Normally, in other places, they would have to go to a specific location in the Xiaoyao Little Realm to have a public duel. Only then would they be recognized by the Xiaoyao Little Realm. However, the Xiaoyao Pavilion was extremely powerful, so they could be recognized by the Xiaoyao Little Realm. The people of the Xiaoyao Pavilion would be the witnesses, preside over the situation, and report it to the three Xiaoyao gods. Once on the battlefield, it was a road of no return. There was no room for retreat. Unless the other side was willing to let you go, it would be a fight to the death. Wang glared at Brother Pure angrily. He really wanted to kill Brother Pure. If you kneel and beg for mercy now, this king might let you go and spare your life." Wang said coldly. "Is that so?" Brother Pure picked his ear like a ruffian and replied casually, "Spare my life? Wang, why are you so nice? Since when are you so merciful? That's not right. This doesn't seem like Wang's usual style." What did he mean? Hearing Brother Pure's words, Wang frowned. Why did he feel that there was a hidden meaning in his words? The meaning in his words was not normal. It seemed to be directed at him. At this point, the fish had completely taken the bait. Brother Pure did not need to hide anything anymore. Therefore, Brother Pure released his aura and exposed it in front of Wang. Sensing Brother Chuanjia's aura, King Xiong was truly shocked. He stared at Brother Chuanjia with wide eyes, his face filled with disbelief. He froze on the spot, as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this be? Your Qian Shanbai, your Qian Shanbai. At this moment, King Xiong's entire being was in a bad state. He was on the verge of breaking down. How could such a melodramatic thing happen to him? He now completely understood why this person had been deliberately going against him, deliberately mocking him, and even humiliating him. He had been constantly provoking him, trampling on his dignity, and provoking his endless anger. So this was what he wanted. He wanted to fight with him, a fight to the death. This way, he could bypass the rules of the unfettered little realm to kill him. This was all part of Qian Shanbai's meticulous plan to kill him. However, he didn't expect that he would be so stupid as to jump in and impulsively take the initiative to challenge him, falling right into his trap. At this moment, Qian Wang wanted to die. He really wanted to slap himself a few times. How could he be so stupid? I've always been very careful in my actions. I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen. But why didn't I hold back this time? Why did I still fall into his trap? Seeing Qian Wang's wonderful reaction, Brother Pure sneered and said, Qian Wang, you didn't expect it to be me, did you? That's why you fell into my trap step by step and finally took the bait. You're indeed a careful person, but you're too impulsive and easily angered. Of course, I'm also very eloquent. I admire myself for this. No wonder you fell into my trap. Thinking about it, I can't blame you. After all, of course you didn't expect that Brother Pure would enter the unfettered little realm to kill you. Yes, Qian Wang didn't expect this, even if he was beaten to death. After all, this was the unfettered little realm. Even if the fact that he was hiding in the unfettered little realm was not an absolute secret, not many people would know about it. After all, people who entered the unfettered little realm more or less wanted to take refuge, so they wouldn't easily tell others about the people inside. Moreover, it was not so easy to enter the unfettered little realm. It was difficult to get out, let alone kill people in the unfettered little realm. From the bottom of his heart, Xiong King had always felt that the unfettered little realm was an absolutely safe place. As long as he stayed in the unfettered little realm, no one would be able to kill him, and he could live the rest of his life in peace. He had never thought that Brother Pureblood would come to his door so quickly and find his way to the carefree little realm. No matter how much he thought about it, he really didn't think about this. So, under such impulse, he made the situation come to this point. Now, he had to pay with his life. In terms of strength, how could Qian Wang not know? He was far from being Brother Pure's opponent. But now, there was no way to escape, no way to avoid, no way to turn the tables, no way to admit defeat, and no way to save his life. The other ancient saints also looked at Qian Wang with strange and puzzled eyes. Naturally, they didn't know what was going on and what the situation was. But looking at it, something was wrong. Qian Wang, Brother Pure's voice suddenly turned cold, full of anger and killing intent. Where did you get this fake mercy from? How many people in my clan died in your hands back then? Qian Wang. Back then, I was forced into a dead end by you. Did you ever think of sparing my life? I was forced to fight with my life on the line. Fortunately, I successfully entered the cycle of reincarnation and was reincarnated. After going through thousands of tribulations, I finally regained my memories and returned. Isn't all this thanks to you, Qian Wang? Now you're talking to me about mercy. Do you have any shame, Qian Wang? King Xiong's face had already turned the color of pig liver. Facing the extremely furious Brother Pure, who was filled with killing intent, all he could feel was endless fear. His avatar was killed by Brother Pure. Qian Wang's residence was destroyed by Brother Pure. Everything he had accumulated over a lifetime was destroyed in a single day. It was all Brother Pure's doing. Facing Brother Pure, he was really terrified. Ha ha ha. Qian Wang knew that he wouldn't be able to survive today. He was forced into a predicament by himself. He could only blame himself for being too careless and impulsive. A lifetime of wisdom was destroyed in a single day. But there was no other way. At this point, no matter how much he said, it would be useless. He could only face it. Qian Shanbai, good plan, really good plan. You're really ruthless. In order to deal with me, you really dared to chase me all the way to the small Xiaoyao realm. You're really ruthless. It seems that in order to kill me, you're really willing to gamble with your life. I thought that after you became a disciple of the Firmament Academy, you would focus on your cultivation and wouldn't risk your life to come here again. But I didn't expect that you really dared to chase me all the way to the small Xiaoyao realm. I really admire your courage. Brother Pure stared coldly at Xiong Wang and said, You and I are irreconcilable enemies. In order to kill me, I'm really willing to do anything. But you're wrong about one thing. I won't risk my life to fight with you. You're just a little Xiong Wang. You're not worth my life. Your life is really not that valuable. I can risk everything to kill you, Xiong Wang, but only if I don't lose my own life. Humph. Xiong Wang sneered and said, Do you really think the small Xiaoyao realm is your backyard? Do you think it's a place where you can come and go as you please? It's easy to come in, but you want to go out? Humph, it's not that easy. Your brother Pure is now at the peak of his cultivation. At this time, instead of cultivating in the Firmament Academy, you actually came to the small Xiaoyao realm. I'm afraid you don't understand the situation at all. Do you really think it's that easy to get out of the small Xiaoyao realm? If you don't stay in the small Xiaoyao realm for 100 universe eras, you don't even have the most basic requirements to get out. Even if you have the most basic requirements, you still need to fulfill very strict requirements and pay a great price to get out. Are you really willing to give up your bright future just to kill me, Xiong Wang? Don't you think you're losing more than you gain? Ha ha ha. I, Xiong Wang, won't lose anything if I could drag you, a peerless genius, down with me. Of course, when King Xiong said that, it was true that he had already given up all hope. Since he knew he was going to die, why didn't he say it again? How could Brother Pure not know this situation? Don't talk nonsense. I have my own way to deal with it. I don't need you, a dying man, to say anything. I can't wait that long to kill you, Xiong Wang. In order to kill you, Xiong Wang, even if I have to pay a great price, why not? Okay, Xiong Wang, I'll give you a chance to attack. Brother Pure didn't want to be entangled with Xiong Wang on this topic. He had said what he wanted to say. It was time to send Xiong Wang on his way. His long-cherished wish could finally be fulfilled. King Xiong did not hesitate at all. Even if he had to die, he had to take a gamble. He roared and attacked Brother Pure. This time, he gave it his all. But obviously, Xiong Wang's strength wasn't as strong as Brother Pure's before. Over the years, Brother Pure's strength had improved a lot in the Firmament Academy. Therefore, he was no match for Brother Pure now. Without any suspense, he was killed by Brother Pure's sword. A third-step ancient saint was killed just like that. Xiong Wang's life came to an end. It was an imperfect end. This scene shocked everyone to the core. They were so shocked that they were speechless. They knew Xiong Wang's strength very well, but he was killed by Brother Pure so easily. This disciple from the Firmament Academy was indeed extraordinary. He was too heaven-defying. No wonder he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Sure enough, the Firmament Academy gathered the top geniuses of the great thousand world. Each of them was quite extraordinary. In the past, they had only heard about it, but had never seen it with their own eyes. This time, they had seen it with their own eyes. They couldn't help but be impressed. The Firmament Academy was indeed the undisputed #1 academy in the great thousand world. Looking at Xiong Wang's body, Brother Pure couldn't help but feel a little emotional. The stone in his heart had finally been lifted. His vengeance had been completely avenged. Over the years, his hard work, his persistence, and his desire had all been satisfied. Ha ha! Brother Pure couldn't help but laugh to the sky. This was the last trace of emotion in his heart. Father, mother, clansman, Qin Shan has avenged you in vain. Xiong Wang is completely dead. He doesn't exist in this world. But I can't bring my dead clansman back to life. All of this, ashes to ashes, dust to dust, although he had avenged his great hatred, Brother Pure still felt an indescribable sense of heaviness in his heart. At this moment, he couldn't help but think of his loved ones who had died in the past. He had avenged his family, but some things could never come back. This sadness could only be buried deep in his heart forever. Perhaps one day, When I'm strong enough, I can bring all of you back to life. However, Brother Pure still had a determination in his heart. Chapter 31:16. Xiong Wang was dead, and the battle was over. Now that the battle was over, all of King Xiong's wealth naturally belonged to Brother Pure. However, something new had happened. Now that Xiong Wang was dead, the woman belonged to Brother Pure. He couldn't go back on his word, nor could he return the beauty he had bought. Therefore, Brother Pure had no choice but to fork out 5 billion chaos source stones to purchase this beauty from the charm fox race. Sigh, Qin Xiao, I really didn't want it. Things shouldn't have turned out this way. Last time, I sacrificed my body for proper business. Now that I've got my revenge, I don't want to sacrifice my body again. Why don't you take this beauty from the charming fox clan? Cough, brother, why are you looking at me like that? What's with that look? I'm serious. Do you think I'm joking? Women are like clothes, brothers are like limbs. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would sacrifice my limbs for a piece of clothing? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes at Brother Pure. How could he not see through Brother Pure's thoughts? Come on, don't pretend to be innocent. You'd better keep it well. Anyway, your wife isn't by your side, and you look like a slut. Brother Pure pursed his lips and said, You make it sound like I wouldn't dare to be slutty with my wife by my side. Life is about being slutty, you know? If you're not slutty, then what's the point of life? What's the difference between you and a salted fish? Brother Pure, right? He used to live for revenge. Now that he's done, he doesn't have any other pursuits except for this little hobby. Haha, but speaking of which, Qin Xiao, your plan is really good. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been easy to kill Xiong Wang. This is great. Not only did we kill Xiong Wang, but I also got the beauty. It's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Brother, you continue to drink here. I'll bring this beauty to my room. I want to know more about her life. After saying that, Brother Chunjia hugged the charmed fox race woman and entered the room on the balcony, leaving Qin Xiao alone to drink his wine awkwardly. Xiong Wang was dead, and Brother Pure's revenge was avenged. Now, Qin Xiao was thinking about how to kill Mang Gao Shuo. Mang Gao Shuo was hiding in his cultivation place, and it was really difficult to use a plan to deal with him. Moreover, he was an impulsive person, so if he wanted to use the same method to deal with Xiong Wang, he probably wouldn't succeed. This was a headache. If there was really no other way, then they could only use the stupidest way to complete the task, meet the conditions, and then issue a public challenge to the jagged tall shuttle. But if he did that, it would be very difficult, and it was full of uncertainty. In this way, Mang Gao Shuo would have enough time to prepare, and he could also invite helpers to help him. The uncertainty was too big. But no matter how big it was, this was the only way. At present, it seemed like there was no other way. It was impossible to deal with him like how he dealt with Xiong Wang. After 100 years, Brother Pure finally came out. The beauty was kept in his inner world. Oh, that was fast. I thought you would be so happy that you forgot about your home. Seeing Brother Pure, Qin Xiao also joked. Che, what are you thinking? Am I the kind of person who is addicted to women? Am I the kind of person who is addicted to women? Brother Pure curled his lips and said with a sanctimonious look. Qin Xiao was too lazy to look down on him. But thinking that this was his only hobby, he was too lazy to say anything. After all, it wasn't a bad hobby. Let's get down to business. Let's go to the arena, Qin Xiao said directly. The first condition was met, and now it was time to meet the second condition. The third condition should be easy. The fourth condition was an open challenge, which was not a big deal. So, in fact, the most important thing was to meet the second condition, which was also the most difficult condition. As long as this condition was met, this matter would be easy to deal with. The arena was not controlled by any force in the Xiaoyao Little Realm, but directly belonged to the Xiaoyao Little Realm. It could be regarded as an official organization. It was also the most important entertainment place in the Xiaoyao Little Realm. Sure enough, the Colosseum was very lively. Tens of thousands of people had gathered in the huge Colosseum, which was a lot more than those brothels. At this time, in the arena, there were two men fighting fiercely. They were fighting like fire and tea, and it was very exciting. The arena was also full of the smell of blood. The blue stones on the ground were stained with the color of pig liver by the blood, and the entire arena was filled with the stench of blood. This kind of fierce fight, where the fists hit the flesh, could ignite the blood of the people. Therefore, the atmosphere here was very lively, and the noise was so loud that it broke the sky. Qin Xiao and Brother Pure watched for a while, and learned from the discussions of other people, and finally had some general understanding of the situation of the arena. The battle arena was basically for the people from the carefree small realm to participate in the battle. Of course, there were also some dangerous life forms that were captured from the outside world and placed in the arena. However, the lives caught from the outside were extremely dangerous, and they were all existences in the arena. Occasionally, one of them would be released. Most of the battles were participated by the people in the Xiaoyao Little Realm. The arena was actually a large casino. The people who came to the arena, on the one hand, came to watch the exciting and fierce battles, and, on the other hand, came to gamble. Other gambling was meaningless, but gambling in the arena was interesting. Moreover, there were many people participating, so gambling could arouse the blood of the people. Those who entered the arena could get a lot of money, but of course, it was only limited to the winner. The loser might even lose his life in the arena. After entering the arena, life and death were up to fate. If he died, he would die. Of course, generally, as long as he took the initiative to admit defeat, the battle could end. Therefore, except for those who refused to admit defeat, or those who were not in a hurry to admit defeat, it was basically possible to save one's life. But sometimes, there would be a life-and-death battle. Once a life-and-death battle started, it would only end when one side died. A life-and-death battle was the most exciting. There were two ways to participate in the arena. One was if someone took the initiative to stand in the arena, then people in the same realm could go up and challenge him. Of course, people in lower realms could also go up and challenge him. The other way was to report to the person in charge of the arena. If you wanted to participate in the battle, you'd be randomly assigned to the arena. Qin Xiao wanted to fulfill the second condition, so he had to sign up first. When he signed up, he must make it clear that he was here to fulfill the condition. After understanding the situation, Qin Xiao and Brother Pure went to find the person in charge of the arena. Soon, they found the person in charge of the arena. This was a man with a big belly, big ears, a round face, and a funny mustache. When Qin Xiao saw him, he was holding a leg of an unknown beast in his hand and eating it. The corners of his mouth were full of grease. It was indeed hard for people to imagine that this was the manager of the gladiator arena, the person in charge of this place. In terms of aura, it was not very powerful. It gave people the feeling that he was only at the fourth step of the ancient saint realm. But obviously, it was impossible to become the person in charge of the arena. His strength must be very extraordinary. Such a person was either too simple or too terrifying. The greasy man narrowed his eyes and glanced at Qin Xiao and Brother Pure. After chewing a few mouthfuls of meat, he asked, "What are you two good-looking fellows doing here? With your scholarly aura, do you still want to enter the arena?" His greasy saliva flew everywhere, making people afraid to get close to him. Was he really a fourth-step ancient saint? How could he possibly be a fourth-step ancient saint? Why did it feel like he did not care about his image at all? A fourth-step ancient saint was a supreme being who stood at the pinnacle of the great thousand world, so it was a little too much for him to not have any form at all. In any case, it was quite puzzling. Qin Xiao nodded and immediately said, "Yes, senior. I want to fulfill the condition of winning 10 battles in a row. So, I'm here to sign up. I hope you can fulfill my wish." "What?" Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the greasy man suddenly jumped up. His actions were very exaggerated. His saliva flew all over Qin Zhao's face. He widened his eyes and put his huge face directly in front of Qin Xiao. The thick smell of grease and meat coming out of his mouth was really unpleasant. Qin Shao could not help but have the urge to take a few steps back, but he resisted it. That greasy man seemed to have heard a very funny joke. His eyes widened as he sized up Qin Zhao's body for a good while. After looking him up and down, he grinned a few times and said, "Little handsome brother, of all the things you learned, why did you have to learn a fight in an arena? That's what boorish men do. You're a handsome scholar. It's not elegant for you to do this. It's not easy to win 10 battles in a row. Basically, it's rare for 1 or 2 people to win 10 battles in a row in a universe era. Especially since you came here with a purpose. Then I can't let you win 10 battles in a row. Otherwise, our gladiator arena will suffer a huge loss. Little handsome, who do you have a blood feud with? Why you have to complete this terrible and difficult task? Are you really not afraid of death? The arena is a place of bloodshed. If you're not careful, you can lose your life. Especially since you're a 3-step ancient saint. Those who enter the arena to fight with you are all very powerful and terrifying existences. Do you really want to participate in it? You still have a chance to back out before I agree. Otherwise, if you die in the arena, you can't blame anyone." Qin Shao immediately said, "Thank you for your kind reminder, senior, but I've already made up my mind. I will never back down. No matter how difficult or dangerous it is, I will definitely win. Therefore, you don't have to worry about me, senior. Please help me." "You untactful boy." The greasy man pointed at Qin Shao with some displeasure. After glaring at Qin Shao, he said, Fine. Since you insist on courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. You want to complete the task? Humph, do you think it's that easy? Your difficulty will also be adjusted to the highest. You'd better pray for yourself and try to live a little longer. All right, you can go to the room over there and wait. When it's your turn, someone will call for you. Scram. Qin Shao bowed to the greasy man and left. Author Cruel Death. It's the last 2 days. Fellow Taoists, don't hide the flowers or they'll expire and become invalid. Chapter 31:17. How dare that fatty look down on us? Brother, you have to do your best. You have to win back his pride. I'm looking forward to seeing the expression on that fatty's face. Let's not talk about 10 consecutive victories. Even if it's 20 or 30 consecutive victories, it won't be a problem for him. When they arrived at the waiting area, Brother Pure immediately spoke up for Qin Shao. When my brother Qin Shao fights, he should be able to sweep away everything in the world. He should be as domineering as this. Qin Shao shook his head and said to Brother Pure, I think you'd better keep your voice down. Don't let that senior hear you. Otherwise, you won't have a good time. What's there to be afraid of? He won't be able to hear us here, Brother Pure said without a hint of worry. However, Qin Shao wasn't worried about the battles in the gladiator arena at all. With absolute strength, there was nothing for him to worry about. He was confident that he could defeat all his opponents. He was a 3-step ancient saint, and his opponents were all 3-step ancient saints as well. Qin Shao did not believe that there was anyone in the 3-step ancient saint realm who could threaten him, let alone a 3-step ancient saint realm. Even a 4-step ancient saint realm would not be able to threaten him. Moreover, the rules in the arena were beneficial to him. Apart from a weapon, he was not allowed to use any other treasures or auxiliary techniques. Qin Shao did not rely on treasures or auxiliary methods to begin with. Therefore, just as Brother Pure said, it was not difficult for Qin Shao to win 20 or 30 battles, let alone 10 victories. Brother, I won't accompany you here. I'll go outside and watch the show. I'll cheer for you when you go on stage. Bye. Brother Pure did not stay for long and left soon after. Staying in the small room was indeed very stuffy and boring. From here, they couldn't see what was going on inside the arena. They could only hear some noises coming from outside. He didn't know how long he would have to wait here. Qin Shao was not in a hurry. He simply sat down and waited patiently. This wait lasted for 100 years. It was quite a long wait. Finally, a puppet walked over and mechanically said to Qin Shao, It's your turn. Please come with me. After saying that, The puppet walked away indifferently. Qin Shao immediately followed it and entered a passageway. At the end of the passageway was a heavy door. Behind the door was probably the arena. Standing in front of the door, one could hear the intense sounds coming from outside. It was extremely noisy. At this moment, the arena was indeed very lively. The atmosphere had been ignited, and the entire arena was filled with intense voices. A life form that was over 30 meters tall, had 4 legs and 4 arms, and was covered in black scales. It also had a tail that was over 30 meters long. It had a green face and fangs, and its head was also covered with scales. There was no hair, and it looked particularly ferocious and terrifying. This was obviously a foreign race life form. There were very few people who knew what kind of life form it was. Its 4 eyes were particularly deep and terrifying. It was incomparably strange. Being stared at by this life form would make people feel a little scared. Many voices of discussion rang out in all directions. Is this the legendary undead race life form? It seems so. It has 4 legs, 4 arms, 4 eyes, a body covered in black scales, and a dragon tail. It should be the undead race life form. To be honest, I've lived for so long, but it's really the first time I've seen an undead race life form. Well, it should be the undead race life form. It's said that the undead race is almost extinct. I didn't expect the carefree little realm to have the ability to catch an undead race life form. It's really amazing. I've read an ancient record. It said that the undead race life forms are extremely powerful. Each one of them can fight against a higher realm. Moreover, their vitality is extremely strange and terrifying. It's very difficult to kill them. Even if one's strength is much stronger than the undead race, it's difficult to kill an undead race life form. Looks like this battle is going to be interesting. The arena actually released a foreign race life form. I wonder who's going to participate in this battle. Hearing the discussions, Brother Pure grinned. He drank his wine while listening to the discussions. He seemed to be gloating. An undead race life form has been released. This damn fatty is really ruthless. It seems like he doesn't intend to let you complete the task easily. This first battle has already given you a problem. A 3-step ancient saint realm undead race life form. According to those people, doesn't that mean its strength is equivalent to a 4th-step ancient saint? I don't think strength is the key. Qin Shao should be able to handle it. The key is that it's very difficult to kill. It's very difficult to kill those who are much stronger. Interesting. I believe Qin Shao can do things that others can't. I'm waiting to see your wonderful performance. Rumble. The door opened, and a figure walked out from it. The person who walked out was naturally none other than Qin Shao. After seeing the person who walked out, there was a sudden hiss in the arena. Why is it such a delicate and pretty little fellow? Looks like he's very young. 3-step ancient saint realm? He seems to have just broken through not long ago. What's wrong with people nowadays? Do they think they can be arrogant just because they have some talent and potential? That's right. He really dares to come to the arena to fight. He must be tired of living. Boring. It's not easy for an undead race life form to appear. I thought there would be a good show to watch. I didn't expect such a fighter to come out. Boring. There's no suspense at all in such a battle. I think he'll be killed by the undead race life form in an instant. An instant kill might be a little exaggerated. Let's say it's within 3 moves. He definitely won't be able to survive 3 moves. 3 moves? You really think highly of that frail-looking guy. I think he'll be able to survive 2 moves at most. There's nothing to argue about. Everyone, hurry up and place your bets. This is definitely a good bet. It's a good chance for everyone to win money. Don't miss it. Yes. I almost forgot about the important matter. Hurry up and place your bets. This round is too easy. We'll definitely win. It's rare to encounter a guaranteed win. This time, we have to bet a lot. Damn it, I've lost several rounds in a row. I'll definitely win this round. Isn't it too early for everyone to be happy? Don't let your guard down. I have a feeling that the arena won't be so stupid. You're thinking too much. This kind of thing has happened many times in the arena. Brother Pure, who was drinking and gloating, also stood up. His eyes lit up. Place your bets. That's right, that's a good opportunity. I don't have much, but I happen to have a lot of Chaos Source Stones. This is such a good opportunity. We have to place our bets. We'll definitely win. Hee hee, if we win more Chaos Source Stones, it'll be easier for us to do things later. Although everyone was not interested in this battle and felt that it was not worth watching, the atmosphere was still very lively. However, the atmosphere in the arena was still extremely lively. Everyone placed their bets one after another. Of course, most of them bet on the undead to win. As soon as he entered the arena, Qin Zhao's gaze landed on the undead. It was Qin Zhao's first time seeing such a life form. Naturally, he did not know what was so special about it. However, Qin Zhao's intuition told him that the undead in front of him was not simple. Qin Zhao immediately knew that it must be because he was a person who had to complete the mission. Therefore, the opponents given to him were all very strong. This was only his first round, and he was already facing a powerful alien race life form. This kind of treatment was something that very few people could encounter. After all, the carefree little realm would not capture many alien race life forms. Therefore, every single one of them was very precious. They would only be willing to take one out after a period of time. Qin Zhao encountered such a special treatment as soon as he arrived. Obviously, it was intentional. However, Qin Zhao did not care about this. No matter what, it did not matter. Qin Zhao was very confident. The undead glared at Qin Zhao furiously. It was as if he wanted to vent all his hatred and anger on Qin Zhao. He had been captured and brought to this damned place. He was trapped in this arena, unable to escape and unable to obtain freedom. He could only endure endless humiliation. Therefore, he was furious, extremely furious. Naturally, he wanted to find someone to vent his anger on. At this moment, Qin Zhao happened to bump into this opening. Naturally, he was caught by the undead. His four eyes were glowing with a strange green light. It looked very terrifying. Kill him. Kill the human boy. Kill him quickly. Before the undead made his move, some people in the arena could not wait any longer. They shouted loudly, asking him to kill Qin Zhao. After all, most of the people had bet on the undead race. Therefore, the situation in the gladiator arena was naturally one-sided. Everyone hoped to see the undead kill Qin Zhao. Roar! The undead opened its mouth wide, revealing two long fangs that were incomparably eerie. Human race. I hate you humans. You humans were the ones who captured me and brought me here, causing me to be unable to see the sun. You humans are all despicable and shameless villains. You are inferior life forms. I will eat you. With a roar, the undead pounced on Qin Zhao. He ran with four legs, but his speed was extremely fast. For hands, one was a fist, one was a claw, one was holding a sharp sword, and the other was holding a long spear. Each of the four hands had its own strengths. Very quickly, the undead directly charged in front of Qin Zhao. Its four hands struck out at the same time, and waves of terrifying power surged towards Qin Zhao from all directions. It was incomparably ferocious. There was the fierceness of the spear, the sharpness of the sword, the ruthlessness of the claws, and the ferocity of the fist. There was the heavenly power of the law, the sharpness of the sword, and the heavy power of the fist. The roaring power smashed viciously at Qin Zhao. The momentum was extremely fierce. It seemed that the undead was also a life form that was very good at fighting. Moreover, the moment he attacked, it was obviously very extraordinary. Qin Zhao did not hesitate and immediately used his sword to block the attack. Qin Zhao also felt the powerful power of the undead. It was not a power that an ordinary third-step ancient saint could possess. He immediately knew that the undead's life force had reached the fourth step of the ancient saint stage. Therefore, he could not be careless when dealing with the undead. Qin Zhao attacked with the power of 7 laws. He performed the heaven-splitting sword technique and met the attack with his sword. The two forces instantly collided in the air. It was as if two celestial bodies had collided and a huge wave of energy erupted. Chapter 31:18. What a powerful strength! What a strange technique! His use of the power of laws has also reached an extremely powerful level. Although he's only a three-step ancient saint, his several laws are at the peak level. His strength and techniques are also very strange. Especially his strength. It's very powerful. I used 7 types of laws, but I didn't gain much of an advantage over him. When they exchanged blows, Qin Shao was secretly shocked. He did not expect the three-step ancient saint from the undead clan to be so powerful. Although he did not use the power of his inner world and did not use his ultimate move, he still used 7 types of laws. This was already a very powerful force that could deal with a 4-step ancient saint. Qin Shao also knew that the undead in front of him was not simple. After all, he was captured from the unfettered little realm. However, he did not expect the undead clan to be so powerful. The undead clan's strength was probably comparable to some 4-step ancient saints. Qin Shao secretly thought that the greasy senior was really ruthless. He was really ruthless to those who wanted to fulfill the conditions. This was only the first battle, and he was already so ruthless. However, it was not a big deal. Qin Shao could also suppress the undead clan. No matter how difficult it was not a problem for Qin Shao. Although the undead clan's strength was strong enough, it was still suppressed by Qin Shao. Seeing that Qin Shao was actually able to suppress the life of the undead, many people widened their eyes. They could not believe the scene in front of them. One should know that most people had bet on the undead clan's victory. However, the young man actually had the upper hand in the first exchange of blows. This was not a good situation. Obviously, the undead would not hold back at all when they attacked. They would definitely attack with all their might. Under such circumstances, it was still the same. That was enough to explain the problem. Therefore, many people were a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Who is this young man? Isn't he only a 3-step ancient saint? How can stop the undead? I don't know. He looks very unfamiliar. He should be someone who just came to the carefree little world. I don't know him at all. He's already a 3rd-step Empyrean saint at such a young age. He must be a peerless genius. Does no one know him? This strength was also heaven-defying enough, right? Can it suppress the life of the undead? It's over, it's over. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Are we all going to lose? F***CK, don't do that. I'm betting all my assets on this. Don't go overboard. Why do I feel like we're going to be cheated by the gladiator arena this time? Yeah, I think so too. I think he's really going to screw us over. There shouldn't be many people betting on that kid, right? Brother Pure was very happy to hear the strange discussions of the crowd. He was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. This time, he had also placed a heavy bet on it. In a gladiator arena, the 4 eyes of the undead were almost close together as they stared at Qin Shao. There was a strange gleam in his eyes. The undead clearly did not expect that the human boy in front of it would be so strong. But he was not convinced. He hated the human race and wanted to kill all of them. Roar. After roaring, the undead charged toward Qin Shao again. Qin Shao did not hold back. He merged the power of the 7 laws perfectly and performed the heaven-splitting sword technique with all his strength. A sword of supreme sharpness slashed at the undead. This power was also incomparably sharp and powerful. Just this sword alone was enough to make some 4th-step Empyrean saints retreat. Although the undead was powerful, he was only a 3-step Empyrean saint. Therefore, under the sharpness of this sword, the undead was naturally pushed back by Qin Shao. However, the sharpness of Qin Shao's sword did not hurt the undead. It only left a shallow white mark on his body, which was almost invisible. What a strong body. His defensive ability is almost invincible. Such a sword of mine, how sharp is it? I can't even injure this undead. How terrifying, how terrifying. Qin Shao was inwardly astonished. The spectators in the gladiator arena were in a bad mood. Qin Shao had only slightly suppressed the undead earlier, but this time the undead was pushed back. This was a very bad situation. It was obviously bad news for them. Everyone, don't worry. The most powerful thing about the undead is his tenacious strength. It's very difficult to kill the undead. Yes, they're all three-step Empyrean saints. Even if the human clan boy is stronger, it won't be easy for him to kill the undead. Yes, that's true. Everyone, you don't have to worry too much. How can it be so easy to kill an undead? Everyone spoke one after another. They believed in the defensive ability of the undead. That was indeed the case. The defensive ability of the undead was recognized as powerful and terrifying. On Qin Zhao's side, he continued to attack. Sword after sword slashed out and landed solidly on the bodies of the undead clan's life forms. Intense sparks flew out from the undead's body, but the undead was not hurt. Only a few shallow marks were left on his body. The defensive ability of the undead was indeed very strong. It was indeed not an easy task to take the life of this undead. If Qin Shao could break through his defense, he would probably be able to kill him on the spot within 3 moves. However, the biggest problem now was that there was no way to break through his defense. This was the most difficult thing. What should he do? Should he use all his strength to try? However, to be honest, Qin Shao really did not want to reveal all his strength too early. Moreover, given the defensive ability of the undead in front of him, it would not be easy to kill him even if he used all his strength. He was afraid that he would have to rack his brains for a solution. This was only the first battle. There were still 9 more battles to come. If he consumed too much of his strength now, it would obviously be very disadvantageous for the later battles. Therefore, Qin Shao could not help but hesitate. He still could not reveal all his strength too early. What should he do then? It should not be like this. It should not be so invulnerable. If that was the case, then wouldn't the undead be too heaven-defying? Didn't he have any flaws or weaknesses? Qin Shao tried hard to think in this direction, but after thinking for a while, he did not seem to find any weaknesses of the undead. The undead was very crazy. Even though he was being suppressed by Qin Shao, he was not afraid at all. He still charged forward fearlessly and charged at Qin Shao again and again. Human, you can't kill me. You can't kill me. We, the undead, will not die. We can't be killed. In today's battle, I will drag you to death even if I have to drag it out. Let's see how strong you are and how long you can last. The undead said to Qin Shao with a crazy look. Then he pounced on Qin Shao fiercely as if he did not care about his own life. Such a move could be said to be crazy. However, such a crazy move was not effective. He was beaten back by Qin Shao time and time again. Chapter 31:19. At this time, the undead was a complete lunatic. Although his strength was not as good as Qin Zhao's, he had been suppressed by Qin Shao. However, he launched fierce attacks on Qin Shao again and again. This was also a very frightening thing. If this continued, it would obviously be very unfavorable to Qin Shao. Qin Shao was naturally very clear about this situation. He could not be entangled with the undead endlessly. It was better to end the battle quickly. However, it was very difficult to break through the defense of the undead. It seems that I have to go all out. Qin Shao thought secretly in his heart. He knew that the situation at this time could not be delayed any longer. Therefore, Qin Shao attacked with all his strength. All the power of the inner world burst out, and in an instant, it broke out to the extreme. He broke the stalemate in an instant. The sword momentum surged wildly, and the peerless sharpness was unparalleled. As soon as the stalemate was broken, it immediately stunned everyone. Many people were shocked and looked at Qin Shao with a shocked face. Such an exquisite sword stance, such a perfect sword move, and such a sharp sword chi were all enough to make people incomparably shocked. They could smell an extremely terrifying aura. One sword moved to break the stalemate, and its sharpness was unstoppable. Under this sword move, people felt that there was no power and nothing could stop this sword move, not even the body of the undead. Therefore, Qin Zhao's sword move really shocked many people. Many people's hearts were in their mouths, and they stared at Qin Zhao nervously. They wanted to see the result of this sword move. They hoped that the undead would not be killed by this sword move. This sword move was really amazing, and it really scared many people. This made people's opinion of Qin Zhao change dramatically again. It seemed that they had underestimated this young man. He was not only an evildoer, but also a peerless evildoer. He was too evildoer, an unimaginable evildoer. How could such a peerless monster pop out from the unfettered little realm? Such an unprecedented genius shouldn't have come to a place like the carefree minor world. This was simply unheard of. Just thinking about it made people feel that it was too outrageous. At this moment, many people were worried. They were all silently praying for the lives of the undead. The undead seemed to have sensed the approaching threat. The muscles on its face tightened, and a complicated look appeared in its eyes. Crash! As the sword slashed down, its peerless sharpness seemed to split the heavens and the earth, wanting to tear everything apart. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the undead, creating intense sparks. Thud, thud, thud. The undead creature retreated step by step, wounds appearing on its body. However, this undead's regenerative ability was too terrifying. Those wounds were quickly healing. The powerful force caused the undead to spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. However, Qin Zhao was not able to seriously injure the undead creature to the ground. This undead creature was too tenacious, and it had a terrifying regenerative ability. Therefore, if one wanted to kill this undead creature, one must kill it in a short period of time. Otherwise, it would quickly recover. Its defense was invincible, and its regenerative ability was extremely terrifying. This was the reason why it was so difficult to kill this undead creature. Based on this situation, I want to kill this undead creature. If I go all out, I can still do it. However, if I do that, I'll probably use up most of the saint power in my body. If the gladiator arena is willing to give me a chance to take a breather and let me rest for a while before continuing the battle, then it'll be fine. It won't affect me much. However, if the gladiator arena immediately allows me to continue the battle, then it'll have a huge impact on the second battle. I'll most likely lose, and there's definitely a possibility of this happening. For those who want to fulfill the conditions, the gladiator arena will definitely hinder them. It won't be easy for me to complete the battle. Therefore, the difficulty of my battle will definitely be very high. It'll definitely increase by a lot. Therefore, I have to be careful. Qin Zhao thought about it for a while and felt a little helpless. This was the first time he had encountered someone who was so difficult to kill, and it was only a third-step ancient saint. If it was a fourth-step ancient saint undead creature, would it not be possible for him to kill it even if he went all out? In this great thousand world, there was actually such a strange race of life. It was really unbelievable. Its strength was also very strong, and it could fight with people of a higher realm. In a human clan, other than those top geniuses, there were very few people who could fight with people of a higher realm. If there were, they would definitely be as rare as phoenix feathers and Chelan horns. Actually, this undead creature's strength isn't that strong. In terms of strength, it should be very easy for me to kill it. His strength is one thing. More importantly, it's his defensive ability and his recovery ability. If I can break his defense, it'll be easy to kill him. I can't break the stalemate, even if I use all my strength. What should I do? Qin Zhao was also thinking about this problem and vaguely had an idea. Seeing that Qin Zhao had beaten the undead creature to the point of vomiting blood, the crowd in the gladiator arena exclaimed in surprise. Quite a number of people were shocked by what they saw. Sure enough, he was really strong. Even the undead creature was beaten to the point of vomiting blood. I know who that young man is. No wonder he could be so monstrous. It turns out that he's a disciple of the Firmament Academy. What? A disciple of the Firmament Academy? That's impossible. Why would a disciple of the Firmament Academy come to the Xiaoyao small realm. That's right. I've asked around. It's Qin Xiao, a disciple of the Xiaoyao Academy. He's the young man who publicly challenged Meng Gaosuo not long ago. He killed Meng Gaosuo's doppelganger and became the new realm lord of the Wuluo realm. He's a disciple of the Firmament Academy from the immortal realm. Look, there's still a strong immortal qi on him. It's obvious that he hasn't been in the great Dao sanctuary for long. Yes, there's still a strong immortal qi on him. He's indeed from the immortal realm. It seems that he's really Qin Xiao from the Firmament Academy. He's really heaven-defying. No wonder he's a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Even Meng Gaosuo was killed by him. How heaven-defying is his strength? If that's the case, doesn't that mean that Qin Xiao is going to win this round? I'm afraid it's really possible. Not necessarily, right? After all, he's an experienced undead creature. It's not that easy to kill him. There were people from all walks of life in the little Xiaoyao realm, and there were all kinds of existences. Therefore, it was very easy and fast to inquire about a piece of news. Moreover, Qin Xiao publicly challenged Meng Gaosuo and became the new realm lord of the Wuluo realm. This was also a public matter. It was not a secret. Moreover, the replacement of the realm lord was a very big thing for the great Dao sanctuary. Therefore, this matter would naturally spread quickly in the Great Path Sanctuary. Meng Gaosuo's original body had been in the little Xiaoyao realm all this time. Naturally, the news had already spread to the little Xiaoyao realm. It was just that everyone didn't know that the person fighting with the undead creature in the arena at this time was actually Qin Xiao. At this time, after knowing that it was Qin Xiao, the discussion became more intense. In the arena, Qin Xiao was still suppressing the undead creature. The undead creature was also tenaciously resisting. His strong defensive power and terrifying recovery ability made him feel invincible. Qin Xiao's hand suddenly moved, and the gift given to him by his third senior brother appeared in his hand. It was the woodcutter. Although this woodcutter looked very ordinary and sloppy, Qin Xiao had always believed that this was an unusual woodcutter. It must not be simple. Moreover, he had used it once before. It was indeed sharp enough. Therefore, Qin Xiao suddenly had a thought. His own heaven-opening sword and his breaking stalemate couldn't severely injure the undead creature in one go. He wondered if this woodcutter could do it. This idea seemed a little too bold, but Qin Xiao still felt that it was impossible. Therefore, this time he took out the woodcutter, wanting to give it a try. Qin Xiao chopped down on the undead. Qin Xiao didn't use any moves with the chopping knife. He just used the power of laws and the power of his internal world. He used his powerful strength to execute the chopping knife in a simple and crude manner. Crash! This time, it gave Qin Xiao a big surprise. This chop felt as if there was no resistance, and it directly cut into the undead creature's body. As the chop went down, a deep wound suddenly appeared. With a pull of a knife, one of the undead creature's arms was directly cut off, and it flew out with blood. With one of its arms cut off by Qin Xiao, the undead creature suddenly cried out in pain. Not only did the undead cry out in pain, but the tens of thousands of onlookers in the arena also cried out in alarm. Many people widened their eyes and couldn't bear to watch this scene. From the looks of it, that young man called Qin Xiao was really going to win. Was the undead really going to be killed by him? Many people were dumbfounded. They felt that their predictions were being broken again and again. At this time, the undead creature finally panicked. It finally smelled the scent of death. However, this undead creature was crazy enough. Even though it had suffered a big loss, it still didn't have the slightest intention of retreating. It still roared and rushed forward, as if it didn't care about its life. Haha, it seems that the woodcutter given by third senior brother is really a divine object. It's really sharp. Its pure sharpness has reached such a terrifying level. It's really incredible. It's really a strange object. It seems that the heavens are on my side. Qin Xiao was suddenly overjoyed. He didn't expect the woodcutter to be so effective. If he had known earlier, he would have taken it out and used it earlier. He wouldn't have needed to expose his full strength. In the past, he really didn't understand the power of this woodcutter. Now he fully understood it. It was indeed a very strange object. This woodcutter didn't have any aura, but when used, it could easily cut the undead as if they were firewood. Thinking about it, he felt that it was incredible. Even so, Qin Shao naturally didn't have any hesitation. He continued to cut down one by one. No matter how fast the undead creature recovered, it couldn't withstand Qin Zhao's cutting. Soon, the undead creature was cut into countless pieces by Qin Shao. His strong recovery ability was no longer enough to keep up with the pace of destruction. In the end, the undead creature died under Qin Zhao's woodcutter. Chapter 31:20. This scene caused many people to be dumbstruck, and they were momentarily speechless. Many people looked at the woodcutter in Qin Zhao's hand with strange eyes. They were very surprised. What kind of divine weapon was this? How could it cut the life of the undead like firewood? Could it be a boundary weapon? That couldn't be right. If it was a boundary weapon, it would have the supreme power of the world. That woodcutter didn't have a trace of aura on it, so it couldn't be a boundary weapon. Not to mention the aura of a boundary weapon. It didn't even have the aura of a sacred weapon. There were very few people in the fourth step of the ancient saint realm who had a boundary weapon. There were probably only a few in the entire Great Tao sacred realm. Moreover, the ancient saint realm couldn't fully unleash the power of a boundary weapon. No matter how they looked at it, it was just a woodcutter. It couldn't be a boundary weapon. However, this woodcutter wasn't ordinary at all. It was very strange and powerful. Qin Shao won this battle. Almost everyone in the arena bet on the life of the undead. Only a few people thought it was fun to try their luck and bet a little. Although they won, the amount they bet was relatively small. They beat their chest and stamped their feet. Of course, the biggest winner of this duel was Brother Peerless. He had bet all his assets to the limit of what the gladiator arena could allow. Brother Pure became the biggest winner. Qin Zhao's name was also raised high. Everyone re-evaluated Qin Shao. Moreover, this matter quickly spread through the unfettered little realm through these people. Some people quickly guessed Qin Zhao's purpose in entering the unfettered little realm. There was only one possibility, and that was to kill Jagged Gao Sha. Such a crazy way of doing things was really admirable. In order to take revenge and kill Jagged Gao Shua's original body, he entered the unfettered little realm without caring about anything else. It felt like he was risking his life. The unfettered little realm wasn't a place where anyone could come in and go out as they wished. Anyone who could enter the carefree little realm to kill their enemies must be a madman, especially a disciple of the Firmament Academy. It would make people feel like they were putting their future on the line. As soon as the news spread, some people immediately received it. Somewhere in Liberty City, a man suddenly frowned deeply, with coldness beaming out of his eyes. Qin Shao, he actually dared to chase us all the way to the carefree little realm? Moreover, how could he enter the unfettered small realm so quickly? Oh right, it seems that the first time I met him in the burning 9 heavens, he was also looking for the silver moon, and also to complete the mission. After that, he left floating Luo City for another 10 to 20 million years. He should have gone to complete some other mission. From the very beginning, he had already planned everything. The chance encounter in the burning 9 heavens only sped up his plan. From the very beginning, I was a part of his plan. I was a pawn that he used to approach and grasp my father's secrets. I'm so stupid. I'm so stupid. After living for so long, I'm still being used and deceived like this. And this Qin Shao actually dared to chase us all the way to the carefree little realm. He's really hateful. Qin Shao, you're really crazy. You really didn't expect that you would dare to chase us all the way to the carefree little realm. Although I've thought about this before, I've ruled it out. I think that no matter how crazy you are, you can't be crazy to such an extent. You can't really risk your life to enter the carefree little realm. After all, it's not so easy to kill someone in the carefree little realm. Moreover, even if you succeed, it's absolutely impossible to leave the carefree little realm in a short time. As a disciple of the Firmament Academy, You really dare to give up your great future and enter the carefree little realm to take revenge? This person was none other than Suo Juchi. At this time, his expression was twisted, and his eyes flashed with an incomparably complicated look. Suo Juchi quickly left and returned to a palace to see his father. Suo Juchi's face was gloomy, and his brows were tightly knitted together. Obviously, Suo Juchi had received the news and knew that Qin Shao had chased him into the carefree little realm to kill him. He also knew that Qin Shao was fulfilling the conditions. This was enough to show how much Qin Shao wanted to kill him. He probably wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. Facing such a situation, Suo Juchi naturally panicked and was very worried. After all, he was very clear about Qin Zhao's strength. If it really reached the point where he could challenge him, then he would be in great danger. There was a real possibility of death. "Father!" Suo Juchi shouted. But before Suo Juchi could speak, Suo Juchi waved his hand, indicating that he shouldn't speak. Suo Juchi naturally knew that his father already knew everything, so he didn't need to report this matter. At this time, his father should be thinking of a way to deal with this. I can't just sit here and wait for death. This Qin Shao is a complete madman. He's crazy enough to kill me, daring to disregard everything. I thought about whether or not he would enter the carefree little realm to take revenge on me, but I felt that the possibility was very small. But I didn't expect that he would enter the carefree little realm so quickly. He didn't even give me time to react. It seems that he's been preparing for everything since a long time ago. After killing my clone, he would immediately enter the carefree little realm to kill my main body. What a good plan, what a crazy plan. From the start, he was prepared to throw caution to the wind and fight with his life on the line. I really didn't expect that Liu He would have such a successor. Is the Liu clan's fate really not over yet? Is it really Liu He's spirit in heaven that is protecting the Liu clan? Does the heavens really want me, Suo Juchi, to die? No. I won't accept this. I won't accept this fate. I won't accept this fate. I won't accept. Suo Juchi roared madly, roaring towards the sky. He couldn't accept this, and was even more unwilling. "Father, what should we do?" Suo Juchi asked. Suo Juchi's eyes were deep and cold. He said coldly, "You want to kill me in the carefree little realm? Do you think it's that easy? I've been the master of a little realm for 100 epochs, and have spent nearly 100 epochs in the carefree little realm. Naturally, I've accumulated many connections and relationships. Now, it's time to make use of these relationships and make use of them. If it was outside, it might not be easy, but in the carefree little realm, it's very easy. No one has much to worry about. When it comes to doing things, there's no need to worry about the consequences. With Qin Zhao's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to complete the conditions and issue a public challenge to me. It's only a matter of time. That's why I have to find enough helpers as soon as possible. In that case, even if Qin Shao doesn't issue a public challenge to me, I'll kill him here. If he wants to kill me, let's see if he has the luck to do so." Suo Juchi nodded slightly. However, after thinking for a while, Suo Juchi said worriedly, "Father, Qin Zhao's strength is unfathomable. It's heaven-defying. I'm afraid that there are very few people in the four-step ancient saint realm who can suppress him. I'm afraid that only the people on the Heaven's Declaration and Saint list have full confidence in defeating him. That's why I'm a little worried that your old friends might not be willing to take the risk for you." So Juchi waved his hand and said, "I'm very clear about this, and I've already come up with a plan to deal with it. Don't worry. If Qin Shao dares to issue a public challenge to me, I'll make sure that he won't be able to leave the carefree little realm alive." "That's great. This might be a good opportunity for me to take revenge for you." Since Suo Juchi had said so, he didn't say anything else. After thinking about it, he felt relieved. With his father's power, he should be able to get a lot of helpers. If 1 or 2 helpers couldn't do it, what about 8 or 10? Or even more? Wouldn't it be a good idea to use numbers? Qin Shao, since you dare to come here, I'll definitely kill you. If I don't kill you, how can I vent my anger? Suo Juchi thought to himself viciously. His hatred for Qin Shao was no less than his father's. If it was possible, he would kill Qin Shao even if he had to sacrifice his life. This resentment was too deep. On the other hand, Qin Shao naturally didn't know that Suo Juchi and his father were already planning to deal with him. Qin Shao continued to fight in the arena. As expected, the arena didn't give Qin Shao a chance to take a breather. Seamlessly, Qin Shao continued to fight in the arena. After one battle ended, another battle immediately followed. It was simply a tag team battle. For ordinary people, this obviously wouldn't be the case. But Qin Shao came to fulfill the conditions, so naturally, Qin Shao was given special treatment. The atmosphere in the arena was also extremely intense because of Qin Shao. It had never been so grand before. In the first round of the arena, almost everyone was annihilated. Basically, everyone bet on the undead and lost. Furthermore, many people had placed heavy bets, and they had lost miserably. Therefore, the first round was to make everyone howl in grief. When it came to the second round, the bets naturally became more intense. People were like this. Once they lost, they would want to win back. There would be an inexplicable force urging them to do so. Therefore, the gambling naturally became more intense and lively. Everyone placed their bets one after another, and the voices of discussion were also very intense. All kinds of analysis and discussions were incessant. The entire arena was so noisy that almost the entire Liberty City could hear it. Moreover, many people came after hearing the news. They wanted to see the unparalleled glory of the disciples of the Firmament Academy. He also wanted to see which monstrous genius had killed Jigeo Shaw. That person was truly incredible. So, the arena became very lively for a while. Once it became the most lively place in the Liberty Little Realm, the number of onlookers also increased a lot. Moreover, in order to increase the difficulty of Qin Zhao's task, the arena sent out very strong people every time. Moreover, the second time, the existence of the ancient saint realm was directly sent out. This was in the case of Qin Zhao's seamless cooperation, so it also weakened Qin Zhao's combat strength imperceptibly. But fortunately, Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong. He was simply an invincible god of war. He was incomparably valiant and undefeated. Even under the circumstances of the tag team battle, he was still able to maintain a steady pace. He was still able to defy the natural order and obtain victory after victory. Author Kinshong said, "Fourth update, asking for fresh flowers." Chapter 31:21. He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. He has already won 7 rounds in a row. Can he continue to win? He's too crazy. He's too strong. TSK, TSK, TSK. Is Qin Shao really just a third-step ancient saint? I seriously doubt it. Cough. Even though I've seen it with my own eyes, I still find it hard to believe that Qin Shao is just a third-step ancient saint. His strength is too strong. I'm afraid that he's almost as strong as the Heaven's Declaration saint list. He's invincible. He has already won 7 rounds in a row. Can he still hold on? How much saint energy does he have left? If he continues to fight like this, even an Iron Man won't be able to withstand it. Holy *T. I've already lost 7 rounds in a row. I've almost lost all my money. Qin Shao has done me a lot of harm. I really want to cry, but have no tears. I won't be able to live freely in the future. I've also lost 7 rounds. I don't believe it. I'll continue to bet on Qin Zhao's loss. That's right. He has already won 7 rounds in a row. He can still win. Look, he has already used up a lot of his saint energy. However, Qin Shao still won the 8th round. This victory had already made many people start to doubt their lives. All of them were cursing Qin Shao for being a freak, a heaven-defying freak, and simply crazy. However, this was not the end. Qin Shao continued to write his legend. The 9th and 10th matches were also won. The last round was extremely difficult. In the end, Qin Shao had almost used up all his sane energy and was on the verge of collapsing. However, he still won in the end. Many people wanted to cry, but had no tears. They even wanted to strangle Qin Shao to death. Many people had bet on Qin Shao to lose 10 rounds in a row. In fact, some people were just taking a gamble in the end. They were betting that Qin Shao would lose. However, the more they bet, the more they lost. The more they lost, the more unconvinced they were. Hence, they continued to bet. He always thought that it was impossible for Qin Shao to win all the time. It was impossible for him to win 10 games in a row. However, Qin Shao had created a miracle. He had really won 10 consecutive matches. Under the circumstances of the tag team battle, he had won 10 consecutive matches. Such a battle record had not appeared in the carefree little realm for many epics. The last time it appeared was a few hundred universe epics ago. Therefore, it was easy to imagine how difficult it was to kill someone in the unfettered small realm. Just fulfilling these conditions was far too difficult. Among these conditions, the second one was the most difficult. The gladiator arena would definitely take special care of you and set an extremely high threshold. They wouldn't give you a chance to complete it. In fact, Qin Shao also had a close shave. She almost couldn't finish it. After fighting 9 battles in a row, the last battle indeed made him feel a little exhausted. He couldn't exert much of his strength at all. It was only with incomparably tenacious perseverance and incomparably strong faith that Qin Shao persevered and finally won. It was a daunting experience, but not dangerous. If there was another battle, then Qin Shao would definitely lose his life. Fortunately, everything was over. They had already won the battle. The second condition was achieved. Qin Shao won 10 consecutive matches in the gladiator arena. Such a great achievement naturally spread quickly in the unfettered small realm. Everyone also knew that Qin Zhao's purpose in entering the unfettered small realm was to kill Jagged Gao Shua. Therefore, all kinds of discussions suddenly spread in the unfettered small realm. The discussion became more and more intense. This was also a relatively new thing. Naturally, it could also cause a lot of heated discussions. Many people also began to pay attention to Jagged Gao Shua. However, the latter seemed to be very calm. He had been staying in his cultivation place without any movement. It was as if he didn't care about what was happening outside at all, even though the unfettered small realm was already in an uproar. After winning 10 matches, Qin Shao also found a quiet place to rest and recover his sane power. Brother Pure was very happy. Ha ha, Brother Qin Shao, this time we really made a fortune. If it wasn't for the online betting in the gladiator arena, I think we could have won all the money in the gladiator arena. Awesome, really awesome. I think we can go through another round of battles like this. It's like picking up money, and it's like picking up a mountain. Brother, guess how much we won in total in these 10 matches? Qin Shao was not interested in these things. Therefore, Qin Shao waved his hand and said, "There's nothing to guess. No matter how much we win, it's nothing to be happy about. It's a happy thing to have achieved the condition. Next, we have to prepare for the public challenge. Killing Jagged Gao Shua's real body is the happiest thing. It's even happier than winning more Chaos Source Stones." Brother Pure smacked his lips and said, "Hey bro, don't be so stubborn. You should have some fun in life. Have some fun. Killing Jagged Gao Shua is a sure thing. There's no running away from it. Of course, killing Jagged Gao Shua's real body is a happy thing. However, winning the Chaos Source Stones is also a happy thing. These two don't conflict at all. Although money is just a worldly possession. However, this thing can still bring us a lot of fun, especially in the unfettered small realm. As long as we have enough Chaos Source Stones, we can live a carefree life. It's so good that we could turn the sky upside down." Speaking of this, Qin Shao could not help but roll his eyes at Brother Pure again. He was really enjoying himself to the point of forgetting about home. If he had to live in the unfettered small realm forever, he would probably be willing to do so. Don't be like this. I'm just an ordinary person. It's just a little hobby. It's not a shameful thing, right? Brother Pure grinned and continued, there are some things that you should play while you're still interested in. Who knows? You might not be able to play in the future. So, don't be so rigid. All right. Let's not talk about this. Let's talk about how many Chaos Source Stones we won. Ha! After winning these 10 battles, we won a total of 10 billion Chaos Source Stones. We're rich, aren't we? If it wasn't for the fact that the arena can only place 1 billion Chaos Source Stones at a time, I would have 100 billion Chaos Source Stones. However, 10 billion is enough. It's enough for us to have a good time. Don't stare at me. You should continue to recuperate. I'm going to drink. Qin Shao had only expended too much of his saint energy. After consuming some Chaos Source rocks and spiritual pills and spiritual medicine, Qin Shao quickly recovered. Qin Shao didn't lack these things right now. After all, he had robbed Jigao Shua and ransacked his treasury. He had a lot of these things. After recovering, Qin Shao went to complete the third condition. The third condition was much simpler than the second one. Therefore, it was not difficult at all. He completed it quickly. The fourth condition was to issue a public challenge and fight with Jigao Shua. Therefore, Qin Shao directly announced a public challenge to Jigao Shua in the Little Carefree Realm. According to the rules of the Little Carefree Realm, after a public challenge was issued, the person being challenged could respond within 10,000 years. If the person being challenged did not respond within 10,000 years, the Little Carefree Realm would forcibly bring the person being challenged here. Therefore, after the public challenge was issued, there was still a 10,000-year buffer period. Of course, the 10,000-year buffer period was to allow the person being challenged to make all the necessary preparations. Basically, 10,000 years was enough to prepare everything. Moreover, there were no restrictions on this kind of preparation. It did not matter how many helpers or how powerful the helpers were. It did not matter what kind of treasures were used. In other words, as long as the person being challenged had the ability, he could even ask a world god to help him. He could even take out a boundary weapon. As long as he had the ability to prepare it, there were no restrictions on any means. However, the person being challenged was only allowed to use one weapon. All the other treasures were not allowed to be used. In this way, the strength of the person being challenged would be greatly reduced. At the same time, it would also greatly increase the difficulty of the challenge. Therefore, it was very difficult to kill someone in the Little Carefree Realm. There were many uncertainties. For example, Qin Shao was also full of uncertainty and danger. After all, Qin Shao was not sure how many helpers Jigao Shua could ask and what kind of helpers he could ask. In other words, if Jigao Shua had the ability to ask a world god or someone on the Heavens Declaration to help him, he would be in great danger. In other words, if Jigao Shua could get his hands on some extremely powerful treasures, it would be very terrifying. Therefore, any situation could happen. It was precisely because of this that Qin Shao could not be too careless. He had to maintain a vigilant heart and make many plans. Qin Shao had already expected these situations. There was no way to avoid them. Therefore, he had no choice but to fight hard and not think too much. If he was so overcautious, he would not be able to achieve anything. Therefore, Qin Shao would not be overcautious. He was naturally brave and fearless. A public challenge was something that rarely happened in the unfettered small realm. Basically, it would only happen once in many eras. Therefore, when such a thing happened this time, it naturally caused an uproar in the Little Carefree Realm. It caused a lot of discussion. 10,000 years was not a long time. Soon it had passed. This kind of public challenge was carried out in the gladiator arena. Therefore, Qin Shao and Brother Pure came to the gladiator arena early. Obviously, this public challenge attracted a lot of attention. Many people in the Little Carefree Realm heard the news and came to watch the battle. Many people's eyes fell on Qin Shao. After all, Qin Shao had not shown himself in the past 10,000 years. Therefore, many people had not seen Qin Shao before. Therefore, at this moment, those who had not seen Qin Shao naturally looked at Qin Shao curiously. There were a lot of people who came to watch the battle. The huge arena was quickly overcrowded. The entire arena was surrounded by people. It should be known that the gladiator arena could accommodate more than 300,000 people at the same time. However, it was still full early. There were still people coming one after another. This showed how lively it was. This battle was very popular. It was a battle that attracted a lot of attention. It was a battle that caused a sensation in the little carefree realm. It was an unprecedented grand occasion. Chapter 31:22. Qin Shao had been waiting here for a long time, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He sat there with his eyes closed and listened to the discussions of the crowd. Of course, most of the discussions were not optimistic about Qin Zhao's chances. After all, it was really too difficult to succeed in such a challenge. The last time someone succeeded in a public challenge was more than 100 epochs ago. After all, this was the carefree small realm. The rules here were extremely harsh for the challenger and extremely relaxed for the one being challenged. Therefore, the difficulty of drinking and pecking increased tenfold or even hundredfold. It was precisely because of this that the challenge became extremely difficult. How could it be so easy to kill someone in the carefree small realm? Under the anticipation of the crowd, Meng Gao Shua finally appeared. However, it was clear that he had not come alone. Instead, he had brought a group of people. There were a total of 6 of them. Including Mang Juqi, there were 7 of them. The arrival of the 8 of them could be considered to be awe-inspiring, their aura overflowing to the sky. Among these 8 people, 7 of them were existences in the 4th step ancient saint realm, and their auras were extremely powerful. Qin Zhao's strength was obvious. He was a powerful existence who had killed Meng Gao Shua's clone. Meng Gao Shua was a disciple of the Firmament Academy, a terrifying existence who had won 10 consecutive battles in the arena. Therefore, those who dared to help Meng Gao Shua at this time must be very powerful, at least not weaker than Meng Gao Shua. They were all extremely ancient and powerful existences. These people's strength was absolutely unfathomable. Moreover, with 7 people gathered together, if they joined forces, it would be even more terrifying. Furthermore, there were no restrictions on them at all. They could use any treasure they wanted. Therefore, this imperceptibly increased many dangerous factors for Qin Shao. Meng Gao Shua's 8 people directly entered the arena and arranged themselves in a battle formation, indicating that they would fight together against Qin Shao, the challenger. Seeing such a situation, Brother Pure couldn't help but frown deeply. He was a little worried about Qin Shao. However, he also knew that at this point, Qin Shao would not turn back. She would not give up. If he gave up this challenge, he would not be able to do it again in the future. Therefore, it was absolutely impossible for Qin Shao to take even half a step back. He would definitely fight to the death. Brother, be careful. No matter what, staying alive was the most important thing. We still have a long way to go, and there are infinite possibilities in the future. Be careful. Brother Pure looked at Qin Shao and said seriously. There were many things that he didn't say out loud, but Qin Shao naturally knew. Qin Shao nodded solemnly and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do. No one could take my life away. However, I will definitely do my best in this battle. I've long been mentally prepared for all of this. It's nothing. It's not to the point where I can't resist at all." Brother Pure nodded and made a gesture of encouragement to Qin Shao. He still completely believed in Qin Lu. However, this battle was indeed too difficult. Moreover, it was indeed full of uncertainties. Indeed, any situation could happen. They had to be on guard and had to deal with it carefully. It was hard to say what would happen if they were careless. Qin Shao entered the arena with a cold and resolute expression. He stood on the battlefield and confronted Gao Shua's 8 people. His aura was not weak. The 2 forces had already formed a formation. The battle was quickly brewing and was about to erupt. Who do you think will win this battle? Of course. Look at Gao Shua's formation. Even Meng Qi, Luo Ho, and the other old guys have come out. Is there any suspense? Yes, that's true. Gung Gao Shua is still very capable. He actually managed to invite 6 old guys. Each of their strength is unfathomable. They are not inferior to Gung Gao Shua. This time, there's probably no suspense. Haha, that's normal. After all, Gung Gao Shua is also a realm lord. He has stayed in the unfettered little realm for nearly 100 universe eras. It's normal for him to have such connections. Moreover, when a person is about to die, he will definitely pay any price to ask for help. There's no need to watch this battle. Qin Shao is definitely going to die. He's too young, too impulsive, too self-righteous. He doesn't take the unfettered little realm seriously. The unfettered little realm is not a place for a young kid like him to enter. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Young people are hot-blooded and arrogant. It's normal for them to be arrogant. Is there anyone who can be the banker? Mother asterisk her, I lost so badly last time. This time, I just need to recover some blood. Ha ha, I don't think anyone would dare to be the banker. The arena doesn't allow bankers. Ha ha, no one is going to be the banker? Then I'll play a little. At this moment, a loud and clear voice rang out. Hearing this voice, everyone quickly looked over and their eyes fell on a 3-step ancient saint young man. Many people immediately recognized who this young man was. Wasn't he the one called Brother Pure, who was with Qin Shao? He seemed to be a disciple of the Firmament Academy as well. However, everyone snorted at Brother Pure's suggestion of being the banker. He was just a puny 3rd-step ancient sage. So what could he possibly do as a banker? If the banker was too small, it would be too boring. Therefore, no one responded to Brother Pure's words. Brother Pure smacked his lips and said again, "You don't have to look at me like that." Although Brother Pure isn't rich, I still have some money on me. Previously, I won 10 billion Chaos Source Stones at the arena. In addition to what I have on me, I have about 15 billion Chaos Source Stones. Although the plate isn't big, it's enough for everyone to play a little. Ha. Is there anyone who wants to play? I have a plate of 15 billion here. Just don't go overboard, or I won't be able to afford it in the end. 15 billion. First come, first serve. Come and place your bets. My Brother Pure won't go back on his word. However, don't bet too much. Don't exceed 100 million each. Just treat it as a small bet. Is there anyone who wants to play? If there is, hurry up. Otherwise, I won't wait. Hearing Brother Pure's words, everyone remembered that there was indeed such a thing. Last time the Gladiator Arena, Brother Purity was the biggest winner. Since there was a plate of 15 billion, it wasn't a small one. They could still play with it. Therefore, many people were interested and came to place their bets one after another. There were about 400,000 to 500,000 people in the arena. Therefore, this plate seemed very small. Soon it was sold out. Those who wanted to place their bets couldn't do so anymore. Brother Chunjia, on the other hand, was very happy in his heart. Out of the 15 billion bets, more than 5 billion were placed on Jigeo Sa. Only about 400 million were placed on Qin Shao. In other words, if Qin Shao won this round, he would win 14 billion Chaos Source Stones. This was definitely a huge number. Thinking about it made Brother Pure happy. He had picked up a huge treasure for free. Haha, Brother Qin Shao, whether we can make a fortune this time depends on you. I bet all my money this time. If we don't make a fortune, we'll be poor together. However, I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it. Brother Pure prayed in his heart. In the arena, Qin Shao stared coldly at Jigeo Sa. He stood there without saying a word. His master Old Man Liu He's long-cherished wish was to kill Jigeo Suo for revenge. After this battle, this matter would come to a perfect end. Qin Shao was also looking forward to this battle. It wasn't just the final battle for revenge. It was also an extremely challenging battle. Only a difficult battle could stimulate people's fighting spirit. Both Jigeo Suo and Jigeo Juchi were furious. They stared at Qin Shao with hatred. They looked like they wanted to eat Qin Zhao's flesh and drink Qin Zhao's flesh. Their hatred for Qin Shao was naturally bone deep, and they gnashed their teeth in anger. Qin Shao, Jigeo Suo's cold voice sounded. His voice was filled with hatred and murderous intent. It seems that I've underestimated your madness. I always thought that you wouldn't dare to chase me into the Xiaoyao small realm. This is equivalent to ruining your future. For you, ruining your beautiful future just to kill me is not worth it. But I didn't expect that you would dare to chase me into the Xiaoyao small realm. And you came so fast. I've always regarded the Xiaoyao small realm as the safest place for me to live. As long as I stay in the Xiaoyao small realm, there won't be any danger. I don't need to worry about anything. It's absolutely safe. But you, Qin Xiao, still chased me in. Not only did you chase me in, but you also completed the conditions so quickly and issued a public challenge to me. So this is your crazy method of revenge. You're a young boy, a disciple of the Firmament Academy, a peerless genius. You didn't spend your time on cultivation, but you wasted it on me. Should I say that you're crazy or a fool? Or even that you're too ignorant and self-righteous? You want to kill me? Don't you think it's impossible to kill me in the carefree small world? Qin Xiao curled his lips and sneered. Nothing in this world is absolutely impossible. It's just relatively impossible. You, Jigeo Saw, think it's impossible. That's just your opinion. But I, Qin Xiao, don't think it's impossible. Since I, Qin Xiao, dare to chase you into the Xiaoyao small realm and issue a public challenge to you, Jigeo Saw, it means that I've expected everything and I'm not afraid of anything. I may be a little crazy, but I'm not stupid. I'm not ignorant, as you said. Don't think too highly of yourself, Jigeo Saw. After all, you've been defeated by me. Don't you think it's ridiculous for you to talk about this in front of me? Do you really think you're qualified to judge my behavior? You, Jigeo Saw, don't look down on others and think too highly of yourself. Facing Qin Zhao's sarcastic retort, Jigeo Suo sneered again. However, he was clearly not worried about this matter at all. He only felt that Qin Xiao was blindly overconfident. That was all. Jigeo Suo sneered. You're right. I have my confidence, and you have yours. Since that's the case, I don't think there's anything more to say. Anyway, today's battle is inevitable. There needs to be an end between you and me. Today, let's end everything. Chapter 31:23. Today was the day to end everything. Let's fight. Qin Xiao didn't have any hesitation. He knew that this battle would be very difficult to win, but he had to fight. He could not take a step back. He could not be weak. Since he had to fight, he had to be decisive. He took the lead and attacked without hesitation. Once he attacked, Qin Xiao did not hold back. He gave it his all. Against 8 experts, even the slightest bit of carelessness could be grasped by the other party and be defeated directly. In a fight between top powers, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. The power of the 9 rules and the power of his inner world burst out. He gave it his all to break the stalemate. Instantly, the entire arena was filled with rays of sharpness. The peerlessly sharp sword chi was like a violent storm, covering the sky and the earth as it surged endlessly. In an instant, the 8 top powers were shrouded in the terrifying storm of radiance. 1 against 8. How heroic was that? Humph! Attack! Everyone, be careful. This man's strength is not ordinary. What are you afraid of? No matter how strong he is just one person. If we join forces, we will be able to suppress those on the Heaven's Declaration. Be that as it may, we should be careful. We can't give Qin Xiao any chance. We don't want to ruin our reputation. Jagged Tall Shuttle and the others didn't hesitate at all. Everyone here was an ancient and powerful existence. They were all dominators of a region in the past. Gung Juchi was much weaker. Although Gung Gaoshua had not allowed him to participate in the fight, he had insisted. He had always felt that he was the cause of this matter. Therefore, he wanted to participate in the fight to solve it. However, Gung Juchi was obviously of no help in such a situation. Before he could attack, he was sent flying by Qin Zhao's supreme sword chi. He fell to the ground and spat out blood. If Qin Xiao had not shown mercy, it was likely that he would have been killed on the spot with a single strike. The 7 top powers quickly formed a killing array. They combined their strength and formed an array. Many methods surged out at the same time, destroying all power. Although Qin Zhao's strength was very powerful, none of them were a match for Qin Zhao in a one-on-one fight. This time, Qin Zhao's attack was even more powerful than the last time when he killed Gao Shua's doppelganger. This time, he really didn't hold back. All of his strength had completely burst out and was pushed to the extreme. Qin Zhao wanted to take advantage of the fact that these people had not figured him out yet to take advantage of the situation. Against 7 fourth-step ancient saints, dragging out the battle would be very disadvantageous for him. These top powers had lived for a long time. They had rich combat experience and were able to make good use of all the means they could. Once they caught something, they would accurately counterattack, and the situation would be very dangerous. Therefore, Qin Zhao did not hold back at all from the beginning. He went all out and took out the posture of a man who risked his life. This move was very effective. At least, he had gained a certain advantage. Under the cover of Qin Zhao's powerful swordsmanship, the entire arena seemed to have become Qin Zhao's absolute domain. He was the god who dominated this domain and controlled everything. Although Qin Zhao's strength was indeed very strong, so strong that it was suffocating, so strong that many people present were shocked to the point of being dumbfounded, to the point where their jaws almost dropped. In the previous 10 fights in the arena, Qin Zhao had not used all of his strength. This time, he had used all of his strength, which shocked the crowd. This was especially so for those who had not seen Qin Zhao's previous fights. They were deeply shocked. They felt as if they had seen an existence on the Heaven's Declaration fight. A young man at Ancient Saint Realm, who was only at Ancient Saint Realm, had such incredible strength. It was simply unbelievable. In the long history of the Great Path Saint Realm, there had never been such a monstrous talent. A Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator who has mastered 9 types of laws, created his own unique skill, and has strange and terrifying pure strength. He is simply not human. TSK, TSK, TSK. A Heaven's Mandate Realm cultivator is already a rare existence. Cultivating and mastering 9 types of laws at the same time, I'm afraid there are only a few in the entire Great Path Saint Realm. He has created such a powerful, unique skill. It's really terrifying. I really did not expect that the Celestial Realm would have such a monstrous young genius. However, it will still be difficult for him to win this fight. Now, he is fighting 1 against 7. Gung Gaosuo and the others are all extremely powerful existences. The 7 of them have joined forces and suppressed Qin Zhao's attack. Well, he definitely won't be able to win. It's really strange that he can win. What a pity. If such a heaven-defying genius were to die here today, it would truly be a great loss. Not only will it be a great loss for the Celestial Realm, but it will also be a great loss for the Great Thousand World. No matter how monstrous a genius is, it's useless if he can't grow up. There's nothing to be regretful about. His life is his own. If he wants to lose it, he can only blame himself. Don't be so sure. Maybe Qin Zhao can win. Win? Do you think it's possible? 1 against 7. How can he possibly win? Look at the situation in front of us. Qin Zhao has been suppressed. Maybe there will be a miracle? At this time, in the arena, Jagged Tall Shuttle and the other 7 powerful existences joined forces and indeed resisted Qin Zhao's breakthrough. Moreover, they were slowly suppressing Qin Zhao. Between the 2 groups of people, for a while, it was not clear which side had a huge advantage. It was just that Gung Gaosuo and the others seemed to have the upper hand. Qin Zhao was using all his strength to break through the situation, but there was no way his attack could break through the combined power of Gung Gaosuo and the others. Such a situation was naturally not what Qin Zhao wanted to see. He had already done his best, but there was no way to gain the upper hand. Such a situation was obviously very unfavorable for Qin Zhao. If he did not gain the upper hand at the beginning, the situation would be troublesome. This could be considered to be a relatively bad development. Brother, you have to make it through. You have to create a miracle. Otherwise, I'm afraid you'll be in big trouble today. No matter what, I'll fight with you with my life. If it really comes to that point, I'll definitely save you even if I violate the rules of the small carefree realm. Fortunately, you're Sage Lee's disciple. I think if it really comes to that point, Sage Lee won't leave you alone, right? Brother Pure secretly gritted his teeth, and a strange look of determination flashed across his eyes. In his heart, he had already prepared for the worst and made some assumptions. He still hoped that his assumption was right. Logically speaking, reincarnation supremacy would not watch his disciple die without doing anything, right? Anyway, Brother Pure thought so. If he had a master like Reincarnation Sovereign, he felt that he could do whatever he wanted. All the rules were a joke in the eyes of Reincarnation Sovereign, who could break them at will. Naturally, in the eyes of Reincarnation Sovereign, the small carefree realm was not worth mentioning. Brother Pure fixed his eyes on the gladiator ring, and he was ready for anything. The onlookers were not optimistic about Qin Xiao, and when they saw this scene, they were even more certain that they would win this time. If Qin Xiao could win like this, it would really be a miracle. Humph, Qin Xiao, you're too confident. From the moment you entered the carefree, small realm to kill me, you should have expected this result. Do you really think you could defy the natural order? Do you really think you can change everything? Do you really think you're an invincible god of war? I'm far from being a match for you, Qin Xiao, but do you really think that I've lived 100 universe eras for nothing? Do you think I don't have any connections at all? Isn't it very whimsical to want to kill me in the small carefree realm? Meng Gaosuo stared coldly at Qin Xiao and said, he had been too aggrieved when his doppelganger was killed by Qin Xiao. This time, he also wanted to use him, Qin Xiao, to vent this resentment. It's a pity that you're so young. What's there to pity? You can't blame others for your own death. There is never a lack of geniuses in this world, but how many of them can really grow up? Usually, those who become world gods are not too dazzling. They hide their strength, bide their time, and polish their strength over time. Those who are too sharp often die prematurely. Well, he's too young. He's too impulsive. It seems that today's battle will be easier. Immediately, several ancient and powerful sacred venerables spoke up. Hearing these voices, Qin Xiao was not angry. Qin Xiao still looked calmly at Meng Gaosuo and said, as long as you're alive, there are always things that are worth risking your life for. As long as you're alive, there are things you should do and things you shouldn't do. If you have to do something, you should do it regardless of everything. What's wrong with going crazy for once? You've lived up to your youth and glory. A man should be hot-blooded. A man should be happy to repay kindness and revenge. A man should fight in all directions. What's wrong with that? Meng Gaosuo, the hatred between you and me is irreconcilable. I, Qin Xiao, swear to kill you. If I didn't have the slightest chance to kill you, I would naturally hold back and wait until I have the strength to do so. But now that I have the strength to kill you, I won't wait any longer. There's no point in doing so. As long as you continue to hide in the carefree little realm, it's all the same to me. The difficulty of killing you will not be reduced at all. If that's the case, why don't I come in and fight? To do something right, something that must be done. I, Qin Xiao, have never been afraid of risking my life. If you're afraid of death, I don't think you can really become powerful. I'll be the master of my life. No matter how difficult and dangerous my path is, I, Qin Xiao, will absolutely not back down in the slightest. Qin Xiao's words shocked many people's hearts. Many people looked at Qin Xiao with astonishment. They were indeed a little touched. Many people even couldn't help admiring Qin Xiao. This young man was really not simple. There was indeed a unique temperament in him. No wonder he could be so heaven-defying. However, Meng Gaosuo snorted and sneered. Fighting with your life? To be honest, I quite admire your courage. This kind of madness is also a kind of foolishness. Well, I can have this opportunity to kill you, Qin Xiao. It can be regarded as revenge for me. I thought it would be difficult for me to take revenge on you. Qin Shao. Qin Shao, I hope you don't come to me again. But things didn't go as planned. You, Qin Shao, came to kill me. You can't blame me for being crazy this time. You want to kill me, but you also give me a chance to kill you. This time, you will definitely lose, Qin Shao. Chapter 31:24. Will it be me, Qin Shao? Qin Shao chuckled in his heart. He wanted to say that the one who would die would be Geng Gaosuo, but he didn't bother to argue with him anymore. At this time, it was indeed a bit unfavorable for Qin Shao, so Qin Shao was thinking about how to turn the situation around. This public challenge still had a lot of restrictions on Qin Shao. He could only use one weapon. Other than that, he couldn't use any other treasures. So, Qin Shao couldn't use the Li Sheng flying dagger or the wood chopper. Unable to use these treasures, Qin Shao had basically reached the limit of his strength at this time. There was no way to use other means. But there was no way to fight against the 7 people of Geng Gaosuo at all. Fighting 7 ancient 4th-step Empyrean saints at the same time was indeed an impossible feat what to do. Although he could still resist for the time being, he wouldn't be defeated immediately. But Qin Shao knew that the 7 people of Geng Gaosuo must have some powerful means that they haven't used yet. The other people who came to help Geng Gaosuo wouldn't really go all out from the beginning. They must have some reservations. Moreover, they could use any treasures without restrictions. Qin Shao didn't know what kind of treasures they had. Normally, these powerful beings who had lived for an extremely long time would have 1 or 2 life-saving trump cards. Of course, they definitely wouldn't use such a trump card easily. After all, they just came to help Geng Gaosuo, so they naturally wouldn't risk their lives. It was just a matter of giving face to him. It was enough for them to help. At this time, the situation was very bad for him. If he didn't find a way to reverse this situation quickly, he was afraid that there would be no chance. If he lost, it meant that he was dead. However, Qin Shao also prepared for the worst. In the end, if it really didn't work, so what if he broke the rules? Naturally, he wouldn't sit on the ground and wait for death. He still had the ancient token given by his master. It should be useful, right? With the ancient token, even if he couldn't leave the unfettered small realm, he should be able to force jagged Gaosuo and the others to retreat. Furthermore, he still had 8 chances to use the ancient token. With 8 chances, Qin Shao believed that it should be enough to help him deal with Meng Gaosuo and the others. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. It was the last resort. There was no other way. However, taking this path would also violate the rules of the unfettered small realm. How would the unfettered small realm deal with Qin Shao in the future? Qin Shao didn't know. Let's not care about that for now. Let's focus on the present. Right now, he had to think of a way to turn the situation around. However, there was only one way to turn the situation around, and that was to break through. He had to make a breakthrough in a certain aspect. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to turn the tide. In the end, it was still necessary to have more strength. Otherwise, it would not change anything. For Qin Shao, this was obviously a huge test and a daunting challenge. There was still hope for a breakthrough in the law, but in a short time, it would be difficult to achieve. Moreover, even if there was a breakthrough in a law, it would be difficult to improve his strength. It wouldn't change the current situation. Therefore, the road of law breakthrough was obviously not feasible. If this road didn't work, then there was only the fusion of laws. Qin Shao had only achieved the fusion of 7 laws for the time being. Previously, Qin Shao had also tried to completely fuse 9 laws. If he could achieve the complete fusion of 9 laws, it could indeed improve his strength a lot. If he could do this, then there was hope to turn the tide. Before, Qin Shao also had many ideas about the fusion of 9 laws. He also tried some, but he didn't succeed before. There was still a possibility that this path could be taken. This time, there was really no way. Qin Shao had made a lot of assumptions, but he didn't expect that he would still end up in the worst scenario. Jigao's shuttle really invited so many powerful existences to help, making the situation so terrible and difficult. In the face of such a situation, Qin Shao had no choice but to fight with all his strength. Since the heavens don't help me, then I will go against the heavens and change my fate. Along the way, I have encountered such situations many times. When have I, Qin Shao, ever been afraid? When have I ever flinched? What's more, I didn't break through. This time, no matter how many helpers Jigao Shua has invited, I will definitely defeat him. I will definitely cut him down with my sword and avenge Master and the Liu clan. This is the only chance. I can't afford to lose, so I can't lose. I can only win. If the heavens don't help me, then I will go against the heavens. If the gods want to stop me, then I will kill them. No obstacles can stop me from moving forward. These people who help Jigao's shuttle will certainly not really risk their lives for him. For the time being, they are suppressing me, so they seem to be very desperate. As long as I can fight back with my strength, I can put a lot of pressure on them and threaten their lives. I believe that they definitely won't risk their lives like this. They definitely won't risk their trump cards for the Jagged High shuttle. They definitely won't do that. A villain like Jigao's shuttle can't be worth those ancient and powerful existences risking their lives for him. Qin Shao thought and analyzed in his heart. What he needed now was to break through as soon as possible. If he couldn't achieve the fusion of the 9 kinds of power, then there was only one end, that is death. Therefore, at this time, for Qin Shao, it was an important moment of life and death, which determined his fate. He had to fight. It just so happened that Qin Shao also wanted to take this opportunity to make a breakthrough and see if he could succeed in what he had tried many times before. This time, it might be a great opportunity for him. The greater the pressure, the greater the potential that would be stimulated. This was always a proportional thing. Moreover, Qin Shao had also analyzed this possibility. It should be quite big. After all, he had accumulated a lot of experience before and had been trying in this aspect. In the previous 10,000 years, Qin Shao was also thinking of ways to improve his strength, so this was the direction that Qin Shao had been trying to break through. In terms of the fusion of laws, Qin Shao actually already had enough accumulation and foundation. What he lacked was an opportunity, an opening for a breakthrough. Moreover, Qin Shao had a lot of experience in this aspect. This also had a lot of guiding effect on Qin Zhao's breakthrough and increased the possibility of success. The fusion of laws was actually a very difficult task, especially the fusion of the laws of the cultivation path. It was extremely difficult. However, for Qin Shao, who had already achieved the fusion of 7 kinds of laws and had accumulated enough experience, it was much easier. No matter how difficult the problem was, as long as one worked hard to overcome it, there would always be a solution. The key was still whether one's understanding was deep or not. If one's understanding and control of laws was deep enough, then the fusion would be much easier. Although this was the case, the fusion of laws was, in fact, extremely difficult for anyone. Many ancient saints might not be able to fuse 2 kinds of laws in their lifetime. In other words, it would take endless years of cultivation to do it. And this period of time could be a universe epoch, or 100 universe epochs, or even longer. A threshold was enough to trap countless people. Although Jagged Tall Shuttle and the others were able to suppress Qin Shao, they didn't have an obvious advantage. They also didn't have the tendency to suppress Qin Shao. Qin Shao was still fighting against Gao Shua's group of 7, and the formidable power of the confrontation made it difficult for Gao Shua's group to break through Qin Zhao's situation. Although they were steadily suppressing Qin Shao, it was difficult for them to achieve any results. Although Qin Shao would be the one to suffer in the end if this continued, Jigao Shua could not wait any longer. He wanted to take advantage of the current situation and defeat Qin Shao in one fell swoop. Old friends, please don't hold back. Let's end this quickly. Let's get rid of this kid as soon as possible to avoid future troubles, Jigao Shua said to the other 6 ancient and powerful existences. However, these people obviously did not intend to risk their lives for Jigeo Shah. Therefore, an old man immediately laughed and said, Jigeo Shah, why are you in such a hurry? This kid has already been captured by us. There is no possibility of him escaping. He won't be able to hold on for long. At most, he will last for a few breaths of time. What's the point of waiting for such a short time? Ha ha ha. Are you afraid of this kid, Jigeo Shua? When did you become so timid? With the 7 of us joining forces, how can he have the chance to reverse the situation? We have already suppressed him completely. There won't be any accidents at all. What are you afraid of? Immediately, another old man said. Hearing these 2 old men's words, Jigeo Shua's expression became slightly ugly. Although he was very unwilling to do so, there was no other way. After all, these people were only here to help him. They were here for his sake, so he naturally didn't dare to ask for too much. Although he was a little anxious in his heart, he felt that it was not a big deal. Yes, they had already suppressed Qin Shao. It was impossible for Qin Shao to have a chance to make a comeback. It was absolutely a dead end. Qin Shao would not be able to hold on for long. At most, he would be defeated in less than 10 breaths of time. A few breaths of time was still acceptable. Indeed, there was no need to care about these few breaths of time. If they had to wait a little longer, then so be it. There was nothing they could do about it. Many of the onlookers were also secretly shaking their heads, feeling sorry for Qin Shao. I don't know if this kid Qin Shao has a doppelganger or something. Otherwise, it would be a pity if he died. Maybe this is just his doppelganger. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? Not necessarily. The disciples of the Firmament Academy, such peerless geniuses, rarely have doppelganger. To be able to reach such a level, I'm afraid that there is at least a world God Realm master behind him. That master would definitely not let him have a doppelganger. That's right. Such a heaven-defying genius probably does not have a doppelganger. I really admire Qin Shao. He dares to do this. He is indeed a strong man. I respect him as a man. Unfortunately, he is going to die soon. This situation, there should be no possibility of turning it around, right? How can this be turned around? It's a dead end. There is no need to think about it. Unless Qin Shao violated the rules, there may be a slight possibility. This is not impossible. When he is really going to die, I'm afraid he will do anything. Not to mention violating the rules. I'm afraid he will do anything. There are only a few hours left. Brothers who still have flowers, don't waste them. Chapter 31:25. 10 breaths of time quickly passed. The 7 people had already forced Qin Shao into a corner, and there was no way out for him. They were about to break through Qin Zhao's defense and kill Qin Shao. Looking at the situation, Qin Shao was about to be defeated. Although many people in the crowd had bet on Jigeo Shua to win, there were many people who secretly admired Qin Shao, and there were also many who felt sorry for Qin Shao. Brother Pure had already clenched his fists, staring at the arena, ready to save Qin Shao at any time. In fact, at this time, Brother Pure was not confident. He also knew that Qin Shao was trying to fuse the 9 types of laws. This was the only way for Qin Shao to win. However, it was not so easy to succeed in one fell swoop. This kid, how can he still have the strength to resist? It's been 10 breaths of time. He's really tenacious. Humph, he can't resist for long. At most 2 or 3 breaths of time, he will definitely be defeated. The 7 people continued to exert their strength, continuing to suppress Qin Shao. They wanted to defeat Qin Shao as soon as possible. The 7 people were desperately attacking Qin Shao, and Qin Zhao's potential was completely stimulated, and finally, there was a breakthrough. The 9 types of laws were finally completely fused. The corners of Qin Zhao's mouth slightly raised, and he looked at Jigeo Shua. Being stared at by Qin Shao like this, Jigeo Shua suddenly felt a little flustered. What's going on? Jigeo Shua was puzzled. Wasn't this Qin Shao about to be defeated? How could he show such a strange smile? What's going on with such a confident look? This made Jigeo Shua's heart tighten. and he inexplicably panicked. He had a bad premonition in his heart. The situation was not good, absolutely not good. Sure enough, something bad had happened. The sword in Qin Zhao's hand fiercely shook like a wild dragon coming out of the sea, and a more violent power surged out from his sword like a surging river, overflowing the 9 heavens. Under such a turbulent power, the power of breaking the stalemate also suddenly skyrocketed, becoming sharper and sharper. The power of breaking the stalemate was abnormally strong, and now it suddenly skyrocketed a lot. So naturally, it became more terrifying. The power of the 9 types of laws was more than twice as strong as the power of the 7 types of laws. The power had more than doubled. The power of breaking the stalemate naturally more than doubled. If one's strength were to increase by 1-fold, it would be an extremely terrifying number. Hence, Qin Zhao's ability to break the stalemate by fusing 9 types of nomological powers was simply enough to annihilate the entire arena. As soon as the endless sharpness appeared, the heaven and earth collapsed. The world was shattered. Those rays of light seemed to want to cut the world into countless pieces. This kind of feeling really frightened the onlookers, and many people even exclaimed out loud. It was too terrifying. Such a scene was really too terrifying. Such power was enough to frighten people, and it was enough to make everyone's heart tighten, and they couldn't help but tremble. Many people were shocked and speechless. How could Qin Zhao's strength suddenly skyrocket to such a terrifying level? Wasn't this too terrifying? Jigao Shuo and the other 6 were also frightened. They originally thought that Qin Zhao would definitely be completely defeated in 1 or 2 breaths of time at most, and would definitely die in their hands. But unexpectedly, not only did Qin Zhao not lose, but he also made a desperate counterattack, turning the tide and erupting with such a terrifying power. This guy, had he been hiding his strength all this time? Impossible. It was impossible for him to be so powerful. But at this time, Jigao Shaw and the others didn't have time to think about this. Quick, old friends, use your most powerful techniques to block him, suppress him, and stop him. Otherwise, all our previous efforts will be in vain. At this time, old friends, don't hide your strength. Take out your strongest means. Jigao Shaw suddenly became anxious and quickly said to the others. But the 6 ancient and powerful existences didn't listen to Jigao Shua's words, and they didn't easily take out their trump cards to fight Qin Zhao. Everyone had their own thoughts, so naturally, they wouldn't easily take out their life-saving trump cards. Moreover, they also thought that it would be enough to let others take out their trump cards, and they didn't need to take it out themselves. Everyone had the same idea, so naturally, no one took out their trump cards in the end. Although Jagged Tall Shuttle did everything he could to bring out a treasure, it was still too late. But his strength was obviously pale and powerless, and there was no way he could break Qin Zhao's power. Qin Zhao's power was invincible, and it swept away all the wind. With a matchless appearance and invincible momentum, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. Under the impact of the attack, Jagged Tall Shuttle's 7 people were directly sent flying and scattered in all directions, messing up the formation. Qin Zhao seized the opportunity to chase after them. He chased after Jigao Shuo. How could Jigao Shuo be Qin Zhao's opponent? Therefore, Jigao Shuo was directly suppressed, and the situation was not good for him. The other 6 people, after being beaten back by Qin Zhao, didn't want to rush forward again, but stood there, looking at them. This situation made Jigao Shuo want to curse. But at this time, how could he really dare to curse? He could only plead, "Old friends, didn't we agree before? Help me kill Qin Zhao, and I'll definitely do what I promised you. I've already sworn with my soul, and you've also promised me. Now, do you want to break your promise?" Old friends, don't hesitate. Hurry up and save me, or I'll soon be killed by Qin Zhao. In front of Qin Zhao, Jigao Shu was indeed very weak, and didn't have much power to save his life. So at this time, Jigeo Shua was naturally very panicked. This was a matter of life and death. If the 6 people didn't help him, he would definitely be killed by Qin Shao. There was no doubt about it. Qin Shao glanced at the 6 people coldly and said in a deep voice, "Let's see who dares to help me today. If you stop now, I'll let bygones be bygones, and I won't take what happened before to heart. If there's any senior who still insists on helping Jigeo Shah, then that person will be my enemy. Today Qin Shao, will definitely fight to the death, regardless of everything. If any of you wants to help me, then we'll fight to the death. Unless you have the confidence and determination to kill me, Qin Shao. Otherwise, Qin Shao, will never be soft-hearted, and I'll definitely kill you. Are you willing to risk your life for Jigeo Shua? So, please be careful and think twice before you act. After all, there's no medicine for regret in this world." It had to be said that Qin Zhao's words were very powerful. After all, Qin Zhao's strength was incredible. If it was a one-on-one fight, no one would be a match for Qin Shao, and they would all be killed by Qin Shao. At this time, Qin Zhao's strength was too terrifying. If everyone used all their trump cards and cooperated well, it was possible to defeat Qin Shao. But what if someone had a different idea? Then the situation was hard to say. If they were careless, it was very likely that they would be consigned to eternal damnation. So, in the face of such a situation, everyone would naturally be cautious, and it was impossible for them to really take this risk. If Chu Yi's life was sacrificed, it would not be worth it. Was it worth taking such a risk for Jigeo Shua? It was not worth it, definitely not worth it. Therefore, the 6 ancient powerhouses gave up on the idea after thinking about it. In fact, Qin Shao had expected this. These people would definitely not risk their lives for Jigeo Shah. That was why he dared to say those words. He was also trying to scare off the 6 ancient experts. In fact, as Qin Shao expected, the 6 ancient experts still hesitated and did not make a move. Seeing that they did not make a move, Qin Shao knew that he had made the right bet. What? Jigeo Shua was a little dumbfounded. This time, he had spent a lot of effort, paid a great price, and made a lot of promises to ask these 6 old friends to help him. But he did not expect that at this point, these 6 old friends would not help him and did not make a move. Jigeo Shua was flustered and exasperated, unable to restrain his anger, and was incomparably indignant. But in his heart, he knew the 6 old men's concerns, and he could also understand that they were unwilling to take the risk for him. Other than the anger in his heart, what else could he say? Who could he blame for this kind of thing? Ha ha ha. It seems that I, Jigeo Shua, am really going to die today. Jigeo Shua was not angry, but laughed helplessly. Qin Shao coldly snorted and said, "You should have realized this earlier, Jigeo Shua. Today, you are going to die. I already said that since I dared to enter the carefree, small realm to kill you, Jigeo Shua, I naturally have some confidence. Now it's time for you to die. You don't need to struggle. It's useless. No one can save you. Do you really think that those seniors will fight me for you? That they'll take the risk for you? You bet too much, so you're destined to die today." Jigeo Shua's face was ferocious and crazy. "Let go of my father." At this time, Jigeo Shua madly rushed towards Qin Shao. With his strength, how could he get close to Qin Shao? He was already injured by Qin Shao before, and now he was even weaker. Before he could reach Qin Shao, he was sent flying by Qin Zhao's palm. Jigeo Shua heavily fell to the ground, vomiting blood. However, he actually got up and rushed towards Qin Shao again. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "Jigeo Shua, I don't want to kill you. Stop. You are far from being my match. You can't save your father. You can't change anything. If you hate me, then wait until you have the strength to take revenge on me. Now, I think you should save your strength. Don't force me to kill you." Song Juchi roared once again and charged over. "Qin Shao, don't be a hypocrite. You hypocrite, I spit on you. If you want to kill me, why talk so much nonsense? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Today, either you kill me or I kill you. Song Juchi was also incomparably crazy, rushing towards Qin Shao as if he didn't care about his own life. He was simply a madman who didn't care about his own life. Qin Shao was helpless in the face of Jigeo Shua's madness. Author Cruel Death. Happy Labor Day, everyone. Let me tell you in advance, I have to spend time with my family during this period, so the update will be slow. I hope you all have fun. Chapter 31:26. Qin Shao still felt a little guilty towards Song Juchi. After all, he did use him and deceive him, so Qin Shao did feel a little guilty. Although this wasn't a big deal, one was willing to be beaten and the other was willing to be beaten. Moreover, Song Juchi wasn't a good person, he was just a little better than Song Gaosuo. Qin Shao also felt that Song Juchi didn't deserve to die. He didn't want to kill him. Furthermore, his doppelganger was already dead. It would be weird to kill his original body. Because of this, Qin Shao had the thought of showing mercy to Song Juchi. But looking at Song Juchi's crazed look, Qin Shao could only feel helpless. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to avoid killing Song Juchi. So be it if he wanted to die, there was nothing he could do. Ha ha ha! Mang Gaosuo suddenly burst into laughter, laughing wildly. Other than the craziness in his bones, there was also an indescribable feeling in his laughter. Hearing this laughter, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown slightly. Inexplicably, he had a bad premonition. There was a situation. Qin Shao looked at Song Gaosuo, and sure enough, Song Gaosuo was looking at Qin Shao with a crazed look on his face. This laughter was very unusual. The bad premonition was getting stronger and stronger. Boom! Suddenly, a supreme divine power descended from the sky. The peerless and invincible power pressed down and instantly destroyed Qin Shao's breaking stalemate. It was as if his breaking stalemate had collapsed and dispersed rapidly. Qin Shao was also forced back a few steps, and he felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This feeling was very uncomfortable, and it also made Qin Shao's heart tremble. He looked over and saw a white-haired old man slowly descending from the sky. The moment this white-haired old man arrived, the world immediately submitted to his feet. Everyone couldn't help but feel respect and didn't dare to offend him in the slightest. Just this supreme aura alone was enough to make people respect and fear him, and they knew that he was an extremely powerful existence. World God. Qin Zhao's heart sank, and he became very serious. Clearly, this white-haired old man was a world deity. In the unfettered small realm, there were still some world gods, but they wouldn't make a move easily. He didn't expect Song Gaosuo to be able to invite a world god to make a move. This was really shocking. Qin Shao didn't feel good. He also didn't expect Song Gaosuo to be able to invite a world god. The situation was troublesome. In the face of a world deity, how could Qin Shao have any ability to resist? To make a move against a world god was as good as courting death. There was no need to even think about it. The only thing that awaited him was death. The entire arena was in an uproar because of this. What's going on? What's going on? Is he playing with us? Yeah, at first we all thought that Song Gaosuo would definitely win. Seven powerful fourth-step ancient saints joined forces to deal with Qin Shao alone. No matter how heaven-defying Qin Shao is, he wouldn't be able to reverse the situation. But we didn't expect Qin Shao to be able to make a comeback and scare off those ancient and powerful existences. We thought that Qin Shao was going to win, but now the tables have turned. How did Song Gaosuo invite World God Annihilation? World God Annihilation hasn't shown his face for so many years. I almost forgot that there was such a powerful existence in our unfettered small realm. Yeah, didn't World God Annihilation retire a long time ago? How did Song Gaosuo invite him out this time? And he even wants to stand up for Song Gaosuo? This is too inconceivable. It seems that we have underestimated Jigeo Shua too much. This old fellow does indeed have some skills. He has some tricks up his sleeve. He does have some skills. In order to save his life, he went all out. He actually prepared 2 moves, each of which is very powerful. Sigh. I can only say that Qin Shao is not destined to win. It wasn't easy to scare off those 6 ancient and powerful existences, but Song Gaosuo still has an even more terrifying trump card. Indeed, it's impossible. In front of World God Annihilation, Qin Shao won't be able to resist at all. Only death awaits him. It seems that Qin Shao won't be able to escape death today. Everyone was helpless and even more puzzled. Brother Pure clenched his fists and almost bit his own tongue. What the F***CK? What the F***CK is this? Mother F***er? Does it have to be so exaggerated? Even a world god has been invited. What the hell is this? Why is it so difficult to take revenge these days? Damn it, this is too hateful. What kind of bullsh**t carefree little realm is this? What kind of bullsh**t rules are this? When I have enough strength one day, I will definitely tear down this bullsh**t carefree little realm. This is what you get for being a protective umbrella for others. Brother Pure was very unhappy, very unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have enough strength now, he would have already torn down this carefree little realm. This was simply bullying. It was too aggrieving. World God Annihilation had arrived, and the smile on Song Gaosuo's face became even more sinister. The way he looked at Qin Shao was filled with malevolence and a bit of playfulness. His eyes and expression seemed to be saying, Qin Shao is very powerful. Try being more powerful. Try attacking me again. Try being more arrogant. In front of a world god, Qin Shao was indeed very short of breath. He indeed knew that he had no power to resist. Qin Shao stared at Song Gaosuo with incomparably cold eyes. What's wrong? You don't seem to be convinced. Song Gaosuo spread out his hands and looked at Qin Shao with a sneer. So what if you're not convinced? Do you still have any tricks that you haven't used? Try it again. You've already lost. Do you think it's that easy to kill me? You're just daydreaming, do you know that? I have to admit that your strength is indeed far beyond my imagination. Fortunately, I have a backup plan. I thought that you wouldn't even be able to break my first plan. But I really didn't expect that you would be able to break through my first preparation. You have made the impossible possible. You should be proud of yourself. It's not an exaggeration to say that even if an expert on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list were to come, I would still be able to force him to retreat. However, you, Qin Shao, are able to break my first plan. It seems that your strength has already reached the level of the Heaven's Declaration's Saint list. You're amazing. You're a rare talent that defies the natural order. You originally had a bright future, but it's a pity that you have to go against me. Why do you have to do this? You've already killed my doppelganger and taken everything away from me. Isn't that enough for you? Why do you have to be so overbearing and push me to my death? I originally didn't want to be your enemy, but why do you have to keep pushing me? Why do you have to do this? So, you're courting death. Don't blame me for it. After completely integrating the 9 types of law energies, Qin Shao was indeed somewhat confident that his strength would reach the level of the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. However, the Saint list had not been officially announced, so it was hard to say for the time being. Even if he couldn't make it onto the Saint list, he reckoned that he would at least have the strength to compete for the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. However, facing the current situation, Qin Shao couldn't bring himself to be happy. He was still worried about his own life. However, in front of world god, Qin Shao was powerless. Therefore, in his heart, he did not have any good countermeasures or solutions. At this moment, he could only stand there quietly and wait for the world god to do something to him. In front of a world god, even if he used the ancient token that his master had given him, it would be useless. There was no way for him to resist the world god. Was this really a dead end? Was there really no other way? Qin Shao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Indeed, there was no other way. All means were so pale and powerless in front of the existence of a world of gods. There was no way to reverse or change anything at all. Therefore, Qin Shao was really helpless. However, no matter how helpless he was, there was no other way. He could only grit his teeth and fight. Even if he was going to die, he had to fight until the end. He definitely couldn't just sit there and wait for his death. Qin Shao didn't regret doing so. Senior Annihilation, thank you for your help. Jigeo Shaw looked at the white-haired world god and said respectfully. World god Annihilation nodded slightly at Jigeo Shaw and looked at Qin Shao. When that cold gaze swept over, Qin Shao instantly felt a chill run down his spine. It was as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. What a terrifying gaze. What a sharp gaze. It was like the gaze of the Grim Reaper. Instantly, it made people feel as though they were about to fall into death. Even Qin Shao couldn't help but shiver. It was too terrifying. If a world deity wanted to kill you, how terrifying would that be? This was the scariest gaze Qin Shao had ever seen so far, bar none. With a single glance, he felt as though death was about to descend upon him. Instantly, he felt as though the world was spinning and he had fallen into the depths of hell. Was he going to die? Was there really no way for him to escape today? To be able to die at the hands of a world deity wasn't something to be ashamed of. However, Qin Shao wasn't willing to accept this. He hadn't even killed Jigeo Shaw. Was he going to die? If he killed Jigeo Shaw and then died, Qin Shao would have fulfilled one of his wishes. He still had many things to do. His master, Red Dust Guest, hadn't been resurrected yet. He hadn't taken revenge yet. There was also Gu Lingwa. He hadn't gone to find her yet. There was also Yao Shuilian. She had been captured by the Bloodbath Alliance and was now a blood disciple of the Bloodbath Alliance. He still didn't know where she was. Everything was still unsettled. Qin Shao was naturally unwilling to die, but at this moment, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. The entire arena suddenly fell silent. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. The aura of a world god was too powerful. It was so oppressive that everyone felt a little suffocated. Naturally, they didn't dare to make a sound. The entire arena was dead silent. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Time seemed to have frozen at this moment. Brother Pure was already prepared to take action. Even if he had to die, he would fight it out with Qin Shao. So what if he was a world god? Brother Pure wasn't afraid. He wasn't even afraid of death. Why would he be afraid of a world god? Life and death were decided in this instant. The gloominess on Jigeo Shua's face became even more intense. Qin Shao, was going to die today. Fortunately, Jagged Gaosuo still had some feelings and was able to make these two preparations to save his own life. Qin Shao. Oh, Qin Shao, you want to play with me? You're still too young, too young. So, you're destined to only have one ending, and that is death. Jigeo Shua looked at Qin Shao with a playful expression, looking forward to Qin Shao's expression when he died. Chapter 31:27. Everyone was watching nervously, waiting to see what would happen next. Many people were already feeling sorry for Qin Shao. They knew that Qin Shao would definitely die this time. Brother Pure was already holding his sword tightly in his hand, ready to charge out. World God Annihilation finally spoke. If you stop now and don't cause trouble for Jigeo Shua, I can spare your life. What? The moment the words annihilate the world god came out, an uproar broke out. Everyone was flabbergasted. World god Annihilation didn't kill Qin Shao. Brother Pure, who was ready to fight to the death, was also stunned. Then, he retreated with joy. It seemed like the situation wasn't as bad as he thought. Qin Shao was also stunned. He thought that he was going to die today. There was no way he could change the situation. But he didn't expect World God Annihilation to spare his life. Qin Shao didn't expect World God Annihilation to let him go. This was something that Qin Shao could not understand as well. Logically speaking, this did not make any sense at all. The World God Slayer should not be so easy to negotiate with. How could this be? Jigeo Shao was able to get World God Annihilation to help him. Naturally, he had an agreement with World God Annihilation. If World God Annihilation wanted to kill Qin Shao, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. But now, World God Annihilation's action was thought-provoking. Everyone in the arena stared at World God Annihilation in astonishment. Jigeo Saw stared at World God Annihilation with a strange look in his eyes as well. He stared at World God Annihilation in confusion. Senior Annihilation. Jigeo Shua finally couldn't help but say, "We can't let Qin Xiao go so easily. He has to die. Only then will we be able to eliminate all future troubles." World God Annihilation glanced at Jigeo Shua coldly. Jigeo Shua couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. He didn't dare to say anything more. He knew that World God Annihilation was angry. If he said anything more, he might really infuriate World God Annihilation. How could such an existence be someone that he, Gao Shua, could provoke? Therefore, no matter how displeased Man Gaosa was, he could only shut his mouth obediently. The development of the situation was indeed somewhat out of his control. He could not understand why World God Annihilation was unwilling to kill Qin Xiao. Could it be that she was afraid of something? There was no need for that at all. World God Annihilation had long ago gone into seclusion within the carefree minor world. He stood aloof from worldly affairs and didn't care about them at all. He was completely cut off from the outside world. Therefore, World God Destroyer shouldn't care about Qin Xiao's background. It didn't matter whether he was a disciple of the Firmament Academy or not. If Qin Xiao escaped this time, then he would never have the chance to kill Qin Xiao. However, there was no other way. On second thought, it was already a blessing to be able to keep his life. What else could he ask for? What do you think, young man? World God Annihilation asked Qin Xiao once more. What do you think? Nothing much. It was impossible for Qin Xiao to give up pursuing Man Gaosa. Qin Xiao had to take revenge for this great hatred. He had already sworn to take revenge. How could he give up pursuing it? Once he agreed, he would not be able to take revenge anymore. Therefore, how could Qin Xiao agree to such a thing? There was no way he could agree to it. However, if he didn't agree, he would really offend World God Annihilation. Wouldn't that be courting death? Now that World God Annihilation was willing to let him off, was he really going to run into the muzzle of the gun? Was he going to be tactless? It was indeed difficult for him to make such a decision. It was indeed a blessing to have escaped this time. If he wanted to pursue something else, it was indeed a kind of extravagant hope. Many people at the scene secretly heaved a sigh of relief for Qin Xiao. They felt that Qin Xiao's life was saved. Such a good thing. What else was there to think about? Of course he would agree. It was already a blessing to be able to keep his life. But would Qin Xiao agree to it? Would he agree? No. Qin Xiao still shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, World God Annihilation. Junior Qin Xiao is unreasonable. Qin Xiao really can agree to your condition. This time, I can give up and let Man Gaosa go. But it's absolutely impossible for me to promise not to make trouble for him in the future and to freeze the hatred between us. I, Qin Xiao, will definitely kill Man Gaosa. Even if I can't do it today, there's still tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and a long time later. One day I, Qin Xiao, will definitely kill him. As long as I, Qin Xiao, am still alive, I will not let go of this hatred. This is my promise. This is what I swore to do. World God Annihilation intends to let Qin Xiao go. Qin Xiao is very grateful. But it's impossible for me, Qin Xiao, to make a complete concession. I, Qin Xiao, can make a temporary concession. What? Was this kid crazy? Was he really crazy? World God Annihilation had already given him a chance to live, but he actually rejected it. World God Annihilation's action was to give Qin Xiao a chance to live. Secondly, it was to answer to Man Gaosa, but Qin Xiao didn't accept this favor. He actually insisted on forcing World God Annihilation. Was he crazy or stupid? Doing such a thing was simply an act of disregarding one's life. Everyone was shocked by Qin Xiao. They couldn't help but curse Qin Xiao. How could there be such a crazy person? Qin Xiao actually dared to do something that others didn't even dare to think about. Brother, although this is crazy, I support you. World God Annihilation is really something. If he wanted to mediate, he shouldn't have made it so difficult. Don't be a coward. Just do it. What's the big deal? At worst, I'll die with you. Brother Pure praised Qin Zhao's actions. If he was in Qin Zhao's shoes, he would also do the same. Therefore, he naturally supported Qin Zhao's actions. He naturally knew what Qin Zhao was thinking. How could he give up killing Meng Gaosuo forever? Wouldn't that be forcibly cutting off the hatred? How could this hatred be cut off so easily? If Meng Gaosuo didn't die, it wouldn't end. Otherwise, Qin Zhao's death would also be the end. Besides, Qin Zhao definitely wouldn't accept any mediation. He would definitely persist to the end. Qin Zhao, you little brat. Very good, very good. I originally thought that I wouldn't have a chance to kill you. Now it seems that you're courting death. Since you're courting death, don't blame me. Now, Senior Annihilation shouldn't have anything to say, right? Since you dare to disrespect Senior Annihilation, I don't believe that Senior Annihilation won't be angry at you. Meng Gaosuo was secretly delighted. He really didn't want Qin Zhao to agree just like that. If that happened, everything would be over. If Qin Zhao didn't seek revenge in the future, he naturally wouldn't provoke Qin Zhao. His hatred for Qin Zhao could only be buried in the depths of his heart forever. Therefore, this matter was naturally not a good thing for Jigao Shaw. But now he was happy. As expected, World God Annihilation's face was filled with displeasure. He couldn't help but frown slightly to express his dissatisfaction. World God Annihilation stared coldly at Qin Zhao. Just his gaze alone was filled with an extraordinarily threatening power. However, Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of anything. He didn't show any signs of weakness. He stood there calmly and stared back at World God Annihilation. No matter how terrifying his gaze was, he wouldn't be able to defeat Qin Zhao. He just stood there and let the wind and rain hit him. He was determined to walk down this path. Naturally, he wouldn't back down. Even if he died, he would persevere until the end. Young man, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you don't want to take a step back? World God Annihilation said coldly. Although it was just a sentence, it was already a precursor to his anger. This made many people tremble in fear. If World God Annihilation was really angry, Qin Zhao would definitely die. It was something that they didn't even need to think about. Of course, there were also many people who hoped that World God Annihilation would be angry and kill Qin Zhao. Meng Gaosuo was also waiting. He was eagerly looking forward to it. If World God Annihilation could kill Qin Zhao directly, it would be a great thing for him. It would save him a lot of trouble. Qin Zhao dared to provoke World God Annihilation. If World God Annihilation wasn't angry, it would be really strange. That wouldn't be the World God Annihilation that he knew. One had to know that World God Annihilation used to be a ferocious existence who killed people like flies. He was a terrifying existence who would start a massacre at the slightest disagreement. The name Annihilation didn't come for nothing. It came from the accumulation of blood and countless lives. Only then did he have such a reputation. He, Meng Gaosuo, was incomparably respectful and fearful of World God Annihilation. Qin Zhao looked at World God Annihilation and said seriously, "Senior World God Annihilation, I'm really sorry." Qin Zhao, still have the same words. If you want me to take a step back today, I have nothing to say. Even if I have to do everything over again, I will still take a step back. Qin Zhao, am not someone who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. I'm not someone who doesn't understand the situation. I'm also not someone who doesn't believe that you can easily kill me. I know all of this very well. That's why I said that I'm willing to take a step back this time. But if you want me to take a step back forever, you've crossed my bottom line. No one is allowed to cross my bottom line. This is the principle that I, Qin Zhao, have always lived by. Therefore, Senior World God Annihilation, if you insist on crossing my bottom line, I, Qin Zhao, can only say that I'm sorry. I really can't do that. If Senior World God Annihilation is willing to take a step back, I, Qin Zhao, will naturally take a step back as well. I definitely won't go against Senior World God Annihilation's wishes. Qin Shao has his own difficulties. Qin Shao has his own principles. I hope that Senior World God Annihilation can understand. If Senior World God Annihilation still insists on acting against Qin Shao, then Qin Shao has nothing to say. I can only accept my fate. World God Annihilation stared coldly at Qin Shao. A strange light flashed in his eyes. Qin Shao stood there with a cold look in his eyes. His face was calm, as though he was waiting for World God Annihilation's judgment. The final decision was still in World God Annihilation's hands. If he really wanted to kill Qin Shao in a fit of rage, then no one would be able to stop him. Qin Shao also knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. There was a very high chance that he would die, but he had no other choice. If he could take a step back, Qin Shao would definitely take a step back. But there was no way to take a step back. Qin Shao had no other choice. He could only fight with his life on the line. Principles and bottom lines. These were two things that could never be crossed. Even if he had to use his life to protect them, Qin Shao felt that it was worth it. Chapter 31:28. Crazy, crazy. What a complete lunatic. Everyone in the arena started to sigh. They all felt that Qin Shao had really gone crazy. He didn't even care about his own life anymore. Wasn't he courting death by speaking to World God Destroyer in such a manner? This was a world god who had slain a world god. This was a world god. This was an incomparably powerful existence. He was a god who could destroy the world with a wave of his hand. Jigeo Shua sneered in his heart. This Qin Shao was really courting death. That was good. He didn't have to waste any effort. If World God Slayer was able to tolerate something like this, then it would truly be strange. If that was the case, then he wouldn't be the World God Slayer he knew. Senior Annihilator, this kid is a stubborn, arrogant brat. He doesn't know what's good for him. Why should you show him mercy, Senior? Jagger Osuo said to World God Annihilator. World God Destroyer glanced at Jigeo Shua coldly, causing Jigeo Shua's expression to stiffen. He stopped talking. The way he looked at World God Destroyer became a little strange. What was going on? Why was World God Destroyer looking at him coldly? Was he dissatisfied with him? This made Jigeo Shua have a bad feeling. It seemed like World God Destroyer wasn't wholeheartedly helping him. What was going on? Jigeo Shua couldn't understand. Didn't they agree to it earlier? How could an existence like the slayer of a world god possibly go back on his word? Since he had agreed to it, he should have done it well. Why did the situation seem a little strange? What was going on? Logically speaking, such a situation should not have happened. Forget it. This god won't interfere in this matter. You guys can settle it yourselves. After a moment of silence, World God Destroyer suddenly spoke up. As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. Almost everyone looked at World God Destroyer in shock. Clearly, they were very confused and surprised by World God Destroyer's actions. This was something that they didn't expect to happen. It was like a joke. If World God Slayer didn't act against Qin Shao, then why would World God Slayer act against him? Why would he stand up for Meng to Kazuo? What was the point? Now, not only was it meaningless, but it had also damaged his reputation. This was simply not worth it. World God Slayer wasn't someone to be trifled with. Furthermore, he had been in seclusion for who knew how many epochs. He didn't know what method Jigeo Shua had used to get him to come out of seclusion, but this kind of existence should care a lot about face. Therefore, it was fine if they didn't make a move, but once they did, they would definitely deal with everything properly. This should be the most basic and normal situation. But for some reason, the fact that he had slain a world god made it so that no one could understand what he was doing. In any case, no one could understand what he was doing. Just because Qin Shao wanted to fight to the death, he decided to leave after slaying a world god? Wasn't that breaking a promise? He was World God Slayer. How could he break a promise so easily? No one would do such a thing so easily. There was no reason for World God Slayer to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't it greatly damage his reputation as a world god? Thus, No one could understand what was going on. They didn't know what the purpose of this act was. It felt like he was slapping himself in the face. Mang Takajuo was completely dumbfounded. He had a bad premonition in his heart, but he really didn't expect World God Slayer to leave after slaying a world god. In other words, not only did World God Slayer not force Qin Shao to submit, but he also didn't care if Mang Takajuo died. If World God Slayer left after slaying a world god, Mang Takajuo would definitely die today. He would definitely die in Qin Zhao's hands. There was no doubt about it. Therefore, Mang Takajuo suddenly became anxious and panicked. He hurriedly said, "Senior Slayer, you promised me before. You can't just leave like this." Although Mang Takajuo was very unhappy, he didn't dare to say anything at this moment. He could only ask for help. But World God Slayer still turned around and left after saying, "I can't do anything about this. You're on your own now." After saying that, World God Slayer actually left directly. He really left. He really didn't care about Mang Takajuo's life anymore. This time, Mang Takajuo was completely dumbfounded. His whole body froze on the spot, as if he was petrified. Everyone was dumbfounded. Brother Pure was so excited that he danced with joy. Ha ha ha. It seems like World God Slayer is quite discerning. He actually knew how to take a step back and didn't really kill my brother Qin Shao. Very good, very good. This is the right way to go. This is the right way to go. Mang Takajuo, he must die today. He must die. How can he not die? Originally, Brother Pure Brother was also very nervous. He was ready to fight with his life on the line, ready to die. But he didn't expect World God Slayer to leave in the end. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. He felt as if he had hit the jackpot. Mang Takajuo was completely dumbfounded. Qin Shao, on the other hand, secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had a pleasant surprise. Qin Shao indeed didn't expect this to happen. World God Slayer actually let me go so easily? What's going on? Why does it feel like this isn't so simple? Qin Shao shook his head secretly. This shouldn't be too simple. But Qin Shao couldn't figure out the reason, so he didn't think too much about it. In any case, the current situation was extremely good for him. Qin Shao collected his thoughts and looked at Mang Takajuo. It was like a death stare. Mang Takajuo was stared at by Qin Shao like this. His expression sank to the bottom. At this time, he didn't have any trump cards. Facing Qin Shao again, he naturally felt like facing the Grim Reaper. So at this time, Mang Takajuo was in a very bad mood. Mang Takajuo, I can only say that you have done too many evil things. So even the heavens can't stand it anymore and stand on my side. Today is the day of your death. No one can save you. And in general, no one will come to save you. Mang Takajuo, I think you'd better accept your death obediently. Qin Shao said coldly. The feeling of going from hell to heaven was indeed very wonderful. Just now, he also thought that he was going to die today. But in the blink of an eye, the situation suddenly changed. The situation was back in his hands again. After saying that, Qin Shao didn't hesitate and directly attacked. Now, naturally, he couldn't give Jagged Tall Shuttle any chance to breathe. He had to get rid of him as soon as possible, so as to avoid any undue delay. As long as Mang Takajuo died, everything would be completely over. Before Mang Takajuo died, things were not easy to say. Qin Shao, you're ruthless, you're really ruthless. I used all my connections, all my relationships, paid all the price, and made a double insurance. I thought that every insurance was enough to deal with you, Qin Shao, but I didn't expect that my double insurance would be broken by you one by one. Ha ha. It seems that the heavens really want me to die. Mang Takajuo roared and screamed crazily, but it was useless. At this time, he didn't have any strength to resist. So soon, he died in the hands of Qin Shao. There was no suspense at all. Mang Juchi was also seriously injured on the ground. Qin Shao let him go and didn't kill him. Looking at Mang Takajuo's corpse, Qin Zhao's heart was completely relieved. Dead, he was finally dead. At this point, the great hatred of his master, Old Man Lu Ha, and the Lu clan could finally be completely avenged. It wasn't easy. Revenge was really too difficult. But no matter how difficult it was done. He could finally relax. Master, although I've never met you, you've inherited my inheritance. I've taken you as my master. No matter what, in my heart, you'll always be my master. Moreover, you'll be a master who has a great influence on me. If it weren't for your inheritance, I, Qin Shao, might not have been able to reach where I am today. So, in my heart, you've always been a very important master to me. You're one of the people I respect the most. Your great hatred, I swore long ago that I would definitely avenge you. Today, I've finally done it. I've also given you an explanation, so I can be at ease. Having nothing to do, he felt relaxed. This feeling was really good and wonderful. Qin Shao enjoyed this feeling very much. It was just too comfortable. Mang Takajuo was dead. Qin Shao was victorious in this battle. After getting his revenge, Qin Shao didn't stay in the arena for long. Instead, he quickly left with his brother Pure. Over at the arena, everyone was still immersed in shock. It was difficult for them to calm down for a while. Qin Zhao's fame was once again raised high in everyone's hearts. His name was firmly engraved in everyone's mind. Qin Zhao's name would definitely spread quickly in the Great Dao Sanctuary. However, these weren't things that Qin Shao cared about. He also didn't want to become famous in the Great Dao Sanctuary. In fact, he preferred to keep a low profile. He didn't like this kind of high profile, in a quiet place. Ha, this feels great. It's really King great. It's simply too great. Ha ha ha, I've already drawn my sword, but in the end the fire was extinguished. This made me a little unhappy. I'm panicking from holding it in. Brother, this slap in the face is really too great. It's textbook. First, you shocked the 6 ancient and powerful existences. Then, you made World God Annihilation retreat. You're simply a super god. Brother, how on earth did you do it? How did you make World God Annihilation not attack you? Brother Pure was extremely happy for Qin Shao. At the same time, he was also full of doubts and curiosity. He really couldn't figure out this question. He really couldn't figure out at all. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "You're asking me? Who else should I ask? How would I know what's going on? Even now, I'm still in a daze." Brother Pure was slightly stunned. He looked at Qin Shao strangely and said, "You don't know World God Annihilation either?" Qin Shao shook his head and said, "You don't know? I haven't been in the Great Dao Sanctuary for long. Do you think it's possible for me to know a reclusive existence like World God Annihilation? But it's really very strange. Why did World God Annihilation let me go? I can't figure it out either. At that time, I also thought that I was going to die. But I didn't expect World God Annihilation to let me go. He actually sided with me. This is also something I really can't figure out." Brother Pure smacked his lips and said, "Forget it. If you can't figure it out, then so be it. There's no need to figure it out. It doesn't matter. Nothing else is important. What's important is the result now. What's important is that you've completed your revenge. That's enough. Jigao Suo is dead. This is the result. That's enough. In fact, nothing else is important." Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. If he couldn't figure it out, there was no need to think too much. Chapter 31:29. Qin Shao had killed Meng Gao Shua, and it was a rather difficult kill. This matter spread throughout the entire carefree little realm for a while, and naturally, Qin Shao was in the limelight to the point that everyone in the carefree little realm knew about him. For a time, Qin Shao became a very popular celebrity, and the limelight was very strong. Basically, the entire carefree little realm was talking about Qin Shao before and after meals, and they were talking about Qin Zhao's glorious achievement in killing Meng Gao Shua. This battle was indeed enough to be recorded in the history of the carefree little realm. This battle was enough to be regarded as a classic, and it was enough to be sung by people. To be in the limelight in the carefree little realm was basically enough to be famous in the entire Great Tao Sacred Realm. With the news spread by the millions of ancient sages in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Basically, most of the ancient sages in the entire Great Tao Sacred Realm would know about Qin Shao. However, Qin Shao didn't care about these things. What he cared about the most was his revenge. Now that he had taken revenge, other things were not important. Of course, for Qin Shao now, the most important thing was how to leave the carefree little realm. Now that the revenge had been taken, Qin Shao and Brother Pure didn't have any attraction to the carefree little realm, and it wasn't worth being nostalgic for. But how to leave the carefree little realm was a very troublesome matter. But no matter how troublesome it was, there was no other way. It was something that had to be faced. Wanting to leave the carefree little realm was the most difficult thing to do. The previous few difficulties had been successfully overcome. This last one should be able to be overcome as well. It's over. It's over. Brother, we're done for this time. I think we're really going to die here, Brother Pure said to Qin Shao with a dejected look on his face. As he said, he looked like he wanted to cry, but had no tears. Seeing Brother Pure like this, Qin Shao couldn't help but frown deeply. He had asked Brother Pure to inquire about the situation. Now, it seemed that the situation was very bad. Qin Shao had long been prepared in his heart. Wanting to leave the carefree small realm was definitely not an easy matter. Now it seemed that the situation was far beyond his imagination. Tell me about it, Qin Shao asked. No matter how bad the situation was, he had to face it. There was no other way. Brother Pure shook his head with a dispirited expression. We can't get out. I've asked around. It's because we killed someone in the carefree lesser world. Therefore, the carefree little realm won't give us any chance. We can only leave after staying in the carefree little realm for 100 universe epochs. Other than this, there's no other way. They won't even give us a chance. Sigh, we're done for. This is going to kill us. Mother asterisk her. What kind of broken rule is this? I'm pissed. I'm F asterisk king pissed. Brother Pure grinned, as if he wanted to beat someone up. It was too depressing. What? Qin Shao was also stunned after hearing this. His mood was also very bad. They really played it so ruthlessly. They didn't even give them a chance. This was too ruthless. Qin Shao was also very depressed. How could it be like this? Although he knew that it was very difficult to leave the carefree little realm, he didn't expect it to be so difficult. They didn't even give them a chance. Just because they killed someone in the carefree little realm? What was this? Anyway, he was speechless. They really played it so ruthlessly. Was there really no other way? Such a matter made Qin Shao feel desperate. If the carefree little realm wanted to do this, he and Brother Pure didn't have the slightest power to resist. There was simply no way to resist this matter. This time, they were facing the power of the entire carefree little realm. What should they do? They couldn't really stay in the carefree little realm for 100 universe epochs, right? Staying there for 100 universe epochs was simply unimaginable. They would die. Anyway, Qin Shao felt that he would rather fight to the death than be trapped in the carefree little realm forever. Alas, Brother Pure let out a long sigh. His fighting spirit was completely gone, and he couldn't raise the slightest bit of mood. I'm such a peerless genius. The Firmament Academy is waiting for me to shine. There are so many beautiful girls waiting for me to show off my peerless heroism. How can I be trapped in the carefree little realm for 100 universe epochs? This is simply heaven's jealousy. Is it wrong to be handsome? If it's really wrong to be handsome, then let me bear this mistake alone. It's also good to let my brother Qin Shao go. Listening to Brother Pure, still having the mood to be narcissistic at this time, Qin Shao was somewhat speechless. This guy was really similar to Prince Zhongyang in this aspect. Both of them were extremely narcissistic people. From time to time, they would want to be narcissistic. Usually, it was fine to be narcissistic, but at this time, no one was in the mood to be narcissistic. Qin Shao wasn't in such a good mood to be narcissistic. His mind was now full of thoughts about how to solve this problem. But according to the current situation, there was really no other way. They could only be trapped in the carefree little realm for 100 universe epochs. This was really a maddening situation. In such a situation, to be honest, Qin Shao really felt like dying. But even if he died, it wouldn't be of any help. It wouldn't solve the problem. Therefore, Qin Zhao's mood was naturally very low at this time. Qin Shao, let's think of something. We can't really be trapped here for 100 universe epochs. That's too terrible. If there's no other way, let's think of something hard. Brother Pure curled his lips and looked at Qin Shao. He looked as if he was waiting for Qin Shao to think of something. He had a lot of faith in Qin Shao. At this time, he still felt that Qin Shao had a way. Speaking of a way, it wasn't absolutely impossible. For example, it was still possible to ask Master Li Shang for help. As long as Master Li Shang was willing to help, he believed that there wouldn't be any problem to get the two of them out of the carefree little realm. He believed that the three carefree gods wouldn't be so tactless as to resist Master Li Shang. However, Qin Shao really felt that it was very difficult to ask Master Li Shang for help. It was really difficult for him to ask for help at the moment. Therefore, Qin Shao was still unwilling to do such a thing easily. Of course, thinking about the long time of 100 universe epochs, Qin Shao didn't completely abandon this idea. He still thought about it. However, he definitely wouldn't ask for it for the time being. He would think about it later. At this moment, a message suddenly appeared in Qin Zhao's mind. Imperceptibly, it was forcefully poured into Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao was really shocked by this sudden message. Heaven Saint List rank. Number 1, Holy Sun Tian. Number 2, Crown Prince Yuan. Number 3, Tao Hai. Number 4, Woodcutter Elder. Number 18, Master Feng Yi. Number 81, Qin Shao. When Qin Shao saw the message, he was stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses. He didn't expect that it was the news that he had killed his way into the Heaven Saint list. It seemed that the Heaven Saint list had been updated. Only those who were at Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm were qualified to receive the update of the Heaven Saint list. However, when Qin Shao came back to his senses, he wasn't surprised. It was something that he had expected. In fact, Qin Shao had thought that with his current strength, it was possible for him to kill his way into the Heaven Saint list. Now, it had confirmed Qin Zhao's guess. He had indeed killed his way into the Heaven Saint list. Although he was ranked last, he was still listed on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. This was an amazing achievement. It was a glorious achievement. After all, Qin Shao was only at Step 3 of the Ancient Saint Realm. He still had a lot of room for improvement. The level of the laws wasn't high either. If he made a breakthrough in all these aspects, how high would he be on the Heaven Saint list? This was something that he didn't dare to imagine. However, no matter what, it was definitely something to be happy about for him to be on the Heaven Saint list. This was also considered to be a small goal that Qin Shao had set for himself. When Qin Shao had found out about the Heaven Saint list, he had set a small goal for himself, which was to kill his way into the Heaven Saint list as soon as possible. Now, he had completed his goal. Moreover, he had done it in a short time. At least, Qin Shao was very satisfied with it. Senior brother Feng Yi is really lucky to be ranked 18th on the Heaven Saint list. He is one of the top existences in Step 4 of the Ancient Saint Realm. With his strength, he should be able to fight against an ordinary world god. Not bad, not bad. No wonder Master took him in as a pro-disciple. He is indeed extraordinary. Senior brother Feng Yi is already so extraordinary. How can I lose face for senior brother? Thinking of senior brother Feng Yi, Qin Shao smiled happily. He finally knew how powerful senior brother Feng Yi was. Previously, he didn't know much about senior brother Feng Yi. He didn't know how powerful senior brother Feng Yi was. The woodcutter who is ranked 4th on the Heaven Saint list. Is he the same woodcutter that I met before? Qin Shao suddenly thought of a situation. Was it really a coincidence that they were both called the woodcutter, or was it just the same person? Now that Qin Shao thought about it, he still felt that the woodcutter's strength was unfathomable. It was highly possible that he was the woodcutter who was ranked 4th on the Heaven Saint list. Qin Shao felt that this possibility was quite high. Although it was not absolute, it seemed to be the case. In that case, it was also a kind of luck and fate that he had met the woodcutter twice before. The woodcutter also told me that he was searching for his own Tao. I have always admired the woodcutter. A person who dares to walk on his own Tao must be an extraordinary person. If that's the case, the woodcutter is highly likely to be on the Heaven Saint list. The 4th on the Heaven Saint list is indeed unimaginably powerful. Since he is able to stand in the top of the ancient saint realm in the Great Thousand World, he must be an unimaginable existence. This matter still needed to be investigated. However, it was not important. Qin Shao was still very happy. In such a gloomy and unhappy situation, it was a good thing to have some good news. What's the matter, brother? What's the big news? Don't be anxious. Let me guess first. Brother, there are not many things that can make you happy, especially at this time. Let me think. Oh, I got it. Did the Heaven Saint list update? Did you make it to the Heaven Saint list? Brother Pure asked curiously when he saw that Qin Shao was in a good mood. However, he was quite experienced. He had already guessed it before Qin Shao said it. Author, Kanshan, I am sorry for the scolding. It's the May Day holiday, so there are many things to do. Chapter 31:30. Huh, Brother Pure, do you know how to read minds? Qin Shao laughed. Brother Pure smiled proudly and said, Yes, brother. Don't even know how to read minds? We have been brothers for so many years. I think we have a tacit understanding. Ha. Sure enough, I guessed it right. It seems like I've been through a lot. Hee. It's easy to guess. I thought that Qin Zhao's strength was enough to make it onto the Heavens Declaration Saint list. That's why I thought of this when I saw that you were in such a good mood earlier. Once the Heavens Declaration is updated, all the ancient saints at Step 4 will receive the news. Since you're a 3-step ancient saint, you'll naturally receive the news. Qin Shao nodded. That was indeed the case. In fact, it was easy to guess. Apart from this, there was nothing else. Ha. Brother, congratulations. It seems like I have to work harder. Since you've already made it onto the Heavens Declaration Saint list, I can't fall behind. Otherwise, I won't be able to say that I'm your brother. Your excellence has successfully stimulated my unparalleled fighting spirit. You're my goal now. You're the direction that I'll work hard for. Brother, you have to lead me well. You have to bring me to the realm of the supreme sunlight. Brother Chuanjia's bright future depends on you. Brother Chuanjia continued to say with a smile. Obviously, Brother Pure was very happy for Qin Zhao's great achievements. He was happy for Qin Shao. Qin Shao shook his head and smiled. He patted Brother Pure's shoulder and said, Keep it up. I believe that you can do it. Don't make me your target. Let's aim to rank 1st on the Heavens Declaration. Let's fight together and dominate the Heavens Declaration. That's what we should do. That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. Yes. Brother Pure immediately nodded and said in agreement, Yes. Brother Qin Shao is right. I'm still too short-sighted. I should look higher and further. That's right. It's just the saint list of the Heavens Declaration. Let's just dominate it. In the future, you, Qin Shao, will rank 1st on the Heavens list, while my Brother Pure will rank 2nd on the Heavens list. That's what we should be proud of. Yes, that's it. Let's do it according to this standard. It's necessary and proper. Brother Pure seemed to be very confident in himself. In an instant, he was filled with confidence. His ambition and lofty aspirations erupted in an instant. Qin Shao smiled and nodded. He also believed that there would be such a day. There would definitely be one. It was just the Heavens Declaration. Why couldn't he dominate it? Having ambition and lofty aspirations was the most important thing. Qin Shao also had the motivation and ambition to pursue this great goal. Let's work hard together. I believe that we can do it. Langya Heaven, Central Island. There was a small lake with clear water and blue sky. The scenery was beautiful and pleasant. A small wooden boat floated on the surface of the lake. It landed on the calm surface of the lake, looking like a perfect painting of mountains and rivers. Two figures were sitting on the boat. The woman was snuggling in the man's arms sweetly. The man also looked very happy as he hugged the woman with a smile on his face. Such a heartwarming scene made everyone envious. Warm and sweet. This was what love should be like. "My husband, you've taken in another good disciple," the woman suddenly said to the man. She was both happy and praising her husband. The man was none other than Qin Zhao's master, Li Sheng. A slight smile appeared on Li Sheng's face. He nodded slightly and said, "Yes, madam. Qin Zhao is indeed a rare talent. It is precisely because of this that I went to ask Xin Yuan for him. That child Qin Zhao has indeed not disappointed me. In fact, he has given me quite a few pleasant surprises time and time again. Along the way, he's been giving us surprises. Based on his current performance, perhaps he is the one with the most potential among my 6 disciples. He is also the one who is most likely to become the reincarnation sovereign. The talent and potential that he has shown is much better than Feng, Yi, and the others." The woman nodded and agreed. "Yes, my husband. I think so too. Qin Zhao's talent and potential are the best I have seen. He is much better than Feng, Yi, and the others. It is probably difficult to find a few people in the entire great thousand world who can compare to him. It is not only his talent and potential. He can be said to be impeccable in all aspects. His background is incomparably humble, and his temperament is extremely good. He is simply a perfect disciple. I also hope that he can truly grow up. I seem to see the shadow of my husband when you were young in him." "Ha ha ha ha." Li Sheng laughed and said, "My wife, when I was young, I was afraid that I was not as magnificent as him. It's just that I walked the right path, a path that belongs to me. That's why I've come to this point. Now, it's up to Qin Zhao to see if he can carve out his own path. If he can't walk out of it, it won't help. For the time being, his talent and potential are indeed hard to find. It is difficult to match him, but it is still too early to be happy. If there's even the slightest mistake on the road, it's very likely that you'll be consigned to eternal damnation. We definitely hope that he will be able to walk out of this path, but whether or not he will be able to do so is something that no one can say for sure. Therefore, we should not give him too much hope for the time being. This is not a good thing for him." The woman nodded and agreed with Li Sheng's words. Although they said this, the two of them were obviously very happy for Qin Zhao. Moreover, this was indeed something to be happy and proud of for Langiation. It was indeed a great honor to be able to be on the Heavens Declaration. It was naturally something to be happy and proud for Lang Yutian to be able to obtain 2 of such honors. This made Li Sheng feel very proud of his disciple. "My husband, do you think that Qin Zhao and Yuan are fated to be together?" the woman suddenly asked. Speaking of this matter, Li Sheng could not help but frown, and a serious look appeared on his face. After a moment of silence, he said, "It's hard to say. We don't have to worry about the matters of the young people. Let them deal with it themselves. If they are fated to be together, then they will be together. If they are not fated to be together, then we can't force it. Qin Zhao is a very good child. Even though we all like him and think that he is quite suitable for Yuan, we can't force him to do anything. But we can't force things like this. It's better to let nature take its course. Don't interfere with anything. Moreover, Yuan is too naive and innocent. She has not experienced much in the world. Although we have allowed her to go out and experience some things to hone herself, her character has already been set. I'm afraid that it will be difficult for her to change her character. More experience will only let her know some things. However, even if she knows, it will still be difficult for her to do it. Let them develop this matter on their own." The woman shook her head and sighed silently. She knew that it was not good for her to interfere in this matter. However, she was still worried about Qianqian. The Heavens Declaration Saint list has been updated? It has not been updated for a long time. What the hell is going on? No, There is no change in the ranking, and the person is still the same. Wait, the 81st place on the Heavens Declaration Saint list is Qin Shao. Qin Shao is on the Heavens Declaration Saint list? Ha! I didn't expect him to be on the Heavens Declaration Saint list in such a short time. Isn't this too unbelievable? TSK. He is a peerless genius. He is only at step 3 of the ancient saint realm, but he is already on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. This is amazing. I am impressed. There are only a few people in the history of the Great Thousand World who are at step 3 of the ancient saint realm. Now, Qin Shao is the only one who is at step 3 of the ancient saint realm on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Crazy. Another unprecedented monstrous genius has appeared out of nowhere. What exactly is the background of this Qin Shao? Is he from the celestial realm? Since when did the deity realm have such a peerless genius? Why is the deity realm so lucky? Qin Shao. Is Qin Shao. Damn it. How did he do it? How did he get on the Heavens Declaration Saint list? I'm so pissed. It has only been a while. Qin Shao is already on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. Damn it. As soon as Qin Zhao's name was listed on the Heavens Declaration Saint list, all the fourth-step ancient saints in the Great Thousand World were shocked. After all the ancient saints in the Great Thousand World would receive the news as soon as the Heavens Declaration Saint list was updated. Therefore, the Heavens Declaration Saint list had a strong influence. For a 3-step ancient saint realm expert to be listed on the Firmament Saint list, this was simply an unprecedented event. It was simply unbelievable and unimaginable. After the Heavens Declaration had spread the news, it would be even more sensational and ferocious than any other sensational thing that they had done. Qin Zhao's name had spread throughout the Great Thousand World. He had become a famous figure in an instant. At this point, Qin Shao could be considered to have truly reached the pinnacle of the entire great wide world. This was more significant and glorious than him becoming the realm master of the full-all world. Chapter 31:31. It was indeed rare for a 3-step ancient saint to be listed on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. In the history of the Heavens Declaration, there had not been many cases like this. Doing so would be far more difficult than becoming a god. Qin Shao was not only famous in the Great Way Sanctuary, but also in the entire Great Thousand World. In the Heavenly Law Doctrine Palace in the Elemental Sanctuary, in the Yangxin Palace, a beautiful figure stood on a huge rock that was shining with colorful light. She was looking at the light screen that was rippling beautifully in front of her. A strange light flashed in her starry eyes, and her expression changed slightly. Qin Shao on the Heavens Declaration Saint list. You did it so quickly. It's great that you're still the man I admire. I'm relieved to see that you're becoming more and more outstanding. It's good. You have to become better and more outstanding. Maybe we'll have a chance to meet again in the future. But Gu Lingwei closed her eyes and shook her head slightly. She sighed in the depths of her heart. Some things were just wishful thinking for her. She would never get them, let alone think about them. A figure flew over and landed beside Gu Lingwei. She looked at Gu Lingwei with bright eyes. After a while, the figure asked, "Are you thinking about him?" Gu Lingwei was stunned. She looked at the person beside her and shook her head. "No, Sister Minghua. I just received the news that the Heavens Declaration's saint list was updated. I wish him well. I know my mission and my responsibility. I know that it's impossible for us to be together. I won't have such thoughts or wishful thinking anymore. Qin Shao is just a memory in my reincarnation. I've been through thousands of reincarnations and experienced a lot. I'm not just a memory of Qin Shao." Minghua Saint shook her head and patted Gu Lingyue's head affectionately. She said, "Lingyue, you can lie to others, but you can't lie to me. I know you best. There are no outsiders here. Don't speak so righteously in front of Big Sister. This is not your true thoughts. Although you have experienced 10,000 reincarnations, only this life is the most real, the one that allowed you to awaken. In the past, I really didn't think much of Qin Shao. I just thought that he was a slightly stronger mortal. But now, my view of him has changed greatly. I am willing to admit that he is indeed an unprecedented genius, an extraordinary genius. He first entered the Firmament Academy and then made it onto the Heavens Declaration Saint list as a 3-step ancient saint. If nothing unexpected happens, this child's talent and potential are indeed infinitely terrifying and immeasurably powerful. It is extremely likely that he will reach a height that even we can't imagine. Gu Linghua looked at Sister Minghua in a daze and shook her head. But what's the use of that? Sister Gohua, you know that the fate between me and Qin Shao has come to an end. There is absolutely no possibility for us to be together. I have long stopped thinking about this kind of thing. This matter is no longer up to me. Perhaps it has been fixed since the moment I was born. I have already thought it through. I don't want to think about it anymore. Let bygones be bygones. Let bygones be bygones. Alas, Minghua, Saint could not help but let out a long sigh. She looked at Gu Lingyue affectionately and touched her head gently. She said with a heartbroken expression, "Poor Sister Lingyue. Yes, this is your mission. This is a responsibility that you must shoulder. Your fate is no longer up to you. You represent the future of the Water Palace. It's just hard on you." Gu Lingyue forced a smile and said, "It's not hard at all. This is what I should do. I am willing to shoulder this responsibility." Well, Sister Minghua, let's not talk about this anymore. Otherwise, the palace master will punish you again. Minghua Saint nodded. This matter was taboo in the Water Palace. Indeed, she could not say anything more. On a floating stone in the endless universe ocean, 5 beautiful women were gathered here. This is great. Qin Shao is really great. We haven't seen him for tens of millions of years, and he has already made it to the saint list of the Heavens Declaration. This is incredible. Xian Mumu looked excited and happy for Qin Shao. It felt as if she had made it to the saint list of the Heavens Declaration. Yinya nodded and said, "That's right. Qin Shao is indeed the most talented and heaven-defying genius I've ever seen. He's truly heaven-defying. It's really incredible. I can't believe that he has made it to the saint list of the Heavens Declaration so quickly. Fu Yunny, are you still chasing after him? How is it? Did you get him?" Fu Yunny rolled her eyes at Yinya and said angrily, "You are the one chasing after him. What did I fall for him? I'm not blind. Why would I chase after him? All the young masters who chase after me are better than him. When will it be his turn?" Yinya waved her hand and said with a smile, "Fu Yunny, you are so stubborn. You obviously like Qin Shao. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so nice to him. You obviously like him, but you say you don't like him. You are so dishonest. If you really don't like it, then fine, give it to us sisters. You don't like him, but we do. If you don't like a talented person on the saint list of the Heavens Declaration, then I guess no other man in the great thousand world can catch your eye. Mumu, why don't we chase after him?" Xian Mumu immediately nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Sister Yinya, I also think that Qin Shao is quite good. He is very good in all aspects. His talent and potential are incredible. When we met before, he was still very weak in front of us. Now, in the blink of an eye, it's us who are weak in front of him. Why don't we chase after him together? Since Sister Yunny doesn't like him, why don't you let us have him? We should keep the goodies within our own family." That's right, that's right. This is definitely fertile water. We can't let him flow away. Then, it's settled. Yinya nodded. Fu Yunny, who was beside them, was not in a good mood. She even started to pout. She stared at Yinya and Xian Mumu and muttered, "Shameless. How can a girl take the initiative to chase after a guy? Besides, she might not even be interested in you guys." This sour taste made the other 4 women snicker. When Fu Yunny saw that the 4 of them were laughing at her, she glared at them and waved her hand, saying, all right. We are here to discuss something important. Let's not talk about Qin Shao. It has nothing to do with us whether he is on the Heaven's Declarations saint list or not. Let's not care about this. Yinya smiled and teased. We can ignore it, but I'm afraid that someone's heart is itching. In the great Tao Saint realm, somewhere in the Netherland, a figure suddenly walked out of the void. If Qin Shao was here, he would definitely recognize him. It was none other than senior brother Feng Yi, who was ranked 18th on the Heaven's Declaration saint list. Young Master Feng Yi's name was like thunder in the great thousand world. It was no wonder that many powerful people were afraid of Master Feng Yi. Being ranked 18th on the Heaven's Declaration saint list was extremely powerful. Naturally, he had a strong deterrent force. Master Feng Yi looked ahead with his bright eyes. It was as if he could see through the void and see things that others could not see. Sixth brother, oh sixth brother, you've really caused a huge problem for your fifth brother this time. However, it is impressive that you came to the small, carefree realm to kill people. No wonder you are from the Langya heaven. Ha ha ha! You have such a heroic spirit. It is indeed a little troublesome. However, how can the people of the Langya heaven be trapped by a small, carefree realm? Wouldn't that be bullying the people of the Langya heaven? On a quiet mountain in the small, carefree realm, Qin Shao and Brother Pure were lying on a tree listlessly. They were in a bad mood. Anyway, Brother Pure was at his wit's end. Therefore, he could only count on Qin Shao. He had told Qin Shao many times to ask Qin Shao to ask his master, Saintly, for help. Their only hope now was that Saintly would help them. If a reincarnation sovereign helped them, there would be no problem. He would definitely be able to save them from the small, carefree realm. Qin Shao also knew this. As long as his master was willing to help, there would be no problem. However, the problem was that he did not dare to ask for help so easily. Therefore, Qin Shao was in a dilemma. Naturally, he was very depressed and unhappy. Brother, aren't we being too dispirited? Brother Pure suddenly turned his head and asked Qin Shao. Qin Shao was stunned for a moment. He then nodded and said helplessly, Yes, we are indeed dispirited. No, we can't be dispirited like this. This is a very bad state. We still have to adjust our state and let go of our emotions. Even if we are really trapped in the small, carefree realm, we can't neglect our cultivation. Cultivation is our foundation. Brother Pure stared at Qin Shao and said, Brother, do you really want us to be trapped in the small, carefree realm forever? Let's talk about this later. They shouldn't be trapped forever, right? At this moment, a wave of space fluctuation suddenly came over. Qin Shao and Brother Chunjia's brows suddenly frowned slightly, and their eyes quickly looked over. Obviously, something had happened. Was there such a situation in the small, carefree realm? What was going on? A figure walked out of the void and came to the side of Qin Shao and Yishuan. Seeing the person who came, Qin Zhao's eyes paused, and he immediately became wild with joy. Fifth brother, why are you here? The person who came was none other than young Master Feng Yi. This was something that Qin Shao didn't expect. Why was fifth brother in the small, carefree realm? Moreover, he came out of the void directly. It didn't look like he entered the small, carefree realm through the normal way. What's going on? Don't talk nonsense. Let's talk after we get out of here. Come with me. Young Master Feng, he didn't hesitate. After coming out, he immediately pulled Qin Shao and Brother Pure into the void again. Obviously, someone took them away from the small, carefree realm. At this moment, several extremely powerful auras suddenly descended and surged towards this side. An angry voice sounded like thunder. How dare you kidnap people from my small, carefree realm? Do you really think that there is no one in my small, carefree realm? Leave them here quickly. Otherwise, my small, carefree realm will not let this go. This voice was full of anger and threat. Moreover, several powerful auras turned into invisible hands and grabbed Qin Shao and Brother Pure. Chapter 31-32. Luckily, the devouring power of the void was stronger. It forcefully swallowed Qin Shao and Brother Pure into the void, isolating them from the outside world. When he walked out of the void again, everything was already a whole new world. Qin Shao and Brother Pure looked around. After a long while, they confirmed that they were no longer in the Xiaoyao small world. No one was chasing after them. Everything was calm and peaceful. They were safe. At this point, the two of them could finally heave a sigh of relief. Safe. He was finally safe. He was finally out of the unfettered small realm. This gave Qin Shao a big surprise. Qin Shao did not expect that senior brother Feng, he would be able to save them from the Xiaoyao small world in such a domineering way. It was simply amazing. This was the Xiaoyao small world. One should know that even an existence on the Heaven's Declaration or Divine List would not dare to act wildly in the Xiaoyao small world. Other than the supreme existence of the reincarnation sovereign, no one would dare to act wildly in the Xiaoyao small world, let alone take two people out of the Xiaoyao small world in such a domineering way. However, senior brother Feng, he had done it. It was indeed unexpected. It was a heaven-defying act. Therefore, Qin Shao was very surprised. How did senior brother Feng do it? Haha, we are out. We finally left that damn place. Haha, I knew that brother Qin Shao would have a way. It's never wrong to follow you. Awesome, this is awesome. Just thinking about it makes me feel awesome. This is the feeling I wanted. Brother Pure was wild with joy. He was extremely happy. During this period of time, his mood had been very gloomy and unhappy. Now, he finally felt refreshed, really refreshed. Brother Pure's gaze fell on young Master Feng and said, I guess this must be young Master Feng. He is on the Heaven's Declarations Saint list. He is my brother Qin Zhao's fifth senior brother. Ha ha! I've often heard Qin Shao mention you. I've always admired young Master Feng. Today, I finally get to meet you. It's truly an honor to meet you. This was the first time young Master Feng had met Brother Pure. In the past, he had never heard Qin Shao mention him, so naturally, he didn't have any impression of Brother Pure. Young Master Feng, he only slightly nodded towards Brother Pure as a form of greeting. Fifth brother, why are you here? Qin Shao asked. Young noble Feng, he smiled. If I didn't come, then all of you would have been trapped in the carefree lesser world forever. Ha ha, 100 universe epochs. That's a very long time. Especially for you guys, it's not as simple as a long time. That's right, it wasn't as simple as time being long. After being trapped in the unfettered small realm for such a long time, his cultivation was basically crippled. There was no way to calculate the losses in this aspect. Therefore, if one was trapped in the unfettered small realm, it would basically be equivalent to destroying one's future. How big was the price to pay? It was enough to make everyone feel sorry for him. Qin Shao had just made it onto the saint list of the unfettered board. With such a heaven-defying achievement, his future was limitless. As long as he maintained this, he would definitely be able to make it onto the heaven list of the God list in the future. There was even a possibility that he could go one step further. Therefore, if Qin Shao was really trapped in the unfettered small realm for 100 universe epochs, it would be too much of a pity. Qin Shao scratched his head, and his face was filled with awkwardness. This matter was indeed a little embarrassing. Is this Master's idea? Qin Shao asked again. Young noble Feng, he rolled his eyes at Qin Shao and said, Sixth brother, what do you mean by this? Do you look down on your fifth brother that much? Could it be that if the Master didn't give the order, I wouldn't have come to save you? Would I have watched your great future be destroyed in the unfettered small realm? Or could it be that you look down on your fifth brother that much? Cough. Qin Zhao's face was filled with awkwardness. It wasn't that he looked down on him, but it was really hard to believe that Senior Feng, he could do such a thing alone. Therefore, Qin Shao thought that it was possible that his fifth brother had come to save him under the order of the Master. Qin Shao had long thought that his master, Saint Li, wouldn't have watched him be trapped in the unfettered small realm for 100 universe epochs. He would have come to save him. But now, it seemed that his fifth brother hadn't come under the order of the Master. Thinking of this, Qin Zhao's heart was filled with warmth, and he was touched. Seeing Qin Zhao's touched expression, young noble Feng, he continued. Even though fifth brother didn't come to save you under the order of the master, but I believe that the master still cares about you a lot. Even if fifth brother didn't come, the master would have sent me over quickly, and he might even come personally. Fifth brother, I don't have the power to bring you guys out of the unfettered small realm. This is a treasure that the master gave me before, and it just so happened that I used it this time. Qin Shao finally understood. So it was like this. Looks like fifth brother still cares about me at all times, and he would come to save me immediately after knowing that I was in trouble. Moreover, in order to save her, he had actually used such a dangerous treasure that his master had bestowed upon him. This made Qin Shao feel touched, but also a little guilty. Treasures were things that couldn't be used at all. Fifth brother, thank you. Qin Shao couldn't help but hug young noble Feng Yi. Among the 5 senior brothers, the one who cared about me the most was definitely senior brother Feng Yi. When I'm in trouble, senior brother Feng, he would be the first to come. Qin Shao naturally engraved this friendship in her heart. It's really good to have this fifth brother. Let go, let go. Young noble Feng, he pushed Qin Shao away and looked at Qin Shao with disdain. Don't you know that men shouldn't touch each other? I, your fifth brother, don't have that kind of taste. I only like women, and beautiful women at that. Next time, if you dare to hug me, I'll send you flying with a kick. Hurry up and stay away from me. I hate men with abnormal sexual orientations the most. Touch my ass. I'm your fifth brother. How can I watch you die without saving you? If you're in trouble, I'll naturally come to save you first. Besides, I brought you to the Great Tao Sacred Realm. If you're trapped in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, then I won't have the face to return to Langya Heaven. Won't I be despised to death by others? Your fifth brother can't afford to lose face like this. So don't get emotional. It's no big deal. Although young noble Feng, he spoke in an incomparably relaxed manner, Qin Shao knew very well that this matter wasn't so simple. How could it be so easy to save someone in the carefree little realm? Just the amount of treasures required was not something an ordinary world god would be able to afford. Not to mention these costs, there would definitely be other troubles. The unfettered little realm wouldn't allow anyone to easily rescue someone from there. Therefore, it wouldn't be completely safe right now. Leaving the carefree little realm didn't mean that this matter was over. It definitely wouldn't be like this. There was no need to even think about it. Ha ha ha. Sixth brother, you're still the best in Langya Heaven. This trip to the Great Tao Sacred Realm is simply too successful. I'll give you a big thumbs up. Young noble Feng, he suddenly praised Qin Shao again. Qin Shao looked at senior brother Feng Yi with a smile and said, Don't say that. I was trapped in the carefree little realm. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know what to do. I would have asked Master for help directly. Young noble Feng Yi smiled and said, Sixth brother, don't be so modest. Excessive modesty isn't a virtue. TSK, TSK, TSK. Entering the carefree little realm to kill someone, such a crazy thing. Only you guys can do. The most important thing is that you guys did it very smoothly, and it didn't take much time. Haha, this is incomparably domineering. It's something that even I, your fifth brother, haven't done before. Such a matter has already spread throughout the Great Tao Sacred Realm. As a 3-step ancient saint, killing your way onto the Heavens Declaration saint list, this is something that I haven't done before, but you did it. It should be said that it's something that no one in Langya Heaven has done before, but you did it. It's really amazing. So be modest. You're still the best in Langya Heaven. It's totally fair to say that. I deeply admire your domineering and heroic actions this time, and I also agree with your actions. This is how a person should be. No matter how difficult it is to take revenge, you have to take it. So what if it's the carefree little realm? So what if you enter the carefree little realm to kill someone? You should have such a heroic spirit. Hearing his fifth brother's words, Qin Shao also smiled. Such an action was indeed crazy. However, No matter how crazy it was something that Qin Shao had to do, so he didn't think it was crazy. He just felt that it was full of difficulties and obstacles. Completing an extremely difficult task was also something that gave him a sense of accomplishment. Qin Shao nodded. He agreed with this point. So what if it was the small, carefree realm? Qin Shao didn't care so much. He just wanted to kill Mang Gao Suo and take his revenge first. As for the other things, it was a matter for another time. As long as he didn't die, everything was fine. There were always more solutions than difficulties. It just depended on whether he had the determination to do it or not. But there's still a lot of trouble. Young Master Feng, he suddenly opened his mouth and said with a bit of seriousness. Qin Shao had already expected that there would be a lot of trouble in the future, and it wouldn't end so easily. He believed that the small carefree realm wouldn't let it go easily, and they wouldn't let it go easily. Hearing senior brother Feng Yi's words, he wasn't surprised. Qin Shao asked, "Will the small carefree realm keep chasing after us?" Young Master Feng Yi nodded and said, "Yes, that's about it. Rescuing people from the small carefree realm, it's a destructive blow to the small carefree realm. It's a heavy blow to their reputation. So in order to protect their reputation, the small carefree realm will definitely try their best to get back at all costs. So you'll definitely be the main target of the small carefree realm. They'll spare no effort to deal with you and bring you back to the small carefree realm. Of course, they'll also find trouble with me. But I'm secondary. The main target is still you guys. I'm not afraid of the small carefree realm. It's not that easy to deal with me, and they won't dare to capture me back to the small carefree realm. So this matter is still very troublesome. You guys are being targeted by the small carefree realm. You guys have to be careful at all times. If you're really captured by the small carefree realm, then Fifth Brother won't have the strength to save you guys again. At that time, I'm afraid only Master can do it himself." Chapter 31-33. Qin Shao curled his lips. It seemed that this matter was indeed very troublesome. Indeed, such a thing was simply a great humiliation to the Xiaoyao realm, trampling on the rules of the Xiaoyao realm. Such a thing was a great blow to the credibility and dignity of the Xiaoyao realm, even trampling on it. Therefore, the Xiaoyao realm naturally would not give up so easily. They would certainly come to make trouble regardless of everything. There was no other way. Whatever cause was planted, there would naturally be consequences. This was something that was inevitable. This was something that could not be helped. It was something that could not be solved. Therefore, this was the only way. They could only face it head-on. Haha, what are you afraid of? Isn't just a Xiaoyao realm? No matter how strong it is, can it be stronger than the Firmament Academy? At worst, I'll stay in the Firmament Academy until I'm strong enough to come out. No matter how strong the Xiaoyao realm is, the forces they can use should not be too terrible. There must be someone guarding the Xiaoyao realm. They can't use all their forces. When I become a god, I won't be afraid of the Xiaoyao realm. If one comes, I'll beat one. If two comes, I'll beat them both. Brother Pure's face was free and easy, not worried at all. Brother Pure's mentality was indeed very good. Now that he had taken his revenge, all his wishes were fulfilled, so he did not care. Staying in the Firmament Academy was not a difficult thing. After all, it was a holy place for cultivation. He could stay there for a long time. Besides, Brother Pure was very confident in himself. He believed that he could break through to the God realm very quickly. It would not take too long, certainly not more than 100 universe eras. Brother Pure's words made young Master Feng Yi praise him. Good ambition. A man should have such a heroic spirit. Young Master Feng Yi asked again, "Sixth brother, what's your plan now? Do you want to go back to the Firmament Academy? If you want to go back to the Firmament Academy, then I'll send you back. It just so happens that I also want to go back there." Qin Shao thought for a while and nodded. "Well, let's go back to the Firmament Academy first. Yuan is still waiting for us there. Now that the matter is settled, it's time to go back." Brother Pure was also willing to go back to the Firmament Academy, which was the safest place. At least for now, that was the case. Once he returned to the Firmament Academy, he would not have to worry about the revenge of the carefree small world. No matter how crazy the carefree little world was, it was absolutely impossible for anyone to step into the Firmament Academy, so he could be completely relieved. With young Master Feng leading the way, the journey was very safe and nothing happened. The forces that came out of the carefree little realm didn't seem to be too strong. They couldn't catch up with young Master Feng, so the three of them returned to the Firmament Academy smoothly. After bringing Qin Shao back to the Firmament Academy, young Master Feng went back to his business. This time, Qin Zhao's return to the Firmament Academy naturally caused a stir. Many voices of discussion rang out in the Firmament Academy. Although Qin Shao had left the Firmament Academy less than 20 million years ago, Qin Shao obviously felt that the times were different. A scholar who had been away for 3 days had to be looked at with new eyes. In less than 20 million years after leaving the Firmament Academy, Qin Shao had unexpectedly killed the city governor of Fulua City, Jigeo Saw, and become the new city governor of Fulua City. Then, he had domineeringly killed his way into the carefree, small world and killed Jigeo Saw's original body, causing a stir. Soon, the saint list of the Heavens Declaration would be updated. Qin Shao arrogantly killed his way into the saint list of the Heavens Declaration, becoming the only 3-step ancient saint on the Heavens Declaration. It had been a long time since a 3-step ancient saint had killed his way into the saint list of the Heavens Declaration. Even the long history of the Heavens Declaration, such a thing was extremely rare. There were only a few people who had done it. Qin Shao had accomplished such a heaven-defying feat and became the first 3-step ancient saint in the Great Thousand World. He was undeniably the first person among all the 3-step ancient saints in the world. Naturally, the credibility of the Heavens Declaration was something that was beyond doubt. The shock was not over yet. Next, Qin Shao was able to safely escape from the carefree small realm, which caused an uproar in the Great Path Sanctuary. Everyone was so shocked that they could not find any beautiful words to describe it. It was too terrifying. For things, each of which was shocking enough to shake the entire Great Tao Saint realm. In less than 20 million years, Qin Shao, had actually accomplished these 4 heaven-defying feats. It was too inconceivable. Qin Shao was a billiard player in the Firmament College. Naturally, these things had spread in the Firmament College and were enthusiastically discussed by all the disciples. This was especially true for those disciples who had offended Qin Shao earlier. Those disciples who had some grudges with Qin Shao felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. Naturally, they regretted offending Qin Shao. For example, Huiyinyan, Longya, Xianqiu, and even Ao Shun regretted offending Qin Shao. Such a thing was indeed an unwise move. Now, in the blink of an eye, Qin Shao had grown to such a terrifying level. Such a speed of improvement was simply too shocking and inconceivable. Therefore, when Qin Shao returned to the Firmament College, it naturally caused a huge sensation. Qin Shao was probably the first person who could treat the carefree small world as his backyard. They had no choice but to be convinced. As soon as Qin Shao returned to the Firmament College, many people came to visit him, whether he was familiar with them or not. Therefore, it took Qin Shao a long time to calm down. In order to have some peace, Qin Shao simply closed himself and refused all the guests. It just so happened that during the 20 million years outside, he had made a lot of progress in his cultivation and accumulated a lot of accumulation. Now, he really needed to consolidate his cultivation. Therefore, Qin Shao directly chose to close himself to cultivate. The foundation of cultivation lies in the law. The other things are just means to strengthen one's strength. The better the means, the more powerful the strength. But no matter how good the means are, if there is no foundation to support it, it is empty and hollow. It's just the application of the law, the fusion of the law, the moves, the cultivation method, and the like. In fact, There just means to improve one's strength. In other words, it's just a way to exert the power of the law. There are different methods, so the effects will naturally be different. But according to the foundation of cultivation still lies in the law. Now, 9 of my laws are in the profound realm. Most of them have reached the limit of the profound realm and are only one step away from a breakthrough. Therefore, the focus of my cultivation should be on the law. Breaking through the law as soon as possible is the right way. It is the foundation of my cultivation progress and the decisive power. Author Kan Shang said, Third, Chapter 31-34. The popularity of the Firmament Academy was not small. A disciple who had just entered the Firmament Academy could be in the limelight. This was really unprecedented. Because of Qin Zhao's achievements, Brother Pure was also in the limelight. Although he did not have the glorious battle record of Qin Zhao, he was also a person who had entered the carefree little realm and killed many people and came out safely. At least among the new disciples, Brother Pure was now in the limelight. Many people wanted to make friends with Brother Pure. Brother Pure's character was also good at making friends, so he did not refuse anyone. It was always good to make more friends. After all, Brother Pure was a person of the Great Path Sanctuary, and he would definitely spread his influence in the Great Path Sanctuary in the future. Moreover, he also had a plan to bring his wife and descendants from the Hongmeng universe to the Great Path Sanctuary, so he was still willing to make friends with some people. His character was not the same as Qin Zhao's. Qin Zhao preferred to be quiet. After experiencing a period of training, he completely calmed down. The results of closed-door cultivation were very good. This time, he had traveled for nearly 20 million years and had experienced several fierce battles. This was a great training for Qin Zhao. The accumulated results were indeed very good, and there were many places for him to break through and improve. Therefore, now that he had returned to the Firmament Academy to cultivate in seclusion, there was obvious improvement, especially in the cultivation of the Dharma. Because of the many previous accumulations, as well as the experience gained in battles, had become the key to improving and making a breakthrough. The Great Path Dharma had already shown signs of a breakthrough. He only needed to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop. But it seemed that the good times did not last long. Suddenly, a voice rang in Qin Zhao's mind, interrupting Qin Zhao's cultivation. Qin Zhao, come out to see me. There's an urgent matter for you. Hearing this voice, Qin Zhao was also abruptly stunned. He was extremely astonished, because this voice turned out to be Fu Yunni's. Why did this woman come to the Great Path Sanctuary to find him? Urgent matter? What was so urgent? This Miss Fu really knows how to pick a time to find me at this time to interrupt my cultivation. Qin Zhao curled his lips and shook his head helplessly. It was a very unpleasant thing to have one's cultivation forcibly interrupted. Once it was interrupted, the effect would be greatly weakened. It was not easy to show signs of a breakthrough. Now that it was interrupted, it would obviously take more time and increase the difficulty level. But facing Miss Fu, he could only helplessly. Young Miss Fu was not someone who would easily look for someone. If she wanted to look for someone, then there must be a real reason. Therefore, Qin Zhao had to go out. Qin Zhao called Chuanjie and Yuan over. Hearing that Qin Zhao was going to leave the Firmament College, Chuanjie's eyes widened and he looked at Qin Zhao strangely. Brother, I'm afraid you don't want to live anymore. At this time, the limelight is not over yet. Maybe the people from the Xiaoyao small realm are waiting outside. It's too dangerous to go out at this time. Brother Pure said worriedly. Yuan did not speak, but she nodded to show that she agreed with Brother Pure's words. It was a little dangerous to leave the Firmament College at this time. Qin Zhao had also thought about this problem. He smiled and said, it's okay. The people from the Xiaoyao small realm will not keep an eye on me all the time. I've been in the Firmament College recently, and the people from the Xiaoyao small realm must be watching me. It's impossible for me to go out in a short time. So, I'm just going out for a while. Nothing will happen. I just want to tell you, so that you won't be worried if you can't find me." Although Qin Shao did not know why Miss Fu was looking for him, he thought it would not take long. Therefore, after telling Brother Pure and Yuan Yuan, he left the firmament college. Yuan Yuan wanted to go with him, but she was persuaded by Qin Shao. After quietly leaving the firmament college, Qin Shao soon met up with Fu Yunny. It was still the same ethereal beauty, the same peerless beauty, and the same feeling that made people's hearts flutter. Fu Yunny's temperament was simply a little invincible. At least, she was almost invincible among the women that Qin Shao had met so far. And strangely, every time Qin Shao saw Fu Yunny, he would feel a little stunned. Although the feeling was not as strong as before, it was still a little. When Fu Yunny saw Qin Shao this time, she looked at Qin Shao with a very strange look, as if it was the first time she saw Qin Shao. Being looked at strangely by Fu Yunny, Qin Shao felt a little awkward. He thought to himself, "What is Fu Yunny doing?" "Not bad, Qin Shao. I have not seen you for 3 days, and I have to look at you with new eyes. It has only been 20 million years since we last met, and you have already become famous in the great thousand world. You are very famous now. I have not even made it to the saint list of the Heavens Declaration, but you have already made it to the saint list. Now, it seems that I can't hold you anymore," Fu Yunny said jokingly. However, what she said was true. It had only been tens of millions of years since they had known each other. It was estimated that it had been about 50 million years. For an ancient saint, this was a very short period of time. Thinking back, Qin Shao sighed with emotion. When he had met Fu Yunny for the first time, he had been played by Fu Yunny. He had even been captured by Fu Yunny and suffered a lot. However, Qin Zhao's strength had now surpassed Fu Yunny's. He had completed a magnificent change. Thinking back, Qin Shao had suffered a great loss in the hands of Fu Yunny. He could not resist at all. Qin Shao could still remember the pain clearly. Now, if Qin Shao wanted to, he could definitely return the pain that he had suffered from Fu Yunny back to Fu Yunny. With Qin Zhao's current strength, he could completely control Fu Yunny. Of course, such a thing was just a thought. Qin Shao naturally wouldn't really do it. After getting to know Fu Yunny, Qin Shao discovered that she was actually a girl with a slightly strong personality. In other aspects, she was quite good. In fact, Qin Shao admired Fu Yunny. She had an awe-inspiring, righteous heart that was hard to find in men. She supported justice in the world and was not afraid of her own life. She formed the demon-vanquishing Saintess group and specialized in dealing with all kinds of demons. She fought to the death with the Bloodbath Alliance. She protected with a pure heart. How many people could have this kind of courage and righteousness? Just from this point alone, Fu Yunny was a woman worthy of admiration. Big Sister Fu is too kind. In terms of cultivation, I should thank you, Qin Shao said with a faint smile. Indeed, he should thank Fu Yunny. She had helped Qin Shao a lot in the past. Hearing this, Fu Yunny's face suddenly burst into a smile. She was as happy as a flower that had just bloomed. At least you still have conscience. It's good that you know I've been good to you. I hate ungrateful people the most. However, why don't you hurry up and call me senior sister? Senior sister? Qin Shao was slightly stunned and immediately reacted. So Big Sister Fu was also a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Qin Shao knew that there were more than 10 people from the immortal realm in the Firmament Academy. However, he did not ask in detail, so he did not know much. Qin Shao did not expect Fu Yunny to be a disciple of the Firmament Academy. However, after hearing this, he suddenly felt relieved. With Big Sister Fu Yunny's talent and potential, she was indeed qualified to be a disciple of the Firmament Academy. Fu Yunny smiled and continued to say, "Surprised? Haha, there's something more surprising. Xian Mumu and the others are also disciples of the Firmament Academy. They will be your senior sisters in the future. Next time you see them, remember to call me senior sister. Come. Hurry up and call me senior sister. I really didn't expect that one day we would be in the same school." Didn't expect? What did she mean? Was she looking down on him? Qin Shao smacked his lips and thought to himself. He shook his head and smiled. Okay. Nice to meet you, senior sister. But big sister Fu, since you were a disciple of the Firmament Academy, why didn't you go to the Firmament Academy to find me? Why did you have to call me out? You have to call me senior sister. When you see me in the future, you have to call me senior sister. Don't call me big sister Fu. It sounds weird. Fu Yeni educated Qin Xiao with a serious face. Then she said, "What's wrong? Don't you feel wrong that you have to come out to see me? You don't want to? Can I not go back to the Firmament Academy?" Okay. Sure enough, you can't reason with a woman. Forget it. Okay. If senior sister says so, then so be it. Qin Xiao also learned that he couldn't force big sister Fu. He couldn't go against her. He could only go along with her. This was the conclusion of his previous experience. Qin Xiao asked, "By the way, senior sister, why did you call me out in such a hurry? Is there something important? I think you'd better get to the point. Why are you in such a hurry?" Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Qin Xiao and said, "What? You just come out for a while, and you're already scared? Don't worry. There aren't so many people in the small carefree world watching you all the time. They won't know that you're out for a while. Besides, you're now on the saint list of the Firmament Declaration. What do you need to worry about? There are a few world God realm experts in the small carefree world, but they won't send them out easily. Even if they were sent out, they wouldn't be sent to watch over you. They would only be sent to deal with you after confirming where you are. So don't worry. I'll make sure that you'll be fine." Cough. Qin Xiao was embarrassed by her words. Although he knew that nothing would happen for a while, he still felt that it was better to get to the point. Otherwise, he would feel very embarrassed. Seeing Qin Xiao's embarrassed face, Fu Yeni couldn't help laughing. She said, "Why? Can I come to see you if I don't have anything important? You're like the sun in the sky recently. You're famous and brilliant. Senior sister, I happen to be in the Great Way Saint realm. Can I come to see you? Do I have to come to see you for something?" Qin Xiao was speechless for a while. No. Qin Xiao knew that Fu Yeni must be joking. Therefore, Qin Xiao said, "Senior sister, don't tease me. If you have something to say, just say it. You know that I'm not a person who jokes." Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Qin Xiao again with a look of disdain. After that, Fu Yeni became serious and said, "Okay, let's get down to business. I called you out this time because there's something that you're very concerned about. Let me show you something first." With that, Fu Yeni waved her hand, and a picture appeared in front of Qin Xiao. On the screen, a woman in red appeared. She was killing people. When Qin Xiao saw the woman in the picture, he was stunned. Yao Xuelian. Chapter 31-35. That red dress, that wisp of black hair, that touch of indifference in her eyes. She was the Yao Xuelian he was familiar with, but also a strange Yao Xuelian. That indifferent look in her eyes and that murderous move were no longer the look that Qin Xiao was familiar with. The Yao Xuelian that Qin Xiao was familiar with was lively, cheerful, gentle, kind, and lovely. At this time, the Yao Xuelian in front of him was cold and ruthless. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. How did Yao Xuelian become like this? Qin Xiao knew that Yao Xuelian was chosen by the Bloodbath Alliance and sent to the Blood Hall to be trained as a Blood Master. In fact, Qin Xiao had been very worried. After all, entering the Blood Hall was a narrow escape. It was a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. It was very difficult to become a Blood Master, so Yao Xuelian was very likely to die in the Blood Hall. Now it seemed that Yao Xuelian should have succeeded. She should have become a Blood Master. That was why she became like this. Seeing this situation, Qin Xiao really didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Yao Xuelian was not dead. This was indeed good news. Of course, it might not be good news. If she was really dead, it was possible to find a way to resurrect her. Now she was not dead, but she had become a Blood Master of the Bloodbath Alliance. She was used by the Bloodbath Alliance and became a killing weapon of the Bloodbath Alliance. How sad was that? How sad was that? Thinking of this, Qin Shao was endlessly angry. He hated the Bloodbath Alliance. A good girl was actually turned into this by the Bloodbath Alliance. Damn the Bloodbath Alliance. Qin Shao hated the Bloodbath Alliance to the bone. Now he was even more furious. Fu Yunyi also shook her head helplessly and said, "Alas, this is also a very helpless thing. It is something that we can't do anything to stop. Now, we can only think of a way to save Yao Xuelian, but it is too difficult to save her." In the end, Fu Yunyi also shook her head helplessly. Qin Shao suppressed the emotions in his heart. He knew that now was not the time to be angry. It was better to calm down, face this matter seriously, and think of a way to solve it. No matter how much he thought about it, it was useless. "Senior Sister Fu, according to the information you have, if we want to save Yao Xuelian, what should we do?" Qin Shao asked. Fu Yunyi shook her head. "I don't think it's possible." Qin Shao suddenly frowned and asked again, "Is there really no possibility at all? It can't be, right? No matter how difficult it was, there should be a way to solve it. It should not be that there was no way at all." Therefore, Qin Shao did not think that there was really no way to solve it. Maybe it was just that they did not know, or that it was extremely difficult to do. But no matter what, Qin Shao would try his best to find a way to do it, no matter how difficult it was. Even if there was no way to do it now, there would definitely be a way in the future. Fu Yunyi said, "Maybe I don't fully understand it, but according to the information I have now, once she really becomes a blood disciple, there is no way to save her. Even if we kill her and resurrect her, it will still be of no help. Moreover, a blood disciple of the Bloodbath Alliance can be resurrected indefinitely. Therefore, the fate of a blood disciple will be firmly in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. If there is a possibility, the only one I can think of is to destroy the entire Bloodbath Alliance and kill the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance. Only then will there be a possibility of saving her. I don't think there are any other possibilities." Qin Zhao's frown deepened. How could this be? There is really no other way at all? How could it be so easy to destroy the entire Bloodbath Alliance and kill the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance? Although Qin Shao had always been at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance, he also knew how powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. Qin Shao was far from being able to fight against it alone. Plus, the Blood Killer Alliance had been developing in the Great Thousand Worlds for so many epochs. Now, their power had reached an unimaginable level. Their tentacles had already spread to every corner of the Great Thousand Worlds. The current Bloodbath Alliance was unimaginably powerful. Even Langiation was no match for the Bloodbath Alliance, let alone Qin Shao. Moreover, Qin Shao was certain that the leader of the Bloodbath Alliance must be a reincarnation supremacy. So, he wanted to destroy the Bloodbath Alliance. He was afraid that even if he became a reincarnation supremacy, he might not be able to do it. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was impossible. It gave him a headache. However, there was no other way. This was the current situation. Qin Shao had no other choice but to bite the bullet and do it. No matter what, I will not give up on saving Yao Xuelian. She was caught because of me. I owe her my life. Therefore, I will do everything I can to save her life, even if it costs me my life. No matter how difficult it is, I must do it. If I can't do it now, I will do it in the future. There is no need to rush now. Qin Shao secretly pondered in his heart. He swore to himself that he would do this. Saving Yao Xuelian was something that Qin Shao had always insisted on doing. He had never given up on this idea. Another woman that you're worried about, isn't she? Fu Yunyi suddenly said and immediately continued. Qin Shao, you look so honest and shy. I thought you were very honest. But in fact, you are also a playboy. You have several women in your heart, right? But you are very popular with women. It is enough to make other men envious, right? There are also many women around him. Moreover, all of them are outstanding beauties. They are very outstanding. Well, you are not handsome, and your temperament is ordinary. You are so shy and don't know how to talk. You are not interesting at all. I can't figure it out. How can a boring man like you be liked by so many women? Hey, Qin Xiao, do you have a special secret technique that can make all the women around you like you? Qin Xiao glanced at Fu Yunny and couldn't help curling her lips into a smile as she jokingly said, Yes, senior sister Fu, I have a very special and powerful secret technique that can make any girl like me. Haha, since senior sister Fu found out, it seems that it is time for me to use this powerful secret technique on you and make you like me too. What do you think? Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yunny could not help but be stunned. Her jade eyes widened, and she glared fiercely at Qin Xiao. Then she said coquettishly, Get lost, get lost. I think you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you tease me? Are you itching for a beating? Have I not taught you a lesson for a long time? Teach me a lesson? Qin Xiao curled his lips and rubbed his nose. A mischievous smile appeared on his face. Qin Xiao took a step forward and approached Fu Yunny. He stared at Fu Yunny with a naughty look. Such a bold move really scared Fu Yunny. She could not help but take a few steps back, and her face changed. Perhaps she really did not expect that Qin Xiao would actually have such a bold side to him. In her opinion, Qin Xiao was a very shy man, especially when it came to the matters between men and women. He was very timid, but she did not expect this guy to have a change in temperament today. This was not right. Was she asking for trouble? Fu Yunny retreated while holding her hands tightly in front of her chest. She looked scared and worried. Her voice became a little squeaky. Her jade eyes stared fiercely at Qin Xiao and asked, You, Qin Xiao, what do you want? Senior sister Fu, what do you want me to do? Qin Xiao pretended to smile and asked, Go to hell. Fu Yunny suddenly kicked Qin Xiao. This kick was really ruthless. It was aimed at Qin Zhao's vital part. Fortunately, Qin Zhao's current strength was not the same as before. He did not feel any pressure when facing Fu Yunny now. After all, his current strength was definitely enough to suppress Fu Yunny. So naturally, he did not have to worry about anything. Qin Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed Fu Yunny's foot. Her small foot was really smooth like glass. It was soft in his hand and felt very good to the touch. As soon as he grabbed it, Qin Xiao felt a thin current surging up to his palm. The feeling of numbness was really indescribably wonderful. If it was a normal day, Qin Xiao would not dare to be so presumptuous and bold. Qin Xiao had never done such a thing. He did not like to tease women. In fact, Qin Xiao was also very embarrassed to do such a thing. But since he had already come to this step, he could not just back down like this. So, Qin Xiao could only do it to the end. Don't touch senior sister Fu. Be careful, I will hurt you. That's not good. Hee, your current strength is not as good as mine. So, don't think about bullying me. Didn't you want me to use my secret technique on you? Now, I will use my secret technique on you and make you fall in love with me. Why are you so nervous? Seeing Qin Zhao's bold action and hearing Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yunny was really a little flustered. Suddenly, he regretted telling Qin Xiao all this. This guy couldn't have really been provoked, right? Could it be that his beast heart was aroused? Logically speaking, that should not be the case. Fu Yunny thought that she knew Qin Xiao very well. Otherwise, she would not have teased him like this. She knew that Qin Xiao would not do anything to her. So, she could joke around like this. But she did not expect that she would miscalculate today. This guy was not a completely docile little sheep. There were times when he became ruthless. Once a man turned into a wolf, he would become a little scary. Therefore, Fu Yunny also felt like crying but had no tears. The most infuriating thing was that her current strength was not as good as Qin Zhao's. She could not suppress Qin Xiao like she did before. So, Fu Yunny could only get angry. She scolded, Bastard Qin Xiao, let go of me. You shameless hooligan. Let go of me now. Otherwise, I will not let you off. Hee, you will not let me off? Then, senior sister Fu, how do you want to let me off? I don't mind. Qin Xiao said very boldly. There was a hint of teasing in his words. Fu Yunny was speechless. What was going on? What was wrong with Qin Xiao today? Did he have a fever? How could he be so bold? Or was he too good at pretending in the past? Did he make her think that he was a sheep? Anyway, Fu Yeni felt like crying at this time. She really could not joke around. If her strength was enough to suppress Qin Shao, then it would be easy. At most, she would use violence. She was not afraid that Qin Shao would not be convinced. Fu Yeni suddenly looked like she was in pain. Bastard, you hurt me. Seeing Fu Yeni's painful expression, Qin Shao suddenly panicked. He quickly let go of Fu Yeni's foot and went forward to say with concern, "I'm sorry, Senior Sister Fu. I didn't mean to, Chapter 31-36. As the saying goes, don't believe a woman's words easily. It's better to provoke a villain than a woman. The consequence of believing a woman's words was what happened to Qin Shao now. Just as he went to show concern for Fu Yeni, he was sneakily attacked by her and kicked in the vital part of his body. The kick was so powerful that it sent Qin Shao flying hundreds of meters away. Qin Shao was in so much pain that his face turned green. It turned out that once a woman became ruthless, she was really ruthless. He had to stay far away from her. After the successful sneak attack, Fu Yeni felt better. She clapped her hands and walked towards Qin Shao with a complacent smile. She looked at Qin Shao with disdain and scolded, "Shameless guy, go to hell. How dare you take advantage of me?" Oomph. Qin Shao took a few breaths of cold air and calmed down. He was speechless and said, "Senior Sister Fu was just joking. Why are you so agitated? You're really ruthless. If it weren't for my strength, I would have been crippled by your kick. If you really cripple me, then I'll really have to rely on you." Bah, bah, bah. Fu Yeni stared at Qin Shao and said angrily, "I don't like you. Don't think about it. In the future, you'd better behave yourself in front of me. Don't try to play any tricks. Oomph. Otherwise, I won't be so hasty next time. Next time, I'll let you know what it means to not provoke a woman." This woman, alas, Qin Shao was convinced. Sure enough, a woman really shouldn't be provoked. Forget it, forget it. I've suffered a big loss this time. I'd better learn a lesson. It was fine for a normal woman to make a joke, but Fu Yeni was a very strong woman. However, Qin Shao was still quite happy. It could be considered that she had taught Fu Yeni a lesson. Who asked this girl to bully her so many times in the past? This time, it could be said that he had gotten back some face and won a little. Since the joke was over, it was time to get down to business. However, after being teased by Qin Shao, Fu Yeni didn't dare to joke with Qin Shao anymore. She even kept a distance from Qin Shao, as if she was afraid of Qin Shao. Qin Shao couldn't help but want to laugh when he saw her like this. "Senior Sister Fu, do you know where Yao Shuilian is now?" Qin Shao asked. Fu Yeni replied coldly, "I know. What do you want? You don't have the ability to save her now." Qin Shao shook her head and said, "Even if I don't have the ability to do anything right now, I won't just sit back and do nothing. No matter what, I want to see her first. Senior Sister Fu, since you came to me in such a hurry, you must want me to go with you, right? You don't just want to tell me about it. You don't have to do so much, right? You think you were smart." Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and said, "Come with me, but I have to tell you, don't mess around. You're in a very bad situation now." The Xiaoyao small world wants to deal with you, and the Bloodbath Alliance won't let you go. If you make a big noise, I am afraid that you will be in big trouble. Qin Shao nodded, indicating that she understood. Qin Shao wasn't worried about anything. After all, the Bloodbath Alliance wouldn't deal with him too openly. At most, they would deal with him secretly. Moreover, over the years, the forces that the Bloodbath Alliance sent to deal with him were actually not large. They were just small forces. Qin Shao really didn't care about these forces. He could deal with them. Therefore, Qin Shao really wasn't worried about anything. Now that he was in the Great Tao Sacred Realm, the forces of the Bloodbath Alliance wouldn't dare to show up easily. They wouldn't dare to make a big fuss and attack him openly. The Xiaoyao small world was indeed a headache, so he still had to be careful. He couldn't easily expose his whereabouts. Otherwise, the people of the Xiaoyao small world would come after him. For Yao Shuilian, Qin Xiao was willing to take this risk. Great Tao's sacred realm. Which realm? Which realm? Which realm? In a courtyard, Qin Xiao saw Miss Yinya as soon as he arrived. Qin Xiao had a deep impression of Miss Yinya. She was a very lively and cheerful girl. She gave people a very relaxed and pleasant feeling when they got along. As soon as she saw Qin Xiao, Miss Yinya joked, Hey, you two look very intimate. I say, Fu Yunny, no wonder you want to see Qin Xiao alone. It seems that you want to spend some time alone with him. You have put a lot of thought into this, right? I knew it. You said you don't want to, but your body is very dishonest. It's no wonder Lord Qin Xiao is so outstanding now. He is very popular with girls. Even I like him. Cough. Qin Xiao's face was about to turn red. She made such a joke as soon as she arrived. This Miss Yinya really liked to joke. But even though she was half joking, she also seemed to be half serious. Damn girl, shut your mouth. Fu Yunny angrily glared at Yinya and reprimanded. You are not blind. I don't like him, and I will never like him. Really? You're not lying to me? Miss Yinya asked again. Nonsense, of course it's true. When have I ever not been serious about my words? Fu Yunny said affirmatively. Qin Xiao felt very uncomfortable when he heard these words. What do you mean by not being blind? Am I so unbearable? How can I not be worthy of Miss Fu's attention? If you don't like him, then don't like him. You don't have to say that I'm blind, right? This woman, when she speaks, she is really ruthless. However, Qin Xiao was too lazy to argue with Fu Yunny. It's best if she doesn't like him. Anyway, I don't have the fortune to enjoy him. Miss Yinya was happy. He, Fu Yunny, you said it. I will remember it. Don't regret it. Since you don't like him, it means that you won't fight with us for Qin Xiao. That's good. Now it's up to us. What? The corners of Qin Xiao's mouth twitched, and he almost bit his own tongue. He gave Miss Yinya a strange look. What does she mean by it's up to us? Why did these words sound a little off? Sure enough, Miss Yinya looked at Qin Xiao with a smile on her face. Her bright eyes seemed to be blooming with tears. Those big eyes were really bright and beautiful. Handsome Qin Xiao, what do you think of me? Miss Yinya looked at Qin Xiao and asked. This tone was not quite right. It made people feel that there was a hint of ambiguity in it. Qin Xiao was a little embarrassed, but he still replied. Miss Yinya, you are very good. Yinya continued. Then will you like a girl like me? How about, I will chase after you. Do you think I can catch you? Cough. Qin Xiao almost bit his tongue this time. This joke was a little too much. This was even more lethal than Fu Yunny's attack. Although Yao Shuilian and Little Jade Monarch had expressed their feelings to Qin Xiao before, especially Yao Shuilian, but they didn't ask directly when they had just met. It seemed that it was only the third time they had met. Qin Xiao shook his head and said with a wry smile, Miss Yinya, don't joke with me. Let's get down to business first. Don't worry, business is not urgent. Talking a few words will only waste a little time. Yinya waved her hand and said indifferently. She still stared at Qin Xiao and said, What if I say that I am serious and not joking with you? Serious? It can't be. It can't be. They had only met 2 or 3 times. There was almost no time to get along. Therefore, Qin Xiao felt that Miss Yin, you must be joking, even if she didn't look like she was joking at this time. But Qin Xiao still didn't dare to believe it. What's more, Qin Xiao had always been resistant to such things and had always rejected them. So, this time was no exception. Qin Xiao still said, Don't joke with me. It's not fun at all. Don't gang up to bully me. I'm really embarrassed. Sisters, please forgive me. After that, Qin Xiao didn't care whether Yinya agreed or not. He directly said to Fu Yunny, Senior Fu, let's get down to business. Fu Yunny glanced at Yinya. Seeing Qin Xiao's expression, Yinya pouted. She had an unhappy look on her face. However, she still said, Handsome Qin Xiao, you are getting more and more boring. I thought you were funny before, but now you are not. A beauty is joking with you. Don't you know how to cooperate a little? Really? Boring, really boring. No wonder Fu Yunny doesn't like you. Well, being with a boring person like you, if it were me, I would die of boredom sooner or later. He. I prefer the kind of man who is good at talking, good at making girls happy, and has a sweet mouth. Although you are handsome, excellent, and have a good personality, I don't like what you like. However, you don't have a single thing that I like. It's a pity that you're not fated to be with me in this lifetime. I feel sorry for you. I'm such a good girl. Ha ha, you don't have the chance to get me. Cough cough. Qin Shao coughed dryly, smiled, and said, Yes, I am indeed quite boring. I am indeed not liked by women. Senior Fu is such an excellent woman. There are countless young masters pursuing her. There are countless men who are better than me waiting for her to choose. It's normal that she doesn't like me. Besides, I don't have the fortune to enjoy these things. I don't want such things. Fu Yeni waved her hand and said, Okay, don't talk about these romantic things. Let's talk about business. Qin Shao nodded and listened seriously. Fu Yeni didn't tell him the specific situation, so he didn't know. Fu Yeni said, Qin Shao, according to the situation we found, the third son of the master of the witch fairy world, Wu Qigong, has joined the Bloodbath Alliance. He has become a pawn of the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, he is the person in charge of the Bloodbath Alliance in this area. He has a lot of power in the Bloodbath Alliance. Yao Shiwilian is now by his side. He listens to his orders. If I didn't know about Yao Shiwilian from you, it would be difficult to find this situation. It would be difficult to find out such a big worm. Qin Shao frowned slightly. Did that mean that Yao Shiwilian was now in Witch Fairy City? Besides this situation, it should be more than this, right? Specifically, what do we need to do? Do we need to kill Wu Qigong? Qin Shao asked again. Fu Yeni shook her head and said, We need to discuss some specific things and see how to deal with them. At present, we only know that Wu Qigong has joined the Bloodbath Alliance. But whether there are other people in the Witch Fairy world who have also joined the Bloodbath Alliance is something worth investigating. Author Kanshong said, Third update. Chapter 31-37. Qin Shao understood the meaning behind Fu Yeni's words. Senior Sister Fu, are you saying that the Realm Lord of the Sorcerer Realm has most likely joined the Bloodbath Alliance? Fu Yeni nodded. That's right. That's what we're guessing for now. We've done a lot of analysis, and we think that this possibility isn't small. However, this time, we're not here just to get rid of this malignant tumor. If we from the Immortal Region make a big fuss in the Great Tao, Sacred Realm, and kill a Realm Lord and many others, we'll probably attract some unnecessary trouble. This time, we're here mainly because Wu Qigong wants to deal with someone from our Righteous Alliance. Thus, the main reason we rushed over was to secretly assist our Righteous Alliance's members and prevent them from coming to harm. Qin Shao pursed his lips. Then it seems that this member of the Righteous Alliance is very important. He even needs so many of us to protect him. Fu Yeni glared at Qin Shao. As long as he's a member of the Righteous Alliance, he's very important. We'll do our best to protect him. Haha, I know. I'm just saying that casually. I don't mean anything else. Qin Shao laughed. The Righteous Alliance was indeed a very impressive organization. It was an organization that he admired. Otherwise, Qin Shao wouldn't have joined. They were a group of people with lofty ideals. They were a group of people who protected justice. They were all brave and fearless warriors. In order to uphold justice, they were willing to give up everything they had, even their lives. Qin Shao would naturally do his best to protect the members of the Righteous Alliance, no matter how strong or weak they were. Qin Shao, very strong now. Your position in the Righteous Alliance has also risen. Now, let me formally introduce you to some of the specifics of our Righteous Alliance. When this matter is over, I'll bring you to meet some people. Fu Yeni said. Qin Shao smiled. When he first joined, Fu Yeni refused to tell him a lot of things. His level was too low. Now that his status had been raised, he was qualified to know more about the situation. Qin Shao really didn't know much about the Justice Alliance. Even the members only knew a little about them. Fu Yunyi continued, "You should know how many levels our Justice Alliance has. These levels are basically based on strength. The highest level is the Justice Tribunal, which is the highest level of leadership in the entire Justice Alliance. It's made up of 9 people, including the Alliance leader, who are the founding members of the Justice Alliance. Their identities have always been very mysterious. Not many people know about them. At the very least, I don't know about them. I haven't seen any of them either. However, it is said that all the members of the Justice Adjudicator panel possess extremely powerful strength. They're all unfathomable. It is even said that the Alliance leader of our Justice Alliance is a supreme existence of the reincarnation supremacy. Of course, this is just some hearsay, and it might not be true. It's just that I'm willing to believe it. Justice Adjudicator Panel, 9 mysterious people. The Alliance leader is most likely a supreme existence of the reincarnation supremacy. Qin Xiao was secretly surprised. If the Alliance leader was really a supreme existence of the reincarnation supremacy, then it would be terrible. But thinking about it, it didn't seem very likely. If it was really a supreme existence of the reincarnation supremacy, then there was no need for the Justice Alliance to be so low-key. Not many people knew about the existence of the Justice Alliance. Moreover, they had always been extremely careful and low-key. They didn't dare to make any big movements. Basically, they acted carefully in the dark and wouldn't expose themselves easily. In this aspect, they were far inferior to the Bloodbath Alliance. Although the Bloodbath Alliance was considered low-key in the Great Dao Sanctuary and the Immortal Domain, they wouldn't completely hide themselves. They would still pop up from time to time. The 9 mysterious people were so secretive that even a core member like Fu Yunyi didn't know anything about them. Why did it feel a little strange? Even if it was the Justice Alliance, everyone had the same idea. They had gathered together to uphold justice and promote righteousness in the world. Why do they have to be so secretive? Since the 9 mysterious people were incomparably powerful existences, there was no need for them to hide their heads and tails. Could it be that they were afraid of the Bloodbath Alliance? On this point, Qin Xiao really could not figure it out. Logically speaking, Fu Yunyi's position in the Righteous Alliance should be very high. She should have the qualifications to know some of the situation. However, the truth was that this wasn't the case. This was somewhat thought-provoking. At least, Qin Xiao felt that it was a little strange. However, Qin Xiao didn't think too much about it. The Justice Alliance had always been so low-key and secretive. Perhaps the 9 mysterious people of the Justice Alliance also had their own thoughts or difficulties. But it didn't matter. It didn't affect anything. The existence of the World God Realm is the first level. To be honest, I'm not too sure about how many people there are in this level. I only know a small number of people who have contacted me. As for the rest, I'm not too sure. Actually, I don't have much contact with them. There are only a few of them. You're the same as me now. For the time being, you should be considered the second level. I'm not too sure about how many people there are in this level. I only know a small number of them. I'm not too sure about the situation in the other sanctuary. For the sanctuary, I know that there are a total of 87 people. Including the other sanctuary, I only know 200 or 300 people. As for the rest, I don't know how many there are. There are more people in the third level. In the Immortal Domain, there are more than 1,000 people. Then, there are those below the Ancient Saint Realm. We don't count them. In the entire Immortal Domain, there were only 87 people in the second level. Wasn't this number a little too little? Even if the people in the second level were all 4th-step Ancient Saints, 87 people was still very rare in the entire Immortal Domain. It seemed that there weren't many people who joined the Justice Alliance. There were only a little more than 1,000 people in the third level. Although these people were all Ancient Saints, Qin Xiao still felt that it wasn't a lot. In fact, it should be a relatively small number. In the vast Immortal Domain, there were only so few people who joined the Justice Alliance. Perhaps there were more Great Dao Saints, but he didn't know how much more. in the entire vast 1,000 domains. Even if it was 10 times more than the immortal domain, the number of members of the Justice Alliance was still a little pitifully small. It was estimated that there were at most 10 or 20,000 people. It was indeed a little pitifully small. Even though this force was made up of world gods and Empyrean saints, it was still much weaker than the Blood-Stygian Alliance. Qin Shao now somewhat understood why the Righteous Alliance was so low-key, so careful, and so secretive in their actions. Even Fu Yunni's knowledge of the situation was limited to this. She knew a little more about the immortal domain, but she didn't know much about other things. The most important reason for the small number of people was to make it easier to protect. Qin Shao, you need to see some information about the second and third level members in the immortal domain. For the time being, I can only show you some of the situation in the immortal domain. That's all the authority we have. As for the other sanctuary, you can only know them when you see them. Confidentiality is still the most important thing. Fu Yunni said. Originally, Qin Shao didn't have much interest in these things, but since this matter was brought up, he might as well take a look. It was better to avoid the flood rushing to the Dragon King's temple in the future. Qin Shao nodded his head, indicating that he agreed. Fu Yunni waved her hand, and a stream of information flowed into Qin Zhao's mind. The information of more than 1,000 people flowed into Qin Zhao's mind. Qin Shao was pleasantly surprised to find that there were many names that he was familiar with. He wouldn't have known if he didn't look, but when he did, he was a little shocked. I really didn't expect that my fifth brother would also join the Justice Alliance. There's also the Heaven Mountain City Lord. He's also a member of the Justice Alliance. There's also the Sage Mu Wan and the 9 Profound Saintess. Qin Shao counted, and there were actually dozens of names that he was familiar with and people that he knew. Among them, there were many people in the Sacred Academy, some from the 100 Schools of Thought, and some from the 5 Supreme Surnames. Of course, the biggest surprise was still Senior Brother Feng Yi. Qin Shao really didn't expect that Senior Brother Feng Yi would also be a member of the Justice Alliance. This matter, Senior Brother Feng Yi had never mentioned it to him, and it must have been very difficult to hide it from him. Needless to say, Senior Brother Feng Yi definitely knew that he had also joined the Justice Alliance. Moreover, Senior Brother Feng Yi's status was so high, he could have definitely told Qin Shao. Fu Yunni said, Young Master Feng Yi's status in our immortal domain system is extremely high, and he's one of the decision-makers of our immortal domain system. The 9 Profound Saintess is also a member of our Justice Alliance, so you should now know why you had to go to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to snatch the Holy Prince Consort. Saint Lady Mu Wan is also a member of our Justice Alliance, so she didn't make things too difficult for you. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been so easy for you to smoothly resolve this matter. Qin Shao nodded, and only then did he feel completely relieved. Speaking of the matter of going to the Jade Lake Sacred Ground to snatch the Holy Prince Consort, Qin Shao did feel somewhat uncomfortable in his heart. Only now did he understand that there was such a situation behind it, and he felt relieved. This could be considered as doing something for the Justice Alliance. All right, Senior Sister Fu, could it be that I was able to leave the Jade Lake Sacred Ground safely because of Saint Lady Mu Wan's secret help? Qin Shao asked again. Actually, he had always been very curious about this matter. Would the Jade Lake Sacred Ground let him off so easily? Logically speaking, this was completely unreasonable. It was something that was impossible. So now that Fu Yunni mentioned it, Qin Shao casually asked. Fu Yunni shook her head and said, I'm not too sure about this. I also asked Saint Lady Mu Wan, and she said that she had thought of a way, but before she could do anything, you were released. She wasn't willing to say the specific reason, and I don't know the specific situation. I also asked the 9 Profound Saintess, but she wasn't too clear about it, and she wasn't willing to say much either. I always felt that they were hiding something from me, but I didn't ask too much about it, so I didn't say much about this matter. But it doesn't matter. No matter what method they used, you're already out, and that's the most important thing. The 9 Profound Saintess is the number 1 Saintess of the Jade Lake Sacred Ground, and nothing will happen to her. Saint Lady Mu Wan's status in the Jade Lake Sacred Ground is also very high, and nothing will happen to her. Since Fu Yunyi couldn't explain it clearly, Qin Xiao shook his head and didn't think too much about it. Chapter 31-38. After that, Fu Yunyi continued to talk about the current situation. It turned out that the person from the Justice Alliance that Fu Yunyi was talking about was also the son of the Sorcerer Realm's Lord. He was the 607th son of the Sorcerer Realm. Wu Qigong was the third son, and Wu Qihong was the 607th son. The Lord of the Sorcerer Realm, Lord Wu Mie, had countless wives and children in his life. There were tens of thousands of them. Among his many children, many of them had been nurtured into sages and became his powerful helpers. In this aspect, Realm Lord Wu Mie was still very outstanding. However, among his many children, his third son, His Highness Wu Qigong, was the most outstanding, followed by His Highness Wu Qihong. However, these two could be considered to have their own strengths and weaknesses. No one had absolute superiority over the other. Overall, His Highness Wu Qigong had a slight advantage. Therefore, His Highness Wu Qigong had always been at odds with His Highness Wu Qihong. He would always find trouble with him and wanted to step on him. His Highness Wu Qihong was an upright and plain-spoken person. He also had a strong personality and was not willing to be bullied. Therefore, His Highness Wu Qihong naturally would not swallow his anger and naturally fought with His Highness Wu Qigong. Therefore, these two princes were like enemies. They fought both openly and covertly. It could be said that they fought fiercely in the dark. In terms of strength, His Highness Wu Qigong did not have an advantage over His Highness Wu Qihong. He only had an overall advantage, but he did not have an advantage in strength. It was precisely because of this that His Highness Wu Qigong had always found it difficult to gain an advantage over His Highness Wu Qihong. Therefore, the fight became even more intense. Senior Fu, what should we do now? Qin Xiao asked. After listening for so long, he still did not know what Fu Yunyi's plan was. Fu Yunyi said, "It's very simple. The main thing is to protect Wu Qihong. The Bloodbath Alliance sent a blood disciple to Wu Qigong. They must have a big plan and must have something to do. Otherwise, they would not have sent a blood disciple over. According to our experience, it's time to make a move. And the most likely person is naturally Wu Qihong. So, I called you here to deal with Wu Qigong." "Just to deal with Wu Qigong? Is there a need to mobilize so many people?" Qin Xiao asked with a frown. After all, Wu Qigong was only a third-step ancient saint. No matter how strong he was, that was all there was to it. In order to deal with a mere third-step ancient saint, the three of them had to come over? And from Fu Yunyi's words, it seemed like Xin Mumu and the others had also come, but they were not here for the time being. That was to say, the entire demon-vanquishing Saintess group had been mobilized. If Qin Xiao was included, it would be a powerful group of 6 people. Was it necessary to mobilize such a force just to deal with a mere third-step ancient saint? Even if all the forces of the Realm Lord Manor in the Sorcerer Realm were included, there was no need to mobilize so many people, right? Qin Xiao alone was enough. Fu Yunyi rolled her eyes at Qin Xiao and said, "I see that you've become a lot more arrogant. After you made it to the Heavens Declaration, you've really changed. Even your tone has changed. What do you mean by mobilizing so many people? Firstly, the blood disciple by Wu Qigong's side is your old flame, Yao Shuilian. The blood disciple is the most obedient to orders, and he's definitely crazy. So, I'm afraid that if someone else were to make a move, they might hurt your old flame. You wouldn't be happy about that, right? Secondly, the few of us have been blacklisted by the Bloodbath Alliance this morning. As long as we show up, we'll definitely alert the Bloodbath Alliance. So, you're the only one who can do this." Qin Xiao finally understood what she meant. He was the only one who had been asked to do the hard work. Miss Fu and the other four would not show up in public. At most, they would provide him with some information in secret. Fine, I'll do it by myself. It's just a small matter. Qin Xiao was confident that he could handle it. It's not difficult to kill Wu Qigong. Give me some information about him, and I'll deal with him, Qin Xiao said directly. No. Fu Yanni shook her head and said, it's not that easy. You can't just kill Wu Qigong directly. Firstly, Wu Qigong is an important member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Although he's not very powerful, he definitely has the means to escape. If you act rashly, I'm afraid you won't succeed. If he escapes, you'll be in big trouble. Moreover, once you act, Wu Qigong will definitely not sit back and do nothing. He'll definitely stop you immediately. Wu Qigong is a very powerful sector lord. Although he's not on the Heavens Declaration, his strength is not to be underestimated. Even if you can defeat him, it'll be difficult to kill his son under his nose. Moreover, we're not 100% sure that Wu Qigong's target is Wu Qihong. It could be another target. Therefore, before we figure out Wu Qigong's target, we'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, we might miss the real purpose of the Bloodbath Alliance. Once the Bloodbath Alliance sends out a blood disciple, the situation will definitely not be simple. It's definitely not a small matter. Therefore, we have to be careful. We can't act rashly. Moreover, your old sweetheart is by Wu Qigong's side. I'm afraid that if you want to kill Wu Qigong, your old sweetheart will rush out immediately. At that time, how can you bear to do it? Qin Xiao was speechless. Can't you talk nicely? You keep mentioning your old sweetheart. How can there be an old sweetheart? However, after hearing what you said, it was true that they couldn't act rashly. The situation involved in this matter was rather complicated. This time, they really didn't know what the Bloodbath Alliance wanted to do. However, after thinking about it carefully, Qin Xiao felt that the biggest possibility was that they were targeting Wu Qihong. Perhaps the Bloodbath Alliance had already discovered that Wu Qihong was a member of the Righteous Alliance. That was why they did this. Since they were targeting Wu Qigong, what should they do now? Should they approach Wu Qigong first? However, if they were to show their faces in public, they would be targeted by the people from the small carefree realm. Soon, the small carefree realm would send a world god to deal with them. Therefore, if they were to do this, they had to do it quickly. They couldn't afford to drag it out. Otherwise, it would definitely be disadvantageous to them. For the time being, let's not act. What we need to do now is wait, Fu Yanni said. Wait? Qin Xiao was slightly taken aback. What kind of plan was this? However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that they could only wait for the time being. This wasn't the way, but sometimes it was the best way. Fu Yanni pointed outside and said, Look, Qin Xiao, that's Wu Qigong's mansion. The three of us will secretly monitor Wu Qigong and pay attention to his every move to see what plan he is going to implement. Xian Mumu and the other two will guard outside Wu Qihong's mansion and secretly protect him. If there are any accidents, they can directly take action. There are no movements for the time being. Let's wait here first. If Wu Qigong doesn't take any action, are we going to keep waiting here? Qin Xiao pursed his lips and asked. Fu Yanni rolled his eyes at Qin Xiao and said, That's impossible. It's absolutely impossible. Trust our experience and judgment. If a blood disciple is coming, there will definitely be a big movement. There can't be any exceptions. There aren't many blood disciples in the Bloodbath Alliance. Every one of them is very precious and very troublesome to cultivate. Furthermore, your old flame is considered to have a relatively high rank among the blood disciples. Take a guess. What is your old flame's current level and strength? Huh? What level and strength? When Yao Shiwilian had been taken away from the primordial universe by exalted Lord Galen, she'd been nothing more than an insignificant mortal with insignificant strength. Yao Shiwilian's talent and potential were not particularly strong. How far could she have grown in nearly 100 million years? That didn't seem very likely. She had been imprisoned all this time. However, after listening to Fu Yanni's words, it was obviously not a simple matter. Qin Xiao had reason to believe that the situation was not simple. Therefore, after giving it some thought, Qin Shao could not help but make a bold guess. Could she be a third-step ancient saint? Oh, not bad. You guessed it right away. She's indeed your old flame, Fu Yunyi said. Furthermore, he's not just a mere third-step ancient saint. He's definitely a four-step ancient saint, and he possesses some terrifying techniques that allow him to escape with his life. Fu Yunyi said. She then added, furthermore, he's not just a third-step ancient saint. Therefore, I'm afraid that even if you go all out, you might not be able to kill your old flame. There are very few blood disciples of such a high level in the Bloodbath Alliance. Your old flame's experience is really bad. I don't know how she managed to become such a high-level blood disciple. She's such a lowly being and entered the blood hall at such a weak level. In the end, she was cultivated into such a powerful blood disciple. This is simply unbelievable. Upon hearing this, Qin Shao fell silent. His heart was heavy. Although Qin Shao did not know how much Yao Shiulian had suffered in the blood hall to become such a high-level blood disciple, he knew that it must be very terrifying and unimaginable. And all of this was because of him. If it were not for him, things would not have turned out this way. This made Qin Shao feel extremely guilty towards Fu Yunyi. He really blamed himself. A strong force was also surging in Qin Shao's heart. It was firm, no matter how difficult it was. Qin Shao must rescue Yao Shiulian. It's not a good idea to keep waiting like this, right? Qin Shao said in a deep voice. Fu Yunyi said, if you have any good ideas, then go ahead and do it. We won't easily show our faces. You're fine for the time being. You can show up. But if you show up, you'd better disguise yourself well. Don't expose yourself easily. The people of the Xiaoyao small realm have been watching you. Once you're exposed, you must leave as soon as possible. You can't stay here any longer. Qin Shao looked at Fu Yunyi. This woman still knew how to care about him. He thought that she did not care about his life at all. Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. He also wanted to think of a better way to do something useful. Just waiting here was indeed not a good idea. Chapter 31-39. Which city? Third Prince's Mansion. In a cultivation hall, a woman in red was sitting cross-legged with her eyes closed. Her cold and emotionless face was like a cold knife that could kill at any time. This woman was none other than Yao Shiulian, who had become a blood master. Yao Shiulian seemed to be a completely different person from before. She was still the same person, but everything else had changed. She had completely changed. She had become a cold-blooded killer, an emotionless chess piece. What she didn't know was that there was a figure standing in the dark void, looking at her. This person was none other than Qin Shao, who had sneaked into Third Prince's Mansion. Using the space law, Qin Shao hid in the void and looked at Yao Shiulian. Seeing Yao Shiulian in this state, and seeing Yao Shiulian in this state after 100 million years, Qin Zhao's heart ached. His heart was bleeding, and he was full of remorse and self-blame. It was all his fault that Yao Shiulian had become like this. Qin Shao could not absolve himself from the blame. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He did not want things to turn out this way. At that time, he was really helpless. He did not have the strength to stop Galen Supremacy. Both Galen Supremacy's original body and doppelganger were destroyed. However, Yao Shiulian had become a terrifying blood master. It was too difficult to rescue Yao Shiulian. Shiulian, it's my fault. It's my responsibility. I will definitely save you. I will. I will. Qin Zhao's strength surged again. He was very determined. No matter how difficult it was, Qin Shao would definitely do it. At this moment, a blood-red light suddenly gushed out in front of Yao Shiulian. Qin Zhao's expression suddenly changed. It seemed that something had happened. Yao Shiulian, who had closed his eyes to rest, immediately opened his eyes. A few blood-red words appeared in front of Yao Shiulian. The words flashed and soon disappeared. However, Qin Shao happened to see these words. In Qigong quickly. In Qigong quickly. Qin Shao was also stunned when he saw these 4 bloody words. His heart was filled with doubt. What did these 4 words mean? According to the literal meaning, did it mean that Yao Shiulian had to end Wu Qigong quickly? This was not right. This was not right. Wasn't Wu Qigong a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? Wasn't he an important leader of this region? How could he kill Wu Qigong? Could it be that Wu Qigong was disloyal to the Bloodbath Alliance? This kind of person should not be disloyal to the Bloodbath Alliance, right? However, it was hard to say. Qin Shao was also thinking about this matter. Was there such a possibility? Originally, according to Fu Yeni's analysis, the Bloodbath Alliance had sent a senior blood disciple to Wu Qigong to help him deal with Wu Qihong. But now, it seemed that this was not the case. It was not as simple as it seemed. Qin Shao had been a little confused. If it was just to deal with Wu Qihong, it seemed that they did not need to send a senior blood disciple. Wu Qigong and Wu Qihong were brothers. They were born of the same father and were both princes. This kind of fratricidal matter would probably be interfered with by the realm Lord Wumie. It would not happen easily. Therefore, this matter was indeed a little strange. Generally, when a blood disciple was sent, it would not be a small matter. There must be a big plan. If it was to deal with Wu Qigong, it would be much easier to explain. There should be such a possibility. This discovery might be a new clue. At this moment, Yao Shiulian's cold eyes suddenly swept over and looked at the void where Qin Shao was. Obviously, she had sensed something. Oh no, I've been discovered. It seems that Yao Shiulian's current strength is indeed very strong. No wonder Fu Yeni said that she was a very senior blood disciple. She definitely has the strength of a 4th-step ancient saint. It seems that it is true. No, I can't be exposed. I'd better leave here first. Qin Shao was secretly shocked. Without any hesitation, she quickly left. Humph! Yao Shiulian snorted coldly and immediately chased after her. Qin Shao was determined to leave at this time. Naturally, her speed was very fast. Soon, she left Witch City. However, Yao Shiulian's speed was also very fast. It seemed that she was not going to let go. Qin Shao should be able to shake off Yao Shiulian if she left at full speed. However, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. She stopped in a quiet place and walked out of the void. Yao Shiulian also caught up with Qin Shao. Her cold eyes fell on Qin Shao. Obviously, she did not recognize Qin Shao. After becoming a blood disciple, her memory had been completely erased. However, she could not help but look at Qin Shao again. She seemed to have a sense of déjà vu. But soon, Yao Shiulian withdrew her gaze. She pointed at Qin Shao and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why are you secretly spying on me? What are you up to?" A 3-step ancient saint. Such a strange face. You are not from the witch realm at all. How dare you sneak into the 3rd prince's mansion? I think you are up to no good. As she spoke, Yao Shiulian moved her hand. A strange weapon appeared in her hand. This strange weapon was blood red all over, as if it had just been taken out of a blood basin. This weapon exuded an extremely terrifying, baleful yin qi. Just looking at it made people feel scared. Seeing Yao Shiulian like this, Qin Shao felt her heart bleeding and her nose twitching inexplicably. "Yao Shiulian, it's me." Qin Zhao's voice trembled a little. Yao Shiulian's eyes flickered again. She looked at Qin Shao with a strange feeling. She felt that the man in front of her was a little familiar. However, she could not figure out what was so familiar about him. Immediately, a strange force surged up and completely shattered that strand of thought. Yao Shiulian pointed the blood-red weapon in her hand at Qin Shao and said coldly, "My name is not Yao Shiulian. You have the wrong person. Don't try to fool me with such a cheap trick. I won't fall for it. It seems like you are not willing to tell me the truth. Then go to hell." After saying that, Yao Shiulian attacked directly. Her strength was indeed extraordinary. Once she attacked, the blood-red light filled the sky and the earth surged. A terrifying, devouring power swept over. This power was extremely strange and cold. It had a strong devouring power. It was terrifying. The moment he made a move, it was already extraordinary. However, Qin Xiao was more powerful. She was on the Heaven's Declaration Saint list. She did not have to worry about Yao Shiwelian. However, when facing Yao Shiwelian, Qin Xiao was reluctant to make a move. Naturally, he had many misgivings. Therefore, Qin Xiao focused on defense. While blocking Yao Shiwelian's fierce attacks, she said, "Yao Shiwelian, do you really not remember me at all? I am Qin Xiao. You are the daughter of Villa Master Yao. Don't you remember the days when we were together in the Hongmeng universe? Don't you remember the Yao Villa? Don't you remember Brother Pure? Don't you remember Gu Lingwe? Don't you remember the Divine World? Don't you remember?" Qin Xiao told her some things that had happened in the Hongmeng universe and some situations. These things seemed to have stimulated Yao Shiwelian. She frowned and showed some pain on her face. It seemed that something was surging out of her mind. Yao Shiwelian also stopped and did not continue to attack Qin Xiao. She seemed to be struggling with something. There were some broken fragments that came out intermittently, which made her feel very painful. It was as if there was an indescribable force that was trying to pull her into another world. However, there was another powerful force that was stopping her and was rapidly destroying those fragments of memory. Those fragments were too blurry and fragmented. He couldn't tell what was going on at all, nor could he remember what was going on. At most, there were some broken images that flashed by, but these broken images didn't reveal anything substantial at all. Yao Shiwelian suddenly screamed in pain. No one knew if it was because of pain or something else. After screaming, Yao Shiwelian immediately came to her senses and stared coldly at Qin Xiao. "Yao Shiwelian, did you remember something?" Qin Xiao asked hurriedly. He really hoped that he could awaken Yao Shiwelian's memory. In this way, Yao Shiwelian still had some hope of getting rid of the Bloodbath Alliance's control. However, Yao Shiwelian answered him by stabbing her sword at Qin Xiao. This made Qin Xiao a little speechless. It seemed that it was useless. There was no way to wake her up. However, it made sense. If a Bloodmaster's memory could be awakened so easily, he would not be a Bloodmaster. Then, the Bloodmasters that the Bloodbath Alliance had painstakingly cultivated would not be of much use. There was no other way. Qin Xiao could only continue to defend. However, Yao Shiwelian seemed to be a little crazy and angry. She attacked Qin Xiao with all her strength. She looked very crazy. Her behavior really made Qin Xiao a little speechless. He couldn't really hurt her or force her to retreat. However, it didn't seem to be a good idea to drag on like this. Therefore, Qin Xiao could only say again, "Yao Shiwelian, stop fighting. You're no match for me. Since you don't remember me, forget it. Perhaps you will remember me in the future. Let's call it a day. Don't fight anymore." I told you that I am not Yao Shiwelian. You are courting death. Yao Shiwelian snorted coldly and said angrily. But she didn't intend to stop. Qin Xiao shook his head helplessly and said, Okay. I mistook you for someone else. You are not Yao Shiwelian. Miss, can you stop now? I don't mean anything else. It's just that you look too much like a friend of mine. That's why I did this. I didn't mean to spy on you. I just wanted to make sure that you were my friend. That's why I didn't mean to offend you. I can apologize to you. I hope you can forgive me. However, Yao Shiwelian still didn't give up. You wish. Do you think you can leave just like that? You peeped at my secret, so you'd better die. I can't let you live. Qin Xiao was even more speechless. He did see Yao Shiwelian's secret. It should be a secret for the Bloodbath Alliance. That was why Yao Shiwelian was determined to kill him. It seemed that Yao Shiwelian was going to use some unique skills. Qin Xiao wanted to cry, but had no tears. He wasn't afraid, but he didn't want to hurt Yao Shiwelian. I didn't see any of your secrets. I don't know anything. I won't say a word to anyone. You can rest assured about that. Qin Xiao shook his head and said, Go to hell. Yao Shiwelian didn't listen to Qin Xiao at all. She just wanted to kill Qin Xiao. This was truly a little crazy. It was so crazy that Qin Xiao did not know how to deal with it. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 3140. Yao Shiwilian used to love him so much. Yao Shiwilian who was willing to risk her life for him, and Yao Shiwilian who was willing to give up her life for him in Gulingwe. But now, she was so crazy about him and wanted to kill him. She did not recognize Qin Xiao at all. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Although Qin Xiao only truly loved Gulingwe, he also had feelings for Yao Shiwilian that went beyond friendship. Seeing Yao Shiwilian like this was really heartbreaking. Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, please stop. At this moment, a figure rushed over and said to Yao Shiwilian. Yao Shiwilian stopped when he heard this voice, but he still stared coldly at Qin Xiao, looking very unhappy. Qin Xiao looked at the person who had come and recognized him. It was none other than Wu Qigong. In addition to Wu Qigong, another figure came from the other side. It was Wu Qihong. The two of them must have heard the commotion here and rushed over. Both of them were third-step ancient saints, and the commotion caused by Qin Xiao and Yao Shiwilian's battle was not small at all. Therefore, it was only natural for them to notice the commotion. Wu Qigong and Wu Qihong had both come. The two of them looked at each other and did not show much hostility. When they met normally, they felt that the two of them were like brothers. May I ask if your excellency is the Lord Qin Xiao? Wu Qigong cupped his fists and asked Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao did not disguise himself at this time, but he rarely showed himself in the Great Tao Sacred Realm and had not been in the Great Tao Sacred Realm for long. Therefore, Qin Xiao was slightly surprised when he heard Wu Qigong ask him. Qin Xiao looked at Wu Qigong and said, "Your Highness, do you know me?" Wu Qigong nodded and said, "Of course I know you. Recently, Lord Qin Xiao's name has been very famous in the Great Tao Sacred Realm. Almost everywhere you go, people talk about you, Lord Qin Xiao. I naturally admire a peerless genius like you, Lord Qin Xiao, so I paid more attention to you. I have seen many records of your scenes, so I dare to ask. Then aren't you afraid that someone is impersonating me? After all, not many people have seen me. Not many people can recognize my aura." Qin Xiao asked again. His Highness Wu Qigong shook his head and smiled and said, "Your strength is obvious, so it would be difficult to impersonate you. With such strength, he shouldn't be impersonating someone else. After all, they're all reputable figures. No one would do such a despicable thing, right?" Qin Xiao nodded. That was true. That's right, no one would do such a thing. The strength I just showed is strong enough to defy the natural order. This is not something an ordinary person can do. His Highness Wu Qigong asked again, "Young Master Qin Xiao, I wonder why you're fighting with my friend? Did my friend offend young Master Qin Xiao in any way? I heard from my friend that you sneaked into my mansion and spied on my friend." "I don't know what you want to do, Lord Qin Xiao. With young Master Qin Xiao's status, you can tell me directly if there's anything you want to say. I will definitely give face to you, Lord Qin Xiao. You don't have to do this, right?" Wu Qigong obviously had no way to determine Qin Xiao's purpose, so he was still a little reserved in his words. Qin Xiao cupped his fist to His Highness Wu Qigong and said, "Sorry, this is actually a misunderstanding. The thing is, your friend is very similar to a friend of mine. I have lost contact with this friend of mine for about 100 million years, and I have been looking for her everywhere all these years. Recently, I received some news that there's a girl in your mansion who looks like my friend, so I came to check it out. I have to say that your friend is indeed exactly the same as my friend. Even her aura is basically the same. However, I just confirmed that she's not my friend, so I mistook her for someone else. That's why such a misunderstanding happened. I wasn't completely sure before, so I just wanted to check it out secretly. I didn't want to do anything. However, your friend is very smart. She found me. I originally wanted to run away, but your friend refused to let me go and kept chasing me. That's why the situation just now happened. This made me a little embarrassed. Sorry. I really should have informed your Highness Wu Qigong about this matter first. I hope you won't blame me." Only then did His Highness Wu Qigong feel relieved. He cupped his fist to Qin Xiao with a very polite look and said, "Lord Qin Xiao is too polite. You and I didn't know each other before. It's pardonable that you just wanted to check the situation and didn't want to disturb me. Since it's just a misunderstanding, then I'm relieved. Maybe my friend's character is a little cold, so I hope Lord Qin Shao won't take offense. I apologize to you on her behalf. No, no, I should be the one apologizing. I really offended you first. Qin Shao said again. His Highness Wu Qigong smiled faintly and said, Lord Qin Shao, it's better to meet by chance. Since we've met here, I wonder if I can have the honor to invite you to my residence for a few drinks. I'll be a good host and prepare some drinks for you. To be honest, I admire Lord Qin Shao very much. It's rare to see a three-step ancient saint enter the Heavens Declaration saint list. Lord Qin Shao, you're now recognized as the #1 three-step ancient saint in the Great Thousand World. Qin Shao would not agree to His Highness Wu Qigong's invitation. Therefore, Qin Shao immediately rejected it. I'm sorry, Your Highness Wu Qigong. I still have something to do, so I won't stay any longer. If I have the chance to come to the Sorcerer Realm again, I'll ask for a few drinks from Your Highness. Hearing Qin Zhao's rejection, His Highness Wu Qigong felt that it was a pity. However, it was within his expectations, so His Highness Wu Qigong did not say anything. His Highness Wu Qihong also said, Lord Qin Shao, why don't you come to my residence and have a few drinks with me? No, thanks. Qin Shao directly rejected the offer and left. His Highness Wu Qigong glanced at His Highness Wu Qihong and chuckled. How can you invite someone that even I can't invite? You think too highly of yourself. Lord Qin Shao is such a heaven-defying existence. How can ordinary people get close to him? The pot calling the kettle black. My third brother, you didn't invite him either. His Highness Wu Qihong sneered. His Highness Wu Qigong snorted and left. When His Highness Wu Qigong returned to his residence, he looked at Yao Shuilian and asked, Saint Emissary, is what Lord Qin Shao said true? Saint Emissary, you just came to my residence not long ago. How did Qin Shao know about it so quickly? I have a feeling that something is not right about this matter, so we have to be careful. Yao Shuilian looked at Wu Qigong coldly and said, Why? Are you suspecting me? Wu Qigong was slightly taken aback. He immediately shook his head and waved his hand. I wouldn't dare to suspect you. I'm just asking. If the situation is really like what young Master Qin Shao said, then I can be at ease. Maybe I'm just overthinking it. You're overthinking. If something really happened, I wouldn't have let him off so easily. Yao Shuilian said coldly. She then said, All right, you can leave now. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. Wu Qigong nodded and did not say anything else before he left the room. After sending Wu Qigong off, Yao Shuilian fell silent. She didn't know why, but the scene just now flashed in her mind. The scene of Qin Shao flashed in her mind. She always felt that this person was kind and amiable. He gave her a very different feeling. It was the kind of feeling that no one could give her. Sometimes, she would have a very strange thought. She felt like she had met this person before. That's impossible. I definitely don't know him. I can't have such strange thoughts. I only have the leader and the Bloodbath Alliance in my heart. Everything I do is for the Bloodbath Alliance. My life is given to me by the Bloodbath Alliance. I swear to be loyal to the leader and the Bloodbath Alliance. This time, I came here with a mission. This is my first mission. I can only succeed. Failure is not an option. Don't think about all the distracting thoughts. They're all illusions. Yao Shuilian shook her head and tried hard to get rid of those thoughts. On the other side, Qin Shao had also returned to the courtyard. You're really good. As soon as you went out, you caused such a big commotion. You're really good at causing trouble. You'll only be happy if you expose us, right? As soon as Qin Shao came back, Fu Yunny rolled her eyes at Qin Shao and said in a bad mood. Qin Shao coughed and said, It should be fine. Wu Qigong is at most a little suspicious, but he shouldn't think too much. After all, my identity in the Great Path Sanctuary is quite glamorous. Wu Qigong also wants to curry favor with me. I said it was a misunderstanding, so he shouldn't think too much. Fu Yeni rolled her eyes at Qin Shao again and said, "How do you know he won't think too much? If he thinks too much, it will be carved on his face, and he will let you know." He was able to serve the Bloodbath Alliance for so long before being discovered. Don't underestimate Wu Qigong. He is definitely not a simple person. So, any situation can happen. Maybe he has already suspected you. No matter how good the explanation is, it will be difficult to cover up the past. It will be difficult to really cover up this lie. Furthermore, your old flame might suspect you as well. When the two of them come together, they will probably be able to guess something. So, it is very possible that he suspects you. If he asks the higher-ups, he will probably be even more certain. After all, you were previously at odds with the Bloodbath Alliance in the Immortal region. Many of the Bloodbath Alliance's saints died at your hands. Maybe you have already been on the Bloodbath Alliance's blacklist. Moreover, the fact that you're in contact with me is not a secret. The Bloodbath Alliance should be able to easily find out. So, it is very likely that your identity has been exposed long ago. The Bloodbath Alliance has long recognized you as a member of the Righteous Alliance. You have exposed yourself again this time. The other party will definitely be on guard. Qin Shao had also thought about this situation. However, Qin Shao still shook his head and said, "It should be fine. You will know once you hear my reason. You should thank me for acting rashly this time. I still managed to find out some very useful information." Very useful information. Fu Yeni looked at Qin Shao, but she did not seem to believe him. But looking at this guy, he did not seem to be joking. Could it be that there was really something good? Chapter 31:41. Therefore, Qin Shao recounted what he had seen. After listening to Qin Zhao's words, Fu Yeni fell silent for a moment. After thinking carefully for a while, she said, "Are you sure that your old flame didn't discover you long ago and deliberately set this up as a smokescreen?" Qin Shao also thought of this possibility, but he still rejected it. Qin Shao shook his head and said, "She probably didn't discover me long ago, and there's no need to set up such a smokescreen. After all, this is a matter of cleaning up the family. Such a matter is not a small matter, so it shouldn't be used as a smokescreen so easily." Fu Yeni thought about it, and felt that Qin Zhao's words made sense. The possibility was indeed not high. Yinya also agreed with Qin Zhao's point of view. If that's the case, then this time the Bloodbath Alliance did not send a blood disciple to deal with Wu Qihong. Or rather, it wasn't completely aimed at Wu Qihong. But there's another problem that is very strange. Wu Qigong is not a simple person. If he really betrayed the Bloodbath Alliance, then there's no reason for him not to be aware of his current situation, right? The Bloodbath Alliance sent a blood disciple, so he should be aware of the crisis. He should be very clear that once a high-level blood disciple is sent out, something big will definitely happen. If it's just a deal with Wu Qihong, the Bloodbath Alliance doesn't have to mobilize so many people, right? Sending out such a high-level blood disciple. Won't Wu Qigong suspect anything? Won't he be on guard? Fu Yeni asked with some doubts. This question made Qin Shao and Yinya both frown. Indeed, when they thought about it carefully, this was indeed a big problem. Logically speaking, if Wu Qigong had really betrayed the Bloodbath Alliance, he should have been on guard. If Yao Shiwelian came here just to get rid of Wu Qigong, the situation should not be so simple since he had waited for so long. There must be something else that no one knew about. It seemed that this matter was still a little complicated. This matter was related to Yao Shiwelian. No matter how complicated it was, Qin Shao had no choice but to get involved. Since we can't figure out the specific situation here, we can only use the stupidest method and take one step at a time. Your old flame and Wu Qigong will definitely take action. When they make their move, the situation will be clear. We will know what to do then. Fu Yeni shook her head. Qin Shao shook his head. He didn't have any clues now, so he could only wait. Fu Yeni suddenly said, "Hey, Qin Shao, did you meet your old flame? How is it? Did your old flame make a move on you?" It was quite a big movement. We all felt it from here, but we didn't go out to sea. Judging from the movement, your old flame didn't show any mercy to you. How was it? Did you lose? I told you earlier that a blood master has no memory at all. Their previous memories have been completely erased. Not a single bit will be left. Even their souls have been reshaped. Their souls are no longer the original souls. So, in fact, they're equivalent to being dead. And it's worse than being dead. If they're only dead, they can still be resurrected. But once you become a blood master, you will be completely in the hands of the Bloodbath Alliance. You won't even have the chance to resurrect her. This is the most terrible thing. Becoming a blood master is basically equivalent to being completely destroyed. She is no longer who she used to be. That's why I advised you earlier. Logically speaking, how could Qin Shao not know? He also knew that the current Yao Shiwilian was no longer the Yao Shiwilian he knew. She had completely changed. Even her memories were gone. This was a very terrible thing. However, Qin Shao still couldn't let go of the guilt in his heart. He didn't completely give up on rescuing Yao Shiwilian. Even if there was no way for the time being, even if he knew that the hope was extremely slim, he still had to do it. No matter what, it was enough to do it with dignity and have a clear conscience. As for whether he could succeed in the end, he just had to work hard. If you work hard, you have no regrets. Why do you have to think so far ahead? Just follow your heart and do what you need to do. That's enough, Qin Shao said after a moment of silence. If you work hard, you have no regrets. Just follow your heart and do what you need to do. That's enough. Fu Yunyi silently said this. His heart was inexplicably deeply touched by this sentence. Miss Yunyi was even more exaggerated. She looked at Qin Shao with a love-struck and worshipful expression. She said, Lord Qin Shao, what you said is really good. It's so reasonable. What should I do? I'm starting to admire you. Ha ha ha. I really want to chase you. What should I do? Qin Shao smiled bitterly and said to Miss Yenya, I'm stronger than you, and I run faster than you. If you can catch me, then I'll lose. Miss Yenya was suddenly amused and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Qin Shao, you're too talented. When did you become so humorous? No, don't be so humorous. If you become very interesting, then maybe I'll really fall in love with you. Then I won't be joking with you. I'll really chase you. Qin Shao immediately made a gesture to shut his mouth, indicating that he wasn't joking anymore. Seeing Qin Zhao's action, Miss Yenya looked at Qin Shao with disdain and muttered, Coward, I'm not afraid. Why are you afraid of Qiuqiu? Really? You speak as if you're at a disadvantage, but it seems you're at a disadvantage. Fu Yunyi suddenly waved her hand, indicating Qin Shao and Miss Yenya to be quiet. Qin Zhao's eyebrows twitched. He felt an aura coming. He saw a man wearing a tattered robe quickly enter the courtyard. After entering, he revealed his face and emitted a trace of aura, changing his appearance. Only then did Qin Shao recognize that the person who had come was none other than Wu Qihong. Wu Qihong was a member of the Justice Alliance, so his appearance didn't surprise Qin Shao. Greetings, Lord Qin Shao. Presumably, these two should be Miss Fu Yunyi and Miss Yenya, right? Wu Qihong came. After sweeping his gaze over Qin Shao and the other two, he cupped his fist and saluted. Fu Yunyi's eyebrows twitched. She thought that this Wu Qihong had some tricks up his sleeve. He actually deceived Xian Mumu and the other two. Wu Qihong came here, but Xian Mumu and the other two didn't send any news. Fu Yunyi looked at Wu Qihong with some doubts and said, How do you know about us? Logically speaking, this kind of thing should be kept secret. Was Wu Qihong's rank also second level? Logically speaking, Wu Qihong's strength shouldn't reach the standard of second level. He should be considered third level. According to the third level, Wu Qihong didn't have the qualifications to know the information of second-level people, unless it was the person directly in charge. Seeing Fu Yunyi's doubts, Wu Qihong immediately said, It was Saint Quanta who told me about your situation. He said that you were secretly helping me and asked me to keep an eye out. Originally, I didn't know that Lord Qin Shao was also a member of our Justice Alliance, but when I saw Lord Qin Shao being chased by Saint Lotus Seed, I guessed it. That's why I kept an eye out and chased all the way here. That's how I met the three of you. After listening to Wu Qi-hong and the other two's explanation, Fu Yunny was relieved. However, this wasn't a big deal. After all, Wu Qi-hong was a member of the Righteous Alliance. Their purpose in coming here was to protect Wu Qi-hong in the dark. This was a mission they had in mind. Now that Wu Qi-hong knew of their existence and took the initiative to come to them, there was no reason not to recognize him. Fu Yunny asked Wu Qi-hong to sit down, but Wu Qi-hong waved his hand and said, "No, Miss Fu Yunny, I can't stay here for long. I have to leave soon. Otherwise, I'm afraid that my third brother will find out. That wouldn't be good. It's better for us to be careful now. We can't be careless." Fu Yunny nodded. This was right. It was always good to be careful. Wu Qi-hong continued. It's like this. I don't know much about the situation at the moment. The Bloodbath Alliance sent a high-level blood disciple. This matter should be very complicated. Saint Quanta also told me to be extra careful. Miss Fu Yunny, I'm very grateful that you came to secretly help me. I'm here to ask if you have any useful information that you can share with me. I'd like to see if I can make some arrangements as soon as possible so that I can deal with some possible situations. Fu Yunny told Wu Qi-hong everything she knew. After listening, Wu Qi-hong was very puzzled. It can't be. The Bloodbath Alliance sent such a high-level blood disciple. Their purpose isn't to deal with me, but to deal with my third brother? That doesn't make sense. According to what I know, my third brother should be very loyal to the Bloodbath Alliance. He has done a lot of things for the Bloodbath Alliance. The Bloodbath Alliance wants to deal with him? How is that possible? If that's the case, then wouldn't they be doing us a big favor? Wu Qi-hong said. Fu Yunny shook her head and said, That's not necessarily the case. Don't be happy too early. Even if the blood disciple is not here for you, you're not necessarily safe. He will probably deal with you along the way. At most, you're not his main target. But you will definitely be the target of the Bloodbath Alliance. So, you still have to be careful. But we will help you secretly, so we won't let anything happen to you easily. If you have any situation, you can tell us directly now. Wu Qi-hong nodded. Yes, that's true. Okay, Miss Fu Yunny. Thank you for telling me this information. Also, I'll have to trouble you to protect me secretly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. If there's anything, I'll contact you again. After Wu Qi-hong finished speaking, he quickly left. After sending Wu Qi-hong off, Qin Shao frowned and said, Senior Fu, Miss Yinya, don't you think that Wu Qi-hong is a little strange? Strange? What's strange about him? Fu Yunny asked. Yinya thought for a while and said, There's nothing strange about him, right? Other than the way he looked at Fu Yunny was a little strange. There's nothing strange about him. But the way he looked at her was a little strange. This is understandable. After all, Big Sister Fu is so beautiful, so charming, and so captivating. I'm afraid that if a man saw our Big Sister Fu, the way he looked at her would be a little strange. Anyway, I think it's a very normal thing. There's nothing strange about it. Don't think too much. Chapter 3142. Qin Shao shook his head. No, that's not what I meant. What I meant was that Wu Qi-hong's behavior and expression are a little strange. Fu Yunny looked at Yinya. Yinya shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't feel that way. So, Fu Yunny looked at Qin Shao strangely. How is he strange? Do you think everyone is strange? That's a dangerous thought. Just because he looks at me strangely, you think he's strange? We're all members of the Justice Alliance. That means we're on the same side, a family. The most important thing about our Righteous Alliance is that we are united as one. Our wills are like a fortress, and we work together to uphold justice. Towards our own people, We should have 100% trust. Wu Qihong's rank and status are relatively high. He could be considered a core member of our Justice Alliance. A person of this level is worthy of our complete trust. Ha ha ha! Yinya laughed heartily. She winked at Qin Shao and said, I think you're jealous, aren't you, Qin Shao? Ha ha! I told you that you like Big Sister Fu. You won't admit it. Qin Zhao's face turned red. Where did this come from? Why was she making such a joke again? But Qin Shao felt that it was better not to argue about this. Otherwise, the more he explained, the more confusing it would become. Silence was often a man's best weapon. Forget it, forget it. Since Fu Yunyi and Yinya felt that there was no problem, Qin Shao didn't say anything more. In any case, Qin Shao felt that it was a little strange, but he couldn't pinpoint the specifics. He just felt that it was a little strange. Of course, it could also be that he was thinking too much. Indeed, to join the Justice Alliance, one had to go through a strict selection process, and someone had to be a guarantor. The higher the level of the person needed to be the guarantor. Moreover, after joining the Justice Alliance, it was very difficult to find out about other people's situations. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problems. In the following days, all he could do was wait. He decided to wait for Yao Shulian and Wu Qigong's movements before deciding what the Bloodbath Alliance wanted to do. When she was free, Qin Shao collected some information about Wu Qigong. Fu Yunyi also had a lot of information, and Qin Shao also asked for it. In addition to the information she collected herself, she basically had a lot of information. Qin Shao carefully studied Wu Qigong's information and found some problems. That's strange. It seems that Wu Qigong didn't actually kill that many people. Moreover, most of the people who died in his hands were people who deserved to die for heinous crimes. Furthermore, Wu Qigong rarely exterminated them. This doesn't seem like something the Bloodbath Alliance would do. Some things are hidden very well. If you don't analyze carefully, you won't find some clues at all. On the surface, it does seem like the Bloodbath Alliance did it. But after a careful analysis, you will find that there are many places where they showed mercy. They didn't go too far. It's a little strange. Wu Qigong is a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. Why would he show mercy in so many places? Moreover, he didn't kill many people with his own hands. Those who did kill were people who had committed heinous crimes. Could it be that Wu Qigong still has a heart of justice? After carefully studying Wu Qigong's information, Qin Shao had some doubts about many things. Originally, Qin Shao had investigated Wu Qigong with some doubts. After the investigation, he was even more confused. Therefore, Qin Shao couldn't help but have a very bold idea. Could it be that Wu Qigong betrayed the Bloodbath Alliance and didn't really work for the Bloodbath Alliance? Could it be that the Bloodbath Alliance sent a blood disciple to get rid of him? People who join the Bloodbath Alliance shouldn't betray the Bloodbath Alliance easily, right? Once they join the Bloodbath Alliance, they basically can't wash their names clean. They're all heinous criminals. Qin Shao shook his head. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that there was still a big mystery. Wu Qigong was not a simple person. He was not simple at all. A person who could make the Bloodbath Alliance send a blood disciple to deal with him was definitely not a simple person. He must have a lot of secrets. If he joined the Bloodbath Alliance first, he must have betrayed the Bloodbath Alliance later. Otherwise, the Bloodbath Alliance would not have done this. This was a very strange person. Since he was willing to join the Bloodbath Alliance, be a pawn, and be willing to do evil, why would he betray the Alliance? Although Qin Shao had only met Wu Qigong once, he also felt that Wu Qigong was a very smart person. This kind of person should not easily do stupid things. However, if this was really the case, it was not only stupid, but also crazy. He didn't know what was going on. The more he felt that it was strange, the more curious Qin Shao was. He wanted to investigate this matter and figure it out. Qin Shao disguised himself, left his residence, and walked casually on the nearby streets. When he passed by a house, Qin Zhao's ears twitched, and he heard a voice from inside. "My son, you have to cultivate 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times harder. Right now, our Mu clan only has you, the only descendant, and a crippled person like me left. The Mu family has placed all its hopes on you. Therefore, you have to be able to endure hardships that others can't and endure grievances that others can't. Although your talent and potential are not particularly good, it is still passable. Therefore, as long as you are willing to work hard, there is still hope for you to become an ancient sage in the future. As long as you can become an ancient sage, there will be hope for the Mu family to take revenge. Even if you can't take revenge in your generation, you can still have children. Children can give birth to grandchildren, and grandchildren can give birth to great-grandchildren. Our descendants will be passed down from generation to generation, and each generation will be stronger than the last. In this way, there will be a day when you can take revenge for the Mu family. Hearing these words, Qin Shao could only shake his head in sympathy. In this world, there were too many similar things happening, and Qin Shao had seen too many of them. Therefore, other than sympathy, Qin Shao could not do anything else. Originally, Qin Shao did not want to hear more about such things. But just as Qin Shao was about to leave, he heard another sentence that stopped him in his tracks. "My son, I'm afraid that I don't have much time left. I have held on to this last breath, dragging out my feeble existence until today, all for the sake of encouraging you and spurring you on at all times. I hope that you can grow stronger, and I hope that I can see the hope of the Mu family in you. If that's the case, I will be able to leave with peace of mind. My son, you must remember who the enemy of the Mu family is. Tell me again, who is it?" "Father, your son will always remember this in his heart, and will never dare to forget. The enemy of the Mu family is His Highness Wu Qihong. He was the one who killed hundreds of thousands of people in our Mu family, causing our Mu family to fall to such a state. Only the two of us, father and son, are left to depend on each other for survival, dragging out our feeble existence." "Yes, that's right. You must remember that the enemy of the Mu family is Wu Qihong, that sanctimonious hypocrite. What a hypocrite! I spit on him." "What?" Hearing the conversation between the father and son, Qin Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Previously, he had already felt that there was something wrong with this Wu Qihong. But Fu Yunyi and Miss Yunyi did not believe him, saying that there was no problem and that he was thinking too much. But now that he had unintentionally overheard this conversation, Qin Shao was even more certain that there was something wrong with this Wu Qihong. He was not what he seemed to be on the surface. To think that such a righteous and upright person would actually commit such evil deeds? If this matter was true, then Wu Qihong was definitely an extremely sinister and despicable person. He was definitely a hypocrite and definitely not a righteous person. Qin Shao had wanted to go in and ask about the situation, but he was afraid that if he went in so rashly, he would scare the father and son. But if he did not get to the bottom of this matter, he was afraid that he would make a wrong judgment. Therefore, after thinking about it, Qin Shao decided to go in and get to the bottom of this. If he was really sure that there was something wrong with Wu Qihong, then he had to quickly inform Fu Yunyi and the rest. At the thought of this, Qin Shao did not hesitate. With a flash of his body, he appeared in the house. The father and son of the Mu family were shocked by this sudden turn of events, especially the father of the Mu family. He dragged his crippled body and fearlessly stood in front of his son, using his humble and stooped body to protect his son. The father of the Mu family was severely injured. His vitality and soul had been severely damaged, and his limbs were also crippled. It was a ghastly sight. With one look, one could tell that the father of the Mu family must have been severely damaged to end up in such a state. Mu Zi was a third-step heavenly venerate realm cultivator. He did not look very old, probably around 30 million years old. Although it was not considered very good at this age, it was not too bad either. There was still some hope for him to become a martial sage. It was no wonder that the father of the Mu family had such high expectations of him. There was still hope. The father of the Mu family was horrified, and he looked at Qin Shao with a terrified expression. Mu Zi stared intently at Qin Shao. His expression was a little nervous. Clearly, he was very worried. Qin Shao did not exude any aura of hostility. Instead, he raised his hand and smiled at the two of them, indicating that he was not hostile and that they should not be nervous. Qin Shao also said, "Please don't misunderstand. I'm not a bad person, and I'm not from the sorcerer realm. I have nothing to do with the people of the realm Lord Manor. You can tell by looking at my aura. I still have a strong immortal aura on me, so you can tell that I'm actually from the immortal domain. I haven't been in the Great Tao Sanctuary for long. I was just passing by and accidentally overheard the conversation between you and your father. Therefore, I felt pity for you and wanted to come in and ask about your situation." The father and son of the Mu family were even more horrified when they heard Qin Zhao's words. They became even more nervous and terrified. Their conversation had been overheard by someone else. If these words were to reach His Highness Wu Qihong's ears, would they still be able to live? It was impossible for him to survive. He would definitely be killed by His Highness Wu Qihong, cutting off the Mu family's bloodline. Plop! The father of the Mu family knelt down and begged Qin Shao, "My lord, please be magnanimous and spare my son. I'm willing to give my life to you. My lord, if you have any conditions, please state them, and I'll do my best to fulfill them. My lord, please be merciful and spare my son. This little old man will kowtow to you. I beg of you." With that, the father of the Mu family was about to kowtow to Qin Shao. Qin Shao did not know whether to laugh or cry. Did he look like a bad person? Qin Shao waved his hand, and a strong force lifted the father of the Mu family up. Naturally, he would not let the father of the Mu family kowtow to him. Author Cruel Death 3rd Update. Chapter 3143. Mu Fu looked at Qin Shao helplessly as he was lifted up by this force. He didn't know what this lord was going to do. He was so worried that he could die. The lord before him was clearly an ancient saint. If he wanted to kill them, he could do it with a single thought. The more it was like this, the more nervous he was because he didn't know what was going to happen next. Qin Shao said, "Elder, you've misunderstood. I've said that I'm not from the realm Lord Manor, and I have nothing to do with His Highness Wu Qihong. In fact, His Highness Wu Qihong and I are still enemies. I don't mean to hurt you. I'm just interested in what you've said. That's why I want to know more." Although Qin Shao said so, and although Qin Shao appeared to be friendly, Mu Fu and Mu Fu didn't dare to believe him so easily. If this were to spread out, they would definitely die. They didn't even need to think about it. Therefore, this was their lifeline. Not only was it related to their life and death, it was also related to the rise and fall of the entire Mu clan. Naturally, they had to be extremely careful about this matter. This old man was just spouting nonsense. Please don't take it seriously. There's really nothing wrong. Mu Fu begged again. She looked rather pitiful in this manner. Mu Fu stood there and looked at Qin Shao without saying a word. His face was filled with determination, and his eyes were resolute. Qin Shao shook his head helplessly. It seemed like Mu Fu and Mu Fu were really frightened. That was why they refused to speak the truth in front of him. However, Qin Shao believed that what Mu Fu said was true. In fact, he could basically confirm it. He only said that Qin Shao wanted to know more about the situation. Qin Shao felt that Mu Fu should know more about the situation. If there was more information, then it would be more convincing. Only then would he be able to convince Fu Yunyi and Yinya. If they insisted on not believing him, then things wouldn't be easy to handle. Qin Shao felt that there were many things in this matter that were beyond their imagination. It wasn't what they had seen or imagined. It seemed like it wouldn't be easy to ask directly. Qin Shao didn't want to use force. In fact, if he really wanted to use force, he had many ways to do it. He could just search Mu Fu's soul memory. That wouldn't be a lie. However, Qin Shao didn't want to use such a despicable method. Qin Shao waved his hand, and a wave of power suddenly poured into the body of the old man, wrapping him up to run. Father! Mu Zi was shocked and terrified. In his panic, he actually attacked Qin Shao, but he was just a third-step Empyrean realm. In front of Qin Shao, he naturally did not even count as an ant. Qin Shao glanced at him, and he was frozen in place. He couldn't move. Only a horrifying face could be seen. Mu Fu's horrified expression took a 180-degree turn. He soon realized that Qin Shao wasn't hurting him. He was healing him. His badly damaged body was actually slowly recovering. His injured soul and Yuan Qi were also recovering miraculously. This was something he never thought would happen, and now it was happening. This made the Tomb Father look at Qin Shao in astonishment. He was filled with fear and trepidation. He really did not understand why this ancient saint stage cultivator would not kill him and even save him. It didn't make sense. What was going on? Was this on purpose? Was this a trick? But it didn't feel right. What was going on? What was going on? For a moment, the Tomb Father was a little confused. His mind was in a mess. This matter didn't seem to be what he had imagined. There were some different circumstances that had occurred. With Qin Shao personally treating his injuries, Mu Fu quickly recovered to his original state. Not only did he recover, but his cultivation realm had also broken through after being baptized by Qin Zhao's powerful saint energy. Mu Fu was a three-step celestial master, but because he was seriously injured, he didn't have much strength left. Now that Qin Shao had healed him, he had broken through to the fourth-step celestial master realm. His strength had increased a lot. He felt like he was back to his peak. Mu Fu looked at himself in disbelief. He felt his body. It had been a long time since he felt like he was stronger than before. The fourth-step celestial master realm was not bad. No matter where he was, he could be considered an expert. The fourth-step celestial master realm was the realm that Mu Fu had been pursuing. He didn't expect it to be realized in such a way. When the opportunity in life didn't come, you wouldn't get it even if you dreamed about it every day. Even if you risked your life, you wouldn't get it. When it came, it was like a big piece of meat pie falling from the sky, directly falling on your head, directly knocking you out. This was really strange. It was indescribably wonderful. This was the case for the Tomb Father. He felt as if a meat pie had fallen from the sky and couldn't believe it at all. Therefore, the Tomb Father was stunned for a long time before he came back to his senses. He looked at Qin Shao. His eyes were filled with emotions. He couldn't tell what he was feeling. There was also a hint of doubt in his eyes. "My lord, thank you. Thank you for saving me. I really don't know how to thank you." Mu Fu wanted to kneel to Qin Shao again, but he was stopped by Qin Shao. Qin Shao waved his hands and said, "Elder, you don't have to do this. I don't like it when people do this to me. I just want to show you that I don't have any bad intentions. Please don't misunderstand." After saying that, Qin Shao let go of Mu Fu and quickly went behind his father. The way they looked at Qin Shao also became very strange. He also saw his father's situation. This was a great thing, but such a great thing happened so suddenly that he didn't know what to do for a moment. Was this a good thing or a bad thing? After thanking him, Mu Fu said, "My lord, I am very grateful for your kindness. However, I was just talking nonsense. You don't have to take it seriously or ask anything else. I really don't know what happened. I'm afraid that I will disappoint you." Although he was grateful, he still had scruples in his heart. Qin Shao could understand this, so he didn't pursue the matter. Qin Shao chuckled and said, "Elder, you're really overthinking things. You see, old man, with your experience, do you think that if I really wanted to force you, you would have the slightest ability to resist? Let's not talk about anything else. If I want to search your soul and memory, do you think you can resist? If I really want to know something, I won't say so much to you if I'm a bad person. I could just search your soul and memory directly. It's easy and convenient." Hearing Qin Zhao's words, the Tomb Father was also stunned. What he said seemed to make sense. Based on the strength of this lord in front of him, if he really wanted to do something to him, he really didn't have the slightest ability to resist. It would be very easy for him to search his soul and memory. In that case, it really didn't seem like a bad person. Otherwise, why would he be so long-winded with him? Moreover, he even took the effort to heal his body. Father, I also think that this lord is a good person. He can be trusted, Muzi suddenly said. Mufu thought for a moment. After a slight hesitation, he said, My lord, I was ignorant and misunderstood you. My lord, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I'll tell you everything I know. Qin Shao smiled and said, It's like this, old man. I heard what you said a moment ago. Your Highness Wu Qihong caused your clan to end up like this. Wu Qihong is the son of the shaman puppet world's ruler. Mu Fu nodded, indicating that it was true. Can you tell me the details of what happened? Qin Shao asked again. Mu Fu didn't hesitate this time. He slowly explained the situation to Qin Shao. Qin Shao finally understood what was going on after listening to Father Mu's explanation. The cause of the matter was very simple. It was a very small matter. It was because one of His Highness Wu Qihong's subordinates had taken a fancy to a beautiful lady from the Tomb clan and raped her. Not only did he rape her, but when the Mu clan found out about it, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and killed dozens of people from the Tomb clan. After the Tomb clan suffered such a great loss, they naturally wouldn't let that person off easily. They captured him. Because they knew that he was His Highness Wu Qihong's subordinate, they didn't kill him easily. They only captured him and taught him a lesson. However, when His Highness Wu Qihong found out about this, he flew into a rage. His Highness Wu Qihong didn't do anything himself. Instead, he secretly sent people to kill almost the entire Tomb clan. And at the last critical moment, His Highness Wu Qihong actually pretended to be benevolent and righteous, saving the father and son pair. He reprimanded his subordinates and even ordered some of them to be executed as punishment. With such actions, everyone applauded His Highness Wu Qihong. However, they didn't know that His Highness Wu Qihong was the one behind all this. He was just putting on an act. He was just using it to confuse others. After the Tomb clan was massacred, the father and son of the Mu clan relied on each other for survival. They couldn't tell anyone about this matter. Neither did they dare to say anything to the outside world. After all, His Highness Wu Qihong had sent people to keep an eye on them. If they dared to say anything, they would definitely lose their lives. Furthermore, no one would believe them even if they told them about this matter. After listening to Father Mu's story, Qin Shao flew into a rage out of humiliation. He couldn't wait to kill Wu Qihong and be happy. This was a beast in human face, a hypocrite who pretended to be righteous. How could there be such a degenerate in the Justice Alliance? How could someone like this be fit to join the Justice Alliance? Qin Shao felt that he was shameless. Other than the situation of your Tomb clan, do you know anything else? Qin Shao asked. Father Mu nodded and said, I know. In fact, there are many situations similar to our Tomb clan. Most of them are more or less the same. Actually, many people have died in the hands of His Highness Wu Qihong. However, he never did it himself. He always sent people to do it. Then, he would come out and clean up the mess. At the same time, he would pretend to be a good person. He would package his image to be especially great. Therefore, his crimes are not known to anyone. Chapter 3144. That's impossible, right? Qin Shao, are you sure? Fu Yunyi and Yinya looked at Qin Shao doubtfully. They didn't quite believe it. After Qin Shao returned from the Mu father and son's place, he recounted the entire situation to Fu Yunyi and Fu Yunyi. After listening to the entire story, both of them were dumbfounded and found it hard to believe for a moment. This was indeed beyond their imagination. Wu Qihong was not weak, and his rank in the Righteous Alliance was not low either. With such a high rank in the Righteous Alliance, if the requirements were strict, it should be difficult for anyone to sneak in. A person's character was hard to hide. Without a righteous heart, without a righteous body, without the courage to shed blood for the sake of justice, how could one become a member of the Righteous Alliance? The Righteous Alliance was the Righteous Alliance. They were hot-blooded people who defended the righteousness of the world. This was a group of like-minded people who had gathered together to form a tightrope. Therefore, the Righteous Alliance was very united. Although there were not many of them, under such absolute unity, they were very strong. They were able to survive and develop until now under the circumstances of fierce resistance against the Bloodbath Alliance. Moreover, their strength was growing day by day. Fu Yunyi and Yinya trusted Wu Qihong quite a lot. This time, they came mainly to secretly protect him and lend him a hand. Not long ago, Wu Qihong took the initiative to look for them. They also met once, but they did not think much of it. Now that they suddenly heard Qin Xiao say that there was something wrong with Wu Qihong, Fu Yunyi and Yinya naturally did not recover from their shock. I'm very sure. You should be able to confirm something like this, right? I'm very careful when I go out. It's impossible for me to be schemed against. Therefore, you just have to trust me on this matter. Qin Xiao said with certainty. Fu Yunyi fell silent. Of course, she was willing to believe in Qin Xiao. After thinking for a while, Fu Yunyi said, if that's the case, then Wu Qihong really has a big problem. He's definitely a hypocrite and a complete hypocrite. How did such a person manage to sneak into our Righteous Alliance? Could it be that there is something wrong with Saint Venerable Xie Tu as well? But that shouldn't be possible. I've interacted with Saint Xian Tu a few times. He should be a tall and mighty person. But what's going on inside here? Is it true that Wu Qihong covered up too well, or is there something wrong with it? There was something wrong with Wu Qihong and Wu Qigong. What was going on with these two people? Wu Qigong was a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, but the Bloodbath Alliance had sent a high-ranking blood disciple to assassinate him. To deal with Wu Qigong, this situation was already very strange. Wu Qihong was a member of the Righteous Alliance, but he had done so many evil things in secret. He had killed so many people and committed so many crimes. Such a person was simply guilty of the most heinous crimes and was a target that the Righteous Alliance wanted to kill. How could he be qualified to be a member of the Righteous Alliance? According to Qin Zhao's understanding of the situation of these two people seemed to be reversed. Wu Qigong was a heinous person on the surface, but according to Qin Zhao's investigation, he did not kill any innocent people with his own hands. Many of the killings were done by his subordinates, and most of the people he killed were people who deserved to die. It was just that he had a very bad reputation. On the surface, Wu Qihong was an extremely brilliant and mighty righteous person. He had a very good reputation and was deeply supported and praised by the people of the witch world. But in secret, there were many shameful crimes that could not be seen. The situation seemed a little complicated. It was definitely not simple. Therefore, Qin Xiao made a bold guess. Senior Fu, Yinya, can you see if this possibility exists? Actually, Wu Qigong is a good person. He might not have sincerely joined the Bloodbath Alliance at all. He might have joined as a spy. And the reason for doing so is because he is actually a member of the Righteous Alliance. He sacrificed himself for justice and joined the Bloodbath Alliance. On the surface, he was working for the Bloodbath Alliance, but in reality, he was secretly collecting information about the Bloodbath Alliance and working for the Righteous Alliance. On the other hand, Wu Qihong might have also pretended to join the Righteous Alliance. In reality, he is the real immortal of the Bloodbath Alliance. Previously, when Wu Qihong came to us and asked about so many things, I told you that I felt that something was wrong with him. If he really is a member of the Righteous Alliance, then he should be more careful and avoid danger at a time like this. He shouldn't have followed me in secret, sneaked his way here, and purposely asked about the situation before leaving. That in itself is a strange action. In addition to the situation I have investigated, if Wu Qihong is just a hypocritical villain, then he shouldn't have come to inquire about the situation here. He only needs to disguise himself well. If he deliberately came to inquire about the situation here, then it should be possible that he wants to report to the Bloodbath Alliance. So, these are some guesses that I made based on the situation of the two of them. Fu Yunyi and Yin were silent. At this time, they had to admit that Qin Zhao's situation was indeed very reasonable. They both felt that there was such a possibility. It was very reasonable. If this is really the case, then this mission is really very exciting. This is playing a spy. It's getting more and more interesting. Qin Zhao, your guesses are very likely. Whether it is true or not, we have to be prepared in this regard. This time, you have made a great contribution. It seems that sitting here and waiting is indeed not a good idea. Fu Yunyi said, also agreeing with Qin Zhao's guess. It was also a rare praise for Qin Zhao. To be able to receive a compliment from young Miss Fu was a very rare thing. Fu Yunyi suddenly asked, "Hey, Qin Zhao, tell me, is it possible that there's a problem with Saint Master Xintu?" Wu Qihong was recruited into the Righteous Alliance by Saint Master Xintu. It was Saint Master Xintu who tested him. He is a member who is completely under Saint Master Xintu's responsibility. Wu Qihong has such a big problem. When Saint Master Xintu recruited him, did he really not know it all? And this time, Saint Master Xintu even told Wu Qihong about our situation. There is something wrong with this in itself. Logically speaking, Wu Qihong shouldn't know of our existence. Our missions are all carried out secretly. We are all working in the dark. Wu Qihong actually knew about our arrival and even found us. According to him, it was Saint Master Xintu's instructions. That's strange. If there's a problem with Wu Qihong, then Saint Master Xintu should be able to escape suspicion, right? Qin Zhao also thought about this problem and analyzed it carefully. After thinking about it, Qin Zhao said, "I think that this possibility is not very high, but it can't be completely ruled out. There is still a possibility. Firstly, Saint Master Xintu's level is very high. People of this level should be under the responsibility of a world god. They should be investigating his situation carefully. Secondly, what Wu Qihong said may not be true. If it is true, Saint Master Xintu dared to do this, which means that he might not know about Wu Qihong's disloyalty. Otherwise, with such a big loophole, isn't he afraid that others will suspect him? Such a move is also very dangerous, right?" Fu Yunyi nodded and said, "Yes, your analysis makes sense. However, we can't completely rule it out. In fact, I'm also unwilling to believe that Saint Master Xintu is disloyal. After all, he is a second-level member. His status is very high and he has many members under him. If someone of his level has disloyalty, then the impact will be very great. It is also possible that he was just deceived by Wu Qihong and did not expect Wu Qihong to be disloyal. This is also possible. The situation was more complicated now." Yin asked, "Then what should we do now? Continue to bide our time?" Fu Yunyi, "I think we should contact Saint Master Xintu and tell him about this situation." "Don't." Fu Yunyi waved her hand and said, "For now, there is no need to tell Saint Master Xintu about this situation. We are still not sure if Saint Master Xintu is completely innocent." Therefore, if Saint Master Xintu is disloyal, then the situation is not good and we will alert the enemy. Therefore, we should not tell Saint Master Xintu for now. When the matter is resolved, we will tell Saint Master Xintu. We will collect the evidence and then directly hand it to Saint Master Xintu. Perhaps we should also find an opportunity to test this Saint Venerable Xintu and see if he is also a disloyal person. I'll report this matter to the higher-ups and let them investigate. We, the Righteous Alliance, will not tolerate any black sheep. Such a sanctimonious hypocrite doesn't have the qualifications to be a member of our Righteous Alliance. That will only tarnish our reputation." Qin Zhao and Yin nodded. Qin Xiao also felt contempt for Wu Qihong. Being in a righteous alliance with such a person was a complete disgrace. Such a person should have been removed from the team long ago. But for now, let's not make a move and wait for changes. The situation here is so complicated now. Nothing can be said. If we act rashly, we may fall into a passive situation. Moreover, we may not be able to deal with this matter properly. The current situation is actually just our own guesses. They may not be 100% correct. This is a serious matter. We should be more patient and more confident before acting. That will be safer. Acting rashly is not the style of our Justice Alliance. We are not the tyrannical type who would rather kill the wrong person than let the wrong person go. We are the masters of justice. Fu Yeni said again. Qin Xiao could not think of any good ideas for the time being, so she could only follow Fu Yeni's arrangement. For the time being, it was indeed not good to act. The situation was too complicated. Although Qin Xiao believed in her own guesses, if she acted according to her guesses, it would be a little reckless. Moreover, Qin Xiao was not very sure about the Bloodbath Alliance's true purpose. Although she knew that they were targeting Wu Qigong, she did not know if they were only targeting Wu Qigong. That was hard to say. Therefore, the situation still needed to be investigated. It was not easy to jump to conclusions. Chapter 3145. The Third Prince's Residence. In a courtyard, the red-robed Yao Shuilian was standing under a tree. This tree was very strange. It was completely blood red. From the trunk to the branches to the leaves, everything was blood red, as if it had just been dyed with blood. If you looked closely, you would see that the Yao Shuilian had touched the tree lightly with a finger, which was why it had been dyed red. This tree had become the Yao Shuilian's plaything. At this time, a figure walked in. It was none other than Wu Qigong. Wu Qigong arrived behind the Yao Shuilian and bowed. Holy Emissary Lotus Seed is looking for me. Only then did the Yao Shuilian turn around. Her eyes were still as cold as ever. She looked at Wu Qigong and said, "I'm bored, so I wanted to have a drink with you. Can't I?" "Haha, Holy Emissary, treating me to a drink is an honor. How can I refuse?" Wu Qigong laughed. The Yao Shuilian waved her hand and gestured for him to sit down. There was a small stone table next to her. After the two of them sat down, the Yao Shuilian waved her hand. An exquisite red wine bottle appeared in her hand, and two red wine cups appeared on the table. The Yao Shuilian seemed to have a special liking for the color red. Everything was red. Even the wine she poured out was red. It looked a bit strange. The Yao Shuilian raised her wine cup and gestured to Wu Qigong. Then she said, "The higher-ups have already informed us to act as soon as possible. Currently, we've confirmed that Wu Qihong is a member of the Righteous Alliance. Your father and brother are also suspects, but the higher-ups aren't sure yet. They've been urging us to investigate thoroughly so that we can close the net. How's your investigation of your father and brother coming along?" Wu Qigong shook his head. His expression was heavy. "I'm sorry, Holy Emissary. My father is an extremely cautious person, so it's difficult for me to get close to him. Whenever I try to fish for information, my father will be alert and won't say much. I also don't dare to ask too much, lest I expose myself. And I feel that my father is starting to suspect me, so he seems to be avoiding me. Every time he sees me, he only talks about trivial matters. As for my elder brother, he's very reclusive and rarely meets guests. It's very difficult even for me to meet him. So, I can only start with Wu Qihong now. But Wu Qihong has always been my sworn enemy, so it's hard for me to deal with him. This matter is indeed very difficult, so please give me a little more time. I will definitely find a way to investigate this matter." Yao Shuilian's face darkened. He said coldly, "I can give you time, but I'm afraid that the higher-ups can't wait for you. You'd better get this done as soon as possible. Otherwise, I won't be able to buy time for you. If it doesn't work, I'll capture Wu Qihong first, and then we'll interrogate him strictly. Have you found out where Wu Qihong's real body is hiding. Wu Qigong nodded and said, "Yes, I've found out. Sacred Emissary, I understand. I'll investigate this matter as soon as possible." Yao Shiwilian nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. Instead, he raised the wine glass in his hand. Then, he straightforwardly drained it first. Wu Qigong picked up the wine glass, but he looked a little hesitant. He didn't drink it immediately. An undetectable light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Yao Shiwilian finished the wine in his glass and looked coldly at Wu Qigong. He said, "Why aren't you drinking? Are you afraid that I've poisoned your wine? Or are you saying that you don't give me face? The first time I invited you to drink, you refused to drink? Haha. Yes, Sacred Emissary. I'm really afraid that you've poisoned my wine," Wu Qigong said jokingly. Although he said it in a joking tone, Wu Qigong sounded a little serious when he said it. He was only half joking. Yao Shiwilian laughed coldly and said, "The Bloodbath Alliance won't kill our own people. You're thinking too much. As a blood disciple, I only listen to the orders of my superiors. If the Bloodbath Alliance wants you dead, you won't be able to live either. In this world, there's no one that the Bloodbath Alliance can't kill. It's just a matter of whether the Bloodbath Alliance wants to or not." Wu Qigong smiled and shook the wine in his hand. He said, "Sacred Emissary, you're right. If the Bloodbath Alliance wants me dead, I won't be able to live either. Even if I'm in front of you, I'm afraid I won't have a chance to live either. Sacred Emissary, you suddenly invited me to drink, which makes me feel inexplicably nervous. Ha. Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, are you sure there's no poison in the wine?" "Yes." Yao Shiwilian's face turned even colder. He glared at Wu Qigong and said in an extremely cold voice, "What do you mean by that? Are you doubting me? Or are you doubting the Bloodbath Alliance? Or do you have ulterior motives? That's why you're thinking this way. If you're working for the Bloodbath Alliance wholeheartedly, why would you have so many thoughts? Doesn't this mean that you're not pure at all? Is that why you're so careful and vigilant, even against your own people? If you're afraid that there's poison in the wine, you can choose not to drink it. I'm afraid that you'll waste this good wine of mine." Wu Qigong didn't hesitate and simply put down the wine glass. He smiled at Yao Shiwilian and said, "Haha, Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, don't be angry. I'm just joking with you. But since Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed doesn't want to drink, then let's not drink. I don't want to get into a conflict with Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed because of a cup of wine. That would be a sin. Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, you won't be angry if I don't drink it, right? Don't misunderstand. I don't mean to disrespect you, Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, and I don't mean to distrust the Bloodbath Alliance." Wu Qigong's action made Yao Shiwilian frown. A strange light flashed in his cold eyes. The two of them looked at each other in the eye, and sparks flew in the air between them. Oof. Yao Shiwilian suddenly snorted and waved his hand. Suddenly, a spatial barrier enveloped this place, completely isolating it from the outside world. This kind of isolation was so terrifying that even soul transmissions couldn't be transmitted. Red vines gushed out from under Wu Qigong's feet like vipers, wrapping around Wu Qigong. Soon, Wu Qigong was completely wrapped up, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. The rest of his body was tightly bound. Wu Qigong couldn't struggle or move for a moment. "Sacred Emissary Lotus Seed, what is the meaning of this?" Wu Qigong asked angrily. "Don't tell me that just because I didn't drink your wine and didn't give you enough face, you're going to do this? This is against the rules. We're both members of the Bloodbath Alliance. Although you're Sacred Emissary, I'm also a leader. My status isn't low. It's not appropriate for you to treat me like this." Yao Shiwilian sneered. He looked at Wu Qigong and said, "Why are you still pretending? Don't you know what you've done? Do you think the Bloodbath Alliance doesn't know? Since you dared to betray the Bloodbath Alliance, you should have expected this day to come. Our Blood Killer Alliance cannot tolerate traitors. Otherwise, why do you think the Blood Killer Alliance sent me here? Is it really just to deal with a mere member of the Righteous Alliance? Is there a need to mobilize so many people? My main mission here is to deal with you, Wu Qigong. You don't have to pretend anymore. You don't have to hide anything. You don't have to try to explain anything. The Bloodbath Alliance has never been wrong. We won't wrong anyone. After hearing Yao Shuilian's words, Wu Qigong didn't seem too surprised. He smiled casually, but didn't try to explain or refute anything. Since he had already said this, there was no point in saying anything else. It would just be a waste of time. So, there was no need to say anything more. What he needed to think about now was how to struggle out of this place and how to escape. Yao Shuilian continued, Wu Qigong, if you want to die a quick death, then cooperate with me honestly. Answer whatever I ask you. If you cooperate with me, I can give you a quick death. I can also kill you without implicating the innocent. If you don't cooperate, then the situation is hard to say. Ha ha ha. Wu Qigong laughed and looked at Yao Shuilian fearlessly. His face was very calm, as if he didn't realize that he was in a desperate situation. After laughing, Wu Qigong said, Are you threatening me? You've been with me for a while. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Do I look like I'm scared? Who can threaten me? I've always been a person who doesn't yield to force or persuasion. Do you think it's useful to threaten me with this? To be honest, you're just a third-step ancient saint. I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do as you please in the witchcraft realm. The witchcraft realm is not a place where the Bloodbath Alliance can do whatever you want. If things get out of hand, I'm afraid the Bloodbath Alliance won't be able to deal with it. This isn't the endless universe ocean. This is the Great Path Sacred Realm, the witchcraft realm. This is the territory of the human race. Since when did the Bloodbath Alliance have the right to do as you please? Don't you think it's ridiculous to use this to threaten me? After hearing Wu Qigong's words, Yao Shuilian's face became even more gloomy and cold. Especially those eyes, they were as cold as a cold blade, piercing people to the point of feeling uncomfortable. Are you not afraid of death? Yao Shuilian asked coldly. Wu Qigong laughed heartily and said, I'm a hot-blooded man. Why would I be afraid of death? I, Wu Qigong, am not afraid of death. Are the members of the Righteous Alliance all so unafraid of death? Yao Shuilian asked again. Righteous Alliance, Wu Qigong shook his head and laughed. Saint Envoy Lotus Seed, I think you're completely mistaken. I've heard of the Righteous Alliance, but I'm not one of them. I admire the Righteous Alliance, but it's a pity that I didn't have the chance to join them. That's one of my regrets. It's an honor to be considered a member of the Righteous Alliance by you, Lotus Seed. Before I die, I'll have fulfilled one of my wishes. Still pretending. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? You're clearly a member of the Righteous Alliance, and you're still pretending. Yao Shuilian naturally didn't believe him. Wu Qigong said helplessly, It's up to you whether you believe me or not. If you're willing to believe me, you'll believe me even if I don't say it. If you're not willing to believe me, you won't believe me even if I say it 10,000 times. Trying to change a person's mindset is a thankless task. That's why I usually don't do things like this. As long as you're happy. Author Cruel Death Third, I beg for flowers. Chapter 3146. It seems that you are still stubborn, Yao Shuilian said coldly. Wu Qigong smiled faintly and said, Why? Do you want to kill me? Then do it. You failed to poison me, so you can't force me to speak. Either kill me quickly, or you won't be able to kill me. When my father finds out, you won't be able to leave either. Yao Shuilian snorted coldly, but he didn't seem to care. Save it. It's impossible for anyone to save you. You will die soon. Those who betray the Bloodbath Alliance will die, and it will be a painful death. You are now my prisoner. How dare you be so stubborn? Let's see if you can continue to be so stubborn. By the way, I'll tell you one more thing. Do you know how your clone died? Yes. Hearing Yao Shuilian's words, Wu Qigong frowned, and an idea came to his mind. In fact, he had suspected it before, but he wasn't sure. Now that he heard it, he understood. It seems that the Bloodbath Alliance found out about me long ago. I didn't expect that they would plot against my doppelganger and send a high-level blood disciple to kill me. The Bloodbath Alliance really thinks highly of me. Yao Shiwelian glanced at Wu Qigong coldly and said, "Why? Aren't you angry to hear this?" "I'm not angry." However, Wu Qigong said straightforwardly, "So what if I'm angry? Do you think I can reverse the past? Since I dared to go against the Bloodbath Alliance, I am not afraid of revenge. I have already put my life on the line. Why should I be afraid of death? My doppelganger was killed by the Bloodbath Alliance. It can only be said that I was not strong enough and was not careful enough. Success and failure are common in war. It's nothing. Why should I be angry with you, Saint Envoy Lotus Seed? You didn't kill my doppelganger." Yao Shiwelian was stunned by his reaction. In the face of death, he could still be so calm. Did he really put his life on the line? Or did he have some kind of confidence? However, that was not right. Wu Qigong was already his prisoner. His life was in his hands. It was impossible for him to have the slightest ability to resist. Killing him would be as easy as flipping his hand. Upholding justice under the heavens? You're so full of righteousness that you're willing to disregard your own life for the sake of justice. Yet you're still trying to deny that you're a member of the Justice Alliance? Your actions prove that you're a member of the Justice Alliance. You pretended to be loyal to our Bloodbath Alliance, but you were actually a spy sent by the Righteous Alliance. You deserve 10,000 deaths for betraying us." Yao Shiwelian pointed at Wu Qigong with her finger. A fiery red electric snake shot out from her finger and struck Wu Qigong between his eyebrows. It was like an electric drill that was about to pierce into Wu Qigong's head and reap his life. This extreme pain made the muscles on Wu Qigong's face twitch. However, Wu Qigong still gritted his teeth and didn't cry out in pain. "Humph. You're a tough nut to crack, aren't you? I like to see how long you can last. There will be a time when you beg for mercy. The punishment of the blood devouring is not something a mere third-step ancient saint like you can withstand. This is how the Bloodbath Alliance deals with traitors. I'll definitely let you know how to write the word regret," Yao Shiwelian said coldly. The pain of the blood devouring was indeed extremely terrifying. It was unimaginably terrifying. Wu Qigong was in so much pain that his entire body felt extremely uncomfortable. However, he still stubbornly held on and resisted with all his might. Ha! Since ancient times, evil has never suppressed good. The beauty of the vast 1,000 domains has always been illuminated by light since ancient times. Among the 8 great sacred domains, apart from the dark sacred domain, the other 7 sacred domains are led by righteousness. They are all illuminated by the light of righteousness. The vast majority of people are full of righteousness. If those who are full of righteousness are all members of the Righteous Alliance, then most of the people in the Great Tao Sacred Domain are members of the Righteous Alliance. Then the Bloodbath Alliance should be careful. The Righteous Alliance is actually so powerful and has so many people. Although he was in great pain, Wu Qigong still laughed heartily. He wasn't afraid of anything, not even death. This was Wu Qigong, a person who dared to go against the Bloodbath Alliance. He was a person who had risked his life to infiltrate the Bloodbath Alliance. It was no wonder that the Bloodbath Alliance would be so angry and humiliated that they would send a high-level blood disciple to deal with Wu Qigong. Crash! At this moment, a peerless blade forcefully tore a hole in the space barrier. Streaks of sword chi surged out of the hole and rushed toward Yao Shiwelian. This sudden turn of events caused both Yao Shiwelian and Wu Qigong to be stunned. Clearly, the two of them did not expect that someone would suddenly appear and tear apart the spatial barrier in such a domineering manner. This person's strength was frighteningly strong. Yao Shiwelian was very confident that even a 4th-step ancient saint would find it difficult to break open the space barrier in a short time. However, he had not expected that someone would break open the space barrier in an instant. This was too terrifying and beyond Yao Shiwelian's imagination. What surprised Wu Qigong was that it wasn't his father who had come to save him. Who was it then? Yao Shiwilian immediately retreated after being hit by this sharp sword chi. He was also forced to retreat after a single exchange of blows. Obviously, his strength was no match for this sharp sword chi. The shackles on Wu Qigong's body were all cut open by this sharp sword chi, allowing Wu Qigong to regain his freedom. At this time, a figure flew out and stood between Yao Shiwilian and Wu Qigong. Only then did the two men's gazes fall on the person who had just arrived. They recognized who it was. It was Qin Shao. Wu Qigong was also stunned when he saw Qin Shao. He was very puzzled. Why'd he come to save him? Moreover, he appeared so timely. Obviously, he had been hiding in the dark for a long time. Last time, he lurked in his mansion. This time, he came again. Did he not leave at all? What was the meaning of this? Wu Qigong really did not understand Qin Zhao's actions. It's you again. Yao Shiwilian looked coldly at Qin Shao. His face was cold and angry. It seems that you're also a member of the Righteous Alliance. You are his accomplice. No wonder Wu Qigong spoke up for you last time and helped you escape. So this is the reason. Last time, you spied on my secret. So now you've been secretly protecting Wu Qigong, right? Humph. Anyone who dares to go against the Bloodbath Alliance will never have a good ending. Looking at Yao Shiwilian's ruthless face, Qin Shao could only shake his head with a bitter smile. He was quite helpless. He wanted to catch Yao Shiwilian, but even if he caught Yao Shiwilian, so what? If there was no way to change her mind, she would only be a disaster by his side. Therefore, for the time being, Qin Shao could only feel helpless about Yao Shiwilian. There was no way he could save her at all. If he did it by force, he was afraid that he would hurt her. Therefore, after looking at Yao Shiwilian, Qin Shao could only say, "You are far from being my opponent. I don't want to hurt you. You should go. If you stay any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave. Let her go." Yao Shiwilian gave Qin Shao a deep and cold look. Obviously, she was a little surprised by Qin Zhao's action. However, Yao Shiwilian did not hesitate much. She also understood that she was not the opponent of the person in front of her, so it was not good to continue fighting. Moreover, the space barrier had been broken. It was estimated that Wu Qigong would come soon. If she did not leave now, she was afraid that she would not be able to leave. Therefore, Yao Shiwilian snorted coldly at Qin Shao and said ruthlessly, "Today you go against the Bloodbath Alliance. In the future, the Bloodbath Alliance will definitely let you know how to write the word death." After saying that, Yao Shiwilian left with her blood shield. As soon as she left, the space barrier automatically collapsed. They did not fight. Fortunately, it did not cause any disturbance. After Yao Shiwilian left, Qin Shao felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. How he wished that Yao Shiwilian could stay. He did not want Yao Shiwilian to go back and continue to be her blood disciple and be used by the Bloodbath Alliance to commit crimes. But there was nothing he could do. He was truly powerless. This was the saddest thing. It was very difficult to save Yao Shiwilian from the Bloodbath Alliance. Perhaps Qin Shao was still far from being able to imagine how powerful the Bloodbath Alliance was. After Yao Shiwilian left, only Qin Shao and Wu Qigong were left. Wu Qigong still looked at Qin Shao with a strange look. He had a lot of guesses in his heart. "Lord Qin Shao, why did you save me? Are you a member of the Righteous Alliance?" Wu Qigong asked. Qin Shao came back to his senses. He looked at Wu Qigong and said, "Yes, you're right. I am indeed a member of the Righteous Alliance. The reason I came to Shaman City this time is actually because of this matter." That was not right. Wu Qigong frowned. He was very puzzled. "Lord Qin Shao, if you're a member of the Righteous Alliance, then shouldn't I be a member of the Bloodbath Alliance? Even if the Bloodbath Alliance found out that I was a traitor and a spy who infiltrated the Bloodbath Alliance, they should know that I was a traitor. But the Righteous Alliance should not know about this, right? I am not a member of the Righteous Alliance. In fact, I have not had any dealings with the Righteous Alliance. So, I don't quite understand. Why did you save me, Lord Qin Shao? Logically speaking, you should have dealt with me." "Haha, Qin Shao smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, you're right. Indeed, originally, I did come a deal with you. Because according to the information I received, you were indeed a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. So, you were on my list of targets. However, after some investigation, I found some clues. I found that you, Lord Wu Qigong, seemed to be a little different. So, I boldly guessed that it was very likely that you were not working for the Bloodbath Alliance wholeheartedly. Just now, I heard your conversation with the Saint. Naturally, I was certain that you were not a member of the Bloodbath Alliance. I suspected that you were a member of the Righteous Alliance. Now, it seems that is not the case. But it doesn't matter. As long as you're not a member of the Bloodbath Alliance, I will save you. Moreover, I admire you very much. You are a true man. Hearing Qin Zhao's words, Wu Qigong felt a little ashamed. He shook his head and said, Lord Qin Shao, you praise me too much. I don't dare to accept your praise. Compared to the people of the Righteous Alliance, I am nothing. Speaking of which, I really admire the people of the Righteous Alliance. You're all lone heroes. You are all righteous people who do not fear death. You are all good. Lord Qin Shao, thank you for saving my life. I cannot thank you enough. I will remember your kindness. That you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.